Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's already. I'm completely and totally disoriented.
Totally with you on this one.
When did you realize that? When you were like, I don't know what my days are.
When I was doing power rankings yesterday. And I was like, wait a second. Tomorrow's Wednesday?
Yeah.
All right.
Wednesday. Already. It felt like Monday didn't happen. Like when I was driving home yesterday.
Yeah.
And you know when you expect like you're going to crash, you're on the emotional high, you're staying up late because the Cowboys play on Monday Night Football. I'm staying up an extra 90 minutes for the celebration and just being on social media, partying it up and gathering a bunch of different memes and insults of Tom Brady. And you think you're just going to crash. And like yesterday, it took me till like 12:31, like 1:30. No, actually 2. I was like just up. I was up and the crash did not take place. And then finally last night I was out at about 9:15, 9:30. But when I got home, when I woke up, I was like, I didn't have a grasp on the days. I didn't have a grasp on the week.
No, I mean, it's, I've been.
It felt like Monday. I blacked out on Monday. Like, I don't even remember doing a preview of the game Monday. I really don't.
I know, because so much of it was other NFL games.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
not that I'm complaining.
No, we I mean, especially now because this, of all these studies and the latest study about the 4-day work week.
I saw you post that on Instagram.
I saw it this morning. It was the best thing I've ever seen at 4:30 in the morning.
What was it?
A study has proven that companies get more production out of their employees for 4 days on a 4-day week. Oh. And the companies make more money. There's also environmental aspects, so like, less travel to and from work. So companies, that are cognizant of that, they can do that. The employees are happier, they're healthier. I mean, it's happening. It is going to happen.
You believe it?
100%. It'll happen in the next 10 years.
Wow.
Without question. It'll happen. I'm sorry. It'll happen in every country except the U.S. because the U.S. still has this we're tougher mentality, which is stupid.
We just really need to have enough of a social media push. You know how?
Let's do it.
Let's cancel it.
One of us is blue checked.
Let's cancel. I'm certainly not. Let's just cancel it. So the other topic of discussion, and Ryan, I did not give you a heads up, so you may have to work on this quickly to put it up on the fan cam, is the new images for the morning show, as we had a photo shoot a few weeks back. And yesterday, we finally got the new photos. I want to go around the room and pick out the comment / biggest insult that you've seen in reaction to your shot, our shot, of the new morning team. As Ryan, I'm sure we'll find it pretty soon here on the fan cam. As we go left to right, we have Peyton Russell cheesing with that smile. I was trying to get Peyton to change up that smile throughout the entire photo shoot. Then myself. Then you have RJ Choppy, who I had to convince to take off the hat. Looks very good. Looks very good without the hat. And then Bobby Belt. And Bobby definitely generated the most reaction on social media.
I think Bobby took the brunt of
the brunt is the word.
Yes, Bobby took the brunt of the criticism.
Yeah.
Which I think it's a very good photo of Bobby.
Very good photo. I didn't think he looked that good when I was there standing next to him.
No, I mean, I think he's relatively unattractive, but he looks pretty good in this photo. He looks pretty good.
I love this DC for life. Y'all look like a cast for some kind of bank caper. Peyton looks like the getaway driver. Bobby, the computer tech guy. RJ, the explosives expert. And Sean, the guy with the plan. Of course, you get your faces made for radio. Peyton, was there any particular comment that struck you?
Well, they were all positive towards me, of course. There was this one on your Instagram, Sean, Kevin Mock 7152. He says, "Why does it look like RJ's whole face is his nose?"
Okay,
because it is.
One or two because it is. One or two shots at RJ's nose. A couple people saying, why is Choppy going fake swole? But Bobby's head is really is really the number one topic here, as people are saying that you all should exchange heads. That it looks like more so Bobby's head for your body and vice versa. But Bobby's dome is really the number one topic.
Yeah, it is. I saw someone like, why is Bobby standing so close to me? Or my head's too small for my body. Or maybe my head's normal, or my body. Who knows? The one that got to me the most about myself.
The teeth.
Yeah, I didn't know. That one didn't bother me because I was like, well, I don't have fake teeth.
What was the comment?
Some guy's like, why do you have fake? Do you have fake teeth? And I'm like, dude, I've never even had braces.
I think that's actually.
my teeth.
I think that's actually a compliment.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with it. I didn't have a problem with it at all. The one that got me the most, and this is Preston Taylor said, I knew Choppy looked familiar, and it's a GIF or GIF of Gru from Minions. Okay. So when that was always an insult. Like my ex-wife, we were going through our divorce. She always used to say that I looked like Gru.
Are you serious?
Yeah, she always said I looked like Gru because I don't have a neck, right? My neck, I don't really have one. And I'm like, Gru?
No.
Yeah, because I had this one hoodie that has the same color.
The blue one?
No. It's an Oakley. I don't wear it anymore. It's an Oakley hoodie. It's got black and gray stripes next to it's got a gator to it. It's like a built-in gator.
I think I know.
And it looks just like his scarf. It's the same color. So,
Oh, man.
They used to make fun of me about this. So I was like, all right. So now I've always hated that one.
Okay. I think Bobby's forehead is bigger than Sean's hands. And look, we're going to give Bobby a chance to respond to this. It's not fair for Bobby not to be able to comment back. So we'll talk about this at around 8:20. But those are some of the reactions. Someone said now we need to get Peyton a Latina. I saw that on my Instagram page.
I responded to it and stuff. I said, okay, where are they at? I'm all down for that.
Where are they at? So there you go. The reaction. What's up, Ryan? We can't get this on the fan cam? No,
he had it.
Oh, he did? Okay, there it is. There it is right there. So look at Peyton's smile. Peyton's smile's the number one.
I'm so happy to be there, guys.
Peyton's smile. Now, Peyton's got... Choppy, your teeth do look good. All the teeth look good, but Peyton's look like they're shining kind of the most right there.
They do look.
It was Photoshop, probably.
Yeah, you put
a little edit in there.
You put chiclets. Is that what it was? You put chiclets in your mouth before you came.
All right, Micah Parsons bringing up a social issue that I think got Cardi B criticized for some reason, as Micah was complaining about grocery store prices the other day. He said inflation is hitting the grocery store. So my wife came home the other day. She had to run out for Ollie or whatever, get some milk, or get some fruit. And she told me, and I asked her again last night after Micah tweeted this, because I tweeted him back. I said, did you really tell me the other day that the eggs that you got were $8? Did I hear you say that correctly? Did I hear you say $8 eggs for a carton? And she goes, yeah, that's what I remember, $8 eggs. And Cardi B has talked about this, and now Micah Parsons, grocery store inflation.
The average price of eggs is up 49% year over year.
Oh!
Sarah yesterday, she didn't come home with eggs from Costco. They were $16 because they're 24 pack, right? And I was like, what? $16? What's going on here? I need my eggs. I need to have my eggs in the morning.
That's a teen.
Yeah, I need my breakfast. But Cardi B tweeted this one last week. Nah, grocery shopping prices are ridiculous right now. You might as well eat outside. And she was like, people were coming at her like, oh, you're rich. Like, what are you doing?
What type of comeback is that?
Yeah.
Why would you criticize her like she doesn't need groceries? What's wrong with people?
Yeah. It's she shouldn't worry about the cost of something.
So you're telling me that Cardi B should have the take of, hey, y'all, stop complaining about groceries, make more money. That's kind of the opposite view.
Yeah.
Instead of saying, man, kind of identifying with the common person, with the rest of us. She can't talk about gas prices. She should go to the gas pump or have her driver go and go, I think it's funny the gas prices are tough for the rest of you. That's the way you morons want to sit there and treat that.
And people are saying, like, you're not one of us anymore. You can't complain about it. It's like, what?
One of us.
She doesn't have to go to the grocery store and buy the most expensive of everything. She can still get like generic brands.
Yeah.
It's okay.
You have to shop at Whole Foods.
Have to.
Must.
Central Market only.
Central Market only.
Okay. You can't go into an Aldi.
You can't go into it Aldi. So $8 eggs. That's what really stung me. But chicken wing prices, man, for like over a year. You try to order some wings, it's like $1.50, $2 a wing. It feels like
everything.
Chicken.
When I go in, we go to a restaurant.
Thanks, Biden.
We went the other day. We were looking online. We're like, look at this restaurant, right? We want to go to it, and we see the prices. We see the menu online. We get to the restaurant. Everything on the menu there is like $2-3 more each.
Yeah,
because like the photos are a year old, and inflation. Inflation is it. Inflation's real.
All right, I need y'all to help me out. I do not have this social media app, so I do not know. I think I know. I'm like 85% sure that I know what Antonio Brown did yesterday. Why was Antonio Brown trending number one? It sounds like the Commanders, that this is it. This is bad for us in the NFC East. This is bad for us in the Metroplex. It sounds like the Commanders are finally going to be sold, and an update on Russell Gage from the Cowboys game on Monday night. Is it? Well, Monday, Tuesday. Yeah. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. It is a Wednesday. Brian Broaddus is
update of Bucs receiver Russell Gage. He said himself yesterday that he is in great spirits and doing fantastic, saying he appreciates all the texts, the calls, the thoughts, and he has movement in all of his extremities after what happened Monday night against the Cowboys as he was taken off the field. So it sounds like Russell Gage is doing okay. So that's great.
Yeah, that is great. And that's, anytime somebody, look, at least for me, when I saw him on the field, like the first thing you think of is like, oh, man, here we are again, like 2-3 weeks later after Damar Hamlin. And obviously it wasn't nearly as bad, and thank God it wasn't nearly as bad. But, when you see somebody come, get on a stretcher and they
head and neck,
they put the strap over them, man, it's scary. Very, very scary.
Now let's talk about former Buccaneers receiver Antonio Brown. He's still trending near the number one topic in the Metroplex. Did you see this, or did you go searching for it yesterday?
I saw the story. I did not search for the actual snap.
You didn't look for the footage?
No, because I think I'd seen enough in the pool that one day. I already knew what he was working with, and I was like, okay, we've seen enough. I didn't want to have to turn my phone to the side to catch a look at the entire thing.
Yeah, I thought that after Tom Brady and the Bucs just played, it was going to have to do with Tom. He was like outing Tom or putting his business on blast, but Antonio Brown, apparently without his wife's knowledge or permission, or the mother of his children, posted a photo or video of her engaging in an act. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She's engaging in an act
Yes, she is.
that starts probably with an O, and Antonio Brown shared it on Snapchat. Origami.
Very nice.
Now, the mother of his children has responded and said, I've reported his page and all pictures, and she's blaming Snapchat for allowing him to even be able to post that. So she's speaking out, obviously humiliated and embarrassed as this nut job and wacko continues to act like himself. We haven't heard one rumor or one connection to him ever playing again.
No, we haven't.
Nothing.
No, we've seen nothing about this. I think that's very telling. Like, this is a talented dude.
34.
He is still young enough to play, and he is uber talented. And we have heard nothing about it. I don't know if that's because he doesn't want to play anymore, or teams have just said, we're out.
Yeah, I haven't really heard anything from him either.
No, I mean, outside of him being hunkered down in a house for 18 days,
Yeah.
we've heard nothing from him. But this is not surprising. This is par for the course with Antonio right now.
Par for the course. So that's Antonio Brown acting like a nut job again. J.P. Finley in NBC Washington says the sale of the Commanders is expected to happen sooner rather than later. The Dodgers owner is out. So is Jeff Bezos, who is likely out, but the door is not closed. Josh Harris may be the top candidate. Who is that? Well, he's just the owner. How is he the owner of the Steelers? He's the owner of the 76ers, Devils, and Steelers?
Yeah, so he is...
Can you own two NFL teams? Is that not a conflict of interest?
Yeah, he'd have to relinquish his... his
Power,
stake.
control.
Whatever stake he has in them.
I thought the Rooneys...
They do. Yeah, they're the primary owners, but there's a lot of minority owners for the Steelers.
Okay.
And he is one of them. I'm trying to think, because, like... The one of the owners of the Steelers is the Fanatics guy.
Yeah.
And this isn't him.
The Fanatics guy, I think, got out of the 76ers recently.
Oh, did he get out?
I think. I believe so. But the headline here is Dan Snyder looks like he's finally gone.
Yeah, and now listen. This is bad news. The Sixers are a relatively well-run organization. The Devils have, under the new ownership, have become a much more well-run organization. We obviously know the Steelers are well-run. This is not who I want to see there. I don't want to see any form of structure
right
within that organization.
How about the report that they have already decided that Sam Howell is their number one quarterback? Now, this came from Jonathan Jones of CBS, who's kind of like trying to make his way as an insider on the scene. Of course, as soon as this came out, Ian Rappaport goes on the NFL Network and says, no, they're shopping for veteran quarterbacks. So totally opposite reports as the Commanders are already deciding to go with Sam Howell, which is really, really weird. And then Rappaport's made more sense. that they're still going to look for a vet.
Yeah, like they're telling the OCs that they're going to hire or interview, like, this is your guy. Okay, I get it, because currently he is the guy on the roster.
Yeah.
So if they don't make a move, if nobody does go there, if they don't get Derek Carr or, name your veteran,
Tom.
or they don't draft somebody in the offseason, then it's Sam Howell. Okay, fair. But it makes no sense to just go in with Sam and make no other adjustments at all. None. It makes no sense.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on the show. We'll chop it up at 7:20 this morning. At 8 o'clock, we need to re-rank the power rankings for the quarterbacks for Week 2. Week 2 divisional round quarterback power rankings. And we'll go back and grade ourselves from Week 1. Michael Irvin was trending yesterday because everybody was waiting to see Michael give it to Stephen A. Smith on First Take. Michael was not on First Take yesterday. He will be on with us at 8:40 this morning. That's right, a whale alert. And then Nick Eatman in the final hour of the show. Oh, yeah, that's another reaction that many people have had to our new pictures that were taken for the new show. Is there a new name?
Well, we also need to have, why is the whale not in the logo? I think we need to have a whale in the logo.
Okay. Need to have a whale in the logo.
We can work on that.
Now, I'm not opposed to a new name. I mean, the boss
Shannon, RJ, and Chop.
There you go. That's it. There's the name.
Perfect.
There's the name.
Pat already did it for us.
Bobby's World. I think that's an older reference that people younger than us won't get.
I don't think I ever saw that.
Really? Very good show.
I heard of Boy Meets World, but
Did you ever watch Bobby's World?
Never.
You're way
Never
too
heard of
young
it,
for
yeah.
that. Bobby and Friends. Yeah, it's got to be something to me. It's just got to jump off of the computer screen from the text messages. We just got to instantly know that's it right there. That right there is it. So I don't know how you incorporate Bobby. I mean, it's tough coming up with a show name.
it is.
Logos. But if you have suggestions, give it to us. But we've gotten a lot of that feedback on social media after the new show photo. I mean, we're not opposed to recognizing a new full-time member, unlike some shows right after us.
I know.
On this radio station.
It is very odd.
Corey sometimes sends out those. It's like how whales communicate. Corey sends out those vibes sometimes. Like Bobby thinks Corey does not like him.
Yeah,
And-
because he didn't thank him, right? Or was that what it is? He didn't send him
Well, first
Christmas
off,
card.
let's start with they've never had Bobby on the show. Let's start there.
Yeah, there you
That's
go.
one. Number two, I don't know if Bobby got a My Possibilities coffee mug after participating in Pizza Thon.
I got one.
You got one
With the hot chocolate in there as well.
Yeah.
with hot chocolate in there.
I already broke the rules. I already put it in the dishwasher.
Corey does not recognize Bobby's baseball love. So Bobby thinks Corey doesn't really like him, but they've never once entertained. I'm the one who calls it the KMC masterpiece because of Bassick, but Corey, I just get the feeling they're like, no, that's never going to happen. We're never going to change it to incorporate Mikey B.
Yeah, I that bothers me. You got to at least throw the M in there.
Initial.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
K and C with Bassick.
Yeah.
Or with a side of Bassick.
With a side of Bassick.
Oh,
KNC with a side of Bassick. Okay. And what do you think about for us?
I mean, I think you say Sean, RJ, and Bobby. I
But
think
that sounds dumb. It's clunky. Sean, RJ, and Bobby, hey, coming at you. You know what I mean? I don't know. We need something catchy or something shorter, something cooler.
Yeah, I like to. So, like Sarah and I, we call ourselves Sarjay. So maybe we could come up with something like that.
God, I hate you. Look at this walk in, very loud with the door from Roberto Belt. Sarjay, we call ourselves. 877-881-1053. The Cowboys give an update on Brett Maher. Stephen Jones yesterday with KMC and Bones Fossil on whether they're going to replace him or they're going to fix him. Plus, there's a conspiracy theory that the National Football League is actually the ones to blame for Brett Maher going 0 for life. Inside the Star for 49er week next.
Coming up at 10. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex Hump Day edition.
Hump Day?
With the
Hump
6
Day.
a.m. club. Bobby Belt is coming in singing, energetic. I thought that you'd still be on a crash from landing on the team plane at around 3:30 yesterday morning.
No, I'm still young. I'm not like you guys. I can bounce back. But yeah, I was singing the old MTV music mockumentary. I bet the tellers know that. I know my calculus. It says you plus me equals us.
He's singing all these different things. Some told us saying that they do know what Bobby's World is for Pepe.
Yeah, Howie Mandel.
Howie Mandel. So there you go with the 5:30 opening to the show carrying over. All right, let's go inside the star.
All the way inside.
Going to happen with Bones, Jim? Is it Jim or John?
John.
Or John. Yeah, Jim is I call him Bones, but it's John.
Yeah.
Jim is
his father,
Passed
who's no
away?
longer with us.
No longer with us. Bones Fossil, special teams coach. What went wrong with Brett Maher Monday night?
I think the biggest thing for us is not to pretend like it didn't happen and just kind of move on. So we addressed it from a, kind of what happened perspective and mentally and physically. And so then we talked about our plan this week. So we'll go through with a normal plan. He kicks on Thursdays and Fridays of a normal game week, and we're going to treat this as a normal game week, even though we're a day short. So, he was distraught, like I am. I share in all the players' agony, like he should be as a competitor. He knows that just a bad day at the office, and I have full confidence he'll rebound. So, yes, I mean, it's part psychological for sure, and I don't think there's anything physical. The first two, if you asked him, he was a little bit lazy on the finish on the first one, and then kind of towed the second one, and then said, damn. And then he kind of just overcorrected on the third one. And then, the fourth one is just kind of part of the mental process of it.
And then the third one, and then the fourth one. Any other fresh thoughts on this before we get to the conspiracy theory that's out there?
No, I mean, it was interesting to me yesterday. You remember Mike had said during crosstalk that they would have been told in baseball by their psychological coaches, like, don't talk about it, just ignore it, like pretend like it's not happening. And then Fossil saying they're doing the complete opposite, which is like, no, we're confronting it and we're addressing it. And
well, I think the difference there maybe Bassick, I thought, was coming at it from a teammate's point of view. Like Micah Parsons in Bassick's world should not go up to Brett and be like, we still believe in you. You're the guy. I think Bones is saying we have to like address it like in the coordinator room, in the special teams room.
I don't know that there's a position more sensitive to like the psychology of it than kicker, on the football
It's like
field.
a closer.
I mean, obviously, like quarterback is a high mental position, but in terms of just being able to execute your job at any level, psychology is so huge with the kickers. I know Christy Scales was on yesterday with G-Bag, and she had said that Brian Anger had been using a spot, like a spot for the whole season. Well, the NFL cracked down on that this week. I had seen that story. I didn't realize Anger was part of that. NFL cracked down and said, you cannot do that. You guys, refs, watch for that. So that was a new change this week, too, was their little dot that he would spot the ball with. He couldn't use that this week.
Did he just blow up the conspiracy theory?
That's the conspiracy theory.
Okay.
So
Thanks, Bobby.
the conspiracy theory around the NFL.
You know what? Good job, Peyton. Way to bring the music, Bobby. Little
The
premature.
karaoke version of X-Files over there.
Is it?
It's not the X-Files.
I asked him to get X-Files. Wait, turn it up. I want to hear it. This is definitely not the original.
Music.
That's like a harp or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is a harp.
I like it.
But, outside of the idiots out there who said that Maher took the under.
Point shaven.
Yeah. The other one is, like Bobby said, that there was this official that had caught there was an issue in the Giants-Eagles game in Week 14 where you see the holder pick up some foreign object after the kick. Whether it's
what are we talking about? We talking about?
It looked like the size of a quarter almost.
Yeah, it's
maybe
just
a little bit
it's
bigger.
like it's almost like a little
like for grip.
Not even. I think it's just like a spot. Like here's my mark, and so I take the ball and I know to set it right there.
Okay.
Like it's just kind of like an X. Like basically X marks the spot. I know to put the ball here.
So like every kicker knows exactly where the ball is going to be, as opposed to like being in or out another inch or two. And then they kind of and they cracked down on it, and the report came out last week that they cracked down on this during the postseason, and officials were told, do not allow any foreign objects on the field. And if that is the case, did that play into this at all?
I think
if that's the case, let me interrupt real quick. Man, screw the National Football League.
You can't make changes at the playoffs.
You cannot make changes right before the playoffs like that.
Right.
I hate that if that's the case.
Make the changes to start next year.
Yes.
You got all off season to work on it. You can't be changing rules. Although I guess they're changing the overtime rules for the playoffs. But we knew going in.
Yeah.
We knew all along they were going to do that.
Yes.
They didn't just say, okay, guys, they didn't say yesterday, hey, guys, for the divisional round, new new overtime format.
Yeah, I think I need to go back and listen to it, but I'm pretty sure.
Okay, enough with this music.
I'm pretty sure Christy said Anger was doing that, and so like yesterday was the Monday game was the first time he wasn't able to, and so that was definitely a change. But Fossil doesn't sound like he's making that part of it at all. He's saying, no, this is just psychological.
Maybe it is. And like, it's interesting because, Bassett was talking about from the teammate perspective and such. And I wonder if things have changed, because he's in 15 years, where, now you talk about your feelings now.
Right?
You talk about what you're,
you do.
Some of us do.
Yeah.
Us, real toxic masculine people don't. But you talk about your feelings now. You don't bottle them up inside and have a heart attack one day.
Well, there's two different ways, right? Like you do something where you know that you've either embarrassed yourself and you walk into a room and everybody, sometimes you want someone to break the ice and just be like, acknowledge it versus I know everyone's thinking it. It's driving me crazy that everyone's looking at me and no one's saying anything to me about it. And like, just someone say something.
It was the story that we had a couple weeks ago. It was like, how do you, if you embarrass yourself at the company holiday party or at a New Year's party, the next day when you go into work on Monday, do you like just act like it never happened and pull like a Costanza?
Right.
Or do you just, hey guys, sorry.
Yeah.
What do? You just walk in there like it never happened?
Yeah.
I have that struggle with people when like they've got a family member who's sick or something where it's like, do they not want it mentioned here?
Oh, yeah.
Like they want to that. So it's that I got to imagine it's that same sort of dynamic. Like, how do I walk around this? And is it weird to not say it, or is it weird to say it? And that's probably what they're running into.
But then if 11 teammates come up to you and like pat your butt, is it like, oh gosh, like now everyone's going overboard in terms of trying to make me feel good, So that's the little seesaw. Like you're gonna talk about patting the butt like McCarthy did Kellen. Go get us that fourth down, baby.
Go get it, baby. No, it's like you can hide from a drunken night out hoping that everybody else forgot it too. Because they were also lubed. But everyone, I don't think a player missed I don't think a player missed this. They know.
So Jerry, right after the game, was emphatic. We're not going to replace him. We're not changing kickers. Then Jerry, with us yesterday morning, was not as emphatic. Kind of left a discussion open. Steven was on KMC, and they asked him about changing kickers.
Oh, we'll just obviously evaluate the situation. Won't make any comments on it right now. Certainly all know that hadn't been, typical of his performances this year. He's been a great kicker for us and fully expect him to respond and rebound and make his kicks going forward.
Here's an updated poll question at 1053SS. 3,200 Tolos have voted. What do you want to do with the Maher situation for San Fran? Option A, the leader, Maher is still the guy, 62%. Option B, my solution, sign a second kicker just in case. That's 32%. Replace him outright, 5.5%. So 62, 32, and 5.
Yeah, 62% agrees with me and Choppy. We, once again, know the football around here, I think is what we've established.
Well, fine. You guys want,
that's our new show name. Know the football.
Know the football. Know the ball.
All right.
No, and the fan text is hitting up here saying what Christy had said yesterday.
Do you have a spare tire in your car?
Yes. Anger was
point made.
Anger was
that's my point.
Anger was taking hash mark grass, the white grass, and setting it down there to notice it. And the official came up before the kick and brushed it off and said, "You can't do that."
But that's not a foreign object. That's grass.
I know. He picked some out and would set it there, and they were like, "Nope, can't do that."
Okay, so did they just implement this?
Yeah.
This past week?
Yeah, it was literally coming into the playoffs.
Okay, that doesn't change your mind whatsoever if they're going to implement it for week 2, just as have a backup option. Spare tire.
Does that psychologically mess with Brett Maher?
What else can explain it?
I don't just mean maybe if he didn't set anything down, it's no problem. But the fact that the official came over, brushed it, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, this is out of my routine, this is out of my process.
Right.
Yeah, these guys are creatures of habit, and if it throws your routine off,
sure.
Yeah, that's just something you got to work through. It doesn't matter what sport it is. It's like in baseball when they say you can't step out of the box anymore between pitches. A lot of guys, it throws their routine off, and it's just about getting back on a rhythm.
Steven's answer right there makes me feel like they're gonna watch him through the week. We're gonna evaluate him through the week and see what happens. Steven was also asked, did you feel like Jerry said, that was Dak Prescott's best game ever?
Well, he's certainly one of his best. I mean, you don't get a bigger stage than that. As I said, playoff football on the road against probably the greatest quarterback to ever play the game. It's a huge performance, and he was pretty much flawless in terms of his play last night. And, his leadership's always to the nines. He's a big reason, I think, why we had such great practices all week. Offense, defense, really had their best week. And, the big thing is now, is to follow it up.
We probably didn't talk about this enough yesterday, basking in the glory of what happened in maybe ending Tom Brady's career.
Tom Brady.
But Dak Prescott's worst game ever followed immediately by his best game ever. How crazy is that?
I mean, there's a resiliency factor to that. That he has extreme confidence in his own ability.
Yeah,
that's a great thing. That's a great thing to see. There's also an inconsistency label that he has and that he's carried.
Yep.
And that's the elite quarterbacks may have one. So just say the Washington game, like an elite quarterback, like Patrick Mahomes might have one of those games every year and a half. And then your quarterbacks that are ranked between 6 and 10 might have one of those a year or two of those a year. And then your 10 through 20 might have 2 of those a year, 3 of those a year, whatever, right? Just keep adding on to it. And that's just, you got to deal with that. If you don't have Patrick Mahomes, you got to deal with those kind of games.
Yesterday we found out the mystery team for Dan Quinn. We know about the Broncos Friday. We have the other team that Dan Quinn is going to interview with, plus Pizza Hut and Jesus in Philadelphia and New York as we go around the rest of the most powerful division left in football, the NFC East, with Jesus, Pizza Hut, and the other team trying to steal Dan Quinn next. But first, let me get you on.
Nation and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
The mystery team, besides the Denver Broncos, interested in stealing Dan Quinn from us with DQ's interview on Friday, is the Indianapolis Colts. Indianapolis set to interview Dan Quinn as well.
Oh. Well, I'm trying to think what job is a better job. Like, Denver's got a huge fan base. And I've always thought of Denver as a really, really, really well-run organization, but new ownership. And Jim Irsay is kind of a what's the word? Lunatic. So
Just a little
bit. Like, but Indianapolis has got a decent roster, I think. So what's the better job? The one that's tied up to a bad quarterback or the one that doesn't have any quarterback?
Right?
Indy has significantly more cap space, so you get that flexibility.
You go live in Denver versus Indianapolis. Like the Denver Broncos, let's not forget, they're a blue blood.
Prior to when Manning retired, they had like 2 losing seasons since since 1970.
Yeah.
So it was crazy.
Yeah.
How consistent they've been.
You don't have draft capital in Denver either.
No.
Like, you've got the number 4 pick in Indy, and they do have a talented team. Remember, we're a year removed from them having the most Pro Bowlers in the NFL. They've still got talented players. They need a quarterback. They need the quarterback situation figured out.
What do you think the percentage is that he is gone or back? However you want to take it.
So I'll preface this by saying last year when it was certain he was gone, that changed. That was not like, oh, he was never leaving. He was gone. Like, he was telling people he was leaving.
To Denver.
Yes. And then Denver changed their mind. I find it unlikely he'll be back. Just because I think that 2 years in a row, what he's done here in Dallas has been more than enough for a team to go, oh, he can fix this. The one thing that may prevent him from getting a job is exactly what prevented him from getting a job last year, which is an ownership says, we are not going with a defensive head coach. This is an offensive league. We're going with an offensive mind.
And that is playing out in the postseason, by the way. When you look at the teams left, let's see, I have like 40,000 stupid. Here we go. All these football picks in my phone and other picks. Remaining playoff head coaches: Andy Reid, Zach Taylor, Doug Peterson, Sirianni, Shanahan, McCarthy, Dayball. McDermott is the only one of the 8 who's a defensive guy. The only one of the 8, to your point.
And he's got Josh Allen.
Who I guess Broadus was saying the NFL Network yesterday, their new line that they were all debating yesterday is Josh Allen too reckless for Buffalo to win? Is Josh Allen a problem in Buffalo?
Turns it over a lot.
He, when we were researching stuff for the game the other night, he led the NFL in red zone interceptions this year. He threw 5 in the red zone.
And Brady hadn't thrown one for what?
That's how I found it out. I was looking at Brady's stats and I saw that Allen had done it 5 times. But, that's the way the league has gone, is that it's just you need the offensive coach. Now, look, you can look in, obviously, McDermott's been successful. I think the Jets are happy right now with Saleh. And so, there are some instances where it works. Vrabel's gotten a lot of credit for his time in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Brandon Staley is safe. They fired the offensive coordinator yesterday.
Yeah, Joe Lombardi, who I had no idea he was the OC there.
Now, Staley, by the way, is a defensive guy.
Right.
Coming from the Rams.
Which I don't think they usually equate him with defense.
Right.
He's
New school analytical defensive coach.
Right. Yeah.
That could be the name. New school. What?
Keep going.
Sorry.
RJ.
So
he was listening to Newey back in the day.
Yeah, he was. What was it called? Goodfellas?
Goodfellas with Brian Estridge, Newey Scruggs, and Amanda Brown.
Goodfellas. Yeah, it's like
you for a half second. You got me. For a half second, you got me, and then I realized your existence.
So yeah, it looks like Staley's safe. Like they've made their decision. Their decision was to fire the OC, and with Staley being a defensive guy, he could kind of take a step back and say, hey, don't blame me for the offense in the second half of that game.
Follow up to that. If I'm Sean Payton, am I starting to panic a little bit? Am I starting to sweat a little bit? Is the market
why?
Because the Chargers job is out.
I don't think that's the one he wants.
No, that's definitely the one he wants.
No, I don't. I mean, he might have some. I think he won the jobs that are open. I think he wants Arizona.
What?
That's where I think he'd like to go.
Why?
You've already got the quarterback in place there.
Hang on, stop.
The Chargers have a quarterback in place.
Kyler Murray, like you wanna stake your future to Kyler?
I think what Sean Payton could draw up with Kyler would work well. I think Arizona would be attracted to the idea of I told you guys about going to a workout where a Saints player was like, oh gosh, you're here, don't post any clips, coach will get mad. Like he's somebody who still has that ability to put the fear of God into players, and that may be a little bit of what Kyler needs. They need discipline out there. He'll bring it. And I think what you look at is Arizona was a really talented team last year that it wasn't like the Denver situation where it's like, oh my gosh, you can't score points and your quarterback's over the head. It was just dysfunction. If he can come in there and clean up the dysfunction, he's got a ready-made contender.
Man, I just don't see any situation where Arizona's a better situation than the Chargers. And I know
the Chargers are poor.
Herbert's gotten
a
total pass. But, I mean, I don't know anybody that would take Kyler Murray over Justin Herbert.
Told you that Dak was higher than Herbert in week 1 rankings. Everyone just forgot about Herbert's final month. Not that he stunk it up, but Dak was better than Herbert over the final month. He just gets lost. Staley's going to catch all the criticism. What's the name of this new general manager in Arizona?
Monty.
Monty Ossenfort?
Ossenfort.
Yep.
Monty Ossenfort came out strong yesterday, introduced as the new GM.
I'm excited to embark on this next stage in Cardinals football. We're going to focus on a completely unified message across the general manager, the head coach, and ownership to what exactly we want to be as a football organization. We're going to institute a thorough and exhaustive scouting process. We are going to turn over every stone to find the right players for this team. We are not just collecting talent, we're going to build a team. We're going to look for the right type of players. Ego will not be tolerated in this organization. We are going to look for focused, driven, and people that are willing to put the team first at every step of the way.
You know,
those are Kyler shots.
Those are Kyler shots, but rule number 1 when you're trying to stand up there and deliver your new message to the organization and the team, you got one line that he's trying to land. That was his big. That was the big headline. Don't stutter during it. Don't have the hiccup. Don't have the me, as Mike Bassett would say. Don't have the me with the hesitation and the stutter when you're trying to deliver that. There will be no ego in this organization. Wow.
That is definitely right at Kyler Murray.
Yes.
Like that, it could not be more clear. He is not welcome in this organization. I mean, that wasn't directed at, I don't know who it was directed to, if it wasn't to him.
Well, he's welcome. This guy is a bag of hot air sitting up there.
Yeah.
And if Sean Payton does want that job, this dude is just a placeholder for Sean Payton coming in to be the real general manager.
Yeah, I mean,
who is this guy?
He came from the Titans. He's been their director of player personnel, but he's a New England culture guy. He spent years in New England doing scouting, and so those haven't always worked out.
We know Derek Carr's not going to Arizona.
Nope. Derek Carr.
After that little report that came out,
there was a story out there that he.
We'll get to it. I want to talk about that more in depth. John Harbaugh, by the way, staying at Michigan.
Jim.
I'm sorry. Dang it, I did the Fossil
and Harbaugh. We're flipping them, man.
Fossil and Harbaugh. Did it surprise you? Because you had found a story that Harbaugh was ticked off.
Well, he was upset that he didn't get enough pool money for his coaches, that the raise that he was promised did not come to fruition at the amount that he wanted. And also, I thought that there was another issue, which was the allegations against the program, as they would say in the Deep South. They call it program. But the allegations against the program, I thought, because they're level 1 violations, which is the worst. These are the same violations that got Bruce Pearl basically banished from college basketball for 3 years, a show cause penalty. Jim had basically had a cookout, got a kid a hamburger, and lied about it. Like that, it seems very, very small.
Yeah.
But in the eyes of the NCAA, you're probably better off murdering somebody.
Yeah. Cover up is worse than the crime for them.
Yeah.
So he lied about it. That's what would get him in trouble.
And I thought, okay, he may be pulling a Pete Carroll, cutting and running. Just get out of here. Let's just worry about it later.
Right. Do you want, all right, let's bring it inside the NFC East with the Giants, the Cowboys, and the Eagles all representing. Do you want stuffed crust or do you want Jesus?
Oh, I mean, I think everybody wants Jesus.
Okay. Brian Daboll was asked if he's tried walking on water after they beat the Vikings.
Yeah, one quickie. Have you tried to walk on water or multiply loaves and fish today?
Have I?
Yes.
Tom, I would sink like a son of a.
You know what? I gotta say, over the last 48 hours, I'm starting to come around to this guy a little bit.
Oh wow! Why? What turned you? Listen to the New Yorkiness though in the question. Let's listen to this one more time.
Yeah, one quickie. Have you tried to walk on water or multiply loaves and fish today?
Have I?
Yes.
Tom, I would sink like a son of a.
What? I thought they were the tough New York media. Not you're Jesus. You are Jesus, Dable or Dabes. I call him Dabes personally.
Dabes.
But I thought they were supposed to be tough and ask it all, and instead they're just going are you the second coming?
It's really that. I mean, it's just the backup. The comeback to that question.
Yeah,
I would sink like a rock.
That made you change after 17 weeks.
It doesn't take a lot.
It wasn't the lack of a neck. It wasn't the meatball nature.
Look, I think he's a fake meatball, but he didn't. I didn't see him do the same.
He's a turkey meatball.
Yeah, I didn't see him do the same fake pump up after the game. He just walked up there like he had done it before.
I wasn't referencing anything. I was just talking about turkey meatballs weren't as good.
It's a good reference.
It was a fat
fake meatball.
It was a fat content statement.
Okay, fine. Don't take the credit. Your references are terrible,
What
Sean.
was the reference?
In general, just calling it a turkey meatball instead of a meatball, comparing it as a fake meatball.
Oh, I didn't know if it was like a show or a movie.
No.
Okay. Yes, it was a good reference. All right, now we go from meatballs to pizza. Nick Sirianni. God, this is amazing because you just have two groups of morons going at each other with the way that Giants fans reacted to the raccoon saying this.
Yeah, Scott Kanicki, guys. I was kind of craving Pizza Hut stuffed crust pizza, which is I haven't had that in a while. That's not something I get to get at home. So we had that. It was in the offensive staff room. Yeah, I won't get into that, Howard.
I won't get into that, Howard. So I think that was Eskin being his trolly self. But Pizza Hut was trending, and stuffed crust was Sirianni. Now, all the pizza makers in Philadelphia are rolling in their graves, furious that Sirianni. That was my first thought. Because Bobby just went to Philly, and I'm like, you got to go to this pizza place, and there's that place, and they got bakeries there, and the bread and the water. It's fantastic. One of the best cities in the country for bread, pizza, sandwiches, and here he is ordering Pizza Hut. But then I was like, we all have that. Sometimes you just get that craving for something fast foody.
Oh yeah,
right.
Sure.
Yeah, you're gonna go and get Kraft burgers this craving is Bobby's everyday life for the chain restaurants, but sometimes you just want a McDonald's burger. Sometimes you just want a fast food burger versus the better overall better overall burger.
Yeah, you want something quick, you want something easier.
Yeah.
I get it. I've been there before. Not on the road usually.
But here are the Giants fans. I hope Daboll and the team watch this video and realize the Eagles aren't taking this game seriously. That'll light a fire for us to play harder this Saturday. Follow-up. Couldn't agree more. No one should be eating anything. That's saying that your team is locked in and ready to play. And then all the different Giants fans. I want the Giants to win so bad. The disrespect and arrogance is obvious by this guy. They're furious that Sirianni and them were eating while watching Giants-Vikings in preparation.
Oh,
and there's
what do you do?
6 different messages here from Giants fans.
Hey, dope. What do you think Brian Daboll does when he watches film? He eats.
Yeah.
They all eat.
They all have a bowl of candy in their offices.
Yes. They're having chips and queso. They're having, or queso, as they would probably say in New York. That's what they're doing when they're watching film. Everybody eats when they're watching film. Your media literally just asked the coach if he's walked on water and multiplied fish and bread.
Bulletin board material.
Oh, yeah.
Here from a Giants tweeter. So God, just two fan bases. If they just did each other off, that would be fantastic. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Oh, Mark Cuban, a little cry baby. Oh, Mark got the mural taken down. Mark got his way with the Luca painting. Mark Cuban crying over something in Deep Ellum. Next on The Fan.
But let's get you.
Mavs are back in action tonight against the Hawks. Choppy jamming out on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. 6 a.m. club in full effect here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for being a Tolo. Let's answer Turn It On, Leave It On. And this is about Mark Cuban and his tears. What a crybaby. What a whiner. Yeah. Good Lord. There was a mural done in Deep Ellum with some of Luka's stats and his monster stat lines. And it also has Luka holding up a big blue sign that says, please send help. So this is Preston Panique, who is obviously a Mavs fan, and he's alluding to what we always talk about here on the show, that the Mavs front office screwed Dirk at the end of his career, and they're currently screwing Luka Doncic, and we all have a terrified feeling that Luka is eventually going to leave because of it. I don't know why this artist and Mark Cuban started emailing or corresponding, but Preston showed a message from Cuban calling it disrespectful. It's disrespectful what you're doing as a Mavs fan.
Yeah.
And the artist is like, I'm a little bit confused why a billionaire is messaging me. I thought that he would get the joke. But no, Cuban said, just because you're first doesn't mean you're right. It's your choice to do what you want. If that's the way you want to be as a fan, go for it. Go Mavs. I think you're a fantastic artist. I've seen some of your other stuff, but this is disrespectful. Well, now the mural is being taken down, and they're going to do some other type of Luka honor. So a replacement is in the works with the help and blessing of Luka himself. Jesus.
Yeah, it is disrespectful, and that's kind of the point. That was kind of the point of the mural. This is
the guy said 10% of people are a little bit upset that we're talking badly about the other Mavs players.
It's always a good sign whenever you're a powerful person involved in having protest art taken down. That usually has not led to anything problematic in the course of history. And so I think Mark Cuban is in good company with that. It's everybody is saying this. This is not a new like I think it's weird to pick on this. Why are you picking on this specific thing? Because literally everyone is saying it. We're saying it all day on the station whenever the Mavericks come up. Everybody else in it, TNT sitting up there. I guess it's just because Cuban, does Cuban feel like he's in a better position to bully this person into shutting up than TNT or whoever else?
Yeah, because he's local, because he's here.
Yeah.
And this is either an instance of the truth hurts or Mark is delusional. And KMC is convincing me week by week that Mark is delusional and not totally aware that what he currently has is not nearly enough. And Cuban, as Stephen A. Smith told us last week, could come back and say, we just went to the Western Conference Finals. Okay? Settle down. And he has that in his back pocket. While the rest of us feel like, at least I'll speak for myself, Kevin Hagelin and Mike Bassick thought that they were better than last year. I think that was a fluke. Charles Barkley thinks that was a fluke. But why you get involved with things to this level? This is why I always tell people about Jerry Jones. When my buddies or other radio shows have us on, they're like, RJ, what's Jerry really like? Right? This week in San Francisco, we go on, what's Jerry really like? And I'm like, he is the best individual that I've ever dealt with in terms of understanding what we do in sports radio. Dan Snyder, Mark Cuban, Kansas City was pretty decent. I was only there for a year. The Rabbit Ears, they go up. Peter Angelos in D.C. All the other franchises, they react and they're sensitive. And you told me yesterday that Mark Cuban didn't used to be this way.
When he first became the owner, 22 years ago, he wasn't like that. He was like, yeah, just talk about us. Because at the time, the Mavericks were, you go to the arena, you go to Reunion, and it was you and your, 2,000 of your closest friends watching Hubert Davis bank him off from 12 feet. Like, that's what it was.
The Robert Pack.
Right? Well, they weren't a great team. You get tickets to any game. And he just wanted to be talked about. And then something changed. They got good. He started catching the heat for, hey, why is this team constantly coming up short? They're soft, all that stuff. And he stopped wanting to hear it.
Who changed more from day one, Cuban or Romo? Because Romo had his own radio show.
Romo
he had like a player show, like Tank with Us.
He would do the weekly radio show. He did on ESPN for a long time. It was, for 2 years, I guess. Did he change? No.
I just mean becoming more generic.
Oh, he definitely became more generic.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt. Cuban's not generic, I don't think.
No.
So, yeah, he changed more.
He's just sensitive.
Yes.
This is like, this is really wussy what he did. And they're changing the painting. Like, it's a small little painting in Deep Ellum. Like, you're the billionaire owner of the Dallas Mavericks dealing with Shark Tank and pharmaceutical companies, which I give him a lot of praise for. Don't you? It always amazes me in life how people have time for stuff like this when I think that they're really, really busy. People who have 3 kids, people who have 4 or 5 kids, like people have newborns. They're always like getting their nose involved in things that where I'm like, how do you have time for this? I'm barely fitting in my schedule with 1 2.5-year-old and this job. How are you doing this? But there's Cuban's tears wiping away the painting.
I hope the new painting is just, something directed at Cuban specifically now. Like, I'll take it down. And then it's just mocking Cuban.
No, this artist probably is very happy. Like, Cuban took this to Luka and was like, can you do something? Like, can you associate yourself with this so this guy, he changes this and puts up something more positive. So now this artist has an affiliation with Luka Doncic, and it's like, okay, yeah, I'll take it down. Number 77, rock star, let's do it.
Yep. And put Cuban out there with a extremely tight shirt on the mural.
And we have some evidence to prove whether this please send help was right or disrespectful.
Yeah, well, this is interesting to me. So Bleacher Report last week had ranked the NBA stars with the worst supporting cast because I think every one of us have felt like it's Luka. Like, it's not close. There's nobody who's had more trouble with it. And so Bleacher Report put this together, and I was kind of surprised by the rankings. First off, number 5 was Anthony Davis and LeBron James. Okay, if you've got another, you don't get to have worst supporting cast.
You don't get to have. You're out.
Then it's okay. It's DeMar DeRozan and the Bulls. They've got some players. Levine's good. Like, they've got talent.
DeMar DeRozan's not a star.
No, he doesn't have a legacy like Dak Prescott, as Nick Wright told us. But here was what was interesting. Number 3 was Luka. They say that I'm stunned that they would come up with 2 teams that had a worse supporting cast than Luka.
Who are they?
LaMelo Ball with the Hornets, which I don't buy. I mean, honestly, because they have Terry Rozier, they've got Kelly Oubre, and look, like, Rozier's not having the best year. I know people have like mocked his contract and everything like that, but I'd take Rozier, Oubre. I'd take those guys on the Mavericks any day of the week to play with Luka.
I also am kind of disqualifying LaMelo Ball from this discussion. LaMelo Ball's a fantastic player.
Yeah, but he's not like
he's not a superstar yet.
No, not at all.
Oh my Lord.
Number 1,
24, 8, and 5. Those are his numbers this year.
He's really good.
24, 8, and 5. Now that is superstar worthy. He's just not there yet. So I'm not looking at LaMelo's supporting cast and comparing it to Luka.
The number 1 is where you have an argument. It's the only team that's in an argument, and it's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in Oklahoma City. They're bad.
Okay, yeah, they're bad, but they're trying to be bad.
But Shai's not Luka yet.
No.
And I get okay. So if we're not just qualified as somebody on Luka's level, I know we're going to run out of names pretty quick if you do it like that.
Yeah.
If you're just saying the best player on a team that doesn't have help, yeah, Shai's up there. He doesn't have a ton of help, but Josh Giddey's really good. He's young, top, like, lottery type pick player. I understand right now he doesn't have help, but Chet Holmgren's going to be back next year. He's going to have help there. So I don't think that the only one that there's sort of an argument for is the Thunder. But that's just because like Chet Holmgren's out and they're injured, and Shea's not anywhere in Luka's ballpark. So to me, I don't see how you could have anybody but Luka and the Mavs as number one.
Totally. Is Cuban getting killed on the truckwork.com text line?
He gets killed everywhere. You know,
not the best. His last PR move he made was like calling Twitter basketball fans dumb. Mavs Twitter fans pretty stupid.
Yep.
That was the last thing that I remember Cuban did.
People were coming in with names like Dame Lillard. That one. And then
Dame Lillard belongs on that list.
More than Anthony Davis and LeBron James.
Yes.
Cuban's changed way more than on that Romo comparison. He used to throw in cash to every trade because he could. Whatever happened to that? Mark's just sensitive. He got butthurt on Shark Tank because somebody had the Warriors logo. I guess I don't know, something like that happened. The artists should start the LFFL club, the Luka fan for life. LFFL.
When people talk about the change, Sean, you weren't here for this, so I don't know if it was national, if you remember this in the discussion, which was like when he had gotten fined for saying that Joey Crawford, I think it was, couldn't manage a Dairy Queen. He was criticizing him as an official.
Yeah.
And then Dairy Queen was like, hey, our Dairy Queen managers work hard. Cuban went out and managed a Dairy Queen for a day.
That was a national story.
And so to me, it's just like I couldn't see him doing that in the last decade. The things he did, the stunts, or not even the stunts, just the PR in the community. He was all over the town the first 5 years he was here, and it's not the same anymore.
877-881-1053 is the truckwork.com text line. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's the Hump Day edition.
Okay.
The playmaker, Michael Irvin, is going to be joining us at 8:40. The Whale Alert. What are the Cowboys doing right now about Brett Maher? And they start looking forward to San Francisco with previews from Mike McCarthy and Stephen Jones. Plus, Jalen Hurts says that he may be targeted by the New York Giants and everyone else that Philly may see moving forward. Plus, the Stars are back in action as well. Hump Day headlines after this. But first, let me get you set up. If you ever
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hump Day headlines here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Appreciate you waking up with us where we start getting you ready for the San Francisco 49ers, and that includes Brett Maher and what to do. Let's hear from the special teams coach, the ace, Bones Fossil, on what went wrong with his kicker Monday night.
I think the biggest thing for us is not to pretend like it didn't happen and just kind of move on. So we addressed it from a, kind of what happened perspective and mentally and physically. And so then we talked about our plan this week. So we'll go through with a normal plan. He kicks on Thursdays and Fridays of a normal game week, and we're going to treat this as a normal game week, even though we're a day short. So, he was distraught, like I am. I share in all the players' agony, like he should be as a competitor. He knows that just a bad day at the office, and I have full confidence he'll rebound. So, yes, it's part psychological for sure, and I don't think there's anything physical. The first two, if you asked him, he was a little bit lazy on the finish on the first one, and then kind of towed the second one, and then said, damn, and then he kind of just overcorrected on the third one, and then, the fourth one is just kind of part of the mental process of it.
So
he had to remember, which way was the third one go? Yeah. Did it go right? Did it go left?
The second and the third and then the fourth one, crazy what happened. And the question is going to be, is there any chance that it can happen again? And what do the Cowboys do about it? Now, the options out there. Michael Silver, by the way. Bobby, do you know him from the network?
I know of him. I've met him a couple times. I don't know him well.
Michael Silver tweeted yesterday, kickers who experience anything like this don't really recover the very next week. He tweeted that. It's very interesting to go through all the studies and the history, but none of it really applies because it's inside that individual's brain. That's it. Like, there's no way to predict what's going to happen. Other names that are out there that I've seen, Josh Lambo, Rodrigo Blankenship. We had a discussion. Rex Specs. We had a discussion about him around here. Matt Amendola. Any other names that you've seen out there, Bobby?
Yeah, Amendola's interesting because they worked him out when they signed Maher, so they had interest in him. You mentioned Blankenship. The obvious one that's out there that has history here is Lirim Hajrullahu. He's out there. The problem was Hajrullahu didn't have a booming leg. He had been pretty accurate throughout camp, but it was
because I think Broadus, I heard him say in the postgame that Maher was short on some kickoffs as well on Monday.
The entire second half, all of his kicks came out. He didn't have a touchback on any of his kicks in the second half.
Wow.
Man, that's weird. Not making a field goal is one thing, but being short on your
not
kickoffs,
a field goal,
extra point. It makes
extra points.
It makes it sound like there was an injury, like a hammy or a groin.
Unless you're just so in your head, even your steps on your kickoff are off. You just get so in your head that you're striking the ball as well.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that, but I heard Broadus say it, and I was like, whoa, the kickoffs were short as well? Okay. So sounds like, based upon Stephen Jones yesterday on KMC, they're going to watch him throughout the week. Yesterday, Jerry kind of left a window open on what to do. You guys are just sticking with him. I'm taking a roster spot for a second kicker when it comes to San Francisco. What are y'all doing on the Detroit.com text line? 877-881-1053. Everyone is now kind of taking the Cowboys side of things with the lack of prep compared to the Niners. 2.5 days less prep. All the sleep issues, traveling back out to the West Coast. Mike McCarthy saying, deal with it.
I think it's going to serve us well. We'll have less sleep and we'll be grumpy, so we'll be fine. So it's the schedule. It's TV is king. What are you going to say? This is part of the challenge. It's not concerned. We got plenty of time to get ready, so we're not stressed about it at all.
So, couple things. Last week, the most emphatic McCarthy probably has been with us in our Friday interviews when he's like, I can promise you nerves are not a factor. He also said that to Brad Sham in the pregame. He said it with cojones. He's like, I can promise you we are not nervous. Michael Gelkin does a phenomenal job for the Dallas Morning News. Really the only one over there that does. Michael Gelkin did a story about how confident they were. Like, he's never gotten the sense they were as confident in a game plan, and they had been working on it. So maybe that means for the Washington prep, they were really working on Tampa, as Brad Sham would probably suggest. Now we're going opposite for San Francisco prep with the timeline that Babe Laufenberg said is not fair.
We don't have enough time to get nervous.
Yep.
Don't have enough time to worry about getting nervous because you don't think about it. Yeah, everything's condensed. I think that the shortened time frame, you should never have a 2-day difference between how long between your last game for a team or two teams that played in the same weekend. The same, you should, two teams not come. If you play in like the Eagles, they're coming off a bye, or Kansas City off a bye, it is what it is. All right, but when you both play in the same weekend, you should not have that much of a discrepancy.
I mean, it sucks, but like McCarthy says, like, what are you going to do about it? This is just the nature of how it goes. And as we mentioned, like, Cowboys have been fine on short rest all year. They've played well. They've won every game that they've had on short rest. It's a little tough. You've got the Florida to Dallas, Dallas to West Coast, but I mean, deal with it.
Bobby said someone that is really excited. He's not complaining. He's not whining. J. Ron Curse has been talking about San Francisco for a while now.
Yeah, definitely. We get to right our wrongs. We wrote one tonight. We get to write another one tomorrow. So I meant next week. So it's all this about us doing our job. Like I said, coming into this week, doing our job, reading our keys, getting our eyes on the right thing, and we can go out there and play with anybody.
I love this guy.
He's great, and I mean I don't care how
he's the MVP interview. He's the team MVP at the microphone.
Yeah, I don't care how banged up he might be, how hurt he might be. They would have to like strap him down to keep him from playing on Sunday. He will be out there because San Francisco has been on his mind a lot. But as much as Broadus and I were talking about this last night on the podcast, and
Love of the Star.
Yeah, Love of the Star, an Odyssey podcast. You can find it on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And I know I briefly mentioned it yesterday, but for I think people believe from the outside Micah Parsons is the leader of the defense, and he's their best player, and he's a very passionate player. The guy they all turn to is Curse. Curse is the guy who runs that defense. Curse is, in terms of being the leader, Curse is the Dak on that side, and he is the guy that they all rely on as keeping them level and setting the tone and everything else. So he is such an important factor, not just with what he does on the football field, but in terms of how he sets the tone with the other guys, keeps them all level, keeps them accountable.
Over to the other side, the Eagles are 7.5-point favorites right now against the New York Football Giants. Jalen Hurts is not on the injury report, and he was asked if he thought the G-men would still be targeting his shoulder.
It's football. I got a bounty on me every week I go out there on the field, so go out there and just play my game. Whatever happens, happens.
He does. He's gonna have a bounty on him.
No, he doesn't.
Not a real bounty.
Right.
So melodramatic.
But everybody, I mean,
I think he was trying to just say, I'm a target.
Yeah, and he is. And if you don't think they're gonna target his shoulder, you don't think they are?
I'm sure they will, but but my whole thing is just the melodramatic, like, there's a bounty on me every week. Like, I'm a soldier. I got to do this. Shut up. This is the most melodramatic football team in the NFL. And they all year they have whined. They've been at the top of the conference the whole freaking year, and they whine the whole year. Sirianni whines. They were complaining about ESPN's FPI having the Cowboys as bigger favorites than them. They are a
that was a
sensitive, emotionally unstable football team.
Unstable.
You just hate Jalen Hurts.
No, I don't.
You do hate Jalen Hurts.
I was so much higher. I wish we could go back to the summer when I was so much higher on Hurts than both of you.
You just hate.
But by
Hurts.
saying what he's competent.
I said that he was in the top 15.
Well, now he's in the top 5 or close to it.
I know, and I'm saying everybody else is saying he's like bottom 10. I had him in the top 15 of the league.
Yeah, well, your receipts don't count unless it starts day one here in this room.
Oh, yeah. Receipts don't count unless they're Shad's receipts.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on the show. So that is Jalen Hurts. Aaron Rodgers on with Pat McAfee. Are you playing again or are you retiring?
Do I still think I can play? Of course. Can I play at a high level? Yeah, the highest. I think I can win MVP again.
Yeah.
The right situation. Right situation, is that Green Bay or is that somewhere else? I'm not sure. But I don't think you should shut down any, opportunity. Like I said, during the season, it's got to be, both sides, like actually wanting, to work together moving forward. And I think there's, more conversations to be had. I think no player wants to be part of any type of rebuild. I said that years ago. Reloads are a lot of fun because you feel like you're close. You're only a couple guys away.
There's a Seinfeld about this where you ask a question to yourself and you just answer it. And that's what he did. He did it like 4 times there. Do I see myself doing this? Sure. Could I win the MVP? Absolutely. Could I still be in Green Bay? I don't see why not. All right. And it's like, that's exactly what this was.
I can't stand listening to him speak.
Oh man.
I cannot stand
He's
him.
smartest guy in the room.
God.
Did you find it odd that he didn't bring up, do I think I could still, I don't know, win a Super Bowl? It was about, could I still win the MVP? Can I still play at a high level? Can it be in Green Bay? Nothing about winning a Super Bowl.
Because Chop, MVPs are season long sample size. A Super Bowl, that's one game. One game doesn't say.
If Aaron Rodgers knows that his game doesn't translate to the postseason and he can only win MVP.
I just found it interesting that he was talking about the direction of the Green Bay Packers more so than his desire to play or not.
Do I like the direction the Packers are going in? Not really.
Like, I was expecting him to talk about his own desire and not the direction of the Packers.
Yeah.
Walk away from $60 million, Aaron. Go ahead. 6-0.
Do I need $60 million? You bet your ass.
How much ayahuasca will they give me? Who else knows?
How do you weigh? How do you measure that?
All right.
Is it in grams? What is it? Drops? I have no idea.
Right.
Ounces?
Hawks at Mavs tonight at 6:30 and the Stars at San Jose 9 o'clock this evening.
Ooh, little.
San Jose's not good.
No, they have not. They've fallen off.
What are you oohing?
Well, it's just the fact that it's another. Stars have been on the West Coast. They've been out west for it seems like they've been out west in the entire season. They were in L.A. They were in Anaheim. They were in L.A. They were out in Western Canada. They've been out there forever.
All right, it is time for one of our most popular segments as of late. It's still brand new, and it is Chopping It Up. It was not RJ's first rodeo last night, except it was. Next on Chopping It Up, the playmaker Michael Irvin at 8:40. Choppy's first rodeo next.
But let's get you over to the greatness of
very tough. We may rename power rankings to outdo Orlovsky as we re-rank the quarterbacks in the divisional round. We got 8 left. Re-rank them for 8 o'clock. Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, this is your home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan. Did you have a challenge with this? Tough time with this?
I did. I had a tough time. I mean, the first 3 are simple. It's just the order that you're looking at. But the first 3 for me were super simple.
Okay.
Or soups simple, as the kids would say, Bobby.
Yeah.
Once I got to 4, I had a good idea about 4. I had a good idea about, 8 and 7. But 5 and 6 were like, okay, that was the tough. 4, 5, and 6 were the tough ones.
All right, so we'll do that at 8 o'clock. The playmaker, Odyssey NFL insider Michael Irvin will join us at 8:40. Brought to you by Driveway.com. Car buying delivered on your terms and on your turf. Right now, let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Woo! All right. Plenty to get to here and chopping it up, including my first rodeo.
The country transformation continues.
I line danced in high school every Sunday night. Colorado Cafe, Watchung, New Jersey, every Sunday.
You're joking.
We would go, me and Dougie Lydell, we would drive up and go line dancing.
That's a made-up name.
No, Doug Lydell, Liedl. Go look him up.
Is that as made up as his strip club story, which you researched yesterday?
I went and I was.
What made you research this days later?
It was not. It was the next day. That's how long I know you said earlier you blacked out on Monday and you don't remember it, but this was Monday that we discussed it, and I looked at it on Tuesday.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So
Monday was the Pepe story.
Yes. Yeah. So
we all lost track of days because of the game.
We all thought Chop was lying about his first lap dance coming at Frank's Chicken House in Manville, New Jersey, but it's 100% accurate, and it's still open.
It's still open?
Yes.
I can't believe it.
No way.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's open.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
Is it a strip club?
Yeah, it's that's what
Frank's
it is.
Chicken House?
I don't know why you name it that.
Yeah, I don't know why you named that either.
I'll go scope it out for y'all.
Bobby,
that's a great.
Whatever your name is.
How far is Manville from East Rutherford?
I would say that's probably about 45 minutes.
So we can get Peyton to come on the charter next year to the Giants game, and then we can make a road trip that night.
Peyton just got a contract. They're going to throw him on the charter now. All of a sudden, to go ahead and chop up your fajitas for you on the team plane.
They wrap those up, by the way. That's how they deliver them. The guy next to me got fajitas. They're already pre-wrapped for you.
I'm starting to love these segments of Bobby's menu. We'll get into it. And you're going to San Fran?
Yep.
Ooh,
I'm going to go to the Full House house.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
Yes,
because your daughter.
Yeah, they're obsessed with it. So I'm going to go take pictures.
So last night, Sarah and I went to the rodeo. It was Bulls Night Out, which I thought was a made-up name like last year when she first told me about this. I thought it was a made-up thing, but it's very, very real.
This is your first rodeo in how many years in Texas?
25.
25 years.
Almost 26.
Wow. What did you wear?
Jeans, black T-shirt, boots, and a just regular hat, like a regular ball cap.
Oh, regular? Oh, you didn't go with the cowboy hat?
Yeah, no, I didn't go with the cowboy. There was plenty of them.
Because weren't you wearing one at Billy Bob's?
Oh, that was a hat they gave you to put on for the photo.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't have a pink felt hat.
All hat, no cattle.
That's what I put on.
Did you wear the hat the other night when you went to Billy Bob's?
What do you think?
I
Of course
don't.
you did.
No.
I don't think so.
No, I
You
did not.
Who did you go to see?
We didn't go to see anybody. We just went to Billy Bob. There was a concert that night, but we left as it was starting. So we were there from 8 to 10:15.
When you took the photo, did you raise your hand up and give it a yeehaw?
I didn't get in line for it. There was a literal line of about 100 people in line for that stupid bowl.
No way.
Yeah.
100 people?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
So she loves going to the rodeo. So I was like, all right, let's go. We got tickets. Day before, 2 days before, got our tickets. I'm like, let's go to the rodeo. I had never been.
Are they expensive tickets?
Dude, for last night, now we were able to get them through the box office.
And this was at Dickies?
Uh-huh. So we were able to get through the box office. So they were like $50 a piece. But if you go on the resale market, they were selling these for well over $100 a piece in the resale market.
What?
It's because I was on hold. I'm not joking. The entire car ride home from work, which is 40 minutes, I was on hold to get these tickets. It was packed.
How many does this seat?
Dickies it's not very big.
But for the rodeo.
10,000, 8,000. I mean, it was a good crowd.
Packed?
Yeah, it was a good crowd. Now, most of the people were in line at the bar the entire time in a standing room only section.
What? You're kidding?
I know. They
At
were.
a rodeo?
At a rodeo. So
why would you go to the rodeo though if you're gonna just stand in line at a bar?
Well, the area that the bar was in, where the standing room only, was right over the gates where the bulls come out, right, and where the riders are. So you get a really, really good view of just over the top.
Have you ever been to one?
No.
Peyton?
No, I have not.
All your years here?
Never been.
Never been.
I do remember the Mesquite Arena out there, the Resistol Arena. When I used to hear those commercials as a kid about come to the rodeo at the Resistol Arena, I thought that was like them describing the arena. I thought it was Resist All, like, oh, it's weatherproof or something like that. So that's my only thought about the rodeo. I thought it was Resist All. So
there were 41 riders, okay, and it was super fast paced. I was thrown. I thought I was going to go to this thing, and then it would just be like,
this is where they're going to get thrown off of the bull.
Yeah, 8 seconds.
Okay.
Gone, right? If you make your 8 seconds.
Seems like it would be really entertaining.
It was so entertaining. I was like, this is really, really cool. But I was expecting it to be, you're like at a sporting event where you watch it and then everybody cheers. But no, there is hip hop bumping music in the background. Like this DJ must have played 400 songs.
Was it Shippy?
It was not Shippy's. It was not Shippy. The Stars definitely should have gotten this DJ.
DJ Shippy rides.
But this guy's throwing EDM and hip hop and Metallica, like everything in the background. I was thrown.
Did he play Thunderstruck?
They did not play Thunderstruck. They
did each rider have their own song?
No, they didn't do walk-up songs or anything like that. But it was
like an intro song.
So the background music is going on and it's in line. This guy was really, I guess it was really good. It was in line with the announcer. They had hype men the entire time.
Who was the Mets trumpet guy?
Oh, it's
Timmy,
Narco. Timmy Trumpet.
Timmy Trumpet. Timmy Trumpet's out there with all the horses. Or the bulls, sorry.
So,
horses.
they've got their two announcers that are out there.
Who's more country between me and Bobby? Oh, gosh.
So, they've got the two announcers that are just in-game, there you go, in arena announcers. It's like Chris Arnold there.
Got you down.
But the music is going in line with what they're saying half the time. And then, so it's a little bit lower. And then when they pull the gate, the rider comes out, then the music gets a little bit louder. It's like while he's riding, he gets thrown off. And you see the bull just keep going in a circle because his balls are in a sling and it's painful for him.
All right. So what's a good time that they stay on? That's impressive. How many seconds?
So I think out of the 40, I think there was 7 or 8 that went the full 8 seconds.
Oh, 8 seconds as long as.
So when you get to 8, they stop the clock, and there's some guys that keep going for a couple more seconds. But then they grade. They have judges that grade you. So I think 87.5 was the high score last night.
Wow. Okay.
And they had they had in between sections. I think they had 4 flights, 4 heats, if you want to call it that.
How long did this last?
It was started at 7:30. I think it went to about 9:30, 9:45.
Okay, $50, 2-hour show.
Yeah, it's like a regular sporting event, right? It's about the same time as as an NBA game.
Well, hour less.
Yeah, but an NBA game is two
and a half.
2.5. This was about 2:15, maybe 2.5. So no, it was.
Anyone get hurt? Anyone just get destroyed?
No. I mean, they all got thrown off eventually.
Yeah,
but no, they get. It's funny though. Sometimes the bull, after they throw the rider, they'll just kind of continue going in a circle, kicking their legs, and then they'll start running at this red barrel that's in the middle. They just bang it with their head. There's a guy in there, and he's trying to get the attention away, so they get away from the rider.
This will be the next G-Bag show bet. Spit will make them do. Hey, the guys just had a good cross promotion. We get our Fort Worth Totos involved. Do it. Take one for the team.
Broadus, can you?
Broadus, he'll make Broadus do it.
Can you ride a bull, Brian?
But so I would totally go back. I would totally go back to this. This was a really cool, fun event, I think.
How much did it stink?
None. Not at all.
None?
Not at all.
Wow.
You walked. Dickies is an awesome rave if you haven't been. You walk in
I'm
there.
not crapping on the facility.
Oh, no, I know. But it was
that rotting piece of garbage. Where are they going to build a new stadium with taxpayer money?
I did not notice a single stench.
I'm talking about manure.
Nothing.
Because Why don't you go to Fort Worth? Stockyards
it
smells like crap.
Outside of Billy Bob's, it smelled like manure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. But no, not a stench. I don't know if they had some. Maybe they sprayed poopery in there the entire time and it just covered it up. I have no idea.
What'd you just say to yourself? I saw you just mouth something to yourself.
No, me and Ryan are talking back here.
Okay.
Ryan's telling me stuff.
What did Ryan say? Ryan got any experience at the rodeo?
I don't think so. Ryan, nothing.
What were you talking about? Were you talking about the rodeo?
No, you brought manure, and I was like, I don't think RJ knew you were talking about poop in there because you started talking about the arena.
I'm aware of manure of its existence. I promise you that.
He doesn't know it from Shinola.
I don't. That's good. That's a good reference.
Thank you.
All right, so thumbs up.
Thumbs up, except for one thing.
Bulls night out wasn't what you thought it meant.
Oh, let me ask a side question.
Yeah.
What did the female situation look like in there? Because I'm going to predict it was phenomenal.
Oh, there were a ton of this is the rodeo, man. There were good-looking girls everywhere.
Yeah.
We call them buckle bunnies, Sean.
Did you hear his douchey thing earlier when him and his
Which one?
Him and Sarah calling themselves SARS?
No, we don't call ourselves SARS.
Oh,
we're
not
not
taking over Toronto or something.
We're not a respiratory virus. Sarjay.
Oh
my God.
My bad. Sarjay. Oh. Okay, so we had Bulls Night Out, Sarjay, and what's this last thing? Buckle Bunnies?
Buckle Bunny. Well, it's from Yellowstone, the TV show, but
okay.
That's where I heard it from. But the women were extremely attractive that were there.
Bunch of Allie D's in there.
Oh, ton. Good reference. Unlike Allie D, though,
Mavs PA people.
I could one
Roe Parrish.
The
Earl K. Sneed.
The trend of every girl that's there that thinks they're at Coachella. Those stupid,
Coachella.
I want to be Lainey Wilson, flat-brimmed cowboy hats.
Flat brim cowboy?
They're
There's
just
a flat brim cowboy hat?
Cowboy hats that go straight across.
Is that why Rodeo Door has horses?
So
Like,
looks,
they think they're
looks
on
like
the frontier.
Looks like the man in the yellow hat from Curious George or
I
like
have
Pharrell.
no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, it's like a Pharrell hat.
Okay, then
I think
yes,
they're
the man in the
Newton,
yellow hat too.
like Cam Newton.
Okay.
It's like I don't know what this trend is, but it's like, guys, this.
Why do you think that you have become some freaking fashion consultant?
Well, I am a fashion.
You are nothing close to it.
I am opinionated.
He's a home renovation consultant for Derek Holland. So
like
I mean,
he's breaking down the amount of fake jobs that you have, the fake job titles. He's an electrician contractor.
No, general contractor. Really, just a GC, we call it.
A GC. Now he's breaking down people's styles. He took a shot. I can't remember, some warm-up outfit or shorts, and now you're breaking down country apparel. You're George Strait over here.
It's like they're all trying to act like extras on 1883. It's just very, very odd.
Wasn't that I thought, you said Lainey Wilson. Wasn't that more like wasn't Stevie Nicks the innovator of that? Didn't Stevie used to have like those flat brim hats, I feel like, and all these black and white photo shoots and stuff?
You're asking the wrong guy.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
All right.
People say it's called a Charlie horse hat. That can't be it. That can't be it. That cannot be it. All right, so there you go. But I was
Good job.
Ton of fun.
Spanning the horizons.
Totally would go back. Might go back this weekend, but it's not Bulls Night Out this week. I don't know what it is.
It'll be a different Bulls Night Out.
I think it's just a stock show.
If you go to the rodeo over the Final Four of football,
Wow.
I'm even considering the father-in-law's birthday, and I'm like, Saturday night. I mean, there will be TVs, but
there'll be TV. Yeah, you can get TV. As long as they during the Cowboy game.
Okay. All right. What else you got?
All right. You want a salt spoon?
Yeah.
Okay. This I think is very cool.
Love salt. Who doesn't love salt? Except for probably Kevin Hagelin. Although Kevin
was salty in the parking lot yesterday.
Oh, I got to write that down. Bobby walks in and he goes, Kevin almost got shot.
Yeah.
He goes, Kevin almost got shot by someone in the building. And I go, who has a gun in the building? Can you follow up and tell me that? He goes, oh, well, really, there's no gun involved. So you talk about an overdone tease.
I meant shots fired. That's what I meant.
Shots fired. All right.
So
crosstalk. Kevin shot.
These are a couple of scientists have figured out that they can use electric stimulation to enhance the salty taste of low sodium foods.
Oh.
So it's a bowl and a spoon.
This is a Jerry Jones topic. Jerry, if you're eating your McGriddle right now, turn it up.
So it's a bowl and a spoon. It's going to launch in Japan this year as a test. It's going to increase the salt taste by 1.5 times without raising your blood pressure, which sodium will do.
Sure.
So
and by the way, one more thing to all you restaurants out there, put the shakers back on the table. All right, you arrogant, you know what's. All you chefs who are like, I can't stand going in there and there's no salt or pepper on the tables anymore.
Yeah.
First, I thought it was just a COVID thing, but no, now it's the arrogance of these chefs who think that their food it's an insult.
That's what it's really like. We don't think you should season the food we've created.
No, their palate is perfect. So how dare you insult by saying my food needs salt? Just like they're treating it like steak sauce. They're treating it like steak sauce at a steakhouse. Put the damn salt and pepper back on the tables. That was my rant.
You know,
that was my top chef
That's unacceptable.
rant.
They're just artists, man, and we don't get art. You and I don't.
Everyone's palate is different. Everyone's taste for salt is different.
So
everybody.
This was started. The average daily salt intake.
Not you, Samir. your food's perfect.
Yeah. So like the average daily salt intake was like really, really high. People are using more salt than ever. But people want to have less, so they want to eat less salt. But the problem is they don't want to lose the taste. So that's where the salt spoon comes in. It still gives you the taste of salt without putting actual salt on your food.
I've even bought the light salt.
Oh, like the Himalayan sea salt?
No, the light. It's like light Morton salt or something.
Yeah,
but the problem is, like, I end up pouring double the amount to get to the original salt content anyway.
So like I use like low sodium like soy sauce or whatever.
Yeah.
Which
I can't tell the difference.
Oh no, I think I can tell the difference when I use the regular now.
Oh, you can?
When I use the regular, I can't tell the difference on the low, but like, I would.
You like salt?
I don't love it. I don't put a lot on.
Bob?
Anyway.
I didn't put salt on until I got married. Like once
shots fired at your wife's
No, I'm just
cooking.
saying. No.
I didn't eat salt until this bland,
sounded
this
terrible.
hurricane of bland entered my
sounded
life.
terrible. No.
This bland tornado.
I don't use it at home. What I'm saying is she uses salt a lot. Like when we're out somewhere, she always asks for salt and puts it on everything. And I just never, ever did that growing up. And so then she was like, that's bland. You should put some salt on. And then through that, I was like, oh, this does make it taste better.
So the reason this started in Japan, the average daily salt intake for men in Japan is 11 grams of salt and 9 for women. The recommendation from the World Health Organization is 5. So they're using double. So they wanted to find a way to curtail their salt intake.
Really?
And they came up with this salt spoon. And
how do the Japanese, man? They're sitting there, rice with every meal, sodium intake.
Yep.
And they're the skinniest people. That's not an insult, is
no,
it?
it's not. It's not. But
Who knows nowadays?
Yeah, it might be.
You call a girl hot, they get offended.
You just got canceled, Sean.
I just got canceled. I'm like,
BSM's gonna take you down this afternoon.
Stop
it. The media.
So we're all
media website.
We're all in on the electric salt spoon. Electric salt spoon.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. Whew. What is healthy?
Salt, not salt.
Yeah, not salt. Too much of it anyway.
What is healthy? What they say is healthy now is sleeping with short people.
Like sleeping next to them, or
I was getting canceled,
or not sleeping, being awake.
You can't get canceled for this. The New York Times came out with this, Sean. Okay, so we're protected by it.
Yeah,
the old gray lady, she's helping us.
Yes, absolutely. So they say that the new fad, scientists are saying, at least this scientist, that we need to start having relations with short people to improve the environment, to save the environment.
Are you talking about like shorter people, or are you talking about like small people?
Like shorter people.
Yeah, you thought I was going to screw up there.
Shorter people. Yes. If you kept the study, which has been going on for years,
like a Tom Cruise female,
like a 5. So like they say like you try to sleep with somebody like 5'4", 5'5", 5'6".
Oh, we're talking about height.
Yeah, height.
Oh, okay.
So they say if we calculated this and all the proportions were the same, but every American was 10% shorter, we would save 87 million tons of food per year. So I have no idea how, no idea why.
Because why? Like they want us to like.
You require less food and less energy and less water to survive.
So they want us to basically. This sounds a little odd. Like, hey, these are the types of humans we need to breed.
Yeah.
Like, this sounds vaguely familiar. I don't think this ended well.
On average, short people live longer, have fewer incidences of cancer, fewer cells, less likely that one goes wrong.
Have you ever been with a really short girl?
Yeah, I've been with a girl that's like 5 feet flat.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
You?
No, never that short.
Trying to
Was it any different or?
No.
I mean, I don't want to. There's kids in the car.
My kids are in the car right now, probably.
I mean, no, not really. It's all
Have
the
a
same.
good day at school, girls. Love you.
Yeah.
It's all the same.
Okay, we can end it right there. Chopping it up here. Every single hump day at this time. Let's get into the latest with the Lamar Jackson saga. The Lamar shared Instagram post where I'm paraphrasing. He's basically saying, well, you know what? I guess I should read it word for word, because is he talking about not being appreciated by the Ravens? Is he talking about mutual appreciation? This is Lamar Jackson sharing the Instagram post after the majority of people believe that he milked it, that he was healthy enough to play and he quit on his teammates. When you have something good, you don't play with it. You don't take chances losing it. You don't neglect it. When you have something good, you pour into it. You appreciate it, because when you take care of something good, that good thing takes care of you too. And everyone believes this is Lamar Jackson saying the Baltimore Ravens need to appreciate him.
Maybe he just meant his own knee. Like, he needs to take care of his own knee and needs to show appreciation so that his knee shows appreciation back to him. So it's very clearly, these guys are not dummies. They know when they do this what it looks like, and whether that's that's absolutely the intention. He wants people to read it that way, even if he doesn't feel that way. It's just trying to, stress the person on the other side of the negotiation.
So RG3 during the TV pregame for Cowboys Bucks, he was dropping some nuggets in there. First, he said Dak had a thumb injury. That's why Dak was so bad against Washington. It appeared like Dak kind of disproved that during his Buccaneers performance. So RG3 was trying to take up for Dak. Then he was trying to take up for Lamar. Because remember, Robert Griffin III was in Baltimore.
Right.
And he's saying he believes Lamar is hurt, and also that the situation is salvageable. Because we're all trying to figure out, are the Ravens also done with him after what he did throughout these final 7 weeks of the season? Are they turned off? And they're like, screw this. Let's start over. RG3 said it's salvageable. Jason LaCanfora, who has a lot of connections in Baltimore. I think he's on their local radio station there. He was on with Zach Gelb, our buddy, last night from CBS Sports Radio.
So was I.
Whoa!
Yeah. I had to change my time up because I had to go. I told him I got to go to the rodeo. We can't. I'm not doing it at the time you request.
That made it even more of a Texan appearance.
Yeah, it did.
Right?
Absolutely.
They played JR music in the background there with Dallas. So LaCanfora says this thing's heading for divorce. He said it's heading for divorce, opposite of what RG3 said.
Yeah, it appears that it is. And look, that they're still going to try to franchise him, right? And then maybe trade him?
Ian Rappaport said they're still planning on offering him an extension.
Is he going to take it?
It's just what do you do if you're the Ravens? I want you to be the Ravens, Choppy.
I mean, I would. So there's two schools of thought. Like, I like the style of quarterback that he is.
Okay.
And Jalen Hurts is. I think the modern NFL is going, even the guys who are, you think of as a great passers like Mahomes or Allen, they run a ton, or they have the ability to run a ton. So I like that style of quarterback. I just want to know, do I just try to find that style of quarterback every 4 years? And if I happen to land on a Mahomes or an Allen, I just sign him up and just keep him? Or do I just, sign Lamar because I have him? I would sign him. I would give him the bag of money.
The Watson deal?
No, the fully guaranteed?
Yeah.
No, I'm not doing that. Okay. I'm not doing fully guaranteed.
Because that's the holdup. Because they have offered him an extension.
I would go higher on the guaranteed money than they have.
Okay, so what? All right, let me add this in. You know for a fact, your team doctors have come to you and said he was healthy. He could have played 2 weeks ago. Do you not care about that?
Yeah, I care about that. Yeah, I care
because that's what everyone believes.
Right. If I'm Lamar, here's the.
So you're the owner. You're Steve Bisciotti. How does that factor in?
Yeah, because there's the issue. If I was Lamar, I'd do the same thing. And if I was the owner, I'd be mad about him doing the thing that I would have done myself. Okay?
Right.
And that's just the hypocritical aspect of this. But you still do it because you're
protecting. Oh, you're talking about
locked.
the Ravens.
Yeah, you're locked. You're stuck.
All right, Bobby. You have been a Lamar hater. But you've also said you would sign him. Where do you stand today?
Same. I mean, I get it done. But I mean, there's definitely more reservation just because.
Why do we destroy Kyler for quitting on the Cardinals? Or would you not factor that in either? You're still signing Kyler.
Yeah, no, I thought the Cardinals should have signed Kyler too. And so in general, I think unless you've got something.
So we don't think what Dak provides to the Dallas Cowboys matters that much. Because I'm gonna kind of use your own argument against you from a couple weeks ago of we can't have it both ways. So Dak is so valuable and magnificent as a leader, but you guys are dismissing and writing off quitting on your football team like Kyler and Lamar.
Dak is more valuable to his team than Lamar and Kyler, is what I think. I don't think it's hypocritical at all. Dak definitely provides more value because of that. What I'm saying is that Lamar and Kyler, with their warts, provide more value than the question of quarterback purgatory and the roulette of, can I find another one?
Yeah.
If you've got one ready, or even if you know you've got the number one pick coming up and you know there's a quarterback that you like, then all right, fine. Like, okay, we're going to take our chance on this guy. But otherwise, no, I wouldn't just walk away from somebody who you can win with.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, what, 45-16 as a starter? Like, I'm not even big on quarterback wins, but like,
or running back wins for that matter.
But after 60 games, like that's not just a fluke.
You think they can win the Super Bowl with him at quarterback?
Yeah. I don't think they can be a dynasty with him. I think they can win the Super Bowl. I mean, they're in the playoffs every year with him.
They are in the playoffs, but that's another layer of this. Can the Baltimore Ravens, like, even though they do get in a lot, can they win the title with him?
Yeah, because like I thought Baltimore for a lot of 2019 had the best team in football. And so, yeah, they can.
Yeah, their biggest problem is that even though I love Lamar, at best, he's the fourth best quarterback in the conference. He can never get above Allen, Burrow, and Mahomes. So, like, you're already setting yourself up for, like, okay, we're really never going to have 4 straight years in the Super Bowl.
Giving a player like this that guaranteed with his style, that is dangerous. That is really dangerous. He relies on running around like that more than anyone else in the league, and it's not even close.
Yeah.
So that's another layer of this.
Well, Fields, but yeah.
Yeah, Fields, sorry.
Fields.
Yeah, Fields. All right, Bet Online sent me all the odds. Lamar's next team, if not the Ravens.
New England.
It is.
Is it real?
Why did you guess that so quick?
Because I saw the headline. Not from you. Sure. I saw it. Yes, I sent if you read my show prep email, Sean, you would have seen I had it in there.
Well, I do read yours. I know you don't read mine.
I do.
Why were you so stunned? Does this make sense?
Oh, I think it's fascinating. Like, see what Belichick can do with him. That's fascinating. You know, what kind of stuff they set up.
Didn't we just see it with Cam?
What kind of defensive coach they have draw things up for Lamar?
Right. Defensive coach. Yeah, Cam.
Older Cam. The Jets got a lot of play with this topic yesterday. The Jets are number 2. So the Patriots are 4-1. The Jets are 9-2. Then
the Jets are interesting. I saw somebody say the Jets right now are what Tampa was when Tom chose them.
No.
And I'm like, all right, I don't know, but they're not. Tampa was really, really good with Tom chose.
Well, Garrett Wilson is a stud. Who else do they have offensively?
They got Corey Davis.
Yeah,
the running back Hall.
Brees Hall, who got hurt.
Yep.
But yeah, the Jets' MO was defense.
Yes.
That's where they were really dominant this year, where Quinnen Williams was really good and Sauce Gardner. That wasn't their game, was the offensive stuff. So they got work there.
In order, Patriots, Jets, Falcons, Raiders, Buccaneers, and Commanders tied for Lamar. And now we get to the Brady stuff. So yesterday, the Raiders just being thrown around everywhere as the inevitable team that Tom goes to next. With Josh McDaniels there.
Makes sense for him.
Weapons with Devontae and
Renfro.
Waller. It's the AFC West.
It's the AFC West, man.
You want to go to the AFC West?
I don't. I mean,
What else makes sense for Tom?
That honestly, but you talk about you want to go to the AFC West. That seems like a Tom thing.
I'm saying no. I'm not taking him if I'm San Francisco. I'm taking Brock Purdy over Tom Brady, and I might see what happens with Trey Lance over him. I mean, Brock Purdy's the starter next year. Period.
I don't know that.
And I'm taking him over Tom Brady. I just want to say it one more time.
I don't know that there's many quarterbacks in general right now that you'd take Brady over just because of you're talking about sacrificing the next several years for probably a year or something like that. So I mean, it's incredibly short-sighted.
Or you have Purdy sit for 1 year behind him while he tries to finish it out.
Good.
But I'm not. I'd rather have Brock Purdy.
How about Rodgers or Purdy?
Rodgers.
Yeah.
I'll fight Bobby. This is going to be an off-season fight between Bobby and I. We need more time. Aaron Rodgers is not done. Tom Brady is way more done than Aaron Rodgers.
QBR said Rodgers was like one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL this year.
I'm not disputing that he was. But
he also was pretty bad like 2017.
And won back-to-back MVPs.
Not since Shailene Woodley. Once he broke up with her, it all went downhill.
All right. Tom Brady's next team, if not the Buccaneers, Raiders 1, then Jets, Patriots, Dolphins, San Francisco. We have Sean Payton rumors with him. We got Saints rumors. We got Miami rumors. We have Vegas rumors, all for Tommy Boy.
Yeah, I don't know. He talking. He definitely was talking like he's done in Tampa after the game. But it almost sounded a little final too. Now I still would lean towards he's going to come back next year. It's just I don't know who the fit is.
I think the Raiders actually make the most sense.
Probably.
The playmaker, Michael Irvin at 840. But let's talk about the quarterbacks who are actually still playing. The ones who still have a chance. Let's re-rank the quarterbacks for the divisional round with this week's Power Rankings, the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to the all-new.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Oh, baby. All right.
It's time for the segment that we have renamed. This ended my friendship with Dan Orlovsky. It's Power Rankings. QB Power Rankings. Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
I do have to say, that is probably the dumbest reason to end a friendship is disagreements over who's the better quarterback.
It wasn't really over that. It was him trying to make us look bad. Liar. I don't like the way he threw his kids into the mix, and I'm trying to give him 9 different times to come on the show, and then he tweeted, "Oh, they're trying to contact me when I'm taking my kids to school." Well, he totally misrepresented that. He misrepresents everything. And then he flip-flops and he throws 9 different things against the wall so that he can be right with an opinion that he changes 12 hours later, like this on Dak Prescott and his power rankings heading into week 1.
That's the worst game I've ever seen Dak Prescott play. And candidly, this is the worst season I've ever seen Dak Prescott play. The consistency with where the football goes into the wrong place has to be disturbing and alarming. I think we've talked about that a little bit this year, like depressing. They're trying to feel, and I feel like he thinks my offensive line's not great in protection, so I have to get the ball to my hands so quickly. The only guy that I really think is going to do something outside is CeeDee Lamb. So there's this feeling of trying to almost be perfect on every single play. But RC, the ball goes to the wrong place way too much for a guy who's too proven as Dak Prescott.
Okay, so that was Dan before unveiling his playoff quarterback rankings and having Dak 12 out of 14. So that was 12 out of 14 for Dak Prescott. Your week 1 leaders in QBR that played in Wildcard Weekend. Dak Prescott was not 12. He was number 1 with a crazy 96.5 rating. Number 2, Brock Purdy, 89.5. Kirk Cousins 3. Daniel Jones 4. That kind of made Dan look good as he had Daniel Jones 8. Definitely higher up than we had him. Than I had him. So Daniel Jones was 4. Tyler Huntley was 5. Then Geno, Herbert, Burrow, Lawrence, Allen. Let me give you that run again from 7 on. Herbert, a 46. Burrow, Lawrence, Allen had a 26.1 with all the turnovers. Tom Brady, 24.1. And then Skylar Thompson. So we need to re-rank these for the divisional round. 8 left at 877-881-1053. Here are your quarterback choices. Dak Prescott, Jalen Hurts, Brock Purdy, Daniel Jones, Joe Burrow, T-Law, Mahomes, Allen. Got to add Mahomes and add Hurts to last week's group. My hot take and biggest burn from last week was being wrong about Daniel Jones and Brock Purdy. I'm a Brock Purdy fan. And watching him play, I got a little scouting report on him. Daniel Jones surprised me. He looks composed. He may be a little bit dangerous, a little bit more dangerous than I gave him credit for. I should have never jumped off the early Daniel Jones bandwagon that I was on. I was on a Danny Dimes hype. Then I jumped. I can't go back on now.
Game like 3 years ago?
Yeah, it was like 3 years ago. I can't go back now. My most correct take was Dak Prescott at 5. Bobby and I had him at 5. I had him over Herbert, which I got laughed at, and I had him over Trevor Lawrence. And that was my hot take. Recap, yours.
I think we all had the same top 3, and I think the same order. I think it was the same order. Mahomes, Allen, Burrow.
Yeah.
I think.
Yes.
And then it started to differ at 4 for us. But at 4, I had Herbert, who did not play great. He was okay. And then I had Dak at 5. And then Trevor Lawrence at 6. After 6, it had a pretty big drop off for me.
Your worst take was having Hurts at 8. That was pretty disgusting on your part.
We'll see what you think today.
I had Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Hurts at 4, Herbert at 5, Dak at 6, Lawrence at 7.
Yeah, awful take.
I had to
by
sneeze.
Awful take by you to have Dak out of the top.
You tried to move Dak lower as the week went on too, because that's what we were arguing and fighting about after Orlovsky came out with his take. But
I mean, he was 11th and 12th in two of the most important stats that Bobby and I look at, like in EPA and in QBR of the league. So like that was tough for me to keep him higher, because I looked at I would look at his career. I don't like to judge. I don't think we should judge quarterbacks based on year to year. Like if Mahomes is a down year, I don't think that means he's like fallen out of the best quarterback.
Yeah, I was just judging it for who I trusted last weekend. And that's my criteria. What is your criteria for this? You can factor in injury for Hurts. I don't really want to do it with who's going to have the best game because Dak's facing the best defense. It's what quarterback against the same opponent would I take in order. That's how I'm doing mine. You can do it
right now.
Right now, today.
Yes.
If all these quarterbacks were facing the same team, the same defense, who would I take?
Right.
That's how I'm doing mine. Because me putting Dak really, really high is going to look bad to those after facing San Fran because I don't think he's going to light up San Francisco. That's my criteria.
Okay.
All right?
How are we counting this? 1 to 8 or 8 to 1?
What do you think's more interesting?
8-1.
Let's go 8 to 1.
All right.
What? Give a.
You want me to go first?
No, Jalen Hurts.
What do you
want me to go first?
What do you think is more interesting? 1 to 8 or 8 to what's
8
tougher?
to 8's good. You want me to go first?
8 to 1's fine. Look, either way, I think we all are going to have. I assume. Well, I can't.
All right, let's just get rid of the drum. Let's go 1 through 8. We all have Mahomes, Allen, Burrow still.
No, I don't have them in that order.
That's the order I have them. Mahomes, Allen, Burrow.
My 1, 2, 3 is Mahomes is 1, Allen is 2. I know he turns it over. He's still the second best quarterback in the NFL. It's not even close. To me, there's a tremendous gap between even he and Burrow. He's just that lethal and he's that dangerous. And then I'll put Burrow at 3. That's mine.
Okay, so I have Mahomes at 1. The single greatest annoyance in all of sports is these people who want to fade him and Mike Trout every single year and find somebody else to convince themselves somebody else is better.
What was the article on ESPN yesterday?
Oh, God, just
Mahomes is the second
best move the Chiefs have made in the last 10 years. The best is Andy Reid. It's like, guys, you won one playoff game from 1993 until Patrick Mahomes, and all of a sudden you get him and you're instantly in 4 straight conference championship games. Like, spare me the Andy Reid is the best move you've made over a decade. I had Burrow at 2. I know Allen's got more raw tools, and he can make throws that Joe Burrow can't, but Joe Burrow, I think, play to play is just more consistent. And then I have Allen at 3. That 26 QBR with a playoff win hacked me off so much. I despise quarterback playoff win and loss records. Josh won a playoff game with a 26 QBR. Peyton Manning lost a game with a 90 QBR. All right, this is why I hate quarterback. Actually, he also lost a game with the 86.5 QBR. And an 80 QBR and a 79 QBR.
Are you talking about Peyton?
Yeah, he also lost those playoff games. Meanwhile, Josh wins one with a 26. Okay, that's why I don't buy into or look at win-loss records. So there's my top 3.
All right, Bobby, let's start to make it interesting at 4.
Number 4 is number 4. Dak Prescott, which honestly makes sense. I mean, outside of the top 3 that I think everybody has locked in, I don't see much of an argument to have anybody above Dak here.
I agree. Dak is my number 4 as well.
Even
though it's not going to look great on Monday with the point total that I think the Cowboys score against San Francisco. He's not going to light up the 49ers, in my opinion. But if it was a neutral defense, same team, I'm putting Dak at 4.
I think you're wrong on that last part. Bobby's pointed this out. They've given up big plays. I mean, Geno Smith put up, 17.5 against them?
Got to attack Lenore. Attack Lenore, the corner opposite Charvarius Ward. You'll get big plays.
Sure, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. I have no idea what you just said. But, yeah, so
Ward's the one who gave him up against DK last week.
He gave up 1.
No, he was on his way. He got trucked as well. I know he's your boy. I know
I'm saying he gave up 1.
I know he's your good friend, but they should have gone to DK a lot more than they did, I thought. And he had a huge game already.
I too have Dak here. That was one of the better playoff games you'll ever see, and he earned the jump from 6 to 4, especially because one of my guy at 5 is already out.
All right, Bob, 5.
And this is the one where I was having a little bit of trouble just because of how poorly he played.
Already.
No,
He's hemming and hawing already.
Trevor Lawrence.
I knew that.
Number 5, Trevor Lawrence. I mean, this is now that Herbert's out, it's the same order I had last week. But this was the only one that where I started kind of considering flipping at the top of this. But Trevor Lawrence, number 5, he was great after the 4 picks. I mean, he was damn near perfect.
Skip
Right,
Bayless.
Skip.
How fake dramatic. Because I think he's a little bit banged up, I'm going to drop him, and I'm going to put Trevor Lawrence here as well.
Yeah.
I had a hard time. I had a really hard time with this. If you told me he was 100%, I definitely have it different. I don't care that he's off the injury report. I'm going to have Trevor Lawrence here at number 5. And
if he's 100%, I would have had him at 4. I would have had him ahead of Dak. He earned it. He had a better year if he was 100%.
But you can go off of Dak's first playoff game too if you want to carry that over.
I think you do carry things over, but I mean, I think the body of work of a season counts more than a week.
But I thought you just said you don't want to judge quarterbacks year to year. So why does Hurts having a better year? Why would he be above him?
Well, I don't judge him. I don't think it's fair to judge him like saying like, oh, he's regressed. He had a bad year. He's regressed. I think that's fair.
But for like the momentum to the playoffs. So I'm going Trevor Lawrence 5 and Jalen Hurts 6.
I have Hurts here at 5. With the injury, I could have dropped him, but if he's off the injury report, you said he is off it. He's not even on it.
He's not listed.
Then he is 100%.
Amari Cooper was off it too for a lot of his time.
Yeah, I don't trust these injury reports.
I don't think. Are they allowed to F with the injury? I don't think they are. I think that is a. I don't think they're allowed to do that.
How do you disguise his pain? Like if he's hurting, they can say, no, he's not hurting.
I know. There's a Vegas thing with that. I don't know that they can do that. There's probably a serious penalty for doing that.
You can prove it.
Yeah, no, right.
All right, so what is it?
I have Hurts 5.
Hurts at 5.
Number 6, Daniel Jones.
Boy, just hates.
No, it's I don't know where Jalen Hurts is at right now. And the last time we saw him play, he did not look great. And Daniel Jones has consistently played solid football, and last week took it up to another level. I got Daniel Jones 6 right now. This Hurts would be here right now. He'd be at 6 for me if I felt confident about how healthy he was.
I'm a little worried about Daniel Jones if I'm the Eagles or anyone that's playing him right now. I hate saying that. God, I hate. But he is dangerous running. And I think he makes smart decisions right now. He had a lot of smart throwaways that before Dak played his game, I said, man, I wish Dak would do that. Like Daniel Jones is not going to try to be a hero. I don't think try to disrupt too much. He made some impressive throws in that Minnesota game. He's got an Eli composure where it just feels like nothing can possibly rattle him. I think he's a little bit dangerous right now. Who's your number 6?
My number 6 is Trevor Lawrence. There wasn't much to hate about the second half of that game. He was amazing. The resolve he showed is stuff that makes like great QBs into elite ones, I think. I think he goes really, really well with Doug Peterson, too.
My number 7 and 8, this is not insulting. I really tried to figure out a way to have this be a hot take list and move these guys above Hurts or Lawrence. I'm going Purdy at 7, Jones at 8. Brock Purdy has some freaking swagger, man. I think he's much more of a playmaker than I thought. He can run around back there. They're letting him go downfield. He can move. He's dangerous. He's really dangerous. So I'll have Brock Purdy over Daniel Jones on my divisional round list. So in order for me, Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Dak, Lawrence, Hurts, just because I think he's banged up, Purdy, and then Jones. Finish your list.
I also have Brock Purdy at 7. Then I got Jalen Hurts at 8 because I just don't trust that he's healthy.
I know
I'm not. I don't look. No, he would be 6 if he. Why? Why?
You're just a troll.
No, I'm not. Like I am a troll, but not on this. Yeah, if he was healthy, he'd be 6.
So you believe you're doing this because of the health?
He played awful against the Giants 2 weeks ago,
and
Daniel Jones and Brock Purdy continue to show that they're steady enough that I'll take healthy them over banged up Jalen right now. If he's healthy, he's 6.
It was also 2 weeks ago, so he's at 2 weeks for his shoulder to heal.
Right.
Those shoulder injuries, they can last.
Yeah, they can last.
No, I'm dead serious.
Do you think Philly should be on fear alert?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Philly's going to win, but they should have
Philly
concern.
covers.
Okay.
I don't think they cover.
We'll get to picks later on.
Daniel Jones is 7. He's had a really nice year. He's figured things out. He's a really good athlete, too. And then Brock Purdy, I've got nothing to say on him. He looks 18, and every girl thinks he's a cutie, so I automatically hate him.
I don't even know. I don't even think you watched him play. I don't even think you could tell me anything about his game. You're just dismissing him because he's brand new and Mr. Irrelevant.
No, I watched him in college. That's all I need to see. All right? I saw enough. He's a good player. He's a good player. Having him 8th is not a slight.
That's what I said.
This is not a slight.
But I don't think you respect him anymore after his playoff game. That's my opinion.
That's not true. No, that's not true. I do respect him more.
So I was asking you, what did you like about the way he played?
I like that he's in control of the game. I like that he's on time with his throws. The idea that he pushes the ball downfield more than Jimmy G is a lie. We have statistics to prove this. So I'm
plays better than Jimmy, though.
Huh?
He's played better than Jimmy, though.
Jimmy was 2nd in DVOA this year. He hasn't played better than Jimmy.
I mean, I can read off calculator and stuff like that, but I'm just telling you, you watch the games, they immediately went on a run with him.
Untrained eye.
They went on a run immediately after he got in there. It changed.
We need to allow Bobby to defend himself after.
I'm sorry, Jimmy wasn't 2nd in DVOA. He was 1st.
We need to. Do you think Jimmy Garoppolo should be the quarterback of the Niners next year, the starter, if everyone's healthy?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely. Or, look, if they can get an upgrade.
No.
And I do
think Lance
Jimmy,
Purdy Garoppolo.
Garoppolo.
We need to allow. Bobby thought.
Not even close.
Bobby thought he was going to rock us with his Hurts take. It just got reversed. Bobby gets to defend himself over the new morning show photos next.
But let's get you over to Boomer Jack.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment, brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
The playmaker Michael Irvin is going to join us at 8:40 this morning here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. A QB fight broke out in the commercial break, and since it had to do with Sunday's opponent, the San Francisco 49ers, I would like to recap it for you Tolos between Bobby and Choppy. Bobby, you took offense to RJ's 49er QB take?
Yeah, because I don't see the only way that teams have been kept in games against the 49ers.
So just reset what set you off.
Is the fact that he thinks Jimmy should start next year over Purdy or Lance. Like, if you're going to go, if you don't want to start Purdy, okay, but go with whatever your future is, Lance. Garoppolo is a dead end. Like, the only reason that the 49ers haven't had more success over the last few years is because of Jimmy Garoppolo. It's not anything that he's done to contribute to it. He is a game manager who often hurts them. Dallas was kept in a playoff game last year because of Jimmy. And so to me, I don't see any argument.
We give the OC credit for some and not for the other. You want to blame Kellen Moore for not running the ball or not doing this, not doing that. But you don't want to blame Kyle Shanahan because he doesn't trust Jimmy, and I get that he doesn't. Because he wants to ride the bus over everybody else, and he's just upset that Jimmy bangs more models than he does. Okay, maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's Kyle's problem.
Maybe it is. No, I
bet you Jimmy Garoppolo stole Kyle's girl, and that's why. Because nobody else in the league would be running from literally the number one efficient quarterback in the NFL.
Do you think Jimmy's in San Francisco next year? I know you said you would go with Jimmy, but do you think he is? Okay, you don't think he is. Okay, so.
But if you believe in the efficiency to that degree, you think he should be highly sought after by everyone else?
I do. I do think. Now, I do not think.
And the other thing,
I don't think he's a top 10 quarterback. So I think he's somewhere between 12 and 15 overall. But he's incredible. Just like Alex Smith was incredibly efficient.
Okay.
He had a ceiling.
He was better than Jimmy.
Yes, because he can move, Bart. Yeah, because he can.
But
move
here,
better.
but I got to take you back to last year when you and I were wrong about wanting San Francisco. Michael Irvin said you don't want San Francisco. Other people said you don't want San Francisco. They're going to beat you up. You and I wanted San Francisco.
I want him again
because of Garoppolo. So why the change now?
Well, because Dak's better than Garoppolo. So I want.
No. We wanted San Francisco because we didn't believe in Jimmy.
Well, so I don't believe. Yes, I didn't believe Jimmy could beat Dak. Dak's a better quarterback. I always take the better quarterback. I'm always going to do that.
I thought you wanted Philly over San Francisco this weekend, though.
No, I want San Francisco over Philly.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been calling them the fraudy Niners.
And
yes, he does think they're frauds.
Yeah, and the reason for that is, look, this is the team that lost to Atlanta. They lost to the Bears. Was it the Bears? Yeah. They have played nobody this year. Everybody talked about the Cowboys last year, cruising through the NFC East, having nothing to worry about, having played absolutely nobody. Nobody's saying that about San Francisco, who has played dog-s for 3 months.
They beat 5 playoff teams with Purdy.
Okay. Seattle stinks.
Yeah.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers stink.
We got you, Bobby. That's fair.
No, it's not.
It
We're
is
talking.
fair.
You can only play who you play. Like if you
Yeah,
want
and he can knock them for it.
Okay. And so if we want to go there, then Jimmy Garoppolo got his ass kicked by Kansas City.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like,
yes,
but I'm saying, but my
He's
point
not
is,
as good as Patrick Mahomes.
No.
That's not a shot at him.
No, but my point is that if Jimmy, like, that shows that Jimmy's not in any sort of stratosphere.
He's not.
But that's the thing, is that if San Francisco cannot compete at that level, meanwhile, as soon as Brock gets in there, they're considered. You, knowing Jimmy Garoppolo is playing, said Miami was going to kick San Francisco's ass. And then as soon as Brock went in there, they win by 20.
I honestly,
they've played better as an entire team since he got in there.
They had
Here's my bet. Here's my
in
bet.
that game. You gave him a half a field.
You think Jimmy's going somewhere else? If Jimmy's somewhere else next year, minimum 150 passing attempts, his QBR is under 50, and I'll bet you whatever you want on that.
What is it this year? I don't even know what it is this year.
55 or something. He's under 50, which means he's not contributing to victories if he's outside of San Francisco.
He's literally number one in efficiency per play.
Okay, so then it shouldn't be a difficult bet for you. Under 50 QBR. Whatever you want to bet, minimum
so
150
what's Brock Purdy
attempts.
elsewhere?
What do you mean? On
Let's say
QBR?
if Brock Purdy is not in San Francisco, what's he? No, not in QBR. If Brock Purdy's somewhere else, because you like CPOE, him and Jimmy have the exact same.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you like intended air yards, him and Jimmy have the exact same.
I haven't intended air yards or whatever.
What, average have the target? Like,
Hey, ladies, don't get too worked up.
I'm taking.
I know.
I'm taking. I don't have to pretend anymore.
I
I'm
know
taking
you're
it.
almost there. I know you're almost there. Just stay with it. We're not going to change motions now. Okay, we're going to keep going with the same thing.
Choppy, can I put him on another team that you can think of, Garoppolo, where you're like, they're dangerous?
I mean, I think he's, like I said, I think he's like somewhere between like the 12th and 15th quarterback in the league. All right, somewhere in there.
So if you're number one and efficient, that doesn't make you
great.
Okay.
No, it doesn't. Like Alex Smith is not great. He's a good quarterback.
Yeah.
Like, Jimmy's a good quarterback.
I think I'll make the new hot take, and it's going to burn me probably because it's a small sample size. I think Brock Purdy is a better football player than Jimmy Garoppolo. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. The way it's going to play out, that's my prediction, that Brock Purdy is going to be a better player. Someone I'd rather have as my QB, just in terms of, and look, Jimmy wins, and I think they like him. But I just think Brock's more a playmaker, which can also get you in trouble. I think he's more of a playmaker. That's my opinion. That's all I'm going to say.
I mean, it's like, and this isn't the thing. It's not like it's not just 6 weeks. Like I said it that first week we talked about it. I said Brock would play better than Jimmy because I think Jimmy's bad.
You did say that. That's your number one take on the show. That's your number one pat yourself on the back moment.
Okay? That's just the thing. I think wherever Jimmy goes next year, you see struggles.
What if Jimmy's in Washington?
Awful.
Awful?
Awful in Washington.
Really?
Yes.
But you think so?
Worse than Heineke?
Are they better than? No.
Statistically, he's worse.
Now you're getting a little disrespectful.
No, I'm not.
He's not.
Like, okay, look, we can say this, but like these are the same sort of conversations we had. Like I was hearing 6 weeks ago, you're disrespectful for saying what you're saying about Purdy.
Okay,
like,
that doesn't mean I'm not going to challenge you ever again.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Garoppolo is Garoppolo. This is who he is. He's not a good football player. It's an elite system that has, to this point,
no, he is a good football
he's about
player.
Heineke.
He is a good player. He's not a great player. And he's good. He's good enough to get you to the playoffs. 40 to 60% of the time he's the quarterback.
All right, so there it is. That is what happened in the commercial break.
With cleaner language.
All right, Ryan, put up the photo, please. Fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. These are the results of, are you trying to get that hoodie over your head? You're going to have a hard time, according to the listeners. This is the new morning show photo with the squad. Peyton Russell on the left. Then myself. Then RJ Choppy, a.k.a. who bothered you with what was the insult?
Oh, they call me Gru.
Gru from the Minions. And then Bobby Belt. Now Ryan flashed to Bobby, who was doing something with his hoodie, as the biggest insult that came in was Bobby's head size, Bobby's dome that you all said was bigger than my hands.
Oh, my dome. Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say. I
thought your photo turned out well.
I hate pictures of me. I've always said that.
Does your wife like it?
Yeah, she liked it. She said it was good.
All right, good.
Which, by the way,
Sarah thought you were the only one with a normal smile. She thought the rest of us were cheesing.
I'm cheesing for sure.
No, and hold on.
I can't smile.
I hate taking
I do too. My smile looks like I'm constipated constantly.
Let me double check real quick.
I actually think Bobby has the best smile. I think it goes in order from right to left. Bobby, then Choppy. Your smile's
yours
horrific.
terrible.
You look like you look like a horse.
Oh,
what? Hat
size 8. That's an 8. Hot dang, man.
All right, what? I don't have any frame of reference for hat sizes of what's bigger or small.
So 8 is massive. All right, massive.
Okay.
Yours isn't fitted, so it's not.
Yeah,
gonna say.
so I think my fitted is. I think I'm a 7.
Well, let's exchange hats.
Barry Bonds' hat. Okay, yeah. Barry Bonds' hat size post steroids was 7 3/8.
Damn.
That's what mine is. 7 3/8.
Okay, let's see Bobby's hat. If it's loose on me, I can already tell this thing is.
Okay. You look like Josh Allen. You look like one of those big hats.
What's that big hat company?
Get
Get this on the fan cam, Ryan.
This is not fitting.
Okay. I can literally move this like this easily. I can move this like this.
There's no fit here.
And then,
I can't get it.
Get Bobby. Get Bobby on there. Go to Bobby trying to squeeze that on his
You look like a trucker.
You look
like a trucker.
Look like Large Marge.
Yes. So was this the running backs company? Was it Brian Robinson?
Brian Robinson's company, yeah.
Brian Robinson. All right, so there you go. That's what played out with the hat sizes. The playmaker, Michael Irvin. Next. Oh, everyone, he was trending yesterday. Where's Michael Irvin? He's going to give it to Stephen A. Smith. He wasn't on yesterday. He's on with us. Next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you and keep you healthy, boys and girls. You got to go to QC Kinetics if you've been dealing with joint pain. Pain your knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankle, wherever it may be. Go see QC Kinetics. Natural biologics, restorative.
Everybody throughout the country was waiting for yesterday. Michael Irvin was trending. First Take was trending because we all thought he was going to be on again yesterday in Florida like he was on Monday. Stephen A. disrespectfully brought out the fathers of Dak Prescott and Zeke Elliott. Michael was there with the Cowboy fans behind him. And then we didn't see him yesterday. So this will be the moment, the opportunity to hear what Michael would have said to Stephen A. as the playmaker. Odyssey NFL insider Michael Irvin joining us, brought to you by Driveway.com. Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. Well, first off, was your phone blowing up from everyone thinking you were on First Take yesterday?
Was going crazy.
Yeah.
Was going crazy. And everybody was like, man, wait a minute. And you know how people get, what is this mess? Where is, you know,
why weren't you on?
Yesterday, I had to go shoot inside the NFL. So I wasn't even supposed to stay at the game yesterday. I had to, because Monday night, I was supposed to shoot the show, get my black butt on the plane, get back to New York, and get on that corner and get my skirt up and get that check and bring it to mama and my pimp. There you go, pimp. You know what I'm saying?
Jeez,
but what happened? Hey, why you think you getting up early in the morning to get to that radio station so you get that check home to mama? We all doing it. Ain't no use us acting funny. All us out here that thought we were the pimp, no, we on the other end with the skirt. Stop playing. That's what we are. That's what we are. Every man out here, because you notice when you're married and they say I do, their name go on your checkbook. When you marry and say I do, if they have a checkbook, your name don't go on there. It doesn't work that way.
What?
You know what I mean?
What would you have said to Stephen A. to open? Now everyone is waiting for y'all show intros now. Ric Flair, Pinky. What would y'all have done yesterday? What would you have said to him about the game?
I know, man. Oh my God. But I told him that even prior to. I was like, all those fans were out there. And I mean, you should have seen them. They really, and this is, I get such a great understanding of fandom, you know, watching people and living this experience. But they really believed. And I said to them, people, I know y'all been bamboozled, led astray, and run amok. But the reality is, your team has been averaging 15 points a game. At their best game, and these guys, they were picking up. You remember we ended Carolina game as well. We started this game. I said, you ain't even got one good game, not one good full game. If you did, it was against us in week 1. That was your best game. You know what I mean? And they haven't done anything. But all of a sudden, Tom was going to come and give us 30. We've been averaging 30. I know they've been focusing on the interception, but that's been the wrong place to put your eye gate. The eye gate is on the points. I kept telling people that. I said 30 beats 15 all day in my book, and it did it on Monday night. That's just the reality. I know Hope had them believing, but there was no belief. But this week is different. This week is different. We gonna need some. We gonna need some here now. We got to go in here and jump on Brock Purdy right now. Brock Purdy is due. He's due. There's no way he's gonna steady climb this thing all the way to heaven's door. Sooner or later, some mistake gonna happen, and the mistake must happen this week. We must force the mistake and make sure they happen, because this is going to be a tough one here.
All right. Yesterday, Jerry told us about an analogy you gave him, and we saw you on TV in the Jones Suite. What was it like in the Jones Suite as the celebration started, and what is the analogy you gave Jerry?
Well, excuse me. I knew when I was talking to Jerry, of course, by that time, everybody was, you know what I mean. We were late in the game. We were winning. Everybody was happy. So I said, okay, I was explaining this to Jerry. This would be great, because after this, the tick up, and we're in an Instagrammable world. So they'll all feel the tick up right now. Not like when we were playing and it wasn't Instagrammable. You didn't see results right away. You only got results from the few outlets that would give them to you. Now we get results right away because people Instagram about it. You can see things about it. So I said, Jerry, they'll still tick up from beating the GOAT and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I say I liken it for Jerry to how they train hunting dogs. How they train hunting dogs to hunt. What they do after they make the first kill, they smear the blood of the dog. They smear the dog's nostril in the blood, and it makes the dog thirsty to hunt more. Every time now they call this first blood. After they get a taste of that first blood, they want it so badly. That's how they hunt it real well. This is what we have just gotten through. We're getting through now first blood. When you knock off a GOAT like that, even though you had that kind of season in Tampa, had the season they had, everybody still thought the GOAT was going to rise up and knock you off, and you didn't let it happen. That's a tick up. Everybody will see it. I was staying at the same hotel as the team. Now there were people around, but dog, listen, it wasn't nothing like it was when we were winning Super Bowls. And I said to myself, if they just win one or two of these, the crowd will swell like it was when we were walking into those hotels. And then maybe that'll help them all get an understanding of what they represent every time they step on their yard. You represent this, man. Look at what's out here. We used to tell them, listen, we're going to stay over here and they still find out what hotel we are in because they wanted to get that close to a champion. I want them to know when the fans want to get that close to a champion, you can't hide. You can't run. Ain't nothing you going to do. They going to find you because you're a champion. I want them to feel this. I want them to know this. I want them to be thirsty for this. That's why I called it first blood.
Yeah, Mike, you sound like you know what you're talking about. How many hunting trips do you go on a year?
0.
Where'd you go with this analogy? I know you have not been out there in a duck blind.
You got there with your Louis shotgun case
in a deer stand.
Right. Well. Now, chop. We hunt. There are a lot of different ways to hunt.
Yeah.
Now, the most famous is with a gun in the woods. But some people hunt it with a glass of vodka in the club. You can hunt a lot of places. I'm just saying.
Oh, man. Michael, I wanted to get your take on this as a teammate. How would you...
It's so fun. But it's so fun to be on this end playing. As opposed to being on that other end talking about, after we done lost. And playing Monday night, let me tell you guys something. Playing Monday night was cool because I was like, man, I'm gonna get to go to this game. I'm gonna shift my schedule. I don't care. I hadn't really gone to a game all year because I've been so busy. And I'm gonna get it. So I was happy. But I noticed after Saturday and Sunday, my countenance failed. I was like, wow, what's going on here? The game ain't even played yet. But what it was, I looked at all the people that had tasted the sweet nectar of victory. And then I looked on the other side and looked at all the people that had endured the battle of defeat. And I said, oh, God, we the only group now, don't know what side we're going to be on after today. Yeah. And I was like, I was unnerved by that. I was like, man, I wanted to already have this thing won. But that's okay. That's okay. I'll get to go, and I'll get to put something in this. It was an incredible game, man, to be there that Monday. Those shows were insane. Those people lined up. Dude, I thought we had more people around than Tampa had around. And that's what I'm talking about, that swell. Once you get an understanding of what the start means to everybody else, maybe it'll give you some greater things to go on the football field and play better with.
Michael, last year you warned us about San Francisco, said you don't want any part of these guys. These guys are tough. Do you still feel the same way, or do you think last year, the Cowboys maybe were unprepared for how tough they were, and now they know that what to expect?
What we saw and what we heard, what we said, are you guys crazy? What are you guys doing? We'll hopefully get the residual of all of that now. When Jerry and them was saying, when I told you, I talked to Steven about stop drafting the most talented, draft the connected, draft the hardest workers, draft the guys that know how to bring guys together. And when they got to Tyler Smith and those guys, and they talks about the Michael Parsons, that's a different perspective. We want tough guys. We want tough guys. Everybody said, man, what are y'all talking about? This is what they were talking about. Yes, I was more worried, but this team knows now what it takes because of what San Fran did to them. It wasn't that San Francisco blew them out, because if we'd have got that ball play and kicked that ball, we'd have ended up winning that game. But like Michael Parsons told me on my podcast, man, I was sore for 2 weeks after that game. So you got to be ready for the kind of battle you're going to have in San Francisco, and you're going to be sore going into the next game, even if you win this one.
Michael, they've been really aware in the locker room about how the season ended last year. Like J-Ron Curse, a couple other guys have mentioned San Francisco by name throughout the season when they talk about struggles. They'll reference back and say, well, the end of last year when the 49ers did to us what they did. Is that more of a positive or a negative in terms of they're aware of it, they remember it, they're motivated by it, or does it potentially create some sort of a boogeyman factor that they're almost haunted by what San Francisco did to them?
No, you have to hold on to this. You have to know it. You have to remember it. I want you to let it sit in your gut and feel the pain. You remember a couple of years ago when I think it was Philly rested their starters and the Giants got mad. Oh, Philly, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why you do that?
Yeah.
We had a chance to get in the playoffs. I went off on all those Giant players. How dare you? How dare you try to tell them to stop your pain? You stop your own damn pain. Stop winning the darn games and getting in the playoffs. Right now, since you didn't get in the playoffs, you should feel that pain. Sleep on it, eat on it, boo-boo on it. Do what you got to do on it, whatever you got to do, but think on it all season. And so when you go into next year, you'll remember this pain. And that's why it is good for Dallas to remember. When you go into this game, I want them bringing up what happened last year right here. Because the only way you say, man, I don't care what nobody said, I ain't going through that I went through last year after losing that game in San Fran. I got to make sure that doesn't happen. I guarantee you, it'll make you play harder during the game. You don't want to see that pain again. And if you lived in the pain, you'll play hard to make sure you don't see it again.
Should Philadelphia be worried about the Giants?
Now, that's a question that I would have to really sit and think, do I answer this with my heart or my head? Because my heart wants to say, oh, yeah, boy, you ain't worry about it. You saw what Daniel Jones did. He played a great game. Boy, we got a shot. We got a shot to go take our business in 92, like in San Francisco, like we did in 92. And then if the Giants, Daniel Jones play like that, we can have that game here. NFC Championship game. Oh, my heart says all of that. My heart says all that. But my head says, nah. Stop playing, Michael. Stop playing, Michael. Stop playing. You know, no way Philly's going to lose this game after having that season. You know, but it is 3 times in a row. So let's see and let's hope that maybe New York can try and do what Arizona did to us one time over here and knock Philly off.
Well, look, hopefully you still have a voice by the games this weekend. Go rest that thing, and we will replay this as a pep talk for the Cowboys before they head into California.
Hey, that thing, man, my voice was good. Because, you know, we started out with the Ric Flair thing on the show. So that's how I carried that all day. Every time they scored out, as best I can, right. And then I was up in the box. I was up in the box in the game. Hey, I told y'all we coming. I told y'all the Cowboys. I was just out of here, man. I was out of here.
Hey.
I was out of here. Boy, I had some fun.
This was fantastic. Go rest up, and we'll talk to you coming up here in a few days. Thank you, Mike.
Absolutely, guys. Absolutely, man. Ain't nothing like it, man. Playoff football, boy. If we get this thing in San Fran, holy moly.
Yes.
And, boy, I'll tell you, I will be on Monday. And I'm going to double up. I'm going to make them pay for the Tuesday that I wasn't on. and I'm going to double it all down if it comes down to San Francisco. We just need to get this game. And we can get this game. We can win this game.
And look, Stephen A. told us if the Cowboys make it to the Super Bowl, we're getting a segment on First Take.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah. See, all of this we got to make a pay.
Yeah.
We got to, because he throws these things out as key. I'm confident it ain't gonna happen. I'm just confident it ain't gonna happen. But he's getting nervous now. He's getting nervous after what he saw.
Thank you, Mike. Take care. That was absolutely phenomenal. And Odyssey NFL insider Michael Irvin, Insider Calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com today to shop more than 25,000 new and used cars and Driveway's nationwide inventory. A former Cowboys kicker joins us next to try to fix Brett Maher on the Fan. But it is the football place to be.
Studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Now hold your breath. I am praying. Hold your breath. Praying for Brett Maher to make this extra point. 27 seconds left in the half. This extra point.
He missed it. He pulled it.
He pulled it wide to the left.
Final hour, fist pump time, hump day edition.
Hump day.
Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Nick Eatman coming up at 9:20. We'll talk about how Kevin Hagelin almost got shot yesterday in the parking garage, according to Bobby Belt. But let's try to fix Brett Maher first.
Yeah, let's try to fix him. As soon as this happened, this guy texted me.
As soon as what happened? Which one?
Correct.
The second or the fourth?
After number 4, I got a text from this guy. A former Cowboy kicker, beater of D'Angelo Smith in a foot race, and kickball extraordinaire now, I'm told, the great David Beeler. Good morning. Thanks for joining us, man. What's up?
What's up, guys? Man, I've been on the show in years. It's always a pleasure to be on here.
Thank you for joining us. Just give us your perspective as you were watching that on Monday night. Just give us your perspective on what you think happened.
So being a former kicker, man, I felt terrible for the guy. I actually ran a work employment and had my stepdaughter pause the game, so I got back to the game. I was 45 minutes behind the live coverage, but throughout the time, I was in a group text with my best buds. Like, I was getting texts out of people on the woodworks I haven't spoken to years, and like, so I knew what was going on. So everybody was like, "Oh, you need to get back in there." You know, it's like 1 kick, 2. Then people started blowing me up after the 3rd missed kick, 4th missed kick, and I finally caught up. I felt terrible for him. I mean, you're kicking for the Dallas Cowboys, the number one, most outlet team in the entire United States, the world. You have a lot of pressure on you as is. I mean, the playoff game just amplifies that pressure too. So it's one of those things that, granted, yeah, we won the game by 17 points. Those 4 points really didn't matter the outcome of the game. So it would have been, we would have won by 21 points to 17. I understand fans are a little anxious and worried about what's going to happen in the 49ers game. Personally, I think he's going to be fine this week. I think he's going to be okay. It's very hard to snap out of a bad game during the game. I was honestly kind of surprised he made the 5th one, but I personally have a lot of confidence in the guy moving forward for San Francisco. He had an elite season.
Did you see anything mechanically, or do you think it was all upstairs?
Man, after that first kick, it's like, dang it. You're kind of upset yourself, but like kick number 2, I mean, it becomes a mental ball game. I had back in my last collegiate game when I was at SC, regular season game against UCLA, I went 0 for 3 on field goals. Over 40 yards, made all my PATs. I was 0 for 3 on field goals, so I had a game exactly like his. And not on the same spectrum, not a Dallas Cowboy in the playoff games, but I went for 0 for 3, and I missed the first one. Second one, I was, hoping to bang it through, missed it. By the third one, I was out there hoping not to miss the field goal. That's the wrong mindset to have, like hoping not to miss instead of just having the confidence and going out there, practice what you put on the playing field, what you practice all week, and just go out there and bang it. It's like, yeah, kicking is a hard mindset battle with yourself. And honestly, in that specific game, I was really hoping I was going to kind of get another 4th attempt. That's why I'm so surprised. He went 0 for 4. And then he actually banged the last one through. It's by then you're completely defeated. And like I was saying, it's very hard to make mental changes and correct a poor performance mid-game. So I know he missed 4 PATs. We won the game by 17 points. And that's kind of the dichotomy of being a kicker is I've had games throughout my career where I make every single field goal, every single PAT, boom, every single kickoff, have a perfect game. I couldn't have done anything more to help the team, but the team still loses. It's a result-oriented game. It's all about the score at the end of the game on the scoreboard. So ultimately, that personal game, we won 28-7. My 9 points didn't matter. Essentially, these 4 points didn't matter. But I think people are forgetting how elite of a season this guy had. I mean, he only missed 3 field goals the whole entire year. He did a lot better than Justin Tucker the whole entire year. Only missed 3 PATs. his only 3 misses this year were 2 59-yarders, a 46-yarder. So I forget. I know people are living in the now, living in the moment, worried about next week. But the guy has had an elite, stellar Pro Bowl quality season. I think people are really forgetting that. But I think he will take this week off, kind of let everything settle in. And I have 110% confidence that he'll come out against the 49ers and do well.
Former Cowboy kicker David Beeler joined us here, 105 through the Fan. All right, so you mentioned take the week to kind of get back at it. What is his week of practice going to look like? How different is it going to be, if any?
And does it matter if he makes every kick? If he's perfect this week in practice, does that really matter, or does the first kick in San Francisco really matter?
I mean, it's all about what you do on the game field, man. I mean, yeah, it would be good for him to go show the team that making every kick in practice is what he does, to have the team build that confidence in. But the team picked him up when he was down. It's like we ultimately won the game. We dominated the game. It's like, the kicker performed bad. It didn't cost us the game. Now, if we lost by 2-3 points to them, I mean, that would be a whole different story. But we dominated. The whole team was on, picked up their guy when he was down. Honestly, I don't see his week of preparation varying at all. Personally, when I was on the practice field, before game week, every single kick I had on the practice field was always a game winner. Put myself in the stadium that week, always a game winner. And then we actually get on the field. It's like I did this all week during practice. Like, there's no pressure at all. Granted, you don't think about the millions of people watching you, 100,000 people in the stands. It's like you kind of play a psychological game with yourself. You put yourself back on the practice field, like how you prepared. Preparation is the key to success always. So I would always do that, and I'm sure he's going to do the same. I hope he has a stellar week of practice, but it's all what you do when the lights are on you on game day.
All right, Dave, here's my solution. You tell me what you would think. I'm going to make you Brett Maher in this situation. I'm signing another guy. Okay, I'm signing another kicker. I'm using up the roster spot there. And I'm telling you, I'm McCarthy. Brett, you're still the guy. Nothing you do in this first half against the 49ers is going to get you benched. But if this happens again, we got to have some type of insurance. Does that immediately just defeat you? If they sign a second kicker, is Maher as good as done? How would you deal with that? What do you think of that idea?
I mean, having the game he had, I think he should expect that. Yes. I mean, if the Cowboys, if that's the route the Cowboys go, I should expect that. But man, it's his job to lose. Just people don't realize how stellar elite of a season he had, and I know they're only thinking about the 4 points that happened on Monday that really don't matter. They didn't really turn out the outcome of the game. And I feel like he's going to, knock the rust off. He understands what he did. I think that was his first playoff game with the Cowboys in my recollection. It's like, speaking for the Cowboys, pressure sevenfold when it's a playoff game. I think he's going to get his head back on his shoulders. I think he's going to do fine. I expect him to come out and against 49ers and make every single kick.
Wow.
David, the NFL apparently leading into the playoffs had cracked down on watching out for foreign objects used to assist kicks. So they were saying, spots, markers, things like that. So Christy Scales had reported that when Brian Anger was using some of the hash mark grass to mark a spot, the referees actually came over, moved it, told him that would be an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. Is that something that could have thrown him off right from the jump? And what benefit is there to being able to mark the ball?
So I feel like it's only beneficial if you're not on a hash mark. If you're on a hash mark, I personally think it's way easier to kick a field goal when you're on a hash mark. Each hash mark is lined up exactly to the right and left field goal post. So you have a point of reference of where you need this kick to go. And I'd always do intermediate target, see my line, envision my line, and pick out a spot, a foot in front of where the football's going to be. And if I know if I kick it over that spot, it's going to go good. So I think unless you're on a hash mark, I understand why you'd want the point of reference or just kind of a marker it's more for the holder than the kicker at anything. It's for the holder to know exactly the spot that he's putting the ball down. These guys practice this week in, week out. These guys are machine. They're elite. The snap, the hold is perfect every time. I don't think that's it. It's more for the holder than anything. That does not affect the kicker.
We were talking about this yesterday. Your teammates. How do you want your teammates to approach you after a game like this? Do you want them to be exactly the same they've always been? If they treat you like a kicker, they treat you like a kicker. If they treat you like you're one of the boys, yeah. Or like, do you want them to come up and be like overly patting you on the back? I mean, how do you want your teammates to treat you after a game like this?
Yeah, I really think people get a misunderstanding that it's like kickers are weird for like outside guys. Like, I know it's a very individual position, but it's like kickers are part of the team. Like, people don't realize what the deal is in the locker room. Like, you're one of the team. Like, people talk to you. Like, they're only supporting him. They're only trying to build back his confidence, support him, give him positive reinforcement. I mean, nobody's really digging into the guy. I remember in 2010, I never had a game, to my recollection, where I missed more than 2 field goals. I had a game against the Arizona Cardinals where I missed a field goal, banged a 53-yarder right after that, but then I drove down the field. I missed the PAT, hit off the upright, and came right back to me. Jay Feely, they went down. Jay Feely made a field goal, and we lost by 1 point. And I had to be on that flight back with the team knowing we lost by 1 point, and that 1 point was caused by me. So, like I'm saying, this was not a game-losing 4 points that we desperately needed. Yeah, you want to see your kicker make everything, but we're not robots. Like, we try to be as much robotic as possible. That's the routine. That's doing everything for preparation. We try to be robots, but we're humans. It's like people don't realize, like, people on this call, like, everybody messes up at their job. Like, nobody's 100% perfect, but that's what they expected from NFL kickers. Yeah, they get compensated well for it, and we should make every field goal, but, I mean, humans make mistakes. It's like a human error, and I personally think he'll be 100% okay for a 49er game.
David, there was a bit of a viral moment that Dak addressed after the game where after Brett had missed a kick, Dak was seen screaming, "Go for Blanken too." Is that just the emotion of the game, or would you expect, like, hey, don't have these kind of outbursts on the sideline? Don't let that be seen.
I mean, you'd rather not your quarterback be doing that and caught on camera saying that on the sideline. It's just the emotion. I mean, everybody wants to do everything they can to win that game, win a playoff game for the Cowboys. I know the past history of the Cowboys in playoffs. Like, everybody's trying to do their best to win the game, and luckily those points did not matter. But still, everybody's frustrated. Everybody wants to do the best to win the game. Everybody wants everybody to perform the best possibly they can. But the kickers, you're only guaranteed one kick.
Yeah.
Every game. Yeah. You're guaranteed either you kick off at the start of the game or you kick off at that second half. If you don't score any points, your team doesn't score any points, you don't kick another ball. So it's like, it's always situational, but you could also, have put out there, you have to kick 5 field goals for your team, 5 PATs, 11 kickoffs. So you're guaranteed one, but you can kick, put out there and perform for your team 20 plus times. Like, you just never know. You just kind of got to go with the flow of the game. And obviously Dak's upset. Yeah, everybody's upset that he's not doing well. Fans are upset. Everybody's upset. Ultimately, did not affect the outcome of the game.
David, thank you so much for the perspective and the time, man. We appreciate it, and we'll be hitting you up during Sunday's action. Take care.
100%. Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate it.
David Beeler, the former Cowboy on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Let's check in with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, to get ready for San Fran.
So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
By the way, again, with the Cowboy fan experiment on social media, Who wins Sunday? He put up the poll question at Bobby Belt TX on Twitter. RJ, 3,200 votes from the Tolos. What's the poll looking like? Guess.
In terms of who wins this Sunday.
Who wins and what percentage?
69%.
Nice.
Cowboys.
77% Cowboys.
Which
Man,
is
what a weird difference from last week.
Yeah, the percentage is actually about a percentage point higher right now that Dallas beats San Francisco than that they were going to beat the Buccaneers.
It's I mean, look, their toughest, their biggest hurdle has been hurdled.
No, it has not been. More on that. RJ's giving me my best hope for the week so far. Let's bring in Nick Eatman, who was there in Tampa with Bobby, apparently forgetting everything, his luggage, his hotel keys, but I think he's managed to make it back from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Were you struggling with the memory there in Florida?
I don't know what was going on. And all that was in a span of 10 minutes. I mean, like, it wasn't like it was the whole day. It was just right then. I just left the key, went back to get the key, and as I did, I left my luggage, and I went back to get the luggage. When I did, I left my phone. I was like, what's wrong with me? But, you know, I played that into the story. I was like, you know what? Maybe this is a good forgetful weekend. You just forget all this past stuff, go out there and beat Brady, beat the Bucs, win on the road, all that good stuff.
All right, before we get to San Fran, just recap it. You have been there for a long time. You've never seen a road playoff win. So experiencing it in the stadium, afterwards, locker room, plane ride home, what was all that like being there?
Yeah, it was pretty awesome because it wasn't just me. When I look at you know, when I first got here, I was 23 years old, 1999. There's probably 10 people that I could think of that make these trips as well that were here before me. And most of them had never seen a playoff win on the road. And we're talking like 30 years. So that was kind of cool to, you know, talk to some people about that. You know, these guys that you see on all these trips for all these years, training camps, games and all that, and then be like, man, this is new, you know, because everyone always likes to say, well, you've seen it all. Well, not really. Hadn't seen that. I've never seen an NFC Championship game. I keep talking about that. So, and of course, I haven't seen the Cowboys in the Super Bowl. I have seen McCarthy win a Super Bowl in AT&T Stadium, but no, haven't seen a Super Bowl. But it was really cool. But you know, the plane ride back, and Bobby can attest to this, and it's kind of been this way all year. I don't know if it's because we're in a different section, but it doesn't ever seem too rowdy back there. You know, there's been times in the past when that they would get their ass kicked at a game, and then it would look like they just won a Super Bowl, or sounded like it. But they really. I think everyone was tired. Probably a lot of emotion spent, you know, just to get that win.
Nick, the Israel Mukwamu decision to play him at corner for a large portion of the game, is that just a situational matchup against Tampa, or is that your third corner now?
Well, I love the whole thing about it, though. The Mukwamu thing makes me feel a lot better about the Washington game. And, of course, not people don't care about that because they beat Tampa. But to me, that shows, okay, they really weren't trying to win, or it was just all about matchups. Because, I mean, you're talking about a guy that was inactive for one game, and the next week he's like the biggest part of what they're doing. Mm-hmm. So you can't tell me that game plan, even from the coaches, players, there's no way that they were going out there trying to win that game. Again, that's water under the bridge. That's a whole, you know, different season ago. Who cares? But to answer your question, I think it'll be a matchup thing. I do. I think it'll be matchup to matchup, because you're talking about a team that doesn't want to run the ball. The Tampa Bay does not want to run it. They knew that. They put Bohanna and Gallimore inactive because they knew that. The 49ers, they want to run the ball. So I can't sit here and tell you that it's going to be the exact same thing. I think what makes Dan Quinn great is that he's going to figure it'll be a different type of thing. So I think Mukwamu showed that he can play, and I think he has a role, but I don't know if it'll be the same type of thing.
Nick, how does this week feel compared to last year at this time, getting ready to play San Fran? How are things different or the same?
Probably a little more hesitant than it was, just because, of course, this is the divisional round, obviously, so it's different. I mean, you've already won a game, you're feeling good, but I do think that the feeling of the 49ers is different, because before it was they're the 6th seed, they snuck in at the last minute to get in.
Yep.
Jimmy G's the quarterback. They've lost 7 games this year. How good are they really? And they were real good, and they were better than the Cowboys, and they took it right to them. So now they've won 10 in a row. You can say what you want about their schedule and all that kind of stuff.
I will.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't blame you. I looked at it last night too. I mean, they have beaten the average to barely above average teams, and then they've beaten them well. But I think the stat is, I looked this up. I think the Cowboys are of teams of 10 wins or more. I think the Cowboys are like 4-2, maybe 4-1, and Tampa's, 49ers are 1-1. They just haven't played as many games like that. So I don't quote me on that stat. I was kind of playing around. I was playing around with the numbers to try to make it a good stat. So I can't remember.
Tweet that out, Bobby. That he said that. Tweet that out.
San Fran's as if TCU was an NFL team. They're the fraudy Niners.
You said that about the Vikings already.
No, I think they're pretty good.
But there won't be a Brock party this weekend, will there?
All right, settle this. This was a choppy Bobby commercial fight. More dangerous, Garoppolo last year, or Jimmy G, or Brock Purdy? Which one are you more afraid of?
I'm afraid of Purdy. Yes! Honestly. Yeah. I mean, okay. I'm more afraid of the Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel and Williams and
Bosa.
Kittle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm talking about the offense, of course, on the defense too. But I mean, I think that they're all really good. But Purdy, I think, gives you a little bit more athleticism. But I do think playoff games matter, and experience matters. And so, that's the one thing that you just, everyone's just kind of waiting for. Like, when is it really going to hit? When is it going to hit this guy? Hasn't yet, but you just feel like it might. So they're comparable. They're comparable. I mean, I think Purdy has a little bit more of a supporting cast than Jimmy G had there. I mean, because I do think McCaffrey has taken them to another level, and now that Ayuk's playing well, and of course Deebo, it's kind of healthy, and I think, is it Trent Williams? I think he might be one of the best, in the game. He is one of the best tackles in the game.
Nick Eatman
has been for a long time.
Nick Eatman, Diamond Factory Hotline here on 105 through the Fan. Is Jason Peters going to miss this game? What's the injury update with Peters and J-Ron?
I got the sense going onto the plane after the game, I got the sense that Peters was going to be out for a little bit, like maybe this game and maybe even longer. And then it didn't sound as bad, I guess, when Jerry said that. But I've just kind of got the sense that he's probably not going to play. Curse has a better chance. That's what I was told then. But we'll see. I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, I'm sure Peters he's a veteran now, and he's done this before, and he's had some injuries, and you don't recover the same at that age, but he kind of knows how to get his body ready. So it could be probably as a backup role if he does play. It may not be as a starting role, but just like as the 8th guy. But I'm leaning toward him probably not playing.
What are they going to do? And what do you think they should do with Maher?
What I think they should do is let him kick. Just let him go. I mean, like, let him kick in this game. I mean, I don't think you have a ton of options. I think it would be different if this guy was up and down all year, and then he just does that, and then you're like, okay, we can't do this anymore. But he's been really good. Yeah. He's been, in the game that everyone points to as the one game that everyone's thinking, hey, they could be a Super Bowl team because of this game. It was the Vikings game. And the fact that he didn't win Special Teams Player of the Week is a travesty. I mean, and it was unbelievable. He hit 2 60-yarders in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, he was unbelievable. And but he got the yips the other night. I mean, there's no other way to say it. I even asked this to Fossil, and he kind of matumboed it when I said, you know, does the fact that he made the last one, does that help, you know, his confidence, your confidence? I mean, he hit the last one. He's like, no, going 1 out of 5. I mean, you're supposed to do better than that. That's not going to help his confidence. I was kind of surprised because, you know, Fossil is like, I mean, he's like the most
optimistic.
You know, optimistic, chirpy. He's always running around. You know, he's in good spirits and all that. So I thought he would, you know, look at that. And I was kind of surprised on the broadcast. You know, they'd made so much about it. I went back and watched it, and you know, Joe Buck was like, "And Maher makes the kick. Let's go to break." And I was just kind of like, it's kind of monumental. If you looked at the deep snapper, Overton, I mean, it looks like they were going to the Super Bowl the way he was like had his arms up like that. And I really think the Buccaneer fans were cheering. Like,
yes,
they were. This guy, like, finally, you know, he's a good dude. That doesn't mean anything in football. I get it, but you just don't. You feel for a guy like that. But I'll say this: Bobby was there, and he might have been getting some other interviews, but I was totally impressed with his professionalism after the game. Because not only does he just stand there and he says, yeah, and he waits, he's waiting for all the camera guys to come over, so this happens once, you know, and he goes and does it and talks, says everything. The guy says, one of the questions was, what did you feel about after the first and the second miss? And he goes, I appreciate you stopping right there, you know, because he could have just gone 3 and the 4 and all that. But no, he had a little sense of humor to it, just a tad, not much. But you know, he was very, very good in the interview. And then 2 other guys show up late, and he's like, "That's fine, I'll do it. I'll talk again." So I mean, he handled it really well. He handled it better than guys that had great games.
Yeah,
so,
Dalton Schultz, come on, man.
Yeah, Dalton Schultz. A little surprised by that, but you know, I mean, who knows? I mean, whatever's motivating Schultz at the, you know, right now, hey,
keep doing it.
He had a great game. He really did. I thought he was going to be a factor in the game, just because he had 7 catches in the first game. You know, the way that they like to play that defense, he would catch the balls, but he actually made a little bit more downfield than I was expecting. You know, but let me say this about Dak and that touchdown to Schultz, the one where he kind of got himself open and he threw it across his body.
Yeah,
like that play right there is when you look at it and you're like, that's my quarterback. That's Dak. That's the guy that we need. But that's also the guy that's going to throw an interception in the end zone. Like that's just what it is. I mean, to me, that's Brett Favre. That's Romo. That's what it is. If you make that kind of throw, he's dealing. He was like, nothing's going to stop me now. I'm making this. But there's going to be games when you do cross over and you make that throw, and it's going to get picked. That's just what the Cowboys and the fans got to deal with. If you're going to be the guy and you're going to take those chances and make those throws, it's not always going to work for you. But it worked for him that night.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you, brother. We'll pick it on Friday.
Okay. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Kevin Hagelin's fight downstairs coming into the building. Let's crosstalk with KMC next.
But let's get you over to
cloudy hump day?
Hump day?
For the KMC Masterpiece featuring Derek Holland, Mike Bassick, we got Corey, and Kevin Hagelin. All right, we got to get to this because I forgot it yesterday. Bobby ran in here yesterday in a commercial break and said that you almost got shot. And I was
I
like,
don't know about that.
And I was like, how? How did? Where? Who? And he goes, person who works in the building. And I was like, so we have an active gun in the building.
No.
And Bobby says, well, there was no gun.
Yes, there was no gun, but I did almost get in a fight, and I definitely got in an argument in the parking lot yesterday.
What happened?
All right, so you're familiar with our parking lot, and for people who aren't, it's just a basic, you swipe your security badge, and the arm comes up, and you can go into the garage and everything like that. I've come to peace with the fact that people come up to the security gate not ready. Like every morning, you're like, I know I work in this building, but I can't even fathom how I'm supposed to get through this arm. And
isn't there bad anxiety when you can't find your card? Like you're searching for it. Did it fall through the seat crack? Is it in my bag?
And that is exactly what happened in this scenario. So this car pulled up, and I was behind them, not like aggressively behind them, just regular behind them. I guess they couldn't find their badge, and all of a sudden, they threw their car in reverse, stomped on the gas, and they were about to hit my car. So I did not have time to move out of the way. I immediately laid on the horn. That car stopped, and then they laid on the horn.
Laid on the horn back at you?
That's right. At which
Can
point...
you do the front honk? I don't think you can do the front honk.
They weren't honking at the arm.
Not only that, you were driving a nice large SUV, and what was this car driving that honked at you?
It was a little Beetle.
Oh, all right. So now we can go find the car.
Not the little red one, is it?
No, it's not the mystery red car that makes you think there's a parking spot every time. So
a VW Bug.
Yes. So I probably...
So you got in a fight with a girl.
It was not a girl.
I've never seen. Yes, I have never seen a male drive.
Car shamed.
I've never seen a male drive a new car.
This 100
an old version, yes. I've never seen a male drive the new version.
It was 100% a guy. I saw basically what he looked like, and I knew what his car looked like, and I knew the logical thing was to just let it go. So I parked up on the second level, walked down, and wouldn't you know, that guy parked in the guest parking, is walking out right at that point, and I wish I was better than I am as a human. I just couldn't do it. And instead of walking...
the person works in the building?
Yes.
Obviously.
And instead of...
On our floor?
No, they're on a different floor.
All right.
But instead of walking into the building, I just turned and I said, hey, why the hell did you just honk at me? And he said, what? And I said, are you driving that... blank
girl's car?
No, I said the color of the car. I don't want to go too much further on that. And he goes, yeah. And I said, then why the hell did you just honk at me? To which point he decided to burn it down. And I was like, let's do this.
What?
And he said, F you.
Whoa! Fight words.
At which point, again,
give us the tail of the tape. What do he look like? What's the size? How big are we going?
He looked kind of like a slightly younger Larry David. He was like in his 50s.
Oh.
He looked disheveled.
Oh.
He beat up a man with an AARP card.
Talking smack.
Wow.
Hey.
Old man talking smack.
And he is. And so I said, hey, F you. And I said, I was just trying to stop your dumb ass from running into my car.
Yeah.
At which point I turned around and headed to the door. At which point we should have just moved on, but I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it because I have a problem with this. This is not the best version of myself. I stopped and I turned around and said, why don't you take responsibility when you make an effing mistake?
Oh.
Turned back around, walked into the building.
And then rode the elevator up with him?
Oh.
Can you imagine that?
Yes, I did.
You did.
No, you did. Yeah.
You went in the same elevator?
I 100%.
There's no way.
I 100% did. Oh, I swear to you.
You got to fake a bathroom stop or something.
That's where you have 11 seconds of an ability to get your ass kicked or to do that. Like,
he's the one who pondered it. So like I just went about my day and I was still ahead of him. Saw our lovely security guard TJ. He wanted to talk about the game.
Go make that money. Go make that money.
Go make that money.
Go make that money. That's what TJ always says.
I had a nice
Cowboys.
conversation with
Never knew his
him.
name.
Pushed the button. I got on the elevator. He hesitated, stood there, and then decided he was going to get on the elevator with me. And so
both y'all were bowing up.
Nothing but silence almost the entire way. He works on
You both went to the cell phones?
higher
The cell phone check?
Oh yeah, for sure. And when he was getting off the elevator, and this is the part that astonished me, he turned around and he goes, "Hey man, I'm sorry about that." And I said, "I appreciate that."
You know what? You know
We're
what he
good."
realized? He realized when you were going, you hadn't gotten off. You were going to the more important floor.
Is the higher floor the better floor?
I'm just saying it. I don't know. But you were
Take that,
somebody.
floor
Maybe
five.
it was clicking like as we kept going up. You're a radio person. You're a big dog. You got some weight in the building.
Here's the question.
Apologize.
Does the wireless mic reach the floor that he's on?
I hope not.
I
hope not.
I'll walk out there right now with your picture and just find whoever.
I
it is.
realized the mistakes I made. I should have just let it go. But when he said "F you," I was like, no.
Yeah,
That's
because
too- you made the mistake, not me.
Your initial honk is not a mistake whatsoever. You were trying to stop him from running into your
Yes.
car, and you can't do the honk.
Yeah.
You gotta get into it.
He was seriously going to hit my car.
I feel like there's a that show not Always Sunny, but there's the show that
The other overrated one?
the Seinfeld guy does on HBO.
Curb
Your Enthusiasm.
I knew you were gonna look at me
There
now.
is an episode where he's like, "This is a bad horn. Like they didn't make a nice horn. It's an aggressive horn."
Yeah.
And so,
And a VW you think would not have was it a soft horn?
It felt loud,
should
but
we
I
have
might
two
have.
horns? Should we have kind of a
Yeah.
nice horn, like a soft horn? Like, hey, the lights turn green. You're probably on your
That
cell
would,
phone.
I guarantee you that would stop like some
One
car
for the
shit.
plug and one for the load.
But
But
that's right. It's a good.
But there's
reference.
only one horn. It's the aggressive horn.
It's the
usually.
aggressive horn, and you gotta.
But that's why you hit it like 7 times. Like you just hit it enough.
Yeah.
Like you hit it like 3 times.
But not
with no
when someone's
sound coming
running.
out.
In this
backing
instance,
into
he
you.
would have hit my car
Yeah.
if that is what happened.
All right, well, good. We got something to do after the show. We can go in the garage and find the car.
Well, we can go to the floor. I know what floor it is, so we'll
Yeah,
go
I
find
made
it.
the mistake of telling Bobby
Yeah.
what floor he was on. I regret that. I regret many things about those decisions.
All right, Derek, did you ever have a case yourself or a teammate with the yips?
No, I didn't, but I've seen it many times. I do like Choppy was trying to tell me you can't say that.
Don't say it.
You
Don't
can
say
say
it.
it.
Don't
I
put
mean,
that in the universe.
It's just more
Don't
of
put it out there.
you letting it stay in your head.
The professional athlete RJ Choppy telling you.
Yeah, I know. I should have known better.
And didn't you beat RJ in golf?
No, because I don't know if he really keeps track of a true score.
Or was it
First off,
Bassett
I've heard
who beat him?
rumors.
Oh, is he a cheater?
I've
Is that what
heard,
you're
I've
saying?
heard
In
some
9
rumors.
holes, I was leading after 9, and then Choppy had to leave.
Okay, convenient.
So it's Oh, I'm not winning.
I do
Okay,
think I
I'm
had to get the
leaving.
kids.
Sorry, I'm done. I'm gonna make up an excuse and leave. That's what he did.
The kids could have waited if you were. Yeah.
All right, so how did you see it in baseball? Just throwing over?
Yeah,
or-
one was, Saltalamacchia was one, throwing back to the pitcher. Giovanni Soto had a I don't know what you would call it, like a little technique so he could keep himself from doing it. So if you ever watched him, he would pump fake and then he would throw it and then he'd always touch the dirt.
He wouldn't recite Victoria's Secret catalogs like in Major League 2.
No, he did not do that.
Dang it.
Is that the best part of that movie?
Garza was another
part
one
two
too.
was great.
Matt Garza?
Yeah. He would throw the ball away every time. If you bunted on him, he would throw it away.
Well, it's better
Over
than for
first
him than
base.
throwing over the plate.
Oh, yeah.
Man,
Right.
RJ's got the fire
So
this
he
morning.
could,
on one
so he
today.
could throw a pickoff. He just couldn't throw on a bunt.
He could. Lester couldn't.
Lester.
John Lester was one he couldn't. He'd always bounce it over to first base.
Are you worried about? How worried should we be? We know that you're a member of the Dog Pound, which your Jim Schwartz hire.
I'm not sure if it's a good hire. I mean, it's
It's a douchey hire for sure.
He's a dirty coach. They're going to be dirty.
Do
They're
you
gonna gouge
think?
eyes.
Do you think that this will go away during the week, or major concern for San Francisco, Maher?
Oh, it'll go away. He'll be fine. I think it's
great.
Because I mean, he
That's
made
what
his
David
last
Bealer
kick.
just told us.
Great.
Think about it. He made his last kick. It's now back. We don't have to worry about it. I just showed myself I can do it. I just
Okay.
did it.
Okay, so if he was 0 for 4,
Then we'd have some issues.
we'd have. So you really think it comes down to just the last extra point?
All it takes is to one, get you back on track.
Okay. Bassick, settle. Oh, Mike disagrees.
Go ahead. I know.
I've read that Rick Ankiel book, and
Sorry, we couldn't get him today. I tried to.
no, that's okay.
get in
Thank
touch
you.
with him.
God, you guys can't even book Rick Ankiel.
There's moments where he could, and then it would, and all it took was one. Now that's saying there's 100 pitches in a baseball game approximately. He's only going to have 2 to 5 opportunities in a football game, so it's a little bit different. But I do think that first, whether it's extra point or field goal, is huge because I think if he misses it, he's
Then
not
he's-
going to make another one the rest of the game.
Yeah, he'll be
so I
rattled
think
again.
to your point is that first extra point field goal will mean we can't kick field goals today and we can't kick extra points, or we're okay. We can try from 52, or we can, if we score a touchdown our next drive, kick the extra point. But if he misses his first extra point, I do think you have to strongly consider, as Mike McCarthy, we just have to go for 2 the rest of the game. He is screwed up in the head.
There's only one thing. I do want to say this, though. The one thing that I liked is at least they kept going to him because it's giving him the confidence from McCarthy and the staff. Like, hey, we know you can do this. If they go straight for 2, now he's even more domed up because it's like, well, they have no faith in
Well,
me.
they have the luxury to do it being up.
Correct. That's why I'm saying it's lucky that you're up. If you're down, yeah, that's a different story.
What do you guys have coming up?
Oh,
Pure
yeah,
gold
that's
as
right.
always.
Corey's he's here. He's just sitting on the couch. Pure gold, as always. We got Derek Holland with us for the entire show. That's just for you, man. It's going to be a
that
fun
was Gavin
show.
Dawson's line.
I know, but he loves it.
I love when he says that. So funny.
Sean hates
every
it.
time.
I hate that.
It's the same thing
why?
every time.
It's just, again, Gavin, he relies on one thing. One
my gosh.
One food.
Is this an orange magic thing?
Are you guys about to have a brawl now too?
No, Gavin, can you imagine RJ, get hype with me, be Dawson. Hey, man, come up with a different line for crosstalk. What are you doing? It's just like your orange magic, the one thing you can cook, Gavin.
Oh, it's crosstalk next.
He's so rude.
We're gonna laugh.
Golly.
We're gonna do good things.
What do you want to do? What do you want to do? What do you want to do? It's more like Batman whispering. Gavin Dawson getting hyped.
Man, I kind of want you guys to crosstalk now.
We did. We've crosstalked with everyone.
Pure gold as always, Sean.
We're back tomorrow morning. It's the KMC Masterpiece with Derek Holland next on the Fan.
He brings the energy to your hump day morning.
Almost ran off the road I was driving.
The Hall of Fame playmaker, Michael Irvin. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. Corey Majors is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
Kind of having a tough day, Kevin. Had something happen yesterday that's making me feel old. We'll have to discuss in the C block later.
I'm sorry. I should not laugh. I'm familiar with this story. I get why it makes you feel old. We have Mike Bassick with us.
All right, getting ready for baseball nuggets at 10:45.
And sharing baseball nuggets with you, Derek Holland in with us today. Good morning, Derek.
Good morning, sir.
And of course, would you prefer if I just call him Slim Scotty out the gate, Mike?
Oh!
Or okay,
Because I'm Slim Scotty. Yes, I'm the real Scotty.
now that's the energy we're bringing to the show today. I'm excited about that. Now, my question for y'all is twofold question. Is your confidence in the Cowboys offensive line still high, maybe even higher, after the injury to Jason Peters? And why do national people not respect Tyler Smith?
That's a great question. I thought that when they kept ranking the top 10 rookies in the NFL, he never even got consideration for kind of even the 5 that weren't on the top 10.
Well, get ready for it to be even worse, Mike.
They're ranking him as a bad pick?
No. It just goes even further for your selection. So ESPN put up their final top 10, right? Rookies. And some of these make a lot of sense. Like, I'm not saying Tyler Smith should be the number 1 rookie or anything like that. Sauce Gardner, Aiden Hutchinson, Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, Tariq Woolen, all had phenomenal years.
Yeah.
Kenneth Walker, Tyler Linderbaum, Christian Watson, Damian Pierce, and Brock Purdy. That's your top 10 right there.
Stupid.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
Brock Purdy's number 1.
I can, if the season was longer, I could see it going in that direction. But the just missed, there are 3 more in the just missed category. And then in the also received votes, there are 11 more. So 24 rookies. None of them are Tyler Smith. So they're saying Tyler Smith, not even a top 24 rookie in the league this year.
How tough do you think it is, Corey, for these people to rank wide receiver versus offensive tackle / guard?
Sure. I mean, just think about this, Mike. This year was the first time that the All-Pro team was the players' version was voted on, and they could only vote for guys they go up against or guys that are in their own position. So even those guys, they get that possibility. I think that for other people to kind of watch every play of an offensive lineman, it's grind and it's boring, and you can't just look at stats and go, "Oh, that makes a great year for this guy." It's very difficult for that. Other than, did he have 60 pancake blocks? I will say this though. After this weekend, people will know Tyler Smith.
Okay.
I really strongly think you're going to look at Tyler Smith this week and go, he was the difference in the Cowboys being the bully. This is a guy, if he's playing left tackle this week, I think you're going to look at it and say, that dude right there showed up and he put it on some people, because he doesn't play this finesse style of football. He is a very physical player. He's the kind of guy you need in this. Micah needs to be in his ear all week. Micah needs to be talking to him saying, hey, we need you to be this guy. You need to be the most physical player on the team, because he can.
I think my frustration, because what y'all are saying about the offensive line play totally makes sense. And like, Tyler Linderbaum is 7th on the list, and he's a center, but you have tackles and guards in the rest of the list, like Abraham Lucas, Jamari Sawyer. So they have tackles, guards, centers all on the list. And so some of those guys made it. And it was just surprising to me, because do we not all feel like he's had a heck of a rookie year?
I do, especially having to fill in approximately a week before the season started to say, hey, well, guess what?
Yeah.
Tyron Smith is out for most of the year. You are now going to have to take over left tackle. And I thought he did a very good job. I mean, there's been so many times where, whether it was, let's say, Connor Williams, when he came onto the scene and the Cowboys really liked that pick. But, man, I felt like every other week we were talking about, man, Connor Williams just didn't do his job early on in his career, right? For his first 2 to 3 years, just not doing his job. Biotish, when he came on for Travis Frederick, we're like, he's struggling a little bit, this and that. Now he has moments, but he has those really bad moments. I don't really feel like we ever came in this year in 17 games and now 18 and go, boy, Tyler Smith was the main reason or one of the main reasons the Cowboys had a rough game or a tough game. And I think that's really important for a rookie that we never pointed him out after the 5 losses.
I know, and I have also seen some people be like, "Hold on, no Deron Bland either." Yeah, no Deron Bland either. I
could get that. I get that a little bit.
He at least didn't start or play the way Purdy's number 10.
Yeah,
Bland didn't start playing until week 6 or 7. I'm going to guess after he had Jordan Lewis, and then Anthony Brown gets hurt a little bit later, so he didn't have a full season.
Yeah,
and if Brock Purdy's number 10, then it's going to be really tough for Bland to all of a sudden get into that category.
So my question to go along with this is, like, obviously you want Jason Peters to get better. He's part of the team. He brings you great depth. He can play. Is there any part of you that thinks the injury could bring about the best version of the offensive line? Because as it stands right now, it would be Tyler Smith at left tackle, Connor McGovern at left guard, Tyler Biotish at center, Zach Martin at right guard, and Tyron Smith at right tackle. And for most of those guys, that is like before Terrence Steele got hurt, that was like a pretty consistent version of what you were getting for a lot of the season.
I will say this: Tyron looked a lot better in the playoff game.
Which we needed him to.
A different
right?
version,
Yeah.
absolutely, man. Against Washington, it was very disheartening.
Yeah.
This is without Terrence Steele, like you said. This is the best version you can get. Peters looked a little old on some plays where they were asking him to do a couple things, but he still is a Hall of Famer. He still understands. He sees the game. But there are going to be moments where, hey, old man he couldn't do what he was supposed to do. Tyler Smith out there, McGovern at left guard, is a group that McCarthy will say this a lot. They played together a lot. They know what they're supposed to be hearing. They know what they're supposed to be doing. There's nothing new that they're trying to figure out. They know how to play next to each other. So, yes, for me, this is the version of the offensive line I want to see. I'm glad that I got to see Tyron Smith playing better than he did against Washington in the playoff game, because that makes me feel even more confident that he can do it again.
I think you have a great question. I think the issue is there could be, I hope not, but on Monday, that the offensive line, we blame them a little bit if the Cowboys lose, but they're going up against arguably the best defensive front in the NFL.
No
so
freaking kidding.
You're saying, hey, is this the best version? I'll tell you what, if they are able to give Dak Prescott consistent time in this game or any type of running lanes in this game, then heck yes, because this will be their biggest challenge. If they win it all, this will be the offensive line's biggest challenge this Sunday.
I think you're probably right about that, and you already see from the 6-8-2, and I'm sure this will continue, and for good reason. Bosa is going to tear Tyler Smith up or anyone that plays left tackle, and that's the key. I mean, Nick Bosa is going to be named the Defensive Player of the Year for good reason. He has had a phenomenal year, and so if you can come out, let's even say close to neutral on that matchup, I think it's a win. Like, if you can neutralize at all Nick Bosa, I think you're going to be like, fantastic, let's go win this game.
Yeah, and Mike, when you say time, there are a couple things about, like, I don't need 15 seconds in the pocket. And I don't think you're trying to say that.
Right.
But to keep Dak in rhythm, that's the definite key. He looked in rhythm on Monday, right? Like, he looked like, I drop back, my clock tells me I got to get rid of the ball or go.
Yeah.
And and if he goes, it can't be there's a guy out there he's running into. So Mike's got a really valid, if they can keep him in rhythm and San Francisco can't get him out of it, man, we're looking at a really good Dak.
So I was on San Francisco radio this morning, and so sometimes you get some insight from their side of it, what they're worried about. Here's what they're worried about. And you tell me how the Cowboys can take advantage of this. They say that their defensive flaw is they can give up big plays like DK Metcalf. They will give up bombs. So that means you have to have 2 to 4 seconds, probably a little bit more than 2, probably 3 to 4 seconds to let your guy run that go route, to then maybe take advantage of San Francisco's weakness on defense, according to the 49er fans, is they can give up 30-plus yard plays down the field. That's where they're most vulnerable, is giving up bombs. Do you see the Cowboys trying to run some big plays where they got to give Dak about 3 seconds to let, you name it, CeeDee Lamb, Gallup get down the
Anybody
field.
have a shot. I think the encouraging thing is with this combination is Smith and McGovern have played alongside each other 14 games this year. So, like, you look, continuity they talk about on offensive line. I get it. Other people will say, no, I just want the best 5 out there. But if you believe in the continuity aspect of it, you would hope if the pressure's coming off the right side for their defense, left side for us, that you would be able to give them that extra time. Because I also think that there's times when, don't you feel like this offensive line pass blocks better than they run block?
It seems like it down the stretch here. Obviously, if you had asked me that through 10 games of the season, I might say, I don't know, man. They've done a great job run blocking.
Right about what time? When Terrence Steele went down. That's when it all changed.
Because the Steele-Martin combination to run off the right side was great.
And like not just their combo blocks, Kevin, but the individual work Terrence Steele was doing as a run blocker. He was becoming an elite run blocker. Like that's what really is frustrating is when you watch what he was doing, he was becoming an elite at that spot. You can't necessarily say it was a pass blocking, and he can work on that as you've seen this guy grow now, but he was becoming an elite run blocker. So yeah, man, I definitely got to figure out how to get the pass blocking working, but we got to figure out how to get the run blocking back.
Is there, when you're talking about the big plays, like passing wise, San Francisco's defensive front is phenomenal and they'll bring it. Does it make you feel any better that at least you saw glimpses of Dak can make someone pay for over pursuit? Because that's what the Cowboys defense falls victim to. We saw that against Daniel Jones as they pursue so hard. He's like, all right, I can just step through or step up.
Yeah, and I think that's the key for the Cowboys is San Francisco's not going to bring blitzes, right? We watched last year. They had a similar defense last year. Now they have a different offense because they have Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy. So you literally take out and put in a new quarterback and a new running back and a premium running back. It changes a little bit of what you're going up against there. But when I look at it from the other side, yes, Dak can be great. And if Dak plays the way he played on Monday night, if he just continues that game, obviously it's going to be against a different opponent. It's a different night. But if he continues to play that way, the Cowboys can win the Super Bowl. But I think that's the concern probably, or I think fear from Cowboy fans wanting to have complete and total confidence on Sunday night is that will Dak be that consistent? Like for the most part, Pat Mahomes, for the most part, like Joe Burrow now early in his career, you see consistency. Week to week, you know the exact quarterback you're getting. There'll be a flub in there every once in a while. Nobody's perfect. But you just don't know with Dak. And if Dak plays the way he played last week, the Cowboys can beat anybody.
You know, to that point, I thought this was a really quirky stat is against, I apologize, it's either teams with winning records or playoff teams. Dak Prescott has the second highest QBR in the league, behind only Patrick Mahomes against those teams, because so many of his crap games have come against poor teams.
I got to turn my mic
on. Derek.
Sorry about that, guys. He also had the highest QB rating this week, too, in the playoffs.
Yes, he
did. The other
did.
thing, too, I was going to ask, do you think that this is going to be the toughest defense that the Cowboys will face throughout the rest of the road?
I do.
So Mike's right. Then if they win this one, you might as well just start looking for. Well, I mean, we can't look ahead, but look at that Super Bowl.
I am of the opinion not to inflame the Philly or New York people. I think if you win this game, you will be in the Super Bowl. I think the San Francisco 49ers, spoiler alert for power ranking, the power ranking's at 120. I believe that the San Francisco 49ers are the best team in the NFC right now. And I don't feel like that's a stretch.
Segment over now.
No,
I prepared all this. I got my power rankings over here, my quarterback power rankings, and you just blew it up.
But you think, though, when you say that they're the toughest defense, but yet the Eagles, that's a rival, though. It's a whole different animal when it becomes a rivalry, though.
The Eagles are good for sure. I think San Francisco is better, and I still have questions about, especially when you saw how Jalen Hurts looked in the last regular season. I know I know Nick Sirianni said he's much better. He's not on the injury report. I'm curious how much he will run or how effective he will be against the Giants, then, Lord willing, the Cowboys.
Well, that time off, though, is going to help big time.
For sure.
That's the big key, too, is how's he going to respond after that?
That is a great question.
I'm curious, do you lose your momentum from everything that you had going into it, and then obviously you got hurt, now you have to reestablish that again?
Yeah, no, these are great questions that I hope we get to answer because because they're playing next week. Like, I really hope we still get to answer those questions. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Be a part of the show.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
We're doing well. We were just talking about this and obviously want to get your insight. Is it possible, like, obviously we all want Jason Peters to get better as soon as possible and be prepared and all of that stuff. Is there any part of you that thinks that perhaps this is the best offensive line combination you can roll out right now?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I think Tyler Smith has played at a very high level. I heard you guys' discussion on my way in about he was being overlooked.
Yeah,
a rookie.
ESPN didn't put him in their top 24 rookies.
And if I remember correctly during the broadcast, I don't pay attention to everything they say, but Troy Aikman pointed out that this kid should win some sort of Rookie of the Year award.
Yeah.
If you think about what he's accomplished in training camp, working as a left guard, and like what was it, 10, 12 days before the season opener? Yeah. It's like, oh, no, you're the left tackle. And then when they had the injuries, it's like, no, you're the left guard. And then in the middle of the game, no, you're the left tackle. And he performed well in all those roles. And I just think what happens with rookies, if you're not an there's no stat for an offensive lineman, right?
Yeah.
And even if they have one, do you believe it?
I get your point. Like defensive range in baseball, sometimes I have issues with that stat.
And so, I think, I sort of like the idea having McGovern to play fullback. But they compensated, and Sean McEwen lined up, one of the tight ends lined up as a fullback, so they were still able to use, that formation. But I thought with Tyler Smith on the outside and McGovern was playing well at guard, and you get Biotish back, and I think as the games are going along, Tyron Smith is playing better at right tackle. So I'm with them on the Avante Collins hat about the offensive line leads the way.
Yeah,
and I think that's the key to this Cowboys team, because when you start playing playoff games against a team like San Francisco that has a pretty good defense, one of the things you're going to have to do is score, and it's going to be about this Cowboys offense going forward.
Well, if you don't score any points, it'll go into – if they don't score any points either, it's overtime, Mickey. So
that makes sense.
0-0 ties. So they're going to definitely have
as long as you don't have to kick an extra point.
Oh, my God. Mickey.
Do you realize – I don't know if you guys saw it, but that was the lead to Jimmy Kimmel's monologue last night.
It was?
They showed every kick he missed.
Oh, no.
As he was talking over it.
Oh.
And then finally they showed, but thank goodness he made the last one, right?
It was.
I was not aware of that.
Yeah. No, I didn't know that either. Thank you for.
And it's like, oh my goodness.
Well,
and poor Brett Maher, he's the nicest guy in the world, and you've been living in incognito in Lincoln, Nebraska, and and just. So I was gonna. By the way. So you got two pitchers on with you, right?
Yeah, yes. We do.
Hi.
You guys ever get finicky about the mound, that it threw you off trying to throw strikes?
Yeah, I would.
The mound specifically?
The mound.
Okay.
Yeah. I would. It's all about, for me, if the pitcher that I'm going up against, if he creates a crater in the landing hole, or if he digs in the rubber. I'm not a guy that likes to dig, so I want it to be kind of flat, so I'll usually try to cover it up as much as I can.
And I'd say the worst is when you are a reliever, because that means two starters have been on the mound and, let's say, a reliever or two, so now you're coming in there trying to fill in holes a little bit so that you don't feel like you're off balance pitching.
Yeah, and you guys have the ability to, call timeout and say, hey, come rake this up, right? I mean, I don't know if you ever had to do it, but I've seen it happen.
Yeah, it's more, you kind of get that more when it's raining out, to where you need to put some diamond dry down or something. I haven't really seen too many guys ever complain when it's not raining out.
Okay, so I think I mentioned it yesterday, and I think, I was right. He got pretty finicky about the field before he even warmed up. I saw him going around, and it was the field was kind of weird because they had resodded in parts of it. In other parts, there weren't. Between the hash marks, that's where you're kicking, right? It was resodded, but it wasn't like a 50 yards of resod, right? It at some points it stopped. So I saw him walking around before, the bus got there, and he just got out there, and he went and checked out the field. And he was tapping around with his foot all over to see what the footing was like. And I don't know if that didn't get in his head that, I'm not comfortable, with the footing, with the grass. And maybe he just kind of psyched himself out that, God, I hate this field, And I don't know, not trying to give him an excuse. John Fossil pointed out yesterday.
Yeah.
But that's just the placement of the ball. He doesn't have to worry about where the ball's placed, right? By putting the white grass there, where that's where they're going to mark it. I don't think that was a problem. And I'm sure, after the first two kicks, you guys were so bad they lost the balls.
Yeah. They ran out of K balls.
And they were getting ready to run out of K balls, right? So now what do we do? Because here's our 3, and, we kind of scrubbed them up the way we like to scrub them up.
Man, Mickey, for me, this, whatever it is, the first extra point or first field goal will mean everything to the Cowboys.
Okay. And the good thing is he made the last one.
Can I ask
And it was a perfect kick, by the way.
Yes. No, you're right. Can I ask y'all something about that, though? I'm not kidding. I'm seriously asking. Do you think the field goal, regardless of the distance, is the same as the extra point, since the extra point is what kept throwing him off?
Inside 45, yes. But if it's outside 45, I think that the percentages start going down from that percentage.
Or maybe he just needed to back up and kick a 50-yarder.
And that's what I'm curious about from a mental standpoint. I was curious if we would have kicked a 50-yard field goal, it's like, this is a different deal. I can do this, which is strange, but...
Right, because you're not. I mean, you want to make them all right, the field goals.
Yeah.
But they're not supposed to be automatic. Well, because of how we grew up in football, extra points are supposed to be automatic until they moved them to a 33-yard field goal, right? And now it's like, I don't know. Look, he only had missed one extra point. 2 of them got blocked, all right? And he only had missed 3 field goals all year. 2 of them were 59 and 1 was 46. So, there was something that got in his head, and it wasn't just the first miss, because he hadn't missed hardly at all season long. Think about it. He missed 4 kicks. You're not going to blame him for the blocks on the extra points. He missed as many kicks in a football game as he did all season long. So there was something else that got in his head, and I'm just going to float the theory that he got that field in his head. Now, unfortunately, it's another grass field, right? Levi Stadium, I believe.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it's not below sea level like Candlestick was.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it is, right? Because
no, it's not. It's in Santa Clara.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Mickey. I'm kind of looking at this offense, and when they have the full accompaniment of weapons, they're really, really good. And I'm trying to figure out, you're not Dan Quinn, but if you were Dan Quinn, what would be the one piece you're trying to eliminate or slow with McCaffrey, Debo, Kittle? I mean, Ayuk's had a fantastic year.
You better tackle.
Yeah.
Right? Because a lot of what Debo does is breaking tackles, right? And run after catch. And even McCaffrey, you don't think of him as like a bulldozing running back, but he's pretty elusive and pretty strong. And once he gets going, he's hard to bring down.
He reminds me of Steve Smith, the old receiver from Carolina in that manner.
Yes, absolutely. And he's not built like him, but that's kind of his nature. Yeah. I would say the one thing you've got to be able to do is get pressure on a rookie quarterback. You got to get around him. Just make them get uncomfortable in the pocket. I mean, my God, I didn't realize this. I mean, I watched the game, but it was in pieces, but they totaled 500 yards in that playoff game against Seattle.
Wow.
So you got to make him uncomfortable the way they made Tom Brady uncomfortable. Now, Tampa Bay's offensive line was kind of in flux, right? They had a guy that hadn't played a game since last January starting at center, albeit a very good center, in Ryan Jensen, and then they had to move some guys around at guard and everything. But that's what they accomplished with Brady. He never got very comfortable in the pocket until they backed off with the secondary and said, okay, no big plays. You're going to have to eat the clock up to move the football downfield, and then he started completing passes. But they only had 2 plays of 20 yards or more, and that's huge when the Cowboys had 6 of them. I just think making the rookie quarterback uncomfortable to the point where if you're changing what you were doing defensively like the Cowboys did in the secondary, going from man to zone and doing different things back there, that it caused Brady to have to look a little bit more because he wasn't comfortable with what he was seeing because you didn't give him the same look down after down after down. And if you're getting pressure on him, then that eliminates that ability to try to decipher, oh, I know what they're doing this time. I think from the passing game, they just got to make him uncomfortable. And so far he's been pretty darn good for the last pick in the draft.
So you're saying tackle. Does it mean Diggs has to tackle also?
Yeah, and he has done a better job of that late, by the way.
Okay, all right. There were a couple moments where I was like, well, what's he doing there? But
he's not laying it,
I think it was the Mike Evans one that people are focusing on, where Mike Evans just kind of pushed him into the sidelines.
There was a lot of off balance on that one. That's okay.
Yeah, well, and remember, the guy with the ball's got a little bit more momentum than the guy that's trying to make the tackle, right?
I'll take it.
You're not running into him at full speed. So, and I'm sure they'll test it. They'll run that way, and then it'll be interesting to see what happens if they can get Jaron Kearse back out there on the field in time for the game. I think that's pretty key too. Now I've heard that they're very hopeful that he can get back from the knee sprain, but you got to see it first, and then he's got one less day to recover, unfortunately. So that, we sit here and we talk about the, having to play the game in so many games, you don't have a chance to get your legs back under you. You don't get the same rest, but it's the guys that got nicked up. How quickly can they're one less day to use to rehab to try to get back to play.
Appreciate it very much, good sir. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
Absolutely. See you guys.
Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland.
Top 10 center fielders right now.
Ooh.
Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. It is a Wednesday. Brian brought us.
fan. Steve Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland.
All right, so Derek, I love MLB Network when they do this right now, and that is the top 10 right now at each position, and then they'll do the top 100 overall after they get through all the positions. Well, we're in the outfield right now with what they're doing. They've gone more into top 10s. They have the top 10 left-handed pitching prospects, the top 10. So they're doing a lot more. So if you're following MLB Network or if you're following them on social media, they're doing a lot of top 10 lists, which I think are really fun to follow. Well, the one I want to talk about today, Derek, is center field. And I think to nobody's surprise, Mike Trout is the number one center fielder in the game today.
To that point, I told Mike, I was like, if Mike Trout's not number one, I'm not going to get a single one of these right, and I'm going to be just all flustered.
Last year, unfortunately, again, Mike Trout missed about a month or more of the season. He still hit 40 home runs.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at if he would, I know when you say if, unfortunately, I don't know if he's ever going to be healthy again for
how I feel
the season.
about that, yeah.
But he's still, if he misses a month of the season, you can still count him down for 40 dongs.
Yeah. Get
sorry.
it together, Derek.
Threw me off.
$40.
There's one guy that I think he's just as impressive to watch.
All right.
And don't say Brian Reynolds.
No, he's up there though. Byron Buxton.
All right. I'm glad you brought him up.
But
wait, don't.
No, I wanted to speak about him.
But he said.
I'm going to let you speak after I ask this question.
I'll raise my hand next
to
time.
Corey and Kevin. All right, Derek?
I want that as a drop. Mike just saying, I'm going to let you speak after.
What would you guess Byron Buxton's numbers are from last year? He is the number 2 center fielder in the game today, according to MLB Network.
His offensive numbers?
Yeah, don't look him up. Just take a guess for the second best center fielder in the game today.
Okay, so they have to be pretty
like a two.
I think Derek will struggle
like
with this.
250.
All right, good guess.
He's got center field, 20 home runs.
All right.
And 75 RSBI.
All right.
RSBI?
I'm going to go a little higher and say 30 home runs and 80 RSBIs.
All right, and what would you say probably his batting average is?
I think 250 is fair. 260. 260.
260. All right, so you guys said 250 and 260. Last year, Byron Buxton batted 224.
I'm so glad you asked me.
Oh, my God.
You played baseball. All right.
It's no, I wouldn't have got it anyway. I was actually
You're going to be
higher
higher than
yeah,
right, so 224.
Oh,
home runs, you guys were in the range. He had 28 home runs last year. And for RBI, you guys said 75 and 80. Derek, how many RBI did he have? I've already kind of given you a hint. He had 28 home runs.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to say 70.
That's a good guess. He had 51.
Okay.
So 28 home runs and 51 RBIs.
Center fielders suck.
Yeah, but he was hurt though too.
Well, he's always hurt.
Correct. I know. That's why I said when he's on the field, and I was trying to say before I was rudely interrupted.
Thank you.
He is incredible. The guy covers so much ground. He's a speed threat on the bags when he's out there. I mean, he's a fun dude to watch. And he made some big adjustments because he was a guy that you could easily blow high heaters above him. He would chase it every single time.
Yeah.
Finally, he made that adjustment and started hitting homers off of it too.
To your point, one of my former teammates and buddy, Duncanville alumni, Ranger alumni, Chad Allen. He coaches my son now, and he's a 14-year-old coach. He was the hitting coach for the Twins in AA and the Cubs in AA/AAA. And he said throughout his time in coaching minor leagues, he is a hitting coach.
Okay.
He said Byron Buxton was the best player he coached by far. All his ability and everything. Now, he was the number 2 pick in the draft.
Sure.
So, I mean, there's a lot of talent there. But he said he just can't stay healthy. And so that's where we're at with Byron Buxton, the second best center fielder in the game today. And to your point, he's a 244 career hitter. So hopefully that was just a bad year. He made a play here last year that I was doing the pre and post, and he ran into the wall, and I couldn't believe he caught it. I was like, where's the ball at?
Yeah.
Because he ran into the wall kind of where there's a corner in left center field.
Yeah.
And he hit the wall, and you couldn't tell. Both guys went after the ball. And I'm like, where's the ball? Who has it? I don't see it. Did it go over the fence? It's obviously not on the ground. There's no ball laying around, but they don't seem to be any type of excited to like get up and go chase a ball or anything. And he had caught the ball. So to your point, Derek, he is when healthy, which is about 40 to 60 games a year. Because I think he plays another 40 games hurt, is that he is phenomenal. The problem is it's really tough to put up good numbers hurt, because once you miss 4 weeks of baseball, to then get back in the batter's box and have good rhythm and timing is very tough. I know we're both pitchers, but we know, listening to hitters, it takes a while, especially if you get hurt in the season, to then. Adrian Beltre was the most unbelievable at this I've ever seen. I don't know how he could miss time and then come back and be just on time everything.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to say. It's true.
Okay.
He's incredible.
Now, it goes J-Rod next, Julio Rodriguez.
He's already that high on the list.
He's number 3.
He's pretty impressive, too.
No,
but he's also
he
turning into the Buxton, though. He's got to stay healthy.
Okay. Next one is Nimmo, a guy that we talked about in free agency that the Mets re-signed. The next one is Michael Harris II. And he was Rookie of the Year in the National League. So you're Rookie of the Year in the American League and National League. We're both center fielders. So maybe this will get better throughout 2023.
I think it's an early high up there for him already.
But you know what's crazy?
First year.
His batting average was 73 points better than Byron Buxton's last year.
Yeah.
Just to show how discounted that has
really
become.
Quick, to your point, and I'd love to know from you, Derek, because you've faced most of these guys, is number 6 through 10. Reynolds, Cedric Mullins,
he goes up.
Luis Robert, Yastrzemski, and Chas McCormick. Now, McCormick you might have not faced. He might have been a rookie last year, too. Out of those guys, who do you think is maybe undervalued 6 through 10 that should be in the top 5?
Brian Reynolds and Cedric Mullins.
Okay.
They should be moved up more.
Who would you take? Is it easy enough to say Nimmo and Harris? They're 4 and 5.
Yeah, I would put them. They would just move up one spot. I would move Harris down. Harris would be 9. I'd put Yastrzemski up further. I think Robert should be behind Harris just because he's barely on the field. He's hurt a lot.
Think about this. Think about center
I would have
field.
thought he would have been top 3 by now. I really had high hopes for him.
But he's hurt so much. That's the thing. Like,
listen to what you're saying, Derek. Trout, Buxton.
I know Buxton's the
J-Rod,
other one.
Luis Robert. You've named now 4 of the top 8 guys in center field get hurt a lot.
Correct. It's a tough position.
Now, you played with Josh Hamilton, who kind of started dealing with those injuries playing center field a lot.
But I think Josh's issues were a little bit different. His body's breaking down from different reasons.
Right, gotcha.
So these guys, Byron, I think his is just because of how crazy he is out on the field. I think that's the big thing of him getting hurt. And obviously some of it's hamstring.
Because of what you're saying, and because of we look at 4 of the top 8 being guys that struggle to stay on the field for, let's just say, 140 games.
Yep.
I get you're going to get probably 20 games off throughout a season. But these guys are struggling getting put on the injured list. If you're running an organization, Derek, would you look at, let's just say you're developing the next J-Rod or the next Michael Harris, who both won Rookie of the Year. Would you try to put them maybe more in left field to try to take, if you think they're a premium offensive player for your team, would you go, look, we can find Leody Taveras or Bubba Thompson to run out there in center field who's not very, offensively, we don't really care too much about them. They're going to run down balls. We got to make sure you're in our lineup every day.
No, because I feel like if I'm putting him in a different position, I'm trying to be cautious rather than just let them play. You can't predict an injury. So if he's going to go out there, he's going to get hurt. That's just how it is. It's just the way he plays. You can't change how somebody is. It's like hey, Mike, you need to throw a little bit softer because you keep getting hurt. You can't do that.
I couldn't do that.
Hey, Josh Hamilton, don't run into the wall out there.
I was always throwing soft.
It's you. I mean, that's a hard thing to sit here and say, like, oh, you got to take it easy out there. Yeah. I need you up at the plate.
Mike, keep trick effing him.
Take
I was
it easy
trying. Okay, now,
play softer.
Here's my next question for center fielders, and tomorrow we'll get into left fielders. Right fielders, I don't believe have been, because I'm just going to give you.
Why wouldn't they just do outfielders in general?
I do like this because it gets more people on the list.
But I say that because Brian Reynolds, for instance, doesn't always play center field. He can go play left. He can play right. That, to me, that's why it's such a tough. It's so broad.
Let me ask you this, Derek. Nimmo, Harris, Reynolds, and Mullins, 4 through 7. 3 of the 4 are left-handed hitters. The other one in Reynolds is a switch hitter. How much do you think it's going to help those guys that defensively they get back to only 2 guys on the right side of the field? I'm just wondering, could you see, like, if you were playing fantasy baseball or something like that, could you be like, man, I'm going to concentrate a little bit more on left-handers this year because their numbers could go up way more than people think?
I would say yes, because you're going to see more right-handers on the mound than you do left-handers, so it plays to their advantage.
how many hitters in today's game that you can think of? I know this is a tough one to not ask you before the show. Specifically, take advantage of the shift. With 2 strikes, you are told
Shit's
in a
gone.
scouting report. I know it is.
Oh, okay.
But I'm just wondering if these guys won't be helped too much, because they actually, in the scouting report when you were pitching, you had to say with 2 strikes, watch out. I will say one that used to do it, who's not in the game anymore, is Chu. Chu would be a guy that would actually, with 2 strikes, or if he felt a little bit disadvantaged in the batter's box where he didn't feel comfortable against the guy, he would shoot the ball the other way and just get a single and get on base. Can you name a few guys maybe in today's game where you're like, you have to watch out for them? It won't help them anymore, but they did take advantage of that situation, so their numbers might not go up that much.
Just outfielders?
Anybody.
Brandon Crawford.
Okay.
He's another one that I know that's left that'll go the other way. Nimmo.
So Nimmo might not get a bigger bump in batting average because he's not so much a pull no matter what.
Yeah, it's tough to say. And a guy that stood out to me too that I wanted to mention was Ichiro. He was as soon as you got 2 strikes, he was looking. And I don't know if it's just the way that the Asian culture is when it comes to baseball, is because they're so good at just playing pepper with the ball, trying to just hit it that way. So it's tough. But of these guys, Cedric Mullins does a pretty good job of going the other way too.
Yeah. So there's your top 10 center fielders right now. Trout 1, Buxton 2, J-Rod 3, Nimmo 4, and Michael Harris the 2nd, 5th.
Why no Rangers?
Well, that's the deal. When we look at outfield, that is a little bit of a weakness when it comes to offense.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a mural has us asking, what, if anything, can the Mavs do to ease the burden on Luka? Next on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, the petty squabbling about a mural led us to a question, but then Spencer Dinwiddie might swoop in here and have something even more interesting to say. I will start with the mural. The mural went up in Deep Ellum, and then it just said, it had a picture of Luka and some of his stat lines, 51.96, 60, 10, 21. Please send help. And I feel like that's what a lot of Mavericks fans feel like. I feel like that the vast majority of Mavericks fans are like, please help Luka.
I agree. Look, Christian Wood has done a very nice job. Dinwiddie has had a good season. Obviously, Dorian Finney-Smith was having a below-average season for his standards before he got hurt. He comes back tonight. So when you just start looking around the NBA and you look like, well, we have to compete against Denver, Memphis. You look at, I know Golden State's 500 right now, but you start looking at teams, if Phoenix is healthy, and then you look at the East, and it's like, Luka is playing with the least talented team. It doesn't mean there's not some talent on the team, but he is playing with the least talented team out of teams that you consider top 12 or top 15 teams in the NBA.
And I have to admit, I was a little surprised when the artist, I guess, went public, or the emails came out via one Cuban or Panic, who is the artist, is the Dallas Observer saw emails, and Cuban said it's a disrespectful mural and said, but it's your choice to do what you want. If that's the way you want to be a fan, go for it. That last part I don't care for. If that's the way you want to be a fan, I don't think wanting to improve your team is being a bad fan. I get if you're like, but making a mural out of it, I didn't care for that.
I'm okay with making a mural out of it, dude. That's a free area down there that they can do what they want artistically. Who's it disrespecting? That's, I guess, like, that's
the other players, I guess.
And are they offended by that? Like, did they see it and they're like, oh, man, like, this is really killing us?
Well, I'm not going to lie. If I saw it, yes. I'd be pretty upset. But at the same time, be honest, as a fan, does Luka need help?
Yes.
Okay.
Not one person would disagree with you except for, I'm afraid, Mark Cuban.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's fine. But at the same time, you still need some players, especially when you got a lot of injuries right now that you're dealing, or a few injuries, I should say, you're dealing with. You don't have anybody outside of Luka, Christian Wood, and Dinwiddie right now that are really stepping up, that are taking control. So if anything, a player, if it was me, and this is only me, I would look at it as, all right, I really need to get my stuff together and I need to step up. I see that the fans are upset that it's just Luka's show. I need to do something so I can be a part of that.
Do you think, I'm asking this as a question, because I agree that Mark Cuban is blind to the real fans. Do you think Mark Cuban thinks he has a championship team with all underrated players?
Yes.
I think he thinks he has a team that can compete to get back to the Western Conference title. I really do think that he believes that the coach is going to be able to coach him up, that the players can transcend and come together at the right moments, and everything's just fine in that locker room. And it might be fine in the locker room. There might be a bunch of guys that get along. I haven't heard anything otherwise, but I think Mark Cuban looks at it and goes, man, we got a group that can be them against the world, and nobody understands that. I do want to add this. If you want to play this audio from Spencer Dinwiddie.
Okay.
He was on Out of Pocket, and they asked him about the Luka
Is that a podcast?
I think it's a podcast. It looks like a video podcast. They asked him about playing with Luka and the Luka needs help theory. Here is what Spencer Dinwiddie said.
Because again, right, the 5'4", you know what I'm saying, dude sitting on his couch like they're saying I'm a bum or whatever it is. Like, listen, I want you to be a fan. I want you to buy jerseys. I want you to be invested in all that stuff. But like, hey, listen, bro, I've averaged 20 points before, bro. Like, that's not going to faze me. It's part of the game. You know, Luka is obviously far and away our superstar, and we have other guys that are good players, obviously. But because there's not another like superstar, it's not going to be like pitted against, you know what I'm saying? The light's not going to be shown against each other and like apples to apples. It's going to be Luka and the boys. And so you just got to be mentally tough and be built for that off the court because, like I said, on the court, he's going to make it a lot easier for you.
That's kind of the way that I feel like a lot of those guys in that room feel is we realize we have one superstar on this team and we're part of the machine that goes along with it. We have to maximize what we are whenever we're out there. And I think, one of the key factors, Mike, you know this, Josh Green, Maxey, those guys being injured doesn't help whenever you're having to go deeper into that bench.
And I think what's tough is we've seen, let's just say you're 25 years old. At least you saw Kobe's reign in the NBA, and he couldn't do anything. When he had Lamar Odom and Caron Butler, those are nice players in the NBA back in the day. He couldn't make the playoffs. He missed the playoffs one year, and he was the 8th seed and got ran out of the building by Phoenix. When we saw LeBron James in Cleveland, now, hey, he had a guy in Mo Williams. I'm not saying he was an all-star, but he did make the all-star team with LeBron James, playing off of LeBron James. So there's a guy who somewhat played off of LeBron, made the all-star team, even though wasn't a top probably 25 player in the game at the time. But you still couldn't ultimately win with just LeBron James and kind of 4 other guys. And yet Mark Cuban is going, no, watch this. I can. And real quick, Kevin, I did watch last night in a random deal. I just wanted to watch some Roy Tarpley stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And I came across a game.
Phenomenal player.
And if you don't know who Roy Tarpley is, he was 6th man of the year, the second year in the NBA. He was averaging 20 and 20 in the playoffs against the LA Lakers.
James Worthy.
So literally, he was one of the reasons you took the Lakers dynasty to 7 games because he's giving you 20 and 20 almost every game. So I'm watching him when he comes back from his drug suspension, and he's with Jason Kidd. And what I'm watching, because Jason Kidd is on that team, they would get the rebound, whether it was Roy Tarpley, usually it's Roy Tarpley highlights, and he would outlet it to Jason Kidd 20 to 30 feet down the court, and bam, take off. And what I don't get is, Kenny Smith said this the other day during the Mavs game. Literally every NBA player, if you go to a gym in the summertime and they're working on their game, all NBA players, whether they're considered good players or bad players, but mostly the players that are role players or bad players, Corey, they look great in transition basketball. Every NBA player, you get them out running and gunning, and they look good. The problem is only the great players can play half-court basketball in the NBA. Only Luka can play half-court basketball on the Dallas Mavericks. There's no other player that really can. And so it's kind of this deal on, if you're going to create a team like this, can you create more passers and ball handlers than just have one on the court?
Yeah, no, I think you've got something there. And I think there's some other things at play. Like, first of all, I really appreciate that answer from Spencer Dinwiddie. I thought it was very well thought out and articulated. And I was like, man, because you don't always get that kind of insight from an athlete, right? It's like you sometimes get the at the end of the day, blah, 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 blah. And so I thought that was great insight into his particular mindset. But I know the flip side is people will be like, you're 0-5 in games without Luka and have lost those games by an average of 13.4 points. Like, that is an emphatic disadvantage. The 61-point game, you got there because of, I mean, it's an incredible stat line. I'm not diminishing that. But the New York Knicks were not at 100%. You needed a fluky play to get to overtime to win that game. And I think that's the frustrating part is you would think that game would come in a 20-point win. Or, or you would have like gone head to head with the Nuggets or the Celtics to like get that win as opposed to the Knicks.
And here's what we don't know about Mark Cuban, talking about the mural and everything and kind of getting mad at the fans for not thinking he's created the greatest team in the world. Is that I don't know what he's doing and not doing. And what I mean by this is, was he the one who made the Christian Wood trade or was it Nico Harrison?
Yeah.
Is he the one that went really all after Porzingis or was it Donnie Nelson or Vegas Bob? Like, that's the great thing that Mark Cuban has done. I think he's doing a lot of Jerry Jones things that Jerry Jones did 10 plus years ago, but because he's smart enough not to become owner, president, general manager, we then don't know exactly what Mark Cuban's doing because honestly, there's been over a decade of time a lot of bad evaluation of talent in this organization. So then when Mark Cuban's like, how could you ever question what I've done? It's like, dude, like you have not done a good job of evaluating talent around the NBA and on your team.
Tyrese Maxey is why we question that. Zach LaVine is why we question that. Like these are all options. Julius Randle is why we question that. Like, and I know, and the guy responded, or the two guys, with House of Panic, said In the past, we made the Wonder Boy mural featuring Luca as a superhero and the KP mural displaying him as a human unicorn. And he was like, we've done a lot of happy stuff. And he said, I appreciate the murals you've done. You truly have artistic talent, and I appreciate you being a Mavs fan. So, they came to an agreement, and then supposedly Luca reached out to them and said, hey, can you do a new mural? I wonder if, because that probably puts him in an awkward spot too, is, hey, there's a mural saying your teammates are garbage. That's probably not easy for him to navigate either.
So Luca's going to him and saying, hey, can you do one of all my teammates in a backpack and I'm carrying them up a hill or something like that?
I feel like that is not.
I'm sure he wants
Derek.
Derek.
That's not helpful. Corey.
Probably just take the blue sign that says "Need help, please." Repaint it blue and put Luca Magic or something up there.
I mean, if that's the new mural, Corey, I will admit I feel like we missed the moral of the story here. If he's like, no, this is just me.
No, hey, listen, I don't need help. That's what he's saying. I don't need help. I just need everybody to understand the weight that I'm carrying up this hill here.
I don't know if that is but to your point about which moves was Mark Cuban responsible for and what his take, and that's the thing that bothers me is when people get mad when they say Jerry and Steven are just selling. I'm like, that's what I want though. Is I want Jerry and Steven to realize, hey, this team ain't good enough, or this guy ain't good enough, or whatever. I think it's way scarier that Mark Cuban isn't selling, that he 100% believes I have 3 of the most underrated players in the league on this team. Why would anybody question? I think that's way scarier because at least behind the scenes, you hope that the Cowboys are like, but seriously, we need to fix this. Whereas I think Mark Cuban behind the scenes is like, yeah, let's go.
It's interesting because you look at Giannis and it looked like he might have left Milwaukee about 3 years ago. And then they said, we have to do something. And they went and got Drew Holiday. And they were educated enough to know this isn't good enough. And I know it sounds like I'm taking shots at Mark Cuban here. I just don't know if he's educated enough to know that he doesn't have a good enough team, whether it's TNT, whether it's Stephen A. Smith, whether it's articles that are written nationally or locally about this isn't. It doesn't mean you don't have a decent team, but it's not good enough when you have a player this good. I don't know if he actually understands that.
Well, do you also think that he just doesn't like to be wrong? He doesn't want to be told that he's wrong.
For sure.
And I think that's the big key is with what you're saying is he's not going to bow down to us saying yeah, you're wrong. You got to do something. It's more of, no, I've got this. We're good. We're great. Watch what we're doing kind of thing.
No, I'm with you. I just think at some point you would have at this point gone, Dwight Powell's not good enough. But I don't know. It's tough. I know that's an example because he's been here for 8 years or so.
Yeah.
And you just start looking and you're like, I think he believes that he is good enough. Or
I
that,
do too.
Or that,
for sure.
In a weird way, it's like he doesn't want to get any other ball handlers and passers on this team. So the ball has to go to Luka's hands every time. And there's really never been a great team in the history of basketball where the ball has to be in his hands all the time. LeBron James needed Dwayne Wade. LeBron James needed Anthony Davis. LeBron James needed Kyrie Irving.
James Harden played this kind of basketball his entire career, and it's never worked for him to be that one dude that he's the only guy. He gets everything. So yeah, just look at the teams that win. Go look at, even Golden State. Everybody can touch the ball on that court. And that's because they have now you're saying it's too difficult to build that. It's impossible to go find players that can do those things and coach them into that. But I don't think that's impossible at all.
But Luka's doing that already. I feel like Luka moves the ball very well. Yeah, he puts up the points, but he also has a lot of assists every single game. So it's not like it's just the Luka show where, you were comparing LeBron and all that where it becomes their show. Luka gets everybody involved. It's just a matter of execution. We always talk every time we go to a game. As soon as Hardaway gets the ball, you'll literally yell it to me. Oh, he's shooting. And sure enough, he does. But the thing is, Luka's still giving those guys the chance to show them, I believe in you. I don't care what outside noise is. I believe in you here. That's the big key, too, I think.
Got a potential trade for you. Wanted to see your interest. And this is Mark Stein.
All right.
So, again,
he's very connected with the Mavs.
It's not Mark Cuban, right? Mark Stein?
No, Mark Stein,
Mark.
not Mark Cuban.
Gotcha.
How would you feel about swapping 2 players who can't shoot? There are discussions apparently ongoing that it would be Reggie Bullock and a second-round pick for Cam Reddish.
I don't like that because of this. Reggie Bullock will accept the 15 to 20 minute role. Let's say if you're completely and totally healthy, I think Reggie Bullock will accept coming off the bench for 15 minutes a night, if that's what his
Cam
role
Reddish
is.
thinks he's the dude.
Cam Reddish wants to be a superstar.
Yeah.
I do not want anything to do with Cam Reddish. He is upset. If he was upset in Atlanta, he's upset in New York. He's going to be upset here because we can't give him what he wants, and what he wants is 30-plus minutes and 20 shots.
And he can't shoot.
No.
Like, I saw Cam Reddish I remember when Zion and RJ Barrett were on that team, people were like, oh, Cam Reddish could be the best of all of them. And I was like, yeah, great. If he learns how to shoot. That feels like that's a pretty big jump right there.
Horrible team guy.
I think the potential would be higher, but he can't shoot.
Plus his name's wrong for the Mavericks, and they're more bluish than they are reddish.
But if it was Cam Bluish, you think he would be.
He'd fit in like
Is Bullock getting hot now?
It's inconsistent, but it's better.
Starting to pick up.
Traditionally,
Yeah,
this is the time when it would happen. We're the KNC
This is
masterpiece.
when his 95 mile an hour shot from three goes in.
Coming up next.
The rim gets tired.
So he wore the rim down in January, and that's why it's like, all
he
right.
fires at 100 miles an
in.
hour enough, the rim starts getting loose enough to take it.
What the hell? I don't know if that is a phrasing. Coming up next, it's time for the moral compass. People who try to cheat a charity.
What? My God.
We have multiple stories about this.
Yes.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. It's time for the moral compass. People who try to cheat a charity. You know what I didn't anticipate? I probably should have. Multiple people texting in during the break, and they're like, oh, is there more Brett Favre news?
Oh,
Yes,
man.
Brett
I
Favre
totally forgot about that.
has clearly become the poster child or man for somebody who steals from charity. And remember, the only reason he ended up getting caught is because the state was stealing even more than him, and then he got caught up with it all. Like, I kind of
The
think
state was stealing money?
I know, the hell you say.
It was it Louisiana?
Mississippi?
Oh, Mississippi, okay.
Sorry,
Louisiana.
I actually think Brett Favre would have gotten away with it, or people would have accepted his more, oh, gee, shucks, I thought I did that speech kind of thing. If it weren't for the broader state of Mississippi having even more corrupt people stealing even more money that took him down. And I'm glad that he got caught up in all of that. But we have a couple of different stories here, and Derek, would you like to start?
I would love to do the honors here. So just had my charity event in November, and we killed it. We did good. Casey Donahue performed. It was awesome. And when I gave my speech, somebody was pretty moved by it.
Yeah.
Came up to me right away and said, hey, I want to make a donation, $50,000 right on the spot. I was pumped. I mean, that was the coolest thing. It's probably the biggest donation from a single person, foundation. So I was touched. I started crying a little bit, and I was like, this is awesome. Gave him a hug, talked about it, made sure to announce them, give them as much VIP treatment as you possibly can. Well, we're in January now. It's January, 17th? And we have still... 18th, sorry.
Oh,
we have
so
still not
worse.
received
I gotta get my Peloton going.
this check.
Whoa.
And I had to do the check presentation yesterday to the Children's Cancer Fund. Well, we had to leave that off, the $50K. And I told them, I apologize to the Children's Cancer Foundation, hey, we're still waiting to figure out what the deal is because we can't get in touch with these people now. I'm not going to say who, obvious reasons, but it really fires me up. I can't use the word that I wanted to, but it fires me up that somebody could come and do that. Like, come to a foundation that's for kids, say you're going to make this donation, speak on the behalf of another foundation, and then you instantly get all the cool rewards, treatments, everything, and then you go and disappear. I mean, we were in touch with them for a little bit after, so it was normal. So it wasn't like anything crazy. And then now we are getting crickets. They know who they are. They know what foundation it is. And it just sucks because it's not about me.
Yeah.
It's about the kids. I'm very passionate about this. Like, this hurts.
Can I ask a question? And it's just a question. If that person, not let's say today, but let's just say a week later, calls you up and say, Derek, I am so sorry. I had too much to drink. I got overly excited, overly emotional. I don't have $50,000 to give. Now I'm assuming at that point, hopefully they'd say I can give $5,000 or $10,000. How much would that upset you guys as a charity? Would that still upset you guys?
It's very upsetting. I mean, especially to go out of the way and do everything that we did to make sure you got to meet me, Casey, see all the other celebrities that were there. It would be very upsetting, but it would mean a lot more just to be able to hear you say, hey, I'm sorry. I bleeped up. But I still am going to make a donation. I don't care if it was $5. At least if you're doing something to help, that's fine. But you can't go somewhere and say that loud and then have me put you on stage and announce you and tell everybody about what you're doing and your foundation as well. And then you're going to sit here and just leave us hanging.
That's not good.
So we ran into another situation from the 214. Kevin, give Dutch the money you pledged. We will forgive you. I would definitely.
I wasn't going to say your name, but unfortunately.
What an awkward segment this would be for
them
me.
and the fan. Hey, I mean, gosh, guys.
Maybe
you guys
sometimes things come up. So we just completed back in November our 9th Peace-a-thon. And I think since the second one, which was the first one that we actually like put together, as opposed to it was a weird fever dream that we decided to do in like the span of 3 days. So for the last 8 years, the Cowboys have donated tickets and a variety of other things to us. One of those years is, yes, shout out to My Possibilities. One of those years.
They're just holding up a coffee mug that they have in their shop. It's pretty awesome.
Feel free to zoom in.
Yeah.
Trust me, for all the people who are saying, tell us the name, these people deserve to be known. There are few things in the world more than I would want for that or for us to put this person on blast.
Yeah.
Because one of the years that we did this, there is a note on the ticket certificate. It was like, please redeem your tickets by whatever the date is. So this person took forever to pick up their stuff, and they missed the deadline to redeem the tickets and the sideline passes and everything. And then they just raised holy hell. And so we talked with the Cowboys, and we were like, hey. And one of the key ladies with the Cowboys goes, yeah, no, it's not a big deal. I talked to that guy earlier today, and I told him that we've got tickets for him, no problem. And he responded to us with, yeah, I'm getting the leftover tickets now, not the good tickets. And I'm like, no, that is not the case whatsoever. And so he goes, well, these tickets better be X, Y, and Z. And we went over with it like, we had this conversation before. We don't guarantee where the tickets are because it doesn't go through us. Like, it goes through the Cowboys. They are where they are. You also get a parking pass and 2 sideline passes before the game. And so this person just raised holy hell about it. And then they were like, well, these tickets better be premium. That's what I was promised. And I'm like, well, nobody promised you that, but I'm hoping for the best for you. And so he got the tickets and he was like, these tickets aren't what I was promised. Because I think those tickets were in the second level. And then he eventually went on to say he was promised premium seats. And then he took it one step further and said, I was promised suite tickets. And you're like, what? Nobody promised you any of those things. But he was like bent out of shape. So we tried to make it right by him. We tried to gather some extra stuff. And he said, yeah, that's great. I'll take all that free extra stuff. But I want my suite tickets now.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I think this is what's tough is that I struggle to trust because of things like this.
No,
right?
I can understand that. Yeah.
That like this person probably.
And it gets worse too.
It wasn't the first time he's probably done this. He's probably figured out this scam of charities.
Unfortunately,
he's probably a professional scammer.
I think you're right. Unfortunately, we have found out since then, multiple people told us that this person is kind of a dirtbag. And so then they try to shake us down and say, I know for a fact 105.3 The Fan has a suite. I want those tickets. And then we tried to do everything we could to make it happen. And then he was like, okay, well, now I'm going to be out of town and I can't make it. So I need you to transfer him to these people. And we're just like, well, that's not really how any of this works with the parking pass and the sideline passes. And he was like, well, that's not what you sold me. And you're like, no. And then we heard down the grapevine, he wasn't out of town. He was like still trying to get out of it. And then he said, I will block the credit card, or I will dispute the credit card transaction and take this money away from y'all. And I'm like, y'all
to the charity
is the charity, not us. I don't get a 20% kickback or anything on any of this. It's the charity. You realize you're shaking down a charity. And then after we did everything possible to make it happen for him, his response afterwards was thank you. I'm just kidding. What it actually was, and I still want all of that extra stuff that you promised me because of how awful this experience was. And I'm just thinking,
that was the final line.
You out of your effing mind.
Hey, I know I got all these great things, but that extra thing that you offered, and I will say, if I do remember correctly, whichever year that was, Kevin, that Odyssey was very kind and helped us out.
They did.
I did appreciate that our company went out of our way that way.
And it was kind of
nice.
tough. I appreciated that, but I also kind of wanted Odyssey to tell them to eat a bag of whatever and just go about their way. And then they were like, I'm threatening to take the money from the charity. And that's just, I can't believe why you would do that. And to Mike's point, I do understand how somebody like immediately afterwards might call you and be like, I am so sorry. I got swept away in the moment. I don't have the money. Like, be honest as opposed to just ghost. Or this guy who just made up fantastical lies. There was even a text chain where we have the screenshot that said, we cannot guarantee where the seats are. And he goes, I was promised premium tickets. You told me they were in a suite. We have the screenshot saying, no, we don't know where the tickets are.
Yeah, it just kills me that people were that way. Like it's like like you guys said, it's not you guys doing the thing. Yeah. It's not me running, or I mean,
you
me
don't
with
get
the
this
foundation.
money.
Like it's not for me. This is for kids. We're doing stuff to help people get a better life with what they're dealing with or going through, and you want to come here and just give false hope. And it's not hard to just sit here and be like Mike said, man, I'm sorry, man. I got really hammered out there. Yeah. And I apologize for that. I still want to make a donation, or, hey, I'm sorry, I just can't do it. Okay. That's a lot easier for me to handle than we're talking for a month at the time, going over everything. And then all of a sudden, all right, hey, we just want to know where this is so we can put this together for the Children's Cancer Fund. And we can't do that because you don't want to respond now or whatever. And God forbid, what if something happened to you? What if they, maybe they got really sick or some issues were taking place, whatever. Just let us know so we can, one, support you, make sure you're okay. That's the number one thing. I want to make sure you're good. And two, hey, there's no rush now. I get it. You're going through some stuff right now with the whatever it is. Just let us know so we're not left in the dark trying to explain to the people that we're trying to give the money to, hey, I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on.
There's all kinds of ways to handle it. Since it's $50,000, they could say, look, I screwed up. Can I do a contract with you guys that I will give $5,000 a year for 10 years? And that makes it.
That's okay. That's the thing. They also said, we're going to do this every year going forward. We love what you are doing with your foundation. We want to be a part of it.
Moly.
We want to include you into our foundation. This is like, that was the thing. That's why it
just seemed so right at the time.
It really chapped my Biaka Batuka.
Hide.
Oh yeah, you used a Michigan running back. I like that.
Thank you. So it's just, that's the thing. Like, I try to help out as much as I can and give back as much as I can. And my word means so much to me when it comes to doing stuff like this. And that stung. And I asked you guys for permission to be able to say this. So I appreciate you guys doing that. And I just wanted to be able to put it out there that somebody literally told me they were going to do that. And now we're here.
Yeah, no, it is frustrating. And that's why as soon as you brought it up, I think Corey and I both looked at each other and we're like, oh, yeah.
You got the same situation.
Yeah, well, you will definitely give you the platform to discuss.
Like the thing with yours, too, that makes me mad is it literally says it in there. Like, we don't know exactly where you're sitting. It's
and
not
we have
guaranteed.
direct text messages with that person.
He's just a bad person. I mean, unfortunately, he's a bad person, right? I mean, I dealt with that. I know different than Charity, but I trusted somebody through my father, and he took advantage of me, and we're in litigation through suing them right now.
60feet6.org, by the way, if you were interested on, carrying through with the donation to Derek's foundation, I'm sure he would appreciate it.
And I want to make it clear, though, I'm not asking for that. I told everybody, too, when I was coming out there.
That's for me.
I just wanted to share what's going on with the foundation and what we ran into. I'm not sitting here saying, please go in there and make a donation after this. No, it's if you want to do that, awesome. We love that. We're very grateful for it, but I didn't do that to get donations. I did it to share that there are some real bungholes out there.
Right.
Cincinnati bungholes.
That's very nicely done. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Would this be a good consolation for $1 million headache? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, we know loyalty can't be bought, it's earned. Like with their classic loyalty pricing below market value, top dollar trade value, and lowest interest rates. One of the largest selections in America. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
ETN in the backfield. Lawrence looking under pressure, throws wide open, making the catch. Marvin Jones for the touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right there on 105 through the Fan with Al Michaels. More excited about that than anything else that happened in the Jags-Chargers game. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Playoff dip.
And we start, oh man, I really like the way that's going, is we talked Monday about the guy who bet $1.4 million on the money line to have the Chargers defeat the Jags in a bet that would have won him $11,200. Clearly, he lost that bet. However, Excedrin has the aspirin people have come in and they're offering $11,200, which is the amount that bet would have won, plus an entire year's supply of product to help with the bettor's headache after that heartbreaking loss. Would that help you out, or were you like, I still lost $1.4 million?
I guess it would help. At the same time, Corey, I ask you, you can answer that question, and then I ask you, how much net worth does that person have to bet $1.4 million for an $11,000 or $12,000 game?
It's got to be probably in the $30-40 million range, because I think that's a person that's a casual football fan, and they got a little tipsy, and they had a friend that was like, "Man, dude, look at this game; it's out of hand." And they said, "Yeah, dude, to make it $11,000,
everybody in the club
it's
getting
gonna be
tipsy."
Fine. And then they were like,
everybody
"Oh crap!"
in the club getting tipsy.
Or maybe there's $200 million person.
Remember that song?
That person, yes, I do. That person still hasn't come forward, which I don't believe I would either. I don't think I would want people to be like, "Hey, here's the dumbass who gave away $1.4 million."
You just carry that sign around, telling people,
"Yeah,
I'm the guy."
I didn't know how many people hated Darren Rovell. He's the one who tweeted that out. I didn't know he was like, he is Skip Bayless to people.
And it's because sometimes he does post really dumb things, but even the things that he posts that do seem to be of general use, I follow him on Twitter, is they do seem to be of use, and people just crush him, and they're like, "Yeah, but Darren, tell me how much the advertising would have been worth for all of this." Because like he's a big fan of, "Hey, did you see that there was a beer on the set of Game of Thrones? That Bud Light's worth $4 million in advertising." And people are like, "Who gives an S?"
Advertising's awesome, man.
It is. It is. All
love
right.
it.
So good news, as if the 49ers needed any more good news, is the San Francisco 49ers director of pro personnel, Rand Carthon, will become the new Titans GM. And you remember,
it's going to hurt them Sunday.
Well, maybe, but it will help them going forward, because remember, under the NFL's like expanded diversity programs, is the 49ers will now get a 3rd round pick in 2023 and a 3rd round pick in 2024 because they helped somebody move up. Remember, if teams have a GM, head coach hired out of their system, the potential for draft capital. So 49ers might be bummed to lose him, but probably stoked about the 2 3rd-round picks.
Like when the Cowboys are looking at their draft this year, Kevin, I think it got a few comp picks mixed in there.
Right.
Do you think teams are hiring with that intent? That they're like, "Ooh, we get a pick for this," or do you think that they are hiring and like they're just hiring, and that's something they're like, "Oh," because I do think that at some point that's what it's going to be. Is the mentality is not going to be, "Hey, we're just hiring the right people." It's going to be, "Hey, we need this compensation."
Yeah, and just so remember too, it's not the team hiring; it's the team that loses them. So I wonder sometimes if all things are equal, if you wouldn't be like, "Well, we need to diversify our staff anyway, and then they see that potential. The answer is not zero.
Right,
like,
yeah.
It is not 0% of people in the league.
That's
that
part of the
think about
Cowboys'
that.
philosophy
For
whenever
sure.
they're signing and re-signing players is what kind of comp pick are we getting for this guy? You know, like I really do think that that's one of the reasons they don't adjust and do a lot of trades with their other picks is because they feel like they can utilize those comp picks. And so that's part of their strategy and philosophy.
Exactly, because I know people would be upset like if Will McClay got poached by another team, but then the Cowboys would also get 2 third-round comp picks. So I'm not saying that equals Will McClay, but at least it's like something as opposed to this person just left for nothing. Somebody asked this question earlier, and I do in fact have the answer. 3 of the last 4 teams in the NFC are NFC East teams. This marks the first time since the NFL went to 4 teams per division in 2002 that 3 teams from the same division have all made the divisional round.
Wow.
So all year, while we've talked about how good the NFC East is, it's great to see that it is still paid off in the playoffs. So the division...
Stupid Washington
I know.
ruined it. We could have had all the teams in.
They really did.
They forgot they were even in a chance to be in the playoffs. So, come on.
That's a good point.
So you shouldn't feel sorry for him. If you're
The
going to
Cowboys
not
would have helped
remember,
them out.
Yeah,
They'd
don't
have
feel
been like,
sorry
we'll
for
get you
them.
in the
I feel
playoffs.
bad for us. They could have represented better, Derek.
Yeah,
they could have
well,
represented
you know
us
what?
better.
They forgot.
They forgot.
Don't feel sorry for
If
them.
you want to feel even worse about that, if Washington would have made it and would have won, you realize in the divisional round we would be hosting the Giants. And then
Do you like that?
Cowboys versus Dabes. I love it.
Do you like that?
I mean, better than this matchup, I do.
No, I'm just kidding.
And so it's
starting to like this matchup more.
Oh, all right.
I like this matchup.
It's been 21 years for the 4-team per division divisional system. First time, 3 of 4 were from the same division. So huzzah to the NFC East. Now, let's stick with the NFC East. This is Dexter Lawrence, cut number 2 right here. This is Dexter Lawrence. They're going up to Philly. This is why he said he doesn't want his mom going to the game.
Like he said, gritty, hard nosed. I told my mom she can't come to the games because she'll go back at them. But it should be fun, and I'm excited.
Because they'll punch a lady. The folks in Philly, for sure.
They are bad.
Yeah. And so...
Ooh, good question for Derek. What was the worst thing that you saw playing against the Phillies?
The worst thing?
Let's see if you
I
can
don't know.
top
I mean,
this.
they threw a lot of stuff. They poured beer on the players' wives. Like they're ruthless.
Yeah, they came to our section when I was on the Nationals and tried to fight our fans, tried to fight our family.
That's
members.
how they. Yeah, I
And the security
seen the
does
trash
nothing
talk.
about it.
No,
the
they
police
don't.
and the security are almost like, yeah, they can beat up your family.
They,
but we're not
I, feel
going to
like,
protect you.
I feel like the police are like, just get thicker skin. Don't let it bother you.
Man.
And it's like, are you kidding me? They're pouring stuff on us. They're basically sucker punching us. Like,
Yeah.
what do you want us to do? And then as soon as we do something back, it's like, all right, straight to jail.
That makes sense to you then why Dexter Lawrence wouldn't want his mom there.
Yeah.
To avoid this exact
'Cause
scenario.
in Philly, they don't care about your feelings.
I'm pretty sure the Eagle fans are worse than the Philly fans. Maybe it's about the same, but just the intensity of a Major League Baseball game versus an NFL game. I told my wife after that day, I said, and we had our baby at the time, Mary Grace, who was 2 and just turned 18. I was like, it's just not worth it. It's not worth taking you and a 2-year-old to this game because they're horrible human beings.
Should I text Trout and be like, hey, why are you guys such bad fans over
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I want to hear from I want to hear from Trout on this.
Ask him if he can come on the show.
Yeah.
Like if we're just texting him.
Mike
Yeah.
Trout. You have to call him Mike Trout because we have Mike here. So
Yeah.
he's
I
the
would just
Mike
call
in-
him Trout.
Could we call him Trouty?
Trouty?
Yeah.
I don't know if you'd like that.
Okay.
Sounds like a Pokemon.
I have good news.
Oh, yes.
From the Cowboys world.
Yay.
J-Ron Curse.
Is he okay?
On the percentage chance that he plays on Sunday.
Oh.
And remember, I said good news.
Okay.
100%.
Oh,
he
that
said,
feels like great news.
I'm good.
From the
I'm
back to the middle and around
feeling
again.
good.
I'm
This
gonna
is
be
easier to
that
handle than the first time. And then he added this line. We want to win it all. We're craving a Super Bowl. That's enough motivation for us. Dude, he's got to be on the field. He has to be on the field for this this defense to work against what the Niners like to do. He has to be there.
Derek didn't know that song.
Oh. Well, it's a solid song.
It's kind of hard to hear. I mean, Corey's talking. And
I know, I wanted to be
Yeah.
soft
Trying
in
to
the
interrupt.
background. I was the background music.
You know what? See, Corey, this is at least partially your fault. Because I've started to lean into the nonsense and shenanigans. So instead of being like, hold on, let me hear the rest of this Cowboys news, I'm like, I'm going to sing Pure Lovin' alongside Mike Bassick. And that was the decision that I made.
Great decision.
Well, as long as we're leaning into nonsense and shenanigans, everybody knows that Trevor Lawrence went to the Waffle House. But if we go to cut number one here.
But what's wrong with the Waffle House?
Nothing.
Yeah.
What did Trevor Lawrence order at the Waffle House, and how did it all get set up? Let's hear from him.
It depends. That night I got the Texas bacon cheesesteak with hash browns with cheese and a pecan waffle. So it depends. Yeah, I was. So sometimes I get the All-Star. Depends how I'm feeling.
I know the All-Star is one that Reggie supports that selection. I did like the "you were hungry," and I'd just be like, yeah, I just played in a football game.
And I'm assuming 2 hours before the football game, they don't eat. So I'm going to assume
that's a long time.
Right. So I'm going to assume if the game's at 7 p.m. that you're going to stop eating, like you're going to have a meal at 4 p.m. I'm going to assume, and then not eat until 11:30 to midnight. So that is quite a bit of time. And then to do that,
you may have a power bar or something before the game.
Or during the game, possibly at halftime, I'm sure.
Or wings.
They pass out the oranges and bananas and stuff from the moms. Like maybe, I don't know, maybe the team mom forgot for Jacksonville that night.
Capri Suns and orange slices.
And then the last thing is Jalen Hurts is off the Eagles injury report, in case you missed our mention of that yesterday. But that J-Ron Curse thing is huge.
Game over.
News.
30-20 Dallas, 1992.
That's right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what is your biggest remaining question mark for the Cowboys? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. For the 817 guys, what is the record against San Francisco and Dallas in the playoffs? Who has won the matchup more? I believe it's 5-3 Cowboys. I'll double check on that. Yeah! And tomorrow, Corey, I want to do a comprehensive evaluation of the best and worst playoff games between them.
Between the two of them?
Yes.
92 through 94 was obviously the battle, and the Cowboys go 2-1 in that. And then they didn't play each other again until last year, right? So that makes it 2-2, I know, in kind of our lifetime.
They played, I think, 3 years in a row in the 70s. Like 70, 71, and 72.
And obviously the 81 season, 82 game we know is the catch. So then that makes us 2-3 in our lifetime. But I don't know what they did in the 70s.
They won all of those.
Oh, in your face.
So, like I said, I believe it is 5-3, but we'll dive into that tomorrow.
Okay, there are a couple things there, Kevin.
And you're rooting for Montana, and that's why
I was
decided.
A baby.
The state of Montana? For one, I think we all remember that the Michael Irvin pass interference from Deion Sanders is going to be high up because it was a great moment. Nobody else was great in that game. I think Troy and Michael Irvin were really good in that game because they had to be, except for Troy started off poorly. But then from there on, they had to grow that. But Jerry was talking last week about Tony Pollard had said, hey, people remember the big plays in the playoffs.
Sure.
And when we asked Jerry about that, he was like, hey, look, man, there are some 1-2 yard grind runs that you'll always be like, that was a huge moment in a game, especially in playoffs that really do stand out. And whenever they had the Old Valley Ranch, I would always, when I was working it for the Cowboys website or whatever I was doing over there, there was always this picture. And I took a picture of it and had it as like my screensaver for a long time. And it's the picture of Emmitt Smith coming through the offensive line into the end zone for like a 1-2 yard run. And they're just dirty and filthy. I think that was the first time they won against San Francisco. And, that's it was a touchdown, obviously, and it was a significant touchdown, but it was a 1 yard touchdown. But it was a massive play. Those things always stick out. I'm guaranteeing that one pops up on that list tomorrow.
All right. So my question for y'all now, more contemporarily, is what is your biggest question mark remaining for the Cowboys? I was actually reading an article on Bleacher Report that led me to this question because, and I bet a lot of people are still here, they think the Cowboys' biggest question mark is still quarterback. So I am curious because it was just one game, and when you juxtapose it with how bad that Commanders game was, I hadn't really thought about it like that, but I guess I get it.
I'm in that category. I think Dak is a good quarterback. I don't have him as a great quarterback. He played great on Monday night. If he plays like that, I'm on record. If he plays like that every game in the playoffs, I think the Cowboys can win it all.
Yeah.
Now, there could be something that still goes wrong and you don't win, but I do think, I don't want to give this away, but in power rankings, it'll be interesting where I have Dak. But I think Dak overall is better than Brock Purdy. And it's just because I just don't know Brock Purdy yet, right? I mean, I could, after this playoff run is over, I might have Brock Purdy as a top 5 quarterback in the NFL going into the next season. Because if he wins the Super Bowl, it's really tough to be like, he's still not good at quarterback. That is my biggest question mark, because if Can Dak carry a team for 3 or 4 straight games in the playoffs against playoff teams? That's my biggest question mark.
And if he does, you would like to think then that those questions would be quieted for good, especially if it came with a Super Bowl victory.
It's really tough for me, Kevin, to juxtapose what we just saw versus the Washington game, because I want to ask you the real question of, do you really think that entire team was trying to win against Washington aside from Dak? Because I thought Dak was doing everything he could out there and running around behind an offensive line that was kind of halfway showed up. And that's the juxtaposition is two complete last game of the season that doesn't really matter unless you really were trying to win it to get position or whatever. Which against playoff game against Tom Brady on Monday. They're two magnificently different things.
I think I'm starting to come over to your side because internally, I'm like, well, yeah, they were trying to win that game. They knew they could still get the number 1 seed. Everyone said the same thing. But when you saw the Commanders game versus the Bucs game, And I don't think
different.
I don't think the Bucs are a good
Everything
team,
did.
but the Commanders aren't a good team either. And
Yeah.
so it was shocking to see the differences.
It just feels like against the big time opponent, Derek, that that's where they really wanted the big time game as opposed to the meh game.
Yeah, I for sure agree with that. I also think I'm pretty sure it was you guys talked about it was it's not like they wanted to show their cards. They didn't want to show their hand going into that. They already knew they're in the playoffs. Let's not do too much. If anything, it's more of Dak, let's get your consistency going, get a few runs here and there, do the basic stuff, just don't give anything away. And then you saw a totally different team when they showed up in Tampa.
Yeah. My question mark, and I know a lot of people are going to throw Maher in there. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I guarantee he doesn't miss an extra point for the rest of the run. That's where I'm gonna leave that. But
So you don't think we're scoring any touchdowns?
Hey, dude.
I'm just kidding.
The other thing, though, my
I'm just kidding.
My question mark is the physicality of Trayvon Diggs. Is he making business decisions? And I don't know what he would be making those business decisions for, except for maybe the big business of the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah. So here's my take. There were multiple times, and not just the Mike Evans moment when Mike Evans punked him, all right? That happened, Trayvon. We all saw it, and I get it. Hey, hit him back. Bust him in the mouth. But there was a moment when Curse got hurt. Or if you look, it looked like Diggs was holding his elbows in and saying, please don't run into me, anybody. Then I think the next play, another thing happened. That's when I texted y'all, and I was like, hey, are y'all seeing these business decisions? My hot take on this might be, I don't want him getting hurt right now. Anybody opposite of Diggs, we have question marks about. If Diggs was to get injured in some way trying to make a tackle, we don't have a cover corner that I trust like that. So as much as we're like, hey, all in, you got to be doing all these things too. I can't let him get hurt at the moment trying to make a tackle when maybe we need the other guys, our big-time tacklers, making those tackles.
So the Trayvon Diggs, I agree with you. I think he's phenomenal. But the moments that I've noticed is if there's the beginning of a tackle or the onset of a tackle that doesn't directly involve him and he's in the neighborhood, he'll make the moves or lunges toward the tackling that's happening and then determine quickly whether or not he needs to get involved. And if you see it where he moves in position and then he's like, no, yeah, they probably got it. And he'll just back away, as opposed to, I feel like Donovan Wilson just throws himself like a missile into everything. And
you need that guy. You have to have a guy like that.
And I'm not saying I want Trayvon Diggs to be doing that because I definitely do not. But I feel like maybe there's a happy medium somewhere there.
Yeah, who was Derek? Who was y'all's crazy guy on your team that went to the World Series those years? Did y'all have one of those guys that you were like, I have no clue what that guy's gonna do, but it's gonna be fun to watch? Are you about to say you? That's fine? That's okay.
No, I don't want to say me.
It's Padilla back in the day.
Padilla. Yeah. Oh man, I really liked him. He was funny. You don't know what you're gonna get. God, it's tough to say. I can't really pick.
That's fine.
Everybody was very consistent throughout the playoffs. We were hot. We were on our streak.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
So it's hard to just say one certain
dude
guy. I mean, Nelson Cruz was the guy that really carried us.
Baseball's different, but it was right before your time. They got rid of Milton Bradley.
I got you. Yeah.
I mean, he was my teammate too.
That's that's what I want from Donovan Wilson. I don't know.
Were you on the team with Milton?
No, I was around him, and kind of a stat patter.
Yeah.
Take himself out of games.
But he was crazy. I mean, he was insane.
Yeah.
But
Marlon Byrd was pretty insane too.
I just want that one guy that you don't know exactly what it's going to be, but it's going to be full speed. And that's what Donovan Wilson is whenever he's on the field. Again, Kevin, he lights up Chris Godwin.
Yeah.
Chris Godwin, the physicality there, that's like, hey, we're the more physical team today. That's the presence. So
I'll tell you what, he took his position. Sam Williams can be a little bit crazy. You're afraid of a late hit, and you're afraid of a big play that could change the game in a positive way. Sam Williams can be that guy.
Since you brought up Diggs, I think mine is generally for the defensive backfield, because I feel like if the DBs play, even 85% of what they did Monday night, I think there's an excellent chance that you can win this game. One of the stats, and we might dive into this for more as the week goes along, that I saw is the split for Brock Purdy in this last game, where I thought he was top notch. For receivers who had 5 yards or more of space separation, as opposed to when they didn't. When they didn't, and 5 yards of separation is a crazy amount of separation. His numbers were not good when they didn't have those massive amounts of separation. So I know this could go a whole lot of different ways, and people are like, oh, this is going to be another amazing late round quarterback draft pick and everything. And I understand why, but I hope that the DBs can play anywhere near as good as they did in terms of the tighter coverage and cause problems for Purdy.
I think Mike brought one up off air a little bit ago that I think is pretty interesting. You know, look at what DK Metcalf did against San Francisco last week.
Sure.
By the way, Lenore on the other side of Charvarius Ward shut down Tyler Lockett. It was one of those kind of games, and there are lots of things that can describe why that was the case, but DK had 10 catches and 100 and something yards. He was really good, and he had been short earlier in the season. So what was the difference? And some of it was they were able to get big explosive plays downfield. Who is the big explosive play downfield guy for the Cowboys? Is it Lamb? Lamb does all these different things and sometimes will slip wide open and you have a big play downfield. Is Gallup is that guy, or is T.Y. that guy? We've seen a couple of different attempts, and the one that really sticks out was the big win for sure. But can T.Y. be the guy that really lights people up downfield, and can Dak find him? I think that's a big question mark for this team to kind of stretch what San Francisco likes to do specifically.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you feel, and me personally, I feel like the Cowboys have more weapons and a better quarterback than what the Seahawks have. That's why I feel there's so much more hope for the Cowboys over the 49ers, because of Dak's a better quarterback than Geno. The weapons at the receiving core is better than what the Seahawks have. So I feel like the deep ball is going to play very well against the 49ers, and they're going to do such a good job of moving the ball around. I mean, you got two great running backs at the backfield, too. It's going to help open up so much more for Dak as well. So I'm calling it already. The Cowboys will win this game.
I like it. I like what Derek's saying here.
Can we put it in 3-inch headlines?
And to see Kenneth Walker.
Sounds like we got a bet.
Kenneth Walker, who from the Seahawks, who he had a really great run early in the game. He went to high school with my nephew. That was pretty cool to learn. While I was at the in-laws this weekend, he had a really good game, and that was a strong effort there. And that, we know what Seattle likes to do when they like to run the ball. The Cowboys have been not great at getting what they want accomplished, but we saw Tony Pollard get up big yards against Tampa Bay. Hopefully that Tony Pollard has those fresh legs to do that again against San Francisco, because we're going to need it. I don't think Zeke is going to give you that option. I think Zeke's going to give you some physical couple yard runs that here and there they can help, but man, Derek, like you just said it, they have it. They desperately need it to show up on Sunday against San Francisco.
I'm far more optimistic on the Gallup front than I probably would have been going into it, just because you saw flashes, not a whole game, but you saw flashes of the separation that you want to hope for, or the ability to high point the ball, which we felt like was there all along. And so I am hopeful about that. And from the 214, I would love this. Giants beat Philly, Cowboys beat San Francisco. It's a lock. I mean, obviously, I hope you're right, because as we discussed earlier in the week, that means the Cowboys would host the Giants in the NFC Championship game. And that would just be freaking amazing.
Dave's against Dallas, we've already coined it, I'm excited about that.
Friend from the 972, their concerns will all go away if the Cowboys throat punch the 49ers.
Throat punching is the way to go. That's the way you go out there and throat punch right out of the gate.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You approve of that, Derek?
Yeah, I was going to say something, but I'm going to leave that one out.
Oh, coming up next, how about some NFL fiction or nonfiction? Next, right here on The Fan.
All day.
On second and goal here, he fakes, he looks, he's in trouble, but keeps it alive and finds Mitchell. Improvisation leads to a touchdown.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time for some NFL fiction or nonfiction. Are you fine, folks? Ready?
Nobody knows the difference.
No clue what you're talking about.
All right, well,
can you give us a sheet, like a definition sheet, so that we know in the future which one's which?
That would be helpful.
Fiction? What?
Thank you, Joey.
You too?
Yes.
Man, fiction is not real. Nonfiction is real, despite the non in it. I understand.
I'm going to write that down.
Okay.
Why would they do that? Just
Fiction is
not real.
I really don't
Fiction
know,
equals
guys.
real or not real?
Fiction is not real.
Not real.
Nonfiction
I went to 13th grade. So
is
that's why.
real.
Gotcha.
All right.
I was an English major.
Fiction.
23-yard punt. That's coming up in Mike.
The
likes it.
1994
What the crap,
NFC
John
Championship game.
My mom can punt at 23 yards.
I would actually really like to see that. The NFL fiction or nonfiction, the difference in days off for the 49ers and the Cowboys heading into the divisional round is unfair.
It is unfair, but unfortunately, this is part of being the most popular team in the NFL. When you're the most popular team in the NFL, they're going to put you on the Monday night game.
Which McCarthy made reference to. He's like, TV is king.
Yeah.
I am going to go with the Patrick Walker approach.
Okay.
Which is, I really think this is a good one. Don't look at it in that manner.
Okay.
How about, and maybe this is as more of a fan saying it this way. How about saying it's glorious that the Cowboys have to prep for the next round of the playoffs.
Okay, well, sure. But that's all fine and well.
Like, let's look at it that way, Kevin.
Okay.
No, in reality, you give.
I much prefer it to the alternative of what went wrong in Tampa.
If they played Saturday, and then that would be even tougher. Now, but think about this: if they played last Saturday and San Francisco played Sunday, is that fair? I mean, that they would get an extra day off. Like it is the weird, but it is.
Yeah.
Like, you're right. 2 days seems wild, but man, the NFL. By the way, for anybody who wants a stat, there, Cowboys are undefeated on short rest this year.
Ooh,
I heard that from Bobby the other morning.
All right.
And I think it's 5 days or in that range, something like that. They're undefeated on short rest.
So you want to go the undefeated route? Let's go the undefeated route. We got some audio right here. NFL Fact or fiction, Trevor Lawrence is incapable of being defeated on Saturdays. Here's Doug Peterson's thoughts about it.
Are you aware that Trevor Lawrence has never lost a game on a Saturday?
This guy.
37-0. High school, college, and pros.
He's not the first one to say.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, a lot. Next question.
He didn't want to jinx it. He thinks it's a jinx. He was like, "Why'd you bring it up, jackass?"
I wouldn't answer it. I would do the same thing.
You're right.
Got to avoid that.
Yes. All right. So NFL fact.
Hold on.
Or excuse me. Fiction.
So Choppy says
I
this
wonder
morning.
if he's ever been an underdog on a Saturday.
Choppy says this morning
Last
that you
week,
can't
right?
say the yips, or
Correct.
that you've never had the yips. And you're like, whatever. You spit in the face of that.
Correct.
But whenever he says that, you're like, nope, that's a jinx right there.
There's different things. The yips, is something that's not gonna. That's like, I don't know. That's just to get in your own head so that you think that I can't throw.
Gotcha.
Having the superstition of, man, I haven't lost on a Saturday. That you can't jinx that, because once it happens, now it's done.
Yeah, okay.
Whereas the yips can come and go.
Gotcha.
A lot. Next question.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So obviously they are a sizable underdog this week. But Mike, this is your guy. Fiction or nonfiction, Trevor Lawrence cannot be defeated on Saturdays.
Well, he's going to lose this Saturday.
Oh my gosh.
He's never, I'm assuming at Clemson he was never the underdog, and in high school he was never the underdog.
And certainly not to this degree.
So, and I get he was a 1.5 point underdog last Saturday, but I don't see them beating Kansas City. So I think he's going to lose his first game. But when you're the best quarterback in the country in high school, and you're the best quarterback in the country in college, I understand how he's undefeated on Saturdays.
Guys, NFL fiction or nonfiction, Brock Purdy has a weakness, and I alluded to it a minute ago, but I have discovered it. Before I tell you what the weakness is,
Salisbury steak?
You have to tell. No.
I love Salisbury
Do
steak.
you believe I have found Brock Purdy's weakness?
No.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Mike, you say yes or no. I have discovered Brock Purdy's weakness.
I'm going to say if you have, you are better than defensive coordinators in the NFL.
All right, here we go. Against Seattle, Brock Purdy, 9 of 10 for 179 yards and 3 touchdowns when a receiver had 5+ yards of separation.
Okay.
So I think that feeds into the idea that it's the scheme, not the guy. I'm not telling you it's the scheme, not the guy, but that does feed into that perception. And 5 yards is an enormous amount of separation.
The scheme is great, though. And the scheme isn't going away.
It is.
I don't think it matters who the guy is. It is the scheme with that. But they have a guy, the guy is very efficient. And this guy is not making the mistakes. I think they may give a little more leeway to like a Trey Lance. But with Purdy, they're like, here's what we need you to do. And he's like, this is my only shot. I was Mr. Irrelevant. I have to do everything they say.
No, you're right.
So he's playing the scheme
Think about it. Even now, some people are like, I don't know if that's going to be your job next year. Even though, so how much do you trust Dan Quinn? Because check this out. Here's where the flaw would come into play. On plays where Brock Purdy threw it with less than 5 yards of separation, he was 9 of 20 for 153 yards and a 71.5 passer rating. Not QBR, passer rating.
So this is very similar to the question we ask about quarterbacks coming out of Alabama or those big programs. Is it because they have 5-star wide receivers going up against
Yes.
not the 3-star cornerbacks, and that's why those quarterbacks get the big plays? Tua proved that he can learn to be a good quarterback, right?
Sure.
But when he was in college, man, he was whipping it around like Alabama had never seen before. So it changed. Yeah, it changed the whole way they looked at it. And so I think that this is, I agree with where you're going, but so what you're saying is then the Cowboys have to figure out how to keep all yards of separation under 5 in order to win this game. Because if there's a play where there will be more than 5 yards of separation, Brock Purdy will make you pay. Like, that's what I'm seeing here. So figure out how to play tighter defense. What I'm guessing here.
I just don't feel like he's going to have as much time to throw. I feel like the pressure of the Cowboys defense is going to get to him and create a little bit of I don't know what you want to put adversity in this one. He's gonna struggle a little bit here.
NFL fiction or nonfiction, Josh Allen will eliminate the Bills. He still makes a lot of mistakes and turnovers. For example, 2 interceptions, lost fumble, led to 17 points for the Dolphins this past weekend in a game that I thought was going to be an annihilation.
That's a tough one to say that Josh Allen is going to lose the game. I'll tell you, I do think Joe Burrow is going to play better than Josh Allen on Sunday daytime.
That's one of my picks. So,
Oh, you like Cincinnati too?
Yes, I do.
I do too. But you can have it. You're down $400.
That's it?
Yeah.
All right.
That's it, he says.
But he did not want
I'm
to take
down
on
250,
Corey.
and I'm like, oh my God, I'm done, dude. I'm done. I should
Non-fictioning
just go
this?
ahead and what?
That Allen is going to lose the Bills.
Man, because their defense hasn't been good. If he turns the ball over, that's a problem for them. So, yeah, I'll say that is
You have to look at your notes?
nonfiction.
Are you looking at your notes?
That
to
is
determine?
nonfiction. That is
Okay.
real.
NFL fiction or nonfiction, Tom Brady will never play in the NFL again. By the way, betting odds on that, super tight. Yes, plus 110. No is the favorite at minus 150. So it's not a coin flip, but it is pretty close.
I think Tom Brady's done.
I don't think so.
Mostly, and here's the reason, Derek.
I think he goes back to New England.
I just want to believe it that the Cowboys ended his career. Like that's my personal.
He's not going out on that. There's no way. It's his
that would
worst.
be amazing.
That's his worst playoff loss in his career.
Second worst.
Do you
but
think?
yes.
second.
Do you think he thinks that this year was worth it?
I don't know what he thought about his marriage. I feel like he
wanted to get divorced anyway.
Yeah.
To be honest, if you're at that point and it's like, hey, you can either play or our marriage is over, and you pick play, you don't want to be married anymore.
No, I think he's right. I do. I
do
seriously
too.
do.
So even like with the way the rest of the season went, he's like, nah, it's okay. The divorce, I got a new smoking hot girlfriend, and everything's gonna be fine.
Yeah, Tom Brady's gonna be fine. To your point, like I don't think he's gonna be like, well, now nobody wants to date me.
Right.
He's gonna be just fine. All right. So Derek says he will play. You say no. Mike, you say Tom Brady plays, yay or nay?
Yes, he plays.
Okay.
And I'll put it. I think it'll be a mistake.
Oh, okay.
Not that, look, we don't remember Willie May. I'm not old enough. No, I don't really remember Willie Mays with the Mets. You know, we don't really remember Emmitt Smith with the Cardinals. It does happen. A lot of guys are like, I want to play. I'm good enough to still play. We don't really even remember Michael Jordan with the Wizards.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
I do think he is going to play until he physically can't. And he still physically can. I'm saying it's going to take a major injury where he's like, I can't get up and I can't. My knee, they hit my knee. My head is rattled. I think, unfortunately for Tom Brady, he's going to be the greatest of all time. But I do think it's going to take a major injury for him not to play anymore.
The betting odds, if he leaves Tampa and continues to play, have him going to the Raiders first, then the Jets, then the Patriots, who Derek mentioned. What makes my brain hurt is the San Francisco 49ers are fourth on this list.
I don't know if he'll want to do this or not, but he wanted to get to Miami. Did you mention Miami?
Yeah, Miami, surprisingly enough, I did not see them in the top group of this list. I think Miami is a very viable candidate. Now, I got one more
the
for
Raiders aren't good enough.
Yeah.
Like, why would he do that?
Or
I want to go play
neither
against
the-
Patrick Mahomes twice and Justin Herbert twice and then Josh Allen and Burrow. And I guess going to Miami would be the same, but at least you wouldn't have to deal with them till, I don't know. He kind of needs to go to the NFC, honestly. The NFC is way too loaded to go there.
Cowboys.
I mean, if the 49ers for some reason were open, that would be very
After
appealing.
what I saw from him against the Cowboys, the Chuck and Duck,
You don't want him?
No.
Yeah, I like it.
All right, one more in the retirement realm, NFL fiction or nonfiction. Aaron Rodgers will never play in the NFL again. I know he said he's weighing it, but then also told McAfee he could still win an MVP, which leads me to believe he's leaning towards playing.
I loved when they played that audio this morning with Sean and RJ and Bobby. It was Choppy was like, man, he asked 4 questions and answered them all. Can I still win him MVP? Yes, I think I can. Can I still do this? Yes, I can. Like I think he's coming back to play. I will go with what Mike just said. I think it would be the wrong decision for him just because he's got to figure out something is missing in his throws. And I've never seen him underthrow as many players as I saw him underthrow this year.
He might go to the Commanders.
Oh, if he hates it in Green Bay with that organization, he's going to hate the Commanders.
Them are the Colts.
But then again,
that would be the most Colts thing to do as they're going
trade
on their veteran
all the
QB
picks,
tour. Yeah, absolutely. NFL fiction or nonfiction, Justin Jefferson is the most valuable non-QB in the league. Their ESPN's analytics expert, Seth Walder, put out his list of the most valuable players in the league.
More so than any defensive player?
He has Justin Jefferson 5th on the list, which is the highest non-QB, and then Tyreek Hill is 6th on the list. Myles Garrett, 9th, Nick Bosa, 10th, and Micah Parsons, 11th. So they have Micah Parsons as the 5th most valuable non-QB, and I believe 3rd most valuable defensive player.
Yeah, see, I don't know, man. I
don't
just
like it.
And that, Kevin, this is where I want you to take some of these things to Micah this week.
Yeah.
Like, hey, look, everybody's saying that Bosa is better than you. Like he's going to get the Defensive Player of the Year award. How do you feel about that, Micah? I just want to see. I want Micah to have all those little things in his notebook to go read and go, I'm going to kill everybody.
I think that's a good idea. I would continually sprinkle in while you're watching film study and stuff, although I guess he would be in the opposite film study. I would make sure he heard. I'd be like, well, yeah, Nick Bosa is going to win Defensive Player of the Year, so he's obviously the best. Like
He's the best guy on the field, I guess.
I would keep just dropping that in, and so Mike is like,
Yeah, I need
watch.
everything. I mean, I loved hearing McCarthy say, look, we have extra day of rest, or they have an extra day of rest, but we're going to be tired and grumpy. I do like that mentality. Like, go in grumpy. I want as grumpy as you can get from Micah.
Now, last one I have, I think you guys can get this one. NFL fiction or nonfiction, the Cowboys will host another watch party at the Miller Lighthouse at AT&T Stadium Sunday for Cowboys 49ers.
I'm sure they've already decided that it's Wednesday.
Nonfiction.
Have they not decided this yet?
They have.
Okay.
It is official. That's why I said I thought you guys could get this. Is if you want details, DallasCowboys.com/playoffs. They'll have free parking in lots 6, 7, 10, and 11. Free admission. $5 Miller Lite's going to be a party.
35 minutes ago, Adam Schefter tweets, more on the Cowboys sticking with Brett Maher for Sunday's divisional playoff at San Francisco via Todd Archer. 2 minutes ago, Adam Schefter tweets, Dallas is likely to bring in another kicker this week to compete, but Maher expected to be the kicker Sunday. Do you think that he's going to compete and win?
That's a fascinating statement. So it's a faux competition to try to light a
I don't
fire
know.
under his ass?
Or just kind of see. What if you get there this week, Kevin, and he can't make a single kick even in practice? And then you're like, okay, well now we're done. Yeah, we got to move on. So I guess you're just covering your butts here, you know?
Okay.
All butts covered.
And it was interesting because yesterday McCarthy made it sound like he was like, oh, yeah, he's still the guy. Fossil definitely made it sound like he goes, hell yeah, if it's my choice, he's kicking. And now here we are.
Just to see.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, how about a little Mike Likes It?
Okay, so obviously thinking a lot about San Francisco and Dallas, and I don't know if you could find a bigger Dallas Cowboy fan in the 90s than Mike Bassick.
Okay.
I know there's plenty
Your
of
dad?
us than my dad. I was a bigger fan. I was crazy at that point, you know. I'm in high school, and I'm looking at this 94 game, and this is the game where the Cowboys lose and the 49ers win. I forgot how crappy the field was watching this on YouTube.
It's just a mud street
92
going up
it
the
was
middle
a bad
of it, yeah.
field, and 94 it was a bad field. 93 was the only one where the game was in Dallas. But Corey, you brought up earlier how Aikman got off to a bad start. So to start the game off, the Cowboys get the ball, and Aikman throws a pick 6 on 3rd and 8. So that starts off the game. Then the next play, or the next possession. So Dallas is down 7-0. I don't know the spread in this game. I'm sure you can look these things
I'll
up.
double check.
But
I feel like, did we go down 21-0?
We did. So then Cowboys get the ball back. Next possession. This is how bad this game went, and the Cowboys still almost won this game. Cowboys, I have this written down here. Cowboys, it is 3rd and 17, the next possession. So 2 bad plays. Emmett slips on the handoff, so it's a negative play. Then he throws a pass to Emmitt Smith, and they tackle him quickly. So you get 3rd and 17 your next play. What happens? Troy Aikman throws a 20-yard bullet right to Michael Irvin, first down. Michael Irvin fumbles after catching the ball. San Francisco ball. San Francisco then throws like a swing pass to Ricky Waters for like a 20-something yard touchdown. Cowboys down 14-0. Next possession, San Francisco kicks off. Kevin Williams fumbles the kickoff. San Francisco ball. San Francisco then takes the ball 30 yards down the field for a touchdown.
Wow.
It is now 21-0, and the Cowboys have thrown a pick six. Michael Irvin has fumbled the first down, and Kevin Williams cannot handle he handles the kickoff, just fumbles when he gets hit, and you are down 21-0 in that game.
I checked the spread, by the way. I have to admit, I was pretty darn surprised. In 92, because I want to include all these.
Yeah, okay.
92, the 49ers were favored by 4.
Okay.
93, the Cowboys were favored by 3. And for this game, in the 1994, and I meant 92. So 92, right. San Francisco by 4. 93, Cowboys by 3. This one, San Francisco by 7 is what Pro Football Reference has. I'm pretty surprised.
They had this as as the most non-competitive. It ended up being, I guess the other one before, 38-21 was the most non-competitive game. So you're down 21-0 early on in this game. Then the Cowboys get the ball for a 4th time. Already down 21-0. And they haven't had to punt yet. They haven't kicked off yet.
They've just turned the ball over.
Yes, and the Cowboys and Troy Aikman march down the field and score a touchdown. Michael Irvin, touchdown. Then they get San Francisco to go 3 and out. So on San Francisco's first possession, now they are up 21-7, they get them to punt. Now, here's the issue. The Cowboys then drive down the field. Chris Bonio has to kick. This is how bad this game went. Chris Bonio misses a field goal. That field goal was a 27-yard attempt.
Good Lord.
So instead of it being 21-10, they drive down, they get stalled out. So you're thinking, I actually wrote down 21-10. And then the next thing I see is that the field goal is good by San Francisco. And I'm thinking, all right, 24-10. I'm like, wait, why does it say 24-7? And I have to look back. I'm like, that SOB Bonio missed a 27-yard field goal attempt. So it's actually 24-7. So then the next drive, the Cowboys score a touchdown. And it's 24-14. So you've had 3 turnovers, a missed 27-yard field goal attempt, and it is 24-14. Here's where it honestly gets to be even worse. This is where I got mad at John Jett. The Cowboys have to punt right before halftime. And the SOB, John Jett, kicks a 23-yard punt. So now it gives San Francisco a chance to score right before half. San Francisco then gets the ball in field goal range, but remember, this is a bad field.
Yeah.
So they are on about the 25-yard line. I didn't mark down exactly where. They're on the 25-yard line with 13 seconds to go and no timeouts. And so our guy Larry Brown, who does win the MVP the next year in the Super Bowl, is literally playing 15 yards off of Jerry Rice. Oof. Because the only thing that they can do is either throw a sideline pass or a touchdown pass. Larry Brown is 15 yards off the ball. When Steve Young releases this ball, they are probably, Larry Brown has a 2-yard coverage on Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice catches the ball 4 yards past Larry Brown for a touchdown.
Holy cow.
With 8 seconds to go. So literally, you're still at 24-14. I'm just kind of going through this game and remembering my emotions through this. And Larry Brown allows, and this is where Michael Irvin looks like he's going to kill somebody on the sideline, is that game should be 27-14 at halftime. Worst case scenario, but unfortunately Larry Brown, and look, he is Jerry Rice. Steve Young's like, I don't care. It's somewhat man-to-man coverage. I'm just going to throw it to the corner of the end zone. The safety can't get over there. And I don't care that he's 15 yards off the ball. This is the play. I'm throwing it to Jerry Rice, and Jerry Rice beats Larry Brown. It's 31-14. And to make matters worse, it really doesn't matter, but stat-wise, you look at it, Corey, Troy Aikman has to throw a Hail Mary, and he throws an interception at the end of half. It didn't matter at all. It's just like, screw it. We have to. We're down 31-14. I'm going to throw the ball 40 yards down the field and see what happens. So another turnover, even though it really doesn't matter. And then the game gets interesting there. You have to kick off to San Francisco. Remember, you had the ball every time, so you're kicking off to San Francisco. What in the world do you know? But San Francisco fumbles the kickoff, and Dallas gets it and scores a touchdown. So, like, the crazy thing is it looks like, oh my gosh, everything went wrong. And then to start off the third quarter, San Francisco then fumbles the kickoff. Dallas then scores to make it 31-21.
It felt like they were right there
before San Francisco can get the ball. Unfortunately, from there, they do drive the ball down. For like the first time all game, they drive the ball down the field. You have given up 31 points, and they have not even had a possession where they've had to drive the ball down the field to score. And they do drive the ball 70 yards for a score to make it 38-21. Well, then, unfortunately, Troy Aikman is having to throw the ball a lot in this game. And they do have Deion Sanders on the other side of the field. Troy Aikman throws another interception to Deion Sanders because he's having to go to Michael Irvin a lot, and Deion Sanders is on Michael Irvin, and so Deion gets him this time. But they get a 3-and-out. San Francisco punts. Aikman takes the ball down the field 89 yards and throws a touchdown to Michael Irvin to make it 38-28. The Cowboys get another 3-and-out. And this is the possession where Deion pass interferes with Michael Irvin with about 6 minutes to go in the game, about at the 4-yard line, and they don't call it. And so then they have to go for it on 4th and 11, and they don't get the first down, and that pretty much ends the game.
Because then it could potentially been 38-35.
Yeah. So anyways, it's just interesting to go through and watch how did the Cowboys lose that fourth Super Bowl or the third Super Bowl in 3 years, and they win the next year against Pittsburgh, and they don't have to play San Francisco. They play Green Bay because Green Bay upset San Francisco in that game. But when you look at it, everything that could go wrong, literally pick six, Michael Irvin fumbles, you fumble the kickoff, and you're down 21-0, and then you're like, hey, we're back in this. It's 24-14, but you think, God, we missed a 27-yard field goal. And you're like, it could be 24-17, as bad as it gone. But then you get beat with no timeouts left and 13 seconds to go. You get beat by Jerry Rice for a touchdown to make it close to impossible to come back. So that's the history of that 1994 game. If you weren't alive for it, most people weren't alive for it. How did the Cowboys lose? They were obviously, I didn't know this, going into this 7-point
I was
underdogs,
really surprised to see that.
But the Cowboys played about as bad as football as you could play in the first half, down 31-14, and then got a play that didn't go their way. A ref didn't call pass interference on Deion Sanders. Now, who knows what would have happened if you do catch that ball and you have to punch it in. Most likely with the Cowboys offensive line and Emmitt Smith, you're going to punch in that ball, and you're going to make it 38-35 with approximately 5 minutes to go. But didn't happen. So, now, my next Mike Likes It is this. I went back and looked at Brock Purdy, guys, and I looked at his preseason numbers. I have no clue who Brock Purdy is. I know he's the last pick by Iowa State, but I'm like, what did he do in the preseason? Like, did they see any of this happening? In the first preseason game, he had 6 passes. He goes 3 of 6 for 36 yards and a touchdown. Nothing special. I'm going to give you what Trey Lance did in that game because I think this is an interesting thing on what San Francisco is going to do in the future. In that game, Trey Lance went 4 of 5 for 92 yards and a touchdown. So advantage Trey Lance in preseason game 1, 4 of 5, 92 yards, touchdown. Brock Purdy, 3 of 6, 36 yards and a touchdown. Now I get Brock Purdy's playing the end of the game with the guys that are all going to get cut, and Trey Lance is playing the first drive of the game. He's playing with not Christian McCaffrey at the time, but he is playing with probably his starting offensive line and Deebo Samuel out there. The next preseason game, Trey Lance doesn't play. Brock Purdy goes 14 of 23 for 128 yards. Nothing special there, but not bad either.
Not bad at all.
No touchdown, no interception. Nothing to write about running-wise. I looked at his runs. He didn't do anything in these games that I should write down his running stats. They're like for 10 yards or for -2 yards. So nothing special in running the ball. Preseason game 3, Trey Lance starts the game and goes 7 of 11 for 49 yards. No score. Brock Purdy goes 13 of 20 for 182 yards and an interception. They didn't score in that game. San Francisco lost that game 17-0, but Brock Purdy, 13 of 20, 182 yards and an interception. I wanted to look at this, guys, because he's really come out of nowhere. I wanted to look at his preseason numbers to be like, was he doing something special
See if he
in
dominated
preseason?
then.
And he didn't do anything bad in preseason, but he didn't do anything special in preseason either. And if you look at preseason, Trey Lance went 11 of 16 for 140 yards.
So, yeah.
It's going to be interesting to me. I just wonder.
Not
I'm
a bad
with you.
number, yeah.
If the Cowboys win, Derek, like you said they will, I do think there is a major conversation about Brock Purdy's future because Trey Lance was the 3rd overall pick, and they traded up to make him the next guy.
But I mean, look at how well he's been playing since he's gotten that job opportunity.
100%.
The only thing that I would be curious, he hasn't lost yet, correct? He hasn't
Nope,
so
he's undefeated.
that would be the only thing is how does he handle adversity? What's going to happen when he loses? Does he come back and he's still as good as he was? Does he bounce right back? Or does he just start getting into a slump and maybe they figured him out? That's the other thing, too, is just like in baseball, they don't have, well, now they have plenty of video on him, but before it's like they didn't have enough. So
that was interesting to me last week as Seattle. That was the second time they've played Brock Purdy. It's the only time he's faced a team a second time, and he handled that very well as the game progressed. Obviously, they're down 17-16, but he had a close to perfect second half. The way that Dak played after the first 2 possessions, Brock Purdy didn't take him just 2 possessions, but at halftime, Brock Purdy dominated the game from that point on.
How do you compare Seahawks defense versus Cowboys defense?
Cowboys have a better defense.
So that'll make it
But I
interesting.
will say this, I don't know if we have a better run defense. I say we, the Cowboys. I don't know if the Cowboys have a better run defense than Seattle does. So that's the one thing is Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel could keep him out of bad situations.
Those are nice. Those are nice weapons to have alongside with you.
That's it. That's Mike likes it. Let's get to the block.
They're getting. I just want to add something there. Like they are. Like Shanahan's offense is putting guys in great position.
Agreed.
And I think Brock Purdy has done a great job of playing within it. But whenever asked to do a couple other things, he can do that too. I think figuring out Brock Purdy, we got it. It's more figuring out Shanahan first. And if Dan Quinn, good Lord, I hope you can do it this year, man. I don't want to play a tight game, Kevin. I don't want to play. This is another one where I'm like, hey, do what you did against Tampa and just try and go score. Don't try and play conservative with it. Let's try and get points on the board as often as possible. If that means not kicking extra points, that's fine.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Penalties, and am I old?
Oh.
Next.
Yep.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin.
You're welcome.
Mike.
Sorry for bringing that story up, but
Derek.
Tried.
Thank you.
I'm here.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, Mike is showing Derek the video of Deion Sanders pass interfering with Michael Irvin, which would have led to 4 straight Super Bowls. Like
I think that might bother you more than any sports thing I've ever heard you talk about.
It was one of those very young and impressionable moments. You know, that's where it sticks in my mind. I remember watching the game with my uncle, being upset about it and everything, and it really sticks there. But again, that could be would we be looking back and saying if Barry Switzer had won 2 Super Bowls, that both of those Super Bowls were Jimmy's? Or would we be looking back going, man, Barry Switzer did get you 2 Super Bowls there?
I think he would get a little bit more credit.
I think he would get more credit. And what would be amazing is that Jerry would have Barry Switzer in the Ring of Honor and not Jimmy Johnson.
For sure.
Jeez, man.
Jerry can't lie enough on that one. I don't know when it's just, I didn't say that on that show, that, the Hall of Fame show where they play. It was like, Jerry, just say out loud, I can't stand that man for what he did at the end, and I'll never give him credit. And I've told my family members to never put him in, even when I'm dead.
The thing that's crazy, good night. The thing that was crazy about that, too, is I remember we had him on. He was like, hey, look, he just made the NFL Hall of Fame. Let's celebrate that. And we're just all kind of like, right. But you do see how it's weird that he's good enough to be among the greatest NFL people of all time, but maybe not the best Cowboys of all time just yet.
Small group, man. Very tight group.
It is.
Of champions.
It is.
Which he coached some champions. All right, so Rick Goslin.
Good point.
Mike, you ever heard of Rick Goslin before?
The Goose.
Yep. Kevin, you and I are on his panel of Power Pollers.
That's true.
Which features, I think, 1,200 writers and media personalities from all over the country. And we get to vote each week on some topics that go into the Power Poll. He tweeted out this week, and he's kind of been keeping up. He keeps up with this all the time, and I love it. There was an average of 11.2 penalties for 92 yards per game during the NFL's regular season.
Ooh.
In the opening weekend of the NFL playoffs, there was an average of 8.5 penalties for 60 yards.
Let's go.
So basically all the referees are like, just keep it in your pocket and you just put it in your pants and leave it there and just go out there and let the game be the game. And that can infuriate people. They're like, hey, that was a holding, it's clear. And it could also make a lot of people happy where we didn't have to sit through another Thanksgiving game of 14 or more penalties for each team. All right, so if you're thinking that's awesome, maybe, I don't even know what the crews were for that weekend, Kevin. You're thinking this is really cool. The penalties are going to be, away for the playoffs. Rick Goslin 5 hours ago. The NFL has assigned referees from 3 of the most flag-happy officiating crews to work 4 conference semifinals this week. Carl Sheffers, number 1. Cleet Blakeman, number 2. And Sean Hockley, number 5,
Ed's son,
will work games along with the referee from the lowest penalty crew, Bill Vinovich. All right. So how many games are there this weekend, Kevin?
4.
There are 4, and 3 of them most flag-happy crews in the league. The Cowboys, however, will draw Bill Vinovich for their game with the 49ers. Vinovich assessed 70 fewer penalties for 835 yards than the Carl Sheffers-led group. So does that make you feel better that you know you have the guy that's out there trying to throw the least amount of flags during a football game?
I think it's awesome. I think it is awesome. Sign me up for that all day.
If you want some more stats on this, penalties against the home team, 72. Penalties against the away team,
below.
82.
Okay.
Does that make you feel
Out of how
better?
many
Out of 17 games.
Okay, so that's
an average of 9 a game, I think. Is that right? Am I right about that?
Or a half.
Okay.
Based on that. That's not great, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, 10.71 total flags per game because there were about 1.6 dismissed throughout. The average is 4.24 per game against the home team, 4.82 against the away team. So this could be a very good thing for both the Cowboys and the Niners in that they don't get in the way of the game. And that's something that I think that most fans want, is just stay out of the way of the game. Don't be the reason that maybe that play late in the game, Michael Irvin's armbar that was on Deion Sanders doesn't get called because they were like, hey, I'm not going to decide the game this late. But you said there were, 6.5 minutes still left in the game?
I believe 6 minutes and 18 seconds when that ball was snapped.
Oh, so that's not deciding late in the game. That's still giving the Cowboys that opportunity. Anyway, different situation. But the holding penalties, somebody did point out that this crew likes to call holding penalties on the offensive line. Now, that can go two ways. Very good for the Cowboys defensively because nobody's calling.
Micah gets held on every play.
And it can also be bad for the Tyler Smiths trying to stop Bosa or Tyron Smith trying to stop Bosa out there. So we'll see how that goes on Sunday. So there is your penalty information for Sunday's game.
Do you have any interest in the ratings for the weekend, or do you want us to hit that maybe in the next segment?
I am interested. I was wondering because of did the blowout cause less people to watch the fourth quarter? I wonder.
All right, so I'm piecing this together from a couple of different sources. Is the weekend wildcard games, they were down almost 10% from last year.
Election.
And no, not because of the election, is because
he could be.
Last year, San Francisco and Dallas was in that slot. Now, San Francisco and Dallas last year drew 41 million viewers. The highest rated wildcard game this weekend, 33 million viewers. That is an astonishing.
But the Cowboy game wasn't on the weekend.
Exactly. So the Cowboys jumped into the cable Monday night fray. It peaked with, it's looking like the number is going to come in at about 30.7 million viewers, which would be the most watched game on ESPN since NFL games since 2006. And it could potentially get up to since 1999 with 30.7 million viewers. It peaked right before halftime with 35.6 million viewers. So that just shows you a lot of times you'll see a peak towards the end of the game is it peaked and people were ready to watch and they're like, oh, this game's stupid and the Bucs got nothing.
Yeah. I was trying to keep my New Year's resolution. So with 4 minutes to go, I had to do my 30 minutes of stretching knowing the game was over. So just somebody like me, I don't know how they monitor this, but I obviously went to hey, let me get in my workout so I can go to bed. So there was a little over 10 more million viewers of the Cowboys 49ers game. What's going to be interesting is remember this number for Tuesday next week. Do the Cowboys beat 41 million viewers this Sunday night?
I definitely think they will because this is in the conference championship Super Bowl spot. That 5:30 Sunday window is when they play the second conference championship game, and that's when they play the Super Bowl. So people have conditioned themselves to watch then. And then this is the tightest spread of the weekend. I don't know if it's everybody's favorite game. Personally, I think the Bills and Bengals should be awesome, but this will pop a big rating. I'll say 45 to 46 million.
What do Super Bowls usually get?
175.
Yeah, 105 million.
Billion.
Ish. It's less than what Corey said.
You shut up, Corey.
Oh, that's so rude. It's his segment.
Oh,
legitimately is the C block.
You have the mic.
Thank you. It's all yours. Now for the most important part of this segment today.
Agreed.
I was at DBAT last night. my oldest is having tryouts on Friday, and so I was like, all right, let's go get some swings in.
D-bat where?
Allen.
Oh yeah, I used to do lessons there.
And so, first couple rounds, I was like, man, should have started with T-work, buddy. But then he picked it up from there. And he was crushing it. He was like, I can't swing a bat without my gloves. And I was like, oh my God. Anyway, I was like, this is why I'm like, go watch Vlad.
He pees on his hands.
We'll have to talk about this later, Derek.
Oh, it's a good thing.
We'll talk about this
What?
more later.
What
I have
in the world has
so many
just gone on?
questions.
But I get it
so many
blistered.
questions.
It fixes it. It's good for it.
For you to
wash
do,
my hands.
For
I
you
don't
to do what again?
pee on my hands.
You're welcome, Joey.
Yeah. are welcome.
There's a guy in cage 4 next to us, and he's crushing. He's in there crushing. He's about in the late 30s, mid 30s, late 30s. And all of a sudden, he just starts f-bombing and cussing a storm, and storms out of the cage and starts walking off. No, so he's like mid 30s. And my middle son Carter, he's like, "Whoa, Dad, did you hear what he said?" And I said, "Yeah, he's working through some things right now." A few minutes later, this same guy walks back over, and I'm talking to Carter and Avery, and I hear, "Hey, Pops! Hey, Pops!" And I turn around and look at this guy, and he goes, "I left a few credits on this cage if you and your kids want to swing some." And my first thought was, the F did you just call me Pops? Never. My kid, I don't even like him calling me Pops. And some guy that's about my age referred to me as what I would call a 68-year-old man. Hey, Pops. And I wanted to punch this guy, but then
Joey's getting way too much joy out of that back there.
He offered up some free credits, so that was pretty cool too. So I used those for myself. But Mike, have you ever been called Pops before? Because this is the first time, and this dude's like my age. And is it my beard? Or is it when I told Adrian this?
I don't think I have, but I don't mind Pops.
When I told Adrian, she was like, "Well, you are a dad. He saw you had 2 kids, and maybe that's
say, hey, Dad."
Yeah, I don't want him out there calling me Daddy. That's for sure. But I mean, he could have said Sir. I'd have been okay with Sir.
Sure.
I would have been perfectly fine with Sir. Pops is weird. I don't like I said. I don't even call my dad Pops though.
Well, how old is your dad though?
65.
So I think that is the disconnect right here.
I know.
Pops are for kids.
I am a 40.
That's corn pops.
1-year-old man, right?
That sounds right.
41, about to be 42.
Oh my gosh.
I am not 68 with grandchildren.
It's in July.
My grandkids aren't running around stealing things from my house and saying, when he dies, this is mine anyway. That's not what's happening.
Is that what happens?
You don't do that.
That escalated.
No.
I definitely don't do that.
I don't even have any grandkids. I'm not Pops. Should I be offended or not? 877-881-1053.
If you would have said, "Hey, Pops, you're saying something wrong to your kid," I would have been very offended. Like, "Hey, it's my son. Even if I'm saying something wrong, who are you?" But he said, "Hey, Pops," to try to get your attention, to give you something for free. He wasn't meaning it at all in a derogatory way. He was just trying to get your attention.
He's going to find you and be like, "Man, so you were offended by me giving you free stuff for calling you
I mean,
Pops?"
I definitely used them. I actually personally took them into the cage by myself. I was like, I'm getting these swings in.
He was not at all saying it in a bad way.
The Twitch is saying, don't be offended.
Okay.
Grow up.
This is weird.
What did you wanted him to say? "Hey, sir."
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Or were you more mad that it wasn't your local Kroger or Albertsons where they call you, "Hey, Corey"?
Yeah, it is. Well, it is Allen. They don't really know me that well in Allen. City of Plano.
My bad.
Very popular. City of Allen, still working on things
All right,
there.
so I have a story about the city of Allen real quick and that D-bat. And I'm going to out this person, and I do like this person.
Oh, dear.
He's the owner of the D-bat in Allen, and I used to do lessons there. And he might find this out for the first time, and I'm sorry I'm telling this on the air, but I am. So I put up there a big 16 by 20 picture of Barry Bonds hitting the home run, and all the players on the field have autographed it.
Okay.
Now, Barry Bonds didn't autograph this one. He autographed one for me, so I have all 10 autographs of the people on the field. But I went up there a few years ago, and I was like, hey, I was going to see if that was up there, because I brought it up there when I was giving lessons and everything, and I was going to kind of take it back. And I was like, hey, do you still have, because it's not up there anymore. And I was like, hey, do you still have the autograph 16 by 20 of all the players in the home run? He's like, yeah, I love that. Thanks so much, Mike. And when he said that, I was like,
it was a gift?
I can't ask for it back.
Oh.
So when he like appreciated it so much, like, yes, I still have that. That's amazing. I was like, in my head, I was like, I just can't ask for it back now because he feels like it was a gift and that I gave it to him. And I was like, gosh, I kind of just put it up there. Like, I'm doing lessons up here. So if you want to book lessons, back when I didn't have this job, I was going to college and needing money and I was doing lessons. I appreciated doing lessons, but it's like, hey, this guy who gave up this home run is giving lessons up here if you want to book lessons through this guy. But so anyways, it's not up there anymore for you to see, but it's also not there for me to have back.
Oh,
I mean, you did kind of put that picture up there.
I know.
So
Hey,
it's
Pops,
like
I
he
want
probably
my
thought
picture
that was
back.
it. Yeah. Hey, Pops.
Yeah, I mean, like,
give me my picture.
I've
back.
never done anything like that.
Yes,
never
you
called anybody
did.
Pops?
No, you. I feel like this is public record. You straight up went into Adrian's house and stole a painting from her house.
Oh,
that
wow.
happened.
Why?
Pops, you?
Well, we'd broken up and I wanted it back.
You give it back to her once you married her? Say,
I think my sister
Did you
has it and
destroy
painted
it?
over
Oh,
it.
okay.
Oh,
wow.
you should give it to her for an anniversary present.
Oh, because I don't know if that's going to work out. It could be sweet or it could be, this is the one that you came into my house and took it.
And
you
what
told
is-
her mom to. You're like, hey, I left something here.
I did. I was like, hey, Adrian, there's something in Adrian's room I got to get. She was like, okay. She's awesome. I love her. Thanks, Sharon. By the way, my Twitter is starting to get inundated with Pops. So I guess I did set myself up for that. But
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
I'm the daddy of the station. Is that what's happening now?
Ooh,
yeah.
I believe that. Let's power rank the power rankings right here on 105.3 The Fan.
35 minutes of commercial-free fan. Holy mackerel. It's the Expressway with Sean and RJ mornings at 7:20.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Pollard's come into the lineup. It's 4th and goal. They're going to pass up the 3.
What they're going to do is play action.
4th and goal. Man in motion left to right. Inside, play action, bootleg to the left. Prescott all the way. Runs it in for the touchdown. And he's fired up.
Now, we're all fired up about that Cowboys victory over Tampa Bay in the wild card round. First Cowboys road playoff win in 30 years. But how does that change their status in our power rankings? So this time, as we power rank the power rankings, Mike, usually you go find power rankings. This time, it's up to us.
Right, because obviously they're not doing power rankings when there's 8 quarterbacks left and 8 teams left. They kind of do, but it's a little bit different and by different people. So they power rank the power rankings, and this is really us power ranking the power rankings. So I want you guys to work off of mine, okay?
Okay.
Because I had you guys do it too. I have in my top 3 power rank teams in order, and I want to know how different y'all's are. Kansas City 1, San Francisco 2, and Cincinnati number 3.
We are the same.
Exactly the same?
Mm-hmm.
My number 3 is the same. I flipped 1 and 2.
So you have San Francisco
I think
1 and
San
Kansas
Francisco
City 2.
right now.
Because
is the
why?
best. San Francisco's been trucking people. And I know some people will be like, level of competition. What's going to happen when Brock Purdy gets put under pressure? Yeah, we'll see. But as of right now, they are just trucking folks.
Okay. Corey?
Same as Kevin. I have San Francisco, Kansas City, and then Cincinnati in that order. And I'm kind of with Kevin on that too.
So this was for you guys, this was really bad that New York upset Minnesota.
Yes, I think this is a worse matchup for the Cowboys, but that feeds
Except, Mike, you and I were sitting there looking those guys in the eyes. Like we saw how that stuck with them all offseason in training camp, and they've been talking about it through the year about what San Francisco did against them last year. I don't think there's no way they've forgotten about it, and I think they want retribution. So that's the one.
Okay.
Like, this is that moment where I'm looking at it going, hold on, is this Dirk finally getting his opportunity to get the heat back for what happened? Like, that's kind of how I feel about this team, except for it happened so quickly.
Corey's leaning Cowboy.
Well, and I mean, to go along with that feeds into why I said if they win this game, I think they'll go to the Super Bowl because I think the 49ers are better than the Eagles.
So we all have the same 3 teams, which is interesting. I want to ask you guys the question. I just think Cincinnati's better than Buffalo and going to win. Yep. Even though it's in Buffalo, I think it's going to be a really great game. But you guys are saying Cincinnati ranked higher than Buffalo. Are you guys feeling the same way about that game?
You take a look at the fourth quarter specific stats for those 2 quarterbacks, and Joey Cool is way better than Josh Allen when it comes to the fourth quarter. And Josh Allen, I know people get upset about this because we've talked about how many times Dak Prescott has turned the ball over. Josh Allen is a turnover machine. Okay. I think the Bengals will might win that game.
Corey, do you feel the same way? If you have Cincinnati ranked higher, do you think they're going to go to Buffalo and win?
I do. And I'm really ticked off that they didn't get to finish that game and get some sort of outcome that puts the Bengals in the better position here. Yeah. But I think the Bengals are playing. You even said it after that game or after that outcome came out. You think they're ticked off. I think they're playing with a different mindset as they go anywhere that they go.
So 4, 5, and 6 for me. I think we're going to be different on this.
Yeah, I do too.
I have Buffalo 4. I have Dallas 5. And I have Philadelphia 6.
We are the same.
Wow.
Oh, man, we're both left-handed pitchers. He has about 100 more wins than I do in the major leagues.
And so once again, we are similar, but I'm going to make a flip. And this is something I want to talk about tomorrow, is I at least feel like you have a better handle on what version of the Eagles is going to show up as opposed to what version of the Cowboys. Like, I think the Cowboys have a version that could be the best team in the NFL, but they also have a version that could be much lower. So I have Bills 4, Eagles 5, Cowboys 6.
Okay, so we just flipped the NFC teams.
I I'm riding too high off the Bucs game.
Oh, I love it.
I got the Cowboys at 4.
Love it.
Philadelphia at 5 and Buffalo at 6.
Oh, wow.
I should actually probably put Philadelphia at 6 because of the quarterback injury, and I don't know how that's going to handle.
That's where I'm at, and I just, man, if Dallas would have got Philadelphia here, I think I would be leaning towards Dallas is going to win up there, and Dak is going to play better than Jalen Hurts. It's interesting that Cincinnati-Buffalo, I'll be honest, I had tough time debating 3-4 there, so that's why I put Buffalo 4, as I was really struggling with Buffalo-Cincinnati at 3. And then Dallas and Philadelphia, I was just like, man, I know it's maybe not fair to Philadelphia because they didn't play, so they got the automatic advancement. But I'm just not really sold on Jalen Hurts and his shoulder. And that's why I ranked Dallas just a hair higher there.
And I know Sirianni talked about, having the time off helped him, and he's not on the injury list for the first time in a minute. But I'm still curious how much he runs. So I get that perspective.
I had New York 7 and Jacksonville 8.
I had it the other way.
Me too. I'm with Derek.
Oh, Mike? Man, this is fascinating how this has come together. I am with you. Okay. I have the Giants 7 and I have the Jags 8.
And you guys, and I'm a huge Dave's person.
Yeah.
Not a fan because he coaches the Giants, but I think I was probably the one that was like, hey, I think Dave's can do something different this year. He did do it. But I think when we start talking quarterbacks, Mike, I think that Trevor Lawrence is better than Daniel Jones. And I do think the 4 interception game was a little weird to have four picks and then 4 touchdowns. I think he'll be a different player.
Well, let's go in opposite order here for the quarterbacks. I hope you guys rank the quarterbacks because I did that. I have Daniel Jones at 8. And I have Trevor Lawrence at 7.
We are the same.
Spot on. That's what I think too. And that's why I felt more comfortable flipping them because I like the Giants team better than the Jags, but I like the Jags quarterback for sure better. So I have Daniel Jones 8, Trevor Lawrence 7.
The reason I only did 7 and 8 there, and Corey, I'll be interested in yours, is I drew a line there. I think there's 3 tiers.
And I think we're going to be way different going forward.
So I have T-Law at 7 and Daniel Jones at 8. What do you have, Corey?
I have Purdy at 7 and Jones at 8.
Ooh.
And so that's where I stand on that.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have some differences here. Yep. I like it.
At 4, 5, and 6, this is my kind of tier because I do think there's 3 guys that are in tier 1, 3 guys in tier 2, and 2 guys in tier 3. I have Dak at 4. I have Purdy at 5, and I have Jalen Hurts at 6.
I'm different.
I am different
as
well.
Go ahead.
I got Hurts at 4, Dak at 5, Purdy at 6.
All right.
Okay, well, I now see very clearly who the player is that I'm going to be higher on than everybody else.
You hate Dak Prescott.
No, not Dak.
Oh.
I mean, some people might get mad. I have Jalen Hurts at 6.
All right, that's what I have.
Dak Prescott at 5.
I don't have that.
And Josh Allen at 4.
Whoa!
You're damn right.
Whoa. This is like when somebody has moved up in the lottery right here. Purdy is in the top 3 for Kevin. Do not tell us where he's at yet. What do you have for your 4, 5, and 6?
Kevin over here butt kissing the boss with putting Purdy up that high.
I think just because he's determined it's not
he's like, I can't go vote against that guy. T-Law at 6. Hurts at 5 and Dak at 4.
Okay.
So I have Jones, Purdy, T-Law, Hurts, Dak.
I will tell you. Go ahead.
Just real quick. So where is Dak for everybody again? Then?
4 for me.
5
for me.
5 for me too.
Dak was 4 for me.
Okay, so 4th or 5th.
I'm gonna have I'm gonna tell you on 4, 5, and 6. I had a tough time with Dak, Purdy, and Hurts. I know those are the 3 best quarterbacks left in the NFC, and the only reason I went with Dak 1 is I think Dak has a higher upside than Purdy or Hurts right now. Hurts maybe has a higher upside, but I think he's going to struggle at times to really.
Great.
That
would be great.
I'm going to really run the ball here. I think when there's that doubt in your mind right now, that I think it will take a lot of his weaponry out. I do think Philadelphia will beat New York, but I do think New York has a fighting chance there.
I'm surprised to that point, I'm surprised how many people have been in line with that saying, you just watch. The Giants are going to give them hell.
Okay. My top 3, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, and Josh Allen in that order. Mahomes, Joey B, Josh Allen.
Same.
But not for
Not
Mr.
Kevin.
Brock Purdy. Is he number one? It's Brock Purdy now. The best. Hey, he is a Montana fan.
Yeah, say it. You're
I
a
mean-
huge Niners fan. Say it, Kevin.
Okay,
He's got it at number 3.
This might be, yes.
He's got Purdy at 1.
It's bold. It's not that bold. I have Brock Purdy at 3rd. And for everyone who doesn't like that selection, I understand why. I'm just looking at what's been presented to us thus far is undefeated in the regular season, 13 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. And then he had the second best QBR in
Great
the first
second
round
half,
of the playoffs, only behind Dak. I think Brock Purdy has been phenomenal. When it all falls apart for him, or if it does, I don't know. I think he's been phenomenal thus far. I put him at 3rd. I think he's playing way better than Josh Allen right now. And then I put Joe Burrow 2nd and Patrick Mahomes 1st.
Okay, so when it comes to Patrick Mahomes, number 1, he does get the easiest matchup. And it was, even if the Chargers would have held on, I still think that would have been, I hate saying easy because it is playoffs, anything can happen, but I see Kansas City being the easiest team to pick to win this weekend. And I think Patrick Mahomes has he's elevated himself now. I know it's not over, but everybody kind of knows he's going to win the MVP.
Yes.
So like literally.
The All-Pro was a great insight into that.
Of a guy who's played 5 NFL seasons. I know he's in his 6th year, but he didn't play his rookie year besides the last game of the year. A dude who's played in 5 years in the NFL and is now a 2-time MVP. Like, to me, and he's had a great year. He's the MVP. I just can't, as much as I really like what Joe Burrow's done this year, especially after the first 2 games of the year, I just can't put Joe Burrow in the same category as Patrick Mahomes. So maybe there's 4 tiers for me that Patrick Mahomes is well above everybody in the NFL.
And the interesting thing about that is, because I'm still with you either way, is how tight does that competition get for folks if Joe Burrow goes on to win the Super Bowl? Like, how much are people like, it's Patrick Mahomes has the 2 MVPs, but now Joe Burrow's got a Super Bowl and he's there.
If Joe Burrow wins it all, which I assume would be going through Josh Allen and going through Patrick Mahomes, and then I don't know yet in the NFC, I do think it's a 3-team race here. I don't give New York I give them a chance, but I don't think they'll win. But I think that if he does that, I'll put him as the number 1 quarterback in the NFL. If he's able to beat Patrick Mahomes back-to-back years, and he's able to beat Josh Allen this weekend and then win the Super Bowl, I'll say, hey, Joe Burrow is now the best quarterback in the NFL, and Patrick Mahomes is going to have to prove it differently the next year. Even though he's going to win the MVP of the season, if Joe Burrow runs through this situation of Bills, Chiefs, and then the Super Bowl, and he's back-to-back Super Bowls 2 out of 3 years.
Even if it's a shootout, let's go to the Chiefs Bengals game. It's a shootout.
Yeah.
Let's say it's 40,
right?
Whatever.
It was a shootout last year.
Yeah. So you still take that away from Mahomes?
I would at that if he wins,
because he's putting up the numbers and everything else to add to the resume with it, saying that he's the best, and then you're just going to let Joe Burrow come in and just because the defense couldn't perform.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's up to them. Now put this scenario that Joe Burrow beats Buffalo, beats Kansas City, and beats, let's just say, San Francisco.
Greatest quarterback ever.
Man, in this fictitious scenario, you couldn't even say the Cowboys. I'm still going Mahomes because the MVPs are a big deal, but I think it is razor tight. I really do. But then again, I think you can make an argument that
Mahomes, did he ever win a championship in college, Kevin?
I mean, no.
But Burrow already has. He's been to 1 Super Bowl.
Remember,
if he wins another Super Bowl, that's 2-time champion in the world.
Remember what Mike told us? They had a coach that barely practiced defense.
They practice defense by saying, you guys stand out here. We're practicing offense.
I think you can go down the line of all 6 of them outside of Lawrence and Daniel Jones. But like, if they did something, that would change their perspective. But if Hurts goes on to win the Super Bowl, Dak, Allen, Purdy, Burrow, Mahomes, like, especially those 4 in the middle, that could change a lot of perceptions of people of these quarterbacks.
The Cowboys win the Super Bowl. Where's that put Dak?
I think he might become, for a lot
America's
of folks,
quarterback.
Yeah,
well, we know that
a top 5 staple, because I know some people already believe he's top 5, but I think
top 3.
Maybe, depending on how it gets done. I would probably feel more comfortable top 5, but depending on how it gets done, maybe.
Would it turn into the never bet against Dak kind of mentality? Like,
Sure.
you don't know, but don't bet against him, because especially in these types
If he
of
wins
games.
it all, he's a top 5 quarterback.
Yeah.
He enters the category of Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, and then Dak Prescott.
Does that put him at 5, or does he get
I think going into next year, he would be in the conversation with those 3 other guys. So I'll put him in the top 4 with those.
I think he could jump over Josh Allen.
Yeah.
I think that possibility is there for sure. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, we know loyalty can't be bought, it's earned. Like with our classic loyalty pricing below market value, top dollar trade value, and lowest interest rates. One of the largest selections in America. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Heggie. How are you?
I am doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. Now, I had a question for y'all based on some of the conversations we were having before we went on air. Is I know Brett Maher struggled mightily historically in that game. Do you think there's any difference for him lining up for, let's say, going to the San Francisco game, another extra point versus a field goal? Or do you think a kick is a kick, or do you think a field goal he might view differently because that is not where he was broken?
I think a kick is a kick.
Okay.
Personally. But we found out a lot of interesting stuff with the K-balls yesterday when we had Christy Scales on. There was some weird things going on. It might have just been mentally. This was just an off game for Brett Maher. And I think that no matter where the kick is on the field, he's going to be thinking about this. So whether it's a PAT, whether it's a field goal, I think he's going to have to bang that one through. And then from that point on, hopefully we're okay.
For a guy, though, that is so good at hitting big ones, right? Maybe he's just more accurate on the full swing. And when he's got to take something off of it, it just the kicking slot doesn't like go as smoothly, you know? And then, you know, just psychologically, I could see it being like this is so close that, you know, that could be a trigger for making him extra nervous, where the longer it is, the more he's just like, well, I'm just going to kick the hell out of it and see what happens. I wouldn't be surprised. Like when I got the yips in golf, it only applied like once you got to 5 iron and down, the longer shafts, you know, really, they really, no, I'm going to stop.
No, you're doing great.
Hey, Pops.
Dawson.
Hey.
Stop it.
Do you go with the traditional forefinger down the shaft, though, when you're on the green?
No, I don't do a traditional grip. What was my hand placement like?
Oh, at Topgolf, man, Wolchuk is
baseball.
Doing some. He's doing some weird
stuff.
stuff.
Is it the cow grip or whatever?
A lot of things together.
Wow. He really chokes up on that thing.
Okay.
The golf club.
Right. Gonna happen.
Probably.
No, I tried the reverse grip, and it didn't go well.
I like what Mike said earlier, though.
Stranger
Let him kick
danger.
the first one. If he misses, then we're just going for it.
Yeah.
You know? And maybe it works out for the best.
What is y'all's biggest question mark left for the Cowboys? Because I was reading an article. This what's fascinated me is Bleacher Report was like, it's still quarterback. Even though, like, and I get it because this Cowboys team can ebb and flow with the best of them.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of an all-encompassing, it's the consistency. Can they be consistent? Quarterbacks lumped into that. Play callers lumped into that, right? Because we've seen this team, they can do it. If Dak plays like he did against Tampa Bay, this team has the ability to beat San Francisco. The defense played phenomenally well, right? Where was that defense? Now, the injuries certainly have a lot to say about that. You get Leighton Vander Esch back, you get Jonathan Hankins back. That was a massive boost. But Kellen Moore called a tremendous game. How many of these times have we seen, all right, he called one great game the next week where CeeDee Lamb's not in motion. You're not targeting CeeDee Lamb. The tight ends are nowhere to be found. It's like, where was this? One week this is working. The next week, well, this is a completely different offense. It's like we have a different person calling the plays. So the consistency is my biggest question mark because you don't know if you're getting the same quarterback and just the same overall football team week in to week out.
So I hear what you're saying, and I know I'm going a little bit backwards here. But I just wonder this when it comes to Derek. There's probably been times in your career and in my career where a manager has come to us before a game, the night before a game, and said, Mike, you got to give me 7 innings tomorrow because of what the bullpen has been through the last 3 or 4 days. I'm wondering if McCarthy is going to Dak, or I'm assuming just to Dak, maybe the rest of the offense, and going, hey, be prepared to run a lot of 2-point conversions. Like, I don't like it's to going back a little bit. Like, what are you seeing like from the Cowboys or what? I just wonder. I don't know the communication in the NFL like I do in Major League Baseball. But Derek, I mean, there's times where the manager goes to you the night before and says, you got to go deep in this game because my bullpen is shot. I need you in this game. I don't know if in today's game they do that or not to players, but I just wonder for the Cowboys if they're going to Dak and saying, hey, be prepared to run 3 or 4 2-point conversions or going for it on 4th down, even though it looks like we're in field goal range.
That's what I'd be working on today if I was Kellen Moore. Like we're going to have some looks down here on the goal line, whether that's getting into 3 tight ends or McGovern at fullback, but we have to be prepared to have like 4 or 5 plays that we can go to throughout this game. And then, obviously you include those in whatever practice you're going to get in between now and game.
But you don't tell your kicker that.
No.
You keep it away from the kicker. You tell your offense or your quarterback, but we're not telling our kicker. We are practicing more of going for it. Because
everything with the kicker is thumbs up, slap in the back. It was one game. Yeah, don't even worry about it.
How are you guys feeling about the potential of a terrible shooter for terrible shooter trade with Reggie Bullock for Cam Reddish?
Has Cam Reddish played a game in the last 20 games? I don't know that he's even been playing. I think his career best from the field is 40%. He goes through long stretches of sub 15% from 3. Things get weird.
It's weird that he's such a bad teammate, and that seems to mean so much to this coaching staff that you would take on a bad person for a good person. Now, Reggie Bullock's having a horrible year, but you're going to trade a guy that I think if you bench Reggie Bullock and put him in the game for 12 minutes a night, everybody gets healthy and Reggie Bullock's 12 minutes a night. I think Reggie Bullock can handle that. He's like, I understand, I'm going to give you my best 12 minutes. You tell Cam Reddish he's getting 12 minutes, he's going to try to put up 45 shots in 12 minutes and F everything up.
Yeah, the last game he actually played, I just double-checked it, sorry about that, Gavin, was against the Mavs on December 3rd, where he put up a robust 0 points in 9 minutes, but missed 4 shots.
Yeah, I would not give up Bullock. I think he's been part of a winning formula, and I think the shooting is going to come around if we haven't seen signs of that already.
Do you guys think that Corey is old now that he got called Pops?
I got called Pops in the batting cages by a guy that was about my age, and he was hey Pops, I got some credits in this batting cage for you.
Were you with your kids?
I did have my 2 kids with me.
Yeah, he was just calling you dad.
Then it was respect.
That's respectful.
Yeah,
Pops.
I think Pops is respect. I wouldn't mind being Pops. I refer to my dad as Pops.
How old
you
your
just don't
dad?
want to be Papa.
He's a lot older than you.
See what
Is
I'm
that
saying
worse?
here?
Yeah.
See where I'm going with this? Because Derek threw
that
that out. He's like, hey, I call my dad Pops. I was like, how old's your dad?
Yeah, but Derek's been calling his dad Pops since Derek was 10 years old.
Yeah.
He's even in my phone as the Pops.
The Pops.
You'll get there one day, Corey.
Gotta have
the
my
Ohio
Pops.
State.
No, don't ever do that again.
Oh, yeah.
I was just still a little bit worried about Hagee and his parking lot incidents and things of that nature.
Did you hear that story?
Are you gonna bring a gun I did. Yeah, it was a good story.
Cool to listen
Red
to.
car already gets him. It got me
The red
4
car
times
gets
now.
everybody. That car is maybe 1.5 feet long.
It's a smart car.
And I
isn't
know,
it?
I get it, but it makes everyone think the parking spot is. I know it's longer than that.
You gonna talk to your talking doctor about that?
I did yesterday.
Yeah.
He
get you squared away.
He gave me some insight. He goes, weren't you just in a car accident not that long ago with your baby in the car? I was like, yeah. And he goes, might have something to do with that. I was like, all right.
Okay.
I feel like he was making an excuse for me because I was like, that guy was just being a jerk and he needed to be called on it. And he apologized for it. So
Kudos to you for rocking that elevator with him as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Right?
Kevin loves awkward situations.
For sure.
He
You
loves.
stunk into that one, didn't
let's see what
He
happens.
followed me into the
Right,
elevator.
it was mainly
right?
on the other guy to follow Kevin in.
And
Kevin
he
was getting on
paused.
no matter what.
But Kevin also was holding the door open button, going, "Come on, buddy, let's see how this ride goes."
He
It's
did
like
kinda-
Dalton Schultz. Come on, Antoine Winfield Jr. You want some of this?
You could see he was like, all right, I'm getting on the elevator. And so there was some hesitation, but we squared it away. Everything's good now.
Everything's
And in the end, he figured out how to be an adult.
There you go.
Yeah.
See? There you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I've already told you that. What's coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking.
Yes.
Of course, G-Bag of the day is coming up at 2:30. We'll talk with Tracy Sandler, Niners beat reporter, coming up at 4.
All right. Looking forward to that.
Get the lowdown.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Say goodnight, Pops.
Shut up, Joey.
Good night, Pops.
Coming up on the Fan. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in right here on a Wednesday. General at your service. And let's talk Cowboys and 49ers. Brian Broaddus has a full report coming up at 2:40 in Krusty's Corner. He is the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, once drafted 4 Pro Bowlers in one draft. Hello, that's hard to do. There's Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup, Master Control. Wolchuk and Chiafalo, Carter Freeman, along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I ate crow yesterday, heaping handfuls of it. We celebrated the dub. They avoided embarrassment against Tampa Bay. And, today, usually the Cowboys will be back to work, but they're not actually working today, are they, Brian?
I didn't see anybody. I was over there this morning at 11 o'clock. I don't think they have practice today. Mike mentioned that, I think, in his comments to the media yesterday because of the Monday night game that they will take this day off. They're probably having that day where they're trying to get their bodies back right. And it's, man, here you go. It's, short week. And they were talking about last week, we're ready to go. And then all of a sudden now you're on a short week. So
the chat is open on Twitch and YouTube, and the text line is open as well here at 877-881-1053. How you feeling? And maybe Broaddus can change your confidence level coming up in 240. He's studied the film on these Niners. He is talking nonstop with sources around the league. How do you score on these guys? How could the Cowboys keep up if the defense doesn't have a terrific game? I think that's a big question for you. But Wolchuk, Chiafalo, talk to me. Confidence meter right now. How's it feeling?
Oh, dude, it is sky high. I'm feeling fantastic. The more and more I see and read and watch on Purdy, I'm like, get a little pressure on Purdy, comes a different animal.
All right.
And not the kind of animal you want throwing the football for your team, but the kind of animal you want to be throwing the football opposite you. And I think that Micah Parsons and company, you bring that pressure this weekend, the turnover machine that is the Cowboy defense that we've seen now for 2 straight years, big sample sizes. I think this pressure comes to Party. I think Purdy is going to fold.
I was expecting the opposite from you. I was expecting you to be all 49er gung-ho, the closet Niners fan that you are, sir.
I just have respect for Kyle Shanahan. And all of a sudden, that makes me a Niners fan.
Well, we have audio of you saying, I'm a Niners fan. I know that.
Reading a text or something.
I'm kind of feeling a little bit confident as well. I'm believing right now. Yeah, I love the way the offensive line played going back and watching that all 22. Tyler Smith was putting people on his ass.
Yeah.
And if he can do that again, that is a big-time difference from a year ago where this offensive line got bullied in that football game.
No longer a rookie.
No.
Brock Purdy, still a rookie.
Absolutely. And you're absolutely right. Everything that you said there, Eric, I echo those sentiments. Like Brock Purdy, the best thing that he's done is not turn the football over. They have such a good offense with their skill talent, and certainly Kyle Shanahan and the way that they scheme that thing up. It's basically, hey, be accurate with the football, make good decisions, get the ball to your playmakers in space, then let them go to work. But he has thrown some balls and put the ball into harm's way, and defenders haven't been able to make the most of their opportunities. Cowboys, for the most part this year, do. And if that pass rush can play like they did against Tampa Bay and win their matchups up front, Cowboys have a chance to come away with a victory. And I also think guys like Jaron Kearse, and hopefully he plays, like this is a game that the Cowboys have circled. Bobby Belt talked about it yesterday. Kearse has brought up the 49ers by name multiple times this year. I think the Cowboys are ready for this one, man. I think you're going to see them play arguably their best game of the season.
I think that would get the job done. If they played their best game and play like they did last week, I'd love it. What do you make of the idea, Brian, that the doubters will bring up, that this will be the best team they've played all year? Maybe the best team they've played in a couple of years.
The 49ers have played?
No, the Cowboys.
The Cowboys have played. Yeah. The thing about it is, as I watch this game, or as I watch the tape getting ready for my 240 today, and then the opportunity to visit with people, I believe you can throw the ball on these guys. And I believe you can. And I'm going to say, there's 2 things I want to point out here. I'm really curious. I want to ask somebody over at the Cowboys. I think Trent Williams tips whether it's run or pass with his stance.
Okay.
I'm watching
Let's keep
him.
That down.
Yeah,
keep that down.
Yeah, I'm watching him when his feet are together in his stance. They play from a 2-point stance the majority of the time. He didn't put his hand on the ground. So when they play 2-point stance, his feet are real close together when they run, and he gets a little more spread out when they pass. So I'm hoping that the pro person. I was going to give some calls over there to my guys and say, hey, listen, just watching this. When you watch his stance, he might be tip and run and pass on you. So keep an eye on that one.
That is very interesting.
I think that, to me, when I watched, this team has trouble covering tight ends.
Okay.
I'm interested because of Hafunga, who was the second-year player from USC. Really physical guy, but you can fool him.
Yes, sir.
And you can run routes on him. Dalton Schultz, this could be a big day for Dalton Schultz on the ball. I think you could throw the ball on Lenore, and I think you could throw the ball on Ward. The problem you're going to run into is their pass rush. You're going to have to, if you can block this front, you can make plays on this secondary.
Give yourself some time.
Yeah, and I watched the Raiders do it, and they did a great job. They were able to run the ball well enough. I thought they have a good plan. Again, I got some calls to the guys at the Raiders that I know that were part of that game plan and see what they think. And hopefully we'll have that later on today.
Huge opportunity for the team, for the offensive line.
So this is not the where we see everything up front, where we see Brandon Ayuk and we see Deebo Samuel, where they're a problem for you. And man, I'm kind of spilling all my stuff at 240, but I'll do it right now a little bit. The problem that you run into, you're so match up dependent against them that all of a sudden they put Juszczyk out in the flat. So now you take a linebacker out of the box and they bring Deebo Samuel in. Okay, say you have a corner that's coming on you got man coverage, and now he comes into the box as a running back. Well, now they brought a corner into the box and they're taking a linebacker out of the box, and now they're going to run the football. So what happens is, like, teams like the Saints and people like that, they have played a way they're like, listen, we're not going to be so match dependent here. If you walk out a running back, if you walk out the running back McCaffrey out as a wide receiver, we're going to treat him like he's a wide receiver. Don't treat him like he's a running back where you're removing personnel from the box to defend the run. And the Saints played him that way. The Saints played them, and it was a 13-0 game.
Yeah, Saints played well.
So, see, I don't think you can, in this game, I don't think you get match dependent. Don't let them move you around and take people out of places that you're playing. Okay, we're going to play the run here. Oh, by the way, we're going to move. So that means we're going to have to take Leighton Vander Esch out and put him wide out there. Don't be that way.
Big day for safeties and linebackers being able to cover and corners being able to tackle.
You're going to have to tackle in this game. There's no question about that. That it's a given every game that you're going to have guys tackle. But don't be so match dependent in this game. And like I told you, the little tip: keep an eye on. I wish we could interview Tank again. I think that's all over with, all said and done. I don't know.
Well, it was a good year.
It was a good year.
Thanks, Tank.
But
I thought he was a creature of habit.
But the thing about it to me is I'm looking at that tackle and I'm thinking, you're tipping right now.
Well, that's huge. Those are some big keys. Let's get that information up there to the stars.
Oh, I'm gonna reach out to some people. I'm sure they know. These pro guys are. It's just what I used to do for a living. You look at stance, and if they're going to play in 2-point stances the whole day, kind of take a peek.
Fascinating. That's a great nugget.
Keep a peek at his snaps.
That's exciting.
Okay. The 214 says the energy the G-Bag Nation as a whole has had this week has been awesome. Let's go, boys. If we win this one, I'll see y'all in Arizona. I'm there with you. If the Cowboys can take the momentum from last week and then go beat San Francisco, I think they're going to have things figured out and playing their best football at the right time. And whether it's the Giants or a compromised Jalen Hurts, that's that's going to be an easy pick for me. I can't pick the Cowboys to beat the 49ers right now.
No, I understand.
We'll see how I feel in 48 hours or so.
I get it. The Niners are, in my opinion, they're better.
Yeah.
They are. Across, the
Cowboys have a chance.
You're going to have to play darn near perfect. I mean, watching them last week against Seattle, and Seattle did a really good job in that first half. They took the lead, but the second you start to make a mistake, Geno Smith has that fumble. The 49ers put so much pressure on you to where you can't make that one mistake because they'll capitalize on it.
They thrive on your turnovers.
They do. Exactly.
That's the thing about it. Now, if you go in there and you're careless with the football and you're throwing it and you're being reckless about it, like I said, this is a good defense. But this defense, you block this front, you can make passes.
Much like against Tampa Bay.
You can have plays against these guys. but you just got to block that front, and you can't turn the ball over.
And the Cowboys historically, just when you're thinking, man, this is one of those uphill battles, a team that they're not going to be able to beat against. And I don't think a lot of people are going to be picking the Cowboys this week. This is a game they'll surprise people and win.
Okay, Ed from Denton, they'll be okay if Diggs grows a pair and hits somebody.
Well, the metrics, my Twitter's been flooded with people that give you the metrics about how Deebo Samuel and Ayuk and these guys have played against Diggs, and they'll say, hey, well, he didn't get this pass and he didn't get this pass. And he that's great. That's great. I'm just asking that the guy, listen, there's going to be a 3rd and 7 time again in this football game where you got to get off the field. Please just try. Just throw your body in there and try.
Yeah, it's time to man up.
Don't take the great polar route, around the globe to try and get to the ball.
It was an epic business.
Or get intentionally.
Yeah, you got guys in that secondary that Izzy will tackle, Bland will tackle, Wilson will tackle. You got guys that will tackle.
Yeah, all these dudes
just
do.
Get off the field. Don't give this team any more opportunities to have snaps.
Okay, how about Mavs reporter Tim McMahon? That's another big story today. He said this from his story previewing Hawks and Mavs tonight. Doncic, who hasn't shown a desire to be involved in personnel matters in the past, has strongly indicated he wants the Mavs to upgrade before the February 9th trade deadline. There's a lot of different ways to look at it. It's exciting if Luka has done this, gone to the team. They need a boot. They keep pretending like guys that are barely playoff rotation guys can be playoff starters. There's that. There's also the excitement about maybe this could be the impetus for actually getting something done. Hopefully it's not the beginning of Luka getting frustrated with the organization. And if that is what Luka wants, it's now a huge deal, I think, because he knows this team can't take another step in the playoffs. Yeah, at best, you're going to hope to be as good as you were last year, but probably won't because you let Jalen Brunson go. Mavs are back in action tonight at 6:30. There's 2 players you could be scouting, Bogdan Bogdanovic and John Collins, a couple of players there the Mavs have been rumored to be interested in over the years. But what do you guys think about Luka voicing his frustration here, according to Tim McMahon?
Man, I love it. I mean, that's the type of pressure that Mark Cuban's probably going to need. And you have to listen to this guy, especially when Luka's not really been that guy. That tells you, okay, he's really perked up and he's a little bit frustrated right now because he's putting together an all-time season and he's having to put the other 14 people on the roster on his back so that they can be 3 games above 500, 40 games or whatever into this thing. So yeah, you sense that frustration right there. And as a Mavs fan, it's bittersweet because you're like, crap, we've already kind of gotten to this point with him. But at the same time, as a Mavs fan, you're going, that's probably the kick in the rear end that Mark Cuban's going to need.
I don't have an issue with it. I think Luka did this last year where this team got hot as supporting role players, supporting cast. And, he's a good enough player that can take you on a run by himself. But we've seen this with other greats in the past, whether it's LeBron and just not having enough players with him with Cleveland, but you had a weak East and he's still able to drag them to the finals. I think Luka's good enough, and especially in the West, he can maybe get them deep into the postseason again. But he knows realistically to win a championship, this is not a team that's probably good enough to do it. So maybe he didn't want that getting out. I don't know that he did. But behind closed doors, I'm sure he feels this way.
Especially with the news with the mural.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So he's right. I think anybody with a basketball brain that watches this team play realizes, yes, this team's not talented enough.
Yeah, somewhere Mark Cuban's going, man, where's Dirk? For 20 years, Dirk never said a word about anything. Just kind of did whatever he thought was, was good for the team and stuff like that. But I don't blame Luka, and I really don't. I mean, he doesn't want to waste opportunities. Maybe somebody in the front office, maybe Nico has to sit down and say, hey, listen, let me just walk you through where we're at. We really don't have the assets to do this. Now, if we could do this, would this be of interest to you? I think you might maybe get that from somebody, talking to him.
It is tough because the Mavs might be wanting to save all of their picks so this summer they could do a huge swap. Yeah. Where basically they're giving all of their picks together and pick swaps to teams because that's the other thing. And for that kind of compensation, teams are getting players like Paul George. So would you like to take one pick and get Bojan Bogdanovic at 33 years old? Now you don't have the massive collection of picks. And I'm sure you could have those conversations with Luka's agent. A lot of interesting things going on, though, with the trade deadline coming up in less than a month. Mysterious story out of Michigan. Brian's been trying to chase this one down as well. The assistant football coach, Matt Weiss, on leave as the police are involved, investigating a report of computer access crimes allegedly committed last month at the team's Schembechler Hall facility. He was hired as a QB coach in 2021. A Michigan spokesperson says Weiss has not been around the team facility today. So who knows? Who knows what that could be?
I've reached out to a bunch of my Michigan people and around the league and stuff like that, and they're kind of like that nobody really wants to talk about this. This might not be very good. This might be one of those that when we hear what happened, that we're all kind of like going, ugh.
Gonna need the special crimes unit.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's not it.
Yeah, hopefully not it. But there's a lot of folks that have Michigan ties that are not really wanting to talk about this one.
Okay, so if they've gone silent, it must be really gross, or could be. Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, time now for a sports hodgepodge with Eric Chiafalo. What are we hodging about today, sir?
We have an NBA Twitter interaction. Holy smokes,
What was that? What was that over there?
Greg, what are you doing?
Wolchuk is feeling
Talk
old.
about
There's
bad
lots
stories going on
Let's
here
just
today.
Figure it out.
See you at Baby Dolls later.
It has the entire sports world locked in.
Jerry Jones Show.
Tolo Jerry Jones.
Tomorrow, 1:30 with KNC, a Dallas native. Is he a Cowboy fan and also a Cowboys villain? That would be an interesting juxtaposition. It's time now for a sports hodgepodge with Eric Chiafalo. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Here's Chief.
Okay, so I believe we're also getting Merton Hanks on the Zoom. So he's going to be on the fan cam. We're going to get that neck on the fan cam.
We have a real live
boys.
bobblehead.
That's going to be
making
special.
an appearance.
We will relive the...
Is Carter going to have to widen the screen? Like go
he's going to have to lengthen it. Yeah.
Vertically, we're going to have to go, right?
100%. You can't go landscape with a neck like that.
Yeah, need the Peyton Manning filter.
We will circle back on the whatever the Manning cast is using for Peyton's forehead. We're going to need to Carter. You're going to need to use that for Hanks's neck tomorrow with the Kansas City masterpiece. We will revisit whatever disaster it was that the tease a few minutes ago. We'll relive that and try to figure out what the heck was going on amidst the tumbleweed in my brain. But before Walchuk tells us why he's feeling old, but also confident because he's looking great, feeling great. It's Baby Dolls Hump Night. Walchuk, the little bully, 7 o'clock.
7 to 9, 10250 Shady Trail. Come on out and party, baby.
The beard's coming back in.
Oh, it's looking good.
Coming back in.
Yeah, it's as good as back right now.
It's going to be a classier Walchuk walking in there and a much more just happy, generous, perky kind of Walchuk after a Cowboy playoff victory. Speaking of, how about this from an anonymous defensive coach whose team faced the Niners earlier this season, talking about Brock Purdy, the Niners, and in particular, the game they just played versus Seattle. And he says, did you see what that 2-minute drill looked like before half? In drop back pass, he's scrambling for his life. He is running to the border of the field 3 times in the same drive, throwing the ball out of bounds, getting hit. Kyle Shanahan, their head coach, is the one beating guys by 20 in the playoffs with that offense and a top 3 defense. Purdy's done well, but it's amazing how people are trying to anoint him. I don't want to take anything away, but he has led the NFL in wide open receivers and time to throw. These guys are wide open. When they are not, George Kittle catches the ball on 3rd down and wills his way to a 1st down. It is the absolute perfect setting, and every quarterback would dream to be in it. Give the kid credit, but let's not anoint him. And so if Micah Parsons and this front four for the Cowboys is getting after him with pressure and they force him into obvious passing situations where they can't just go all bells and whistles, play action, we're doing this, we're doing that. But hey, when it's nut up time and you need a touchdown and we all know you're passing the ball because there's 90 seconds before the half or 90 seconds to close out the game, we ain't trusting Brock Purdy, especially if Micah Parsons and these guys are the hungry hunting dogs at the playmaker and Jerry Jones is talking about. So I'm fired up about that. Plus, you got the other guys on this defense are very capable of capitalizing on the turnover. Here we go. We're not going to be Seattle and we have a chance and we botch it. No, we're going to go ahead and take this thing and we might get you for 4 of them. That's what's got me fired up right now.
It's all about rallying to the ball and tackling and finishing the play, man.
Make sure 2-yard gains. Make sure 2-yard gains a 2-yard gain.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah, no, I think the pressure is huge, right? Make him uncomfortable. Don't give him the time to throw because with open targets like that, you know, what's happening is even when he is under pressure, if you can't flush him out of the pocket, he's just like, okay, there's a pressure, but there's a lot of open guys. And he's scoring very high under pressure as a result of how open his guys are. You know, he's got so many options. So I think like you have one good chance of slowing them down, and that's Micah Parsons. And then if that doesn't work, you got to try to keep up with them. And, the good news is you could win it both ways.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you'd absolutely prefer to try to keep them under 30, which has been super hard because of Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
And
all the weapons, man.
Yeah. I don't know why, the Shanahan offense isn't more prevalent around the NFL yet. People copied Mike. They talked about how Mike's zone running schemes were revolutionary, and half the league switched to it. And right now, Shanahan's doing his thing and winning with Garoppolo and Brock Purdy, and they're like, "Oh yeah, nice job, Kyle." Anybody think to copy everything he's doing? I don't know. If I'm Jerry, I'm certainly asking Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy to figure it out this offseason.
Dang right. Copycat league. Prove it.
I kind of wonder.
Give me a Niner offense.
Personnel, man. Their personnel is elite.
No, that helps a ton.
They have a vision because they're using a 5'11", 215-pound receiver kind of as a running back wide receiver.
Yeah.
So not a lot of teams are willing to draft a guy. Deebo Samuel's a second-round pick. There was a lot of questions about Brandon Ayuk. They got Brandon Ayuk, out of Arizona State. You watch him play, and you're kind of like, oh, okay, you see the run after catch and things like that. But what his offense is doing is he's also seeing a vision for a fullback in Kyle Juszczyk.
Mm-hmm.
Juszczyk, he uses him in the perimeter. He uses him out wide like a receiver. He'll put him in the slot. He'll put him as an inline wide tight end. So the reason people don't copy is they don't have the vision for the player or how that player fits their eye. To Shanahan, it fits his eye this way. That he can use it that. And people are like, well, God, they're hard to defend. Yeah, they're hard to defend because you're not used to seeing a 5'11", 215-pound wide receiver.
So there's not
play.
a template you can copy?
I don't think so. It's what you have to do is you would have to, how they set up their offense. Like I said, they're going to make you defend a fullback and a running back out wide, and they're going to take a wide receiver and they're going to put him at. So now you're sitting there trying to look at personnel, and you're like going, oh, okay, well here we are. That's where we're at.
You're killing it, Brian. I love this stuff, but we do have breaking news as the Cowboys are going to sign kicker Tristan Vizcaino to the practice squad pending physical. Per source, team officials have said the plan is to stick with Brett after Monday's extra point fiasco, but now they have insurance. So I don't know if that means insurance for the game or insurance in case they win the game. Breaking news on the Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I do wonder if that last name's gonna be easier or harder than Hiralahu was for Broadus.
Vizcaino? Give it a go.
It is a sports name. Yeah.
Used to be a baseball player, right?
Phillies.
Yeah.
Yeah, you heard that a lot on Sports Center, probably.
Yeah,
he sounds like a beast. We'll get to Walchuk's old feeling later in this great.
I wonder if it's good that we have no history of what this guy is.
Yeah,
that we never heard of him, or is that something? Is this a bones fossil from back in the day? I would think that maybe this would be something that Steve Hoffman would have done.
I'd have just went and got Vinatieri.
University of Washington. He was undrafted free agent with the Bengals in 2019. He has also been a member of the Cowboys before. Okay, he's 26 years old out of Chino Hills, California. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius Alexander.
Yeah. Pimp in his cup holding these Gators down.
Yep.
What's good, man? Hey, by the way.
Yeah.
Purdy. Purdy good.
Yeah.
Is the hackiest line in all of sports media for the last 6 weeks. Purdy good. Man, we've heard that for 6 weeks, dog.
So clever.
So
what
clever.
about Purdy? Purdy, let's all get wasted.
Okay.
That works a little better.
Waka. Let's see. Bills fan that fell asleep in the back of someone else's truck. Pretty drunk after the game, maybe during the game. I don't know when he fell asleep, but he thought he was falling asleep in his father's truck. It was just another guy in the Bills Mafia.
Is there somebody in the back of my truck?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
How did you get in here?
No idea.
Do you need help?
Were you at the Bills game?
Yes, sir.
Did you just like get too drunk or something?
No, I'm okay. Are you okay? Yeah.
I had no idea that you were in my truck. I'm so
Bro,
sorry.
oh my God.
He's apologizing to the guy. Oh, I'm sorry you were in my truck there.
Of course I was at the Bills game. What gave it away? I'm naked and I got like a big B on my chest.
I'm wearing nothing but an Allen jersey.
Okay, did you guys hear the story that Hagee told today about the guy in the parking garage?
Yes.
Okay, imagine if this truck owner was Hagee, how he'd handle that.
Oh, Hagee would have fought.
What happened?
Yeah. This guy honked at Hagee, and Hagee got real
This
offended
parking lot
by
right
it.
here?
Yeah,
Okay.
down to the parking garage.
Okay.
And Heggie like followed him into the building and was like, "Hey, why are you honking at me, man? Are you going to admit that you made a mistake?"
Oh.
Yeah.
Was Heggie walking?
Yeah. Heggie was stalking him, followed him in the
I'm talking
elevator.
about like when he honked the car. Was it like walking across the street or something? Or
Okay,
was
so
it
the
two cars?
guy was going through the entry where the bar comes up.
Yeah.
And he didn't have his card or whatever. The card wasn't working. So he starts backing up. Heggie honks at him. Guy honks back.
It was a honk for honk. You know?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a
And
honk off.
Heggie wanted to let him know my honk was justified.
Just to let you know.
Your honk was out of line, sir.
My honk was justified. You were wrong.
Exactly.
Let's see here. Coach Mike, talking about Coach Mike McCarthy. Pound for pound, one of the best coaches in the league, y'all. He was happy to see Van Der Esch back. He was.
On football with Leighton, what kind of impact did he make on his return last night?
What did you think?
Looked pretty good.
You sound like my father. You ask questions you already know the answers to. I mean, I thought he played great. It was great having him back.
Come on.
We have 9-10 tackles, so got his hands on a number of balls. Yeah, I thought he played exceptionally well.
Wow.
Going after Archer like that, I don't think is probably the best thing for him to do like that. You know?
Hey, what do you think?
Todd already hates
Did
him,
Archer
so-
get on his Archer on his bad side?
I don't know. I'm just if I'm Archer, I kind of ratchet that up next time one of those mistakes happen. You know.
What did you think?
What'd you think?
What'd
Yeah.
you think?
What
Yeah,
about
you
that
think?
call you made there, John? At the end of the game, yeah.
Well, you just lead every question with your opinion first. I thought your call sucked.
Yeah.
What was your thoughts about
Exactly. Yeah.
Todd Archer, ESPN. I thought your call sucked.
There you go.
I think it's a great way to just
Absolutely, yeah.
Do you think Todd will ring him up if he has a bad decision?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely,
Yeah.
he will.
Oh yeah.
Todd's like me. He'll hold a grudge.
4th and 1 on the 19. You kicked a field goal with Brett Maher. What do you think?
Yeah. You think that was a good decision?
This could get interesting.
Yeah.
We saw Jane Slater get sideways with Mike a little bit, and he had a different energy. He took some shots from the podium. Maybe we're starting to see a little of that with Todd Archer. What else do we have, Lucius?
I'm watching you, buddy. I know something about you.
What the hell do you think?
What do you mean by that? All right, let's see. Mike Bassick, he burped on the fan during a tease. It's like, come on, fam. Where's the cooth at? Where's your cooth, son?
Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland.
Top 10 center fielders right now. Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. That's what the hell it was.
I couldn't figure that out either.
What are we doing?
I wasn't sure what the sound was.
Hold on, let's listen to it. Isolated.
Fielders right now. Next.
That came from the bottom, bro. It surprised him. He didn't want to do that.
No.
This is the one that jumps out on you.
He thought he could keep that down.
He thought he could.
Surprised him just as much as it surprised us.
Surprise! Indigestion here. Hey! Splash, splash.
Guy from the car here, Kevin didn't want these hands. Truckgreg.com fan text.
What was Kevin going to do? Just get his answer? Because I felt like it.
Okay.
Fool. Okay, I just wanted to know.
I talked to Heggie off the air about it.
Yeah. What are you going to do, Kevin?
Heggie just wanted the guy to admit that he knew he was in the wrong.
That's all it was.
Yeah.
I know I'm right, but that's not enough
Say
for
you're
me.
wrong, bro.
I need you to know that you were wrong, too.
Say uncle.
And pray for the lovely Mrs. Hageland.
Oh, yeah. Some arguments be serious. Well, here's the points I've made. I even wrote them down.
All righty, time to vote?
Yeah, how about a grown man arguing with a 12-year-old on Call of Duty?
Oh, hell yes.
You should not be arguing with kids on Call of Duty. And watch your kids out here. They're online talking crazy.
Does she feel it up her toes? I'm a real young.
Bruh.
You're not even mature yet.
You're 0-6. You crying like a bitch. Get a kill, crybaby ass.
Are you on drugs?
Your mama on drugs. Your ass, your dumb ass. Weak ass.
Cocaine?
Your daddy should have out.
Oh.
Your mama gonna beat your ass, fool. You better stop yelling.
You better stop yelling.
Man, I've totally turned off all chat. I just play with the sound effects of the game. I don't like hearing them idiots.
You're 0-6, fool.
But
Get killed.
if I could listen in on that, that'd be great. Okay, is it the grown man arguing with the 12-year-old? Is it Mike Bassick trying to fight a burp during a tease? McCarthy happy to see LVE back. or the Bills fan that fell asleep in another guy's truck? Well, Chuck, let's start the voting with you today.
I think I'm going to go with the Baskey burp.
Okay, Baskey burp. Broadus?
Call of Duty kid.
Call of Duty kid. I'm gonna go with Coach Mike McCarthy there, questioning Todd Archer
that
back.
was fun.
Giafalo, what do you think?
Give me the champ, Bills Mafia.
We're tied at 1 as Lucius Alexander will cast the deciding vote.
I'm looking at this image of Dean Martin. Boy, what a drunk.
Always
dressed
singing,
like a drunk.
Always singing with a cigarette and a drink in hand.
Yeah. They made it a style, drunk singing.
Yeah, wearing tux and a drunk
They
singer.
gave it a name.
Absolutely.
We're crooners. No, you're not. You're drunk.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with the grown man argument of the 12-year-old.
By a score of 2-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's a video game argument. Okay, when we come back, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yes, we've talked about it really kind of all day already. Let's go for it and look and see what these 49ers are going to try and do to you. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, Babe Laufenberg at 8:40.
Even though shortages and demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Brian Broaddus has been studying how can you score on the Niners, and here he is, the man with the skills to pay the bills. Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Hopefully by the end of the show, I'll have a thumbnail for you on Vizcaino, whatever. Vizcaino. I said I was going to say it right, and I said it wrong.
Cowboys added a kicker. Breaking news last segment.
Yeah, and he did. He signed with the Cowboys in January of 20 and was released right before the draft. So he never physically got to kick for you. So we'll see if I reached out to a couple of teams that he was on, try and get a little bit of a thumbnail. Somebody can give me an idea what he's like. All right, you want to hear about the offensive side of this 49er team? You kind of know about that, right? You want to figure out, or you want to talk about the defensive side of this?
I really want to know about the defense and how confident I can be they can move the ball, get some first downs going.
Yeah, it's going to be about how you handle the front end. It's because to me, watching them play pass defense, it's all about the front four that they have. It's all about Kinlaw, it's all about Armstead, and it's all about Bosa. That's where this game is going to hinge for you, in my opinion, for the Cowboys.
Couldn't agree more.
Because if you do not handle those bodies, there's your problem right there. You know, we could talk about running the football and all that. You know, Raiders had some success running the ball. It was a power running game. They used it on the edge. They had some perimeter runs. You know, they did a nice job. But the way that Stidham, the way they made their plays was throwing the football. And I will tell you this. They've got corners that I think you can make plays on. I think you can make plays on Lenore, number 38. I think you can make plays on Ward, number 7, both of them. I think you could take advantage of their safety. You know, Afenga out of USC.
Oh, yeah.
He bites on stuff.
He's more of an in-the-box guy.
He is and that's what they did was the Raiders did a great job of getting Waller on him. And I think the Cowboys could do the same thing. I think the Cowboys could take Dalton Schultz and they could try and match him up and make him have to cover in this game.
Schultz got open a lot last year.
He sure did. He got hurt in that game, though, I believe, too. The 49er game last year. He got hurt, I believe, in the second quarter. So, yeah, we'll see. But I to me, it's going to be about how you block it, because Bosa, they'll move him around. And that's the thing you have to kind of be aware of. Like, are you going to try and set your protection to him? And when I mean set the protection to him, you're going to slide his direction. You're going to make him have to run as wide as he can. And when I mean wide, you could do it by alignment. You could put guys over there. You could put a tight end as a wing. You could space him like with your splits. You know, if you're Smith, both Smiths, you just line up a little bit wider, just a half foot wider.
So you come in with passing plays then that can get the ball out in case that plan doesn't work, or are you trying to let things develop?
I think you can develop some routes on these guys. I do. I'm not sitting here and saying you have to throw every ball quick, but
Bosa's a problem. Bosa is their Parsons.
He's a problem.
He's a game record.
He's
probably
a problem.
The defensive player of the year.
But you know, how much confidence do you have in Smith and Smith? That's where this game's going to hinge.
Yeah, I feel like Tyler Smith will give up 2 or 3 big plays against him if you play him all day out there by himself.
You have to give him all the help in the world. Like, what Bosa's done this year is insane. Like, when you look at how often he's hitting the quarterback, even in that Stidham game, he hit Stidham 5 times.
Yeah,
he's hitting quarterbacks at a ridiculous rate here. Where, 48 quarterback hits on the season. That's 13 clear of second place. He's just hitting the quarterback all game, every game. That's what he does. And if he's going to do that, it's going to put you in a bind.
I don't agree with you on that. I don't. Because I kind of feel like, to me, when you start to talk about the pressures and stuff like that, I feel like you can block him one-on-one. I do. He's a high-effort, high-motor guy and all that. I absolutely – I think your tackles are good enough to block him. I do.
If they can,
well, damn,
Cowboys are going to be in great shape.
Yeah, I think you got to at least try.
I liked how Broaddus held his ground there too.
Yeah,
I'm not going to say, because I'm not going to sit there and I understand what Bosa is. I totally get him and how he plays, But I think when you sit there and say, okay, we have to commit resources to handling him the whole game, I think that's going to take away other things you can do against these guys.
Sure.
I'm going to need my tight ends in this game. I don't think they can cover, and I'm not going to say you can max protect. You know, we've seen the Cowboys when they want to take shots down the field, max protect. You know, we've also seen, you know, like the you know, with when you watch these guys play and you sit there and you get so enamored, oh, gotta stop, and then, you know, you just commit so much that it affects everything you're doing. I'm not going to do that in this game because I feel like you could take the shotgun snap. I feel like you can handle that and get the ball out and win on these guys on the outside.
How much moving around is Bosa doing?
You're going to get him. You're going to get him on both sides. It just depends. It's not one of those things that's like one play is on the right, one play is on the left. They alternate how he plays the game.
So both Smiths are going to get a healthy dose.
Both Smiths are going to get, and I feel like both these guys are going to be all right. I really, really do.
You got Tyron coming off his best game. He seems like he's starting to figure it out. And Tyler played great last week. So I'm with you. I think you got to let them try and see how they do.
The edge rushing difference from a quality standpoint from what the Bucs just ran out.
There's no disagreement.
We talked about that. We talked about that.
There's no disagreement there.
No, the reason you won the game is because they don't have any pass rush. But I'm just saying this. The Cowboys, I believe, can block these guys. I feel like they blocked just as good a group as with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
And threw the ball the way they did.
Yeah, somebody
without having extra help.
Hey, what other good front have you played against? Eagles have a damn good front.
Yeah.
Especially with the pass rushers, no question.
I'm just going at it. Because I'm going to need these. I'm going to need my tight ends and everybody else in routes.
Can you run on them?
I feel like you can. Now, to me, the problem you run into is what they do is they run and they make plays with unblocked guys. Like Gibson, the free safety, he's going to make plays if he's unblocked. They come running a guy up late, and that's how they usually make plays. They can get off block. Warner's a good linebacker. Greenlaw's a good linebacker. You know, problems there, sure, but you know what? I feel like though the teams are able to kind of get the games that I watched. Teams, the Falcons went with basically like I wouldn't call it an RPO offense, but it was just like a read option offense where the quarterback would pull and had success running the football against these guys. So to me, I'm going to give it a try. I'm not going to sit there and go in a shell on offense and say, "Oh my gosh, poor me. This defense is going to kill me in this game." I just don't think that's the case.
Well, the biggest difference between the Niners today and the Niners in that Falcons game, I think Bosa played in that game, but Kinlaw and Armstead did not play in that game.
I'm just telling you though, they've got good players. You know, everybody that I've named, though, they've got players. That to me,
heck yeah, they do.
The backups are. I mean, I'm going in this game. I'm not scared of this defense. I don't care who they run out there. I think your offense is good enough to block these guys, and I think and then when you start to talk about your tight end, which I don't think they can cover, and I don't know if they could cover I don't know if they could cover CeeDee Lamb in this game. You know, that's it.
They sure couldn't cover DK Metcalf.
Hell no, they couldn't.
Well, and the good news is you got a quarterback that's great at avoiding the pressure and maneuvering the pocket and getting out of things.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I agree with you there, Broadus, where you say, hey, if I feel like I can take advantage of this defense in a multitude of ways and I need all my horses to do that and I don't want to dedicate a bunch of guys to a Bosa, no problem. I'll look at my quarterback and say, go do your thing, baby.
Yeah,
do your thing, 21.
To me, I feel like that. When I was expecting when I watched these guys play, I'm saying this team's gonna be much better than Philadelphia on defense. I don't think they were. Think they were, and that's the hope that I have going forward. That you were able to block Philadelphia, and you were able to throw the ball in Philadelphia. I think Philadelphia's got a better secondary than this crew.
Yeah, they have a really good secondary.
Yeah, and I think their pass rush, and you can talk about Bosa and all that stuff like that. Sure. I mean,
it's pretty much just Bosa, isn't it? I mean, he had 18 sacks. He ended up with 44 on the year.
I will say Amenahue was really good in the playoff game last year. Now, I don't know how well he's been this year, but he gave the Cowboys problems in the wild card game last year.
Yeah,
but they only had 44 sacks. The Cowboys had 54, and there were plenty of games where the Cowboys pass rush wasn't bonkers. You know, you need to be able to hold them to, one of those quieter games if you can. Advantage Cowboys. Are you picking Cowboys, though, Brian?
I am. I'm going to pick the Cowboys to win this game. I absolutely am. I have confidence. Like I say, I think they've played against a better defense. Now, the flip side of these things like that, though, is what's going to happen on your offensive side of the thing or dealing with their offense.
Right.
It's going to come down to how well you tackle in this game on that side of the ball. Because and again, like I talked about earlier, is the left tackle tipping stance? Is he tipping it? Run pass, watch him, see what's going on over there. You got to figure out how to tackle this crew and don't get fooled by matching them up with every way and them taking you out of having the right guys in the box to play the run. That's the thing that I worry about the Cowboys doing right there.
Fantastic report, Brian. The text loves your confidence in these Cowboys and exactly how we're going to get it done.
Yes, sir.
Are you buying or selling these guys turning into some hunting dogs? That's coming up next here in the nation. I want to chat about the Frankels before we do that, though, because
DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a couple audio cuts for you. I think you'll enjoy listening to them. It kind of cracked me up here. Are you buying this? The Jerry Jones and the playmaker, this hunting dog analogy, okay, that apparently he ran past Jerry Jones as they were enjoying the final moments of that game up there in the suite in Tampa Bay. So a couple of cuts. Can this win change this team, send you on a special run? You know, did something change with the heart of this Cowboys team as they dominated the Buccaneers? You'll be sold on this concept from both perspectives. Tell me if you're buying in. Here's Jerry Jones.
I was visiting with Michael Irvin right at the end of the game last night, and he was using a hunting dog analogy, but it's true. They do put the face of a hunting dog when you finally find what you're hunting. They rub that dog's face in that blood and make sure that he remembers what it tasted like and what it was like. And boy, that enhances his instincts for the rest of his time. And that's exactly the way the Cowboys, I'm sure, will take this victory in Tampa, take everything associated with it, make everything they can out of it. You can say, well, you've got to move on. No, they're a better team leaving Tampa than when they got there.
I sure hope so. You know, I've been on a couple of hunts with hunting dogs, and it is amazing to watch them work. It's inspiring. At times it's terrifying because something changes in their brain where they're like, I don't care that I might die, or I don't recognize that I'm in danger here. I'm just going for it. And they're like throwing themselves at hogs, and like, you know, the hunter guys, they have to put on like a leather vest for the dog trying to save him.
Like a ghillie suit or something.
So I guess as you apply that to human beings and not dogs, you know, there's something in that experience where you recognize, in order to get the job done, I got to turn my emotional temperament up to this level. I got to find this kind of energy that, you know, pride is on the line or jobs are on the line or whatever. I got to feel like this in order to get the job done. And, you know, I don't know. Is that Jerry selling BS to us? Or could something have shifted with the Cowboys? You see it in basketball all the time where young teams take L's in the postseason and it creates a scar tissue. And the next time they like get close, like we saw with Dirk in 2011, it's laser focused. Right? I mean, you could see the canines in Dirk's jaw during that playoff run as compared to the woohoo, we're happy we're here, boys. This is amazing. Like, he became a dog. So hopefully this Cowboys group that is associated with glitz and glamour and entitlement quite often, you know, can find that dog mode here for a couple of weeks. Where are you guys at with the dog analogy so far?
Isn't that what Nacho Libre said?
Nacho!
He said, don't you want a taste of the glory? Don't you want to see what it tastes like? They finally got a taste of that glory.
That's right.
And the beauty of this,
right
I think
after he made soup.
I think they're in a very good place mentally because they have remembering last year's failure against this exact team. So you can't get too full of yourself here. Yeah. Okay, you also just have the butt whooping, the DC disaster. So you have things in your mind that are here to humble you as well and understand how bad things can be. But we just tasted, oh, wow, okay, that's what a road playoff victory feels like. That's what beating the GOAT feels like. Okay, now we can, hopefully, they got a bunch of guys in there that want to go continue to feel that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think it also helps that you've got a little bit of revenge going into this. You know, you had the revenge factor with the Bucs, with what happened week 1 and also what happened last year. And it's like, we got to get back on Brady. But then now you've got the 49ers who booted you from the postseason last year. And you've gotten, and I mentioned it in the opening segment with the J-Ron curse factor, this team had to taste that and live with that all offseason. How many stories were written about that? And now you get to go and seek revenge and go ahead and go into their building and send their asses home.
I love revenge games. We got a big one coming up against Tulsa here February 4th, I believe. They tuned us up pretty good in the semifinal back in September, 3-1.
Go get them, coach.
682, if the Cowboys beat San Francisco, I'm buying in. To beat an inferior Tampa team does not prove it for me. And sure, it was a playoff game, so that counts a little bit based on the track record. Wow, that sounds like a Niners fan right there, trolling a little bit if you ask me, or maybe just a cynical Cowboys fan. It's common. I was there with you a couple days back. 469, I think it's more along the lines of getting them addicted to the taste of victory and stopping at nothing to get another taste of it. Yeah, maybe that's the human equivalent, because nothing to compare to a dog. They love better. They fight harder. There, even my pug, who's like 13 years old and blind, if he catches a whiff of the other dog disrespecting him, he'll try to tear him up.
Oh, hell yeah.
Can't even find it. Here's Michael Irvin's perspective on how that all went down.
It wasn't that San Francisco blew them out, because if we'd have got that ball play and kicked that ball, we'd have ended up winning that game. But like Michael Parsons told me on my podcast, man, I was sore for 2 weeks after that game. So you got to be ready for the kind of battle you're going to have in San Francisco, and you're going to be sore going into the next game, even if you win this one.
All righty. NFL True or Fart False is coming up here at about 3:20 in the G-Bag Nation. Got a lot of more stuff coming up. Not cynical, just realistic, says the 817. 469 says, I don't like Dawson. Okay. Appreciate that thought.
Why not?
Yeah, tell me why.
Yeah, let's get more detail there.
Have you discussed the SOS San Fran didn't really play good teams? People keep saying that. I don't see that on their schedule. I see actually more playoff teams than the Cowboys face. They didn't have to play Philadelphia, but the 49ers destroyed Tampa 35-7. They beat the Seahawks 21-13. And they beat the Chargers 22-16. That
lost to Kansas City.
Yeah. They lost to Kansas City, which was their last loss. And, then Garoppolo beat the Rams, beat the Chargers, beat everybody in their path, beat Miami 33-17. In a game that Miami was still going in the right direction. Chop was sure that the Dolphins were going to beat the 49ers. So, yeah, that's 4 playoff teams in a 10-game stretch. I don't know. Maybe there is no Chiefs, Bengals, Bills in there as far as a king of all dubs or Cowboys king of all dubs, but I think that schedule is pretty respectable.
Yeah. I mean, look, you can only play who's on your schedule, right?
Absolutely.
And I'm not going to knock them for that. They've looked very, very impressive, and they're a good football team that you're going to have to show up and play your best. But this is what really and we got a text in, this is what the draft was for. The Cowboys went ahead and wanted to change the structure and mentality and attitude of this football team based on how the 49ers beat them up last year. And now you have an opportunity to see, was it enough? Because now you're going up against that same team that physically imposed their will and bullied you to a playoff exit. And now, all right, well, let's see. Did the changes we made personnel and roster-wise, are we mentally ready to go in there and go ahead and impose our will and take the bully ball to them?
Yeah, no, that's the deal. And, the Cowboys have this opportunity now to take a new mindset. And 3 years into Mike McCarthy, he's been trying to establish that. Sometimes a big game, a big playoff moment can give you the confidence to say, yes, that is who we are. We have arrived at this new destination, and now we have a new identity. I remember for the Dallas Mavericks, this was 20 years ago, but it happened midseason for them. They were struggling with Finley and Nash and Dirk to become a playoff team, and it was obvious when it hit, and they went on a big winning streak, and the total vibe around him just totally changed. 817, I don't like that guy who doesn't like Dawson. Okay. 469, y'all do this every year, have hope, and then reality hits. That's all you can do as a sports fan.
Yeah. Thank you.
There's 32 teams going for this, and only one of them can do it, and there's only been one Brady and Belichick, so that's pretty much the NFL experience by design. You have hope. You hope it's your year. You hope you get the breaks. You put pressure on your front office to find as good a players as possible and to be aggressive when it's their time. And then you sit back and hope for the best and try to accept the worst when it inevitably happens.
How dare you have hope 2 games away from the Super Bowl? Fools.
Okay. Biggest questions for the remaining playoff teams here is what we'll get into now, G-Bag Nation. What is the biggest question remaining for the Cowboys? To me, if I want to throw it out as a topic, Chuck, Brian, I think it's, can that defense play that great again?
Ooh, I like that.
Because that was an awesome performance after they'd been kind of shaky to me. I mean, you found a corner option, right? Maybe that's what happened. Actually, you didn't mask the lack of a corner. You found a corner and you stopped the hell out of the Tampa from running. They had to abandon it.
I think that Bobby Belt brought this up on the Love of Star podcast, which is up right now, which I think is very interesting. He thinks that Dan Quinn held Israel Mukwamu out in getting him ready for the playoffs. That they went through all these knowing that they were already going to be in the playoffs.
The old sandbagging,
and maybe they sandbagged it, that they just put all those guys out there and they saved Israel for the opportunity to play.
Gavin Dawson special right there, boys.
I don't think teams did that.
Yeah. Bobby
had a chance to win the division.
Bobby believes that's what Dan Quinn
did. They
did.
sandbagged on Mukwamu and ran outside. Look at these coaches getting it done.
My goodness. I would go with, can the offensive line carry over the dominant type of performance? Because I think that's going to be a key. You're going to have to play offensive football. I think that defensively, you're going to have to hold your own. I think that there's just too many weapons to be able to slow down San Francisco for 4 quarters. Offensively, you're going to have to score some points. And if the offensive line can play like they did against Tampa Bay, I'm confident that Dak's going to play well.
Don't turn the ball over. That's the biggest thing in this game.
Absolutely.
Whatever team, this is one of those times where you say, oh, well, big plays, what's going to win this game? This one could very well come down to the lack of who doesn't turn the ball over, because that's the one thing that the 49ers thrive on. You should have had 3 or 4 extra turnovers in that game on Monday night. You got to finish that. If they're going to throw you the ball, catch it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to me, that's where this game is going to hinge.
And this pass rush is going to give you opportunities for that.
Yeah.
You got to do that to win.
Versus this quarterback.
To me, absolutely. I mean, I do believe that they could block those 49ers front. I believe they can. Because their best path to victory is blocking that front. Because their secondary can't hold up.
Right? And I said last segment, it's Nick Bosa and a bunch of guys. And when it comes to rushing the passer, it is. I know they're some really solid, beefy players.
They've got a good front.
Yeah.
It's just, can you find a way? You did a great job.
But nobody else has more than 5 sacks.
Yeah.
If you can focus on Bosa a little bit, put some help on that side, everybody else should be fine one-on-one. Yeah. You don't have the speedy guys that are going to track down Dak either. He can handle everything else but Bosa. Okay, other questions around the NFL Bills. Can Josh Allen protect the football? We've talked a lot about Dak's ball security.
Yeah.
Since Allen broke out in 2020, he has 40 turnovers in 36 games.
It's true.
That is a massive number.
It's true.
And this last game was a disaster. I don't think it's going to be as bad as he was against Miami. I think he was trying to relax a little bit too much. Reminds me of the first place tournament for my Little League team, 6th grade. No errors all year at third base. Manager thought I was tense. He said, you need to relax over there, okay? We're going to be okay. We're the favorite in this game. First 2 ground balls went through my legs.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah. First place. This is the final, I had the game-tying RBI in the semifinal over the first baseman's head, little flare out into right field. We beat Battleground, who was heavily favored in this Little League first place tournament. And we got to the final, where all we had to do was beat Salmon Creek, and I nearly kicked it away in the top of the first inning, I believe. Too relaxed.
That's
Josh Allen for you.
Yeah. And it's a team you knew that you'd whooped up on before.
Yeah.
You know them well. You're like, we own these guys. You're just playing loose. You just play too loose.
You play too loose. You get a little too relaxed.
He's got that recklessness in his DNA for sure. And that's part of what makes him great, because he's got the arm and the athletic ability and all these things to do greatness with his backyard kind of Hail Mary football a little bit, but it can get you in trouble. And if the elbow's hurting a little bit, and people are really starting to question like the weaponry that the Bills have right now. It's like Stephon Diggs, and then Gabe Davis has had some good moments. There's no question about that. But I mean, they're throwing the football to Cole Beasley right now.
They are quite a bit.
So it's like, okay, maybe not that he's got no weapons, but it's not like he's out here working with super studs.
Okay, other questions around these contenders as the divisional round approaches. Will the Chiefs' defense provide enough support? No one should be betting against Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. Yada, yada, yada. But when Chris Jones is not dominating up front to set up long downs, the back end of their D has proven vulnerable, notably faltering in close games with lesser opponents like the Broncos and Texans. Tackling has been an issue. Inexperienced rookies Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson, and Joshua Williams all seeing significant snaps at corner. We know they can score in a shootout, but can they cover? Yeah, I don't know what to think of the Chiefs right now because of their history against the Bills and Bengals right now. I'm more hesitant to pick them than in the previous 5 seasons or
That
so.
article hit it with the rookies they're playing on defense. This is going to be their first playoff game. So there's a little bit of, prisoner of the moment type thing here. You got George Karlaftis, who's also been playing a lot that I liked coming out. And I've heard mixed reports on him. Not watching every snap, but talk to Chiefs fans. They're like, Karlaftis hasn't been that good. But then I saw Daniel Jeremiah had him ranked in the top 10 of his top 25 rookies. So some people are like, Karlaftis has been really good. Other people that watch maybe snap to snap that are fans are, no, Karlaftis hasn't been that good. So it'll be interesting to see how those rookies play because the Chiefs are playing a lot of them on defense. The equalizer is you've got Patrick Mahomes, who always seems to perform.
All righty, great stuff, guys. Maybe we'll have time for more contender question marks coming up a little bit later. 520 would like to say thank you, Brian, for your input. You have me feeling more confident about this game. Okay, did Tony just become our lead running back for this playoff run? If we can lean on him and feed him 20 touches, I think we will.
He's their lead back, yeah. I think they showed that last week.
Yeah, he's one of the big reasons to feel better about these Cowboys' chances than last year.
You want to run more?
It's time for an NFL true or fart false, Wolchuk. Where are we heading with that?
Oh, man. Are you true or farting on these overreactions? We'll do that next on The Fan.
All right, I want to chat D&M Leasing, though, because these guys are great if it's time to get your hands on a new vehicle here in North Texas. We're so blessed to have And Tracy is going to join us. We'll talk some Cowboys Niners coming up at 4 here on The Fan. Here's Wolchuk with some NFL true or fart false.
Thank you very much. Do want to remind you, come hang out 7 to 9 Baby Dolls Saloon, 10250 Shady Trail. It is the monthly VIP party, free barbecue all day. They got $2 beer and well drinks. It's going to be alive and popping. Can't wait to shake all the hands, get all the motorboating going on. It's going to be a blast out there. All right, so come on by, say what's up to your boy. There's no place you'd rather be on a hump night.
They got you on the night shift, huh?
Hell yeah, they do.
Hump away.
Yeah.
We're getting wild. We're getting
round,
crazy.
First round picks. Working.
Okay. It's going to get gnarly.
You know it's getting gnarly when Wolchuk's got the gel in his hair.
Woo!
It's the time to comb
Did you
it a
get the
little
hair
bit.
cut again, or is it just slicked down?
I got a little bit on the top trimmed. The sides were good. Walt crushed the sides. Yeah. But the top was a little bit long, so I need to get a little trimmage on the top. But otherwise, it's probably just the gel, Brian.
Okay.
I will say this. So here's the thing that made me feel old right before we get into true or fart. I'm noticing dandruff.
Dandruff?
Yeah, I think I need to get like Head and Shoulders or something.
Oh, that's not an old thing. It's the Selsun Blue, bro.
Is
Never
that
wear,
what I need
never
to go
wear
with?
black without the blue. That's the tagline.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. So whatever the recommendation is, if it's just a simple shampoo change up, but
Are you just peeking over your left shoulder and seeing a bunch of
what am I using now? It's probably like some kind of off-brand from Tom Thumb or Walmart.
Dude, the chemicals and toxins in that thing are just sucking the testosterone right out
I've
of
never had hair issues, man.
Dead ball serious. No. I'm not talking about the hair. I'm just talking about just the general.
Oh, really?
I've been doing some reading on some things.
So that's what it
believe
is.
it or not, Wolchuk. And
I didn't know you could read.
There is a lot to be said about the lack of or what it does to your testosterone level. Some of these things, a lot of these soaps and shampoos and these body washes and stuff like that. There's a lot of weird stuff.
I'll
going
take
on.
that over being smelly every day.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna walk in here and smell like ass.
So pay up for the shampoo.
I mean, I'll bald and I don't care, but
right.
Oh, we don't want you to walk in here and smell like ass either, Eric.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You can be like,
what are you reading about it for over there?
No, I'm just seeing it. I follow
because I called him out.
I'm following.
Did you call him out for being smelly?
Oh, I did one day.
He did, but I didn't
he's
know if
been
he was
better
being
since
serious
then.
about that. I
was
didn't
being
know.
like,
I didn't know if he was
I think he was
actually
being.
serious.
I think he was being serious.
I've been honest about my pit
I wanted
problem.
to say something.
I mean,
we
listen.
were carpooling, but I really didn't want to.
Oh, I hope you're joking. No, don't get me wrong. I mean, after
I'm
a
so
long
glad
day,
I don't have to ride in the car with you anymore.
After a long day,
There's
of
sometimes
selling cars and during the daytime, and then coming up at night, I probably did,
which was understandable.
I was probably reeking at that point,
which was understandable. All right, so thank you. And texts are flowing in like shampoo my hair and beard every single day. Have 4 kids. I think the testosterone's good. I agree with you, 682, because I don't have the 4 kids. The Head and Shoulders, bro. All right, so I'm gonna get on that because I noticed the dandruff and I was like, is this an age thing or should I just be personally concerned?
Shampoo thing. Yeah, I don't think it's an age thing yet.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
You'll probably get little gray wings here in about 6-7 years. That'll be your first sign.
All right.
Well, and then people start calling you Pops.
I'll be waiting out and then Corey Majors. All right, Robert Flores, take us away.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
Thank you, Robert. NFL true or fart, Brian Broaddus.
Yes.
The Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl.
He has to say true.
Oh,
100%.
no, absolutely true. Yeah.
Let's go!
For sure. Where was that question? Was that a real question?
It's a serious question.
Serious question?
Wait, is this a serious question? You guys just believe with me?
If they're going to beat the Niners, which it seems like you're going to pick them too.
Yeah.
I think
I'll always pick them in the playoffs.
I think the answer would be true here.
Yeah. Because then they'll get to the next round, and whoever they play, the Eagles, they'll
be the Giants at home.
They'll play a team they've already played twice.
Right.
Yeah. Hopefully the Giants at home. That'd be great. True. Yes. Cowboys Super Bowl.
Kind of wanted to put you guys on the edge here. Put your junk on the table.
I like the way you came out of the gates right there.
Just with the gusto.
Just with the boom. Put it on the table right now.
Let's go.
Truth serum.
Big win. How confident are we feeling? Are we
It doesn't
crotch
get any more
first,
serious
or are
than
we
this.
not crotch first?
There's a chance. There's a pretty good chance. I played a lot of poker in my day, right? And they'd have the numbers up, and you'd be surprised like how often on the river a 4% chance would hit.
Yeah.
And I think the Cowboys have a significantly higher chance than 4. I'll make it 24% chance that they get a victory, and if they do beat the Niners, they will go to the Super Bowl.
Let's go. All right. We got trues all around, baby.
I like that for positivity.
Was that a true?
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
right.
He threw an if in there. He didn't really say true. He didn't go full fart, though.
He threw numbers at you.
He did just start pelting me with numbers that I couldn't. They were just hitting me in the face.
If anybody understands numbers, it's you over there.
I'm going to the Super Bowl.
It's like the throw the sand in the eye technique before you attack
I was
for the
about
fight.
to say, we're all going to
I
the
like
Super Bowl.
that.
Yeah.
We are going to the Super Bowl.
Was that
Damn
a
right.
silent but deadly, maybe?
It did feel like just one of
Kabuki
those.
dust.
It was
He got you with some kabuki.
some kabuki. It was
trying to be more positive with my negativity,
You're doing a good job.
Yeah, put some positivity in your negativity, Dawson.
Heck, they just beat Tom Brady, the greatest player of all time.
Right.
Yeah, they're going to the Super Bowl.
We're playing with house money, baby.
Yeah, I do feel
Brock
good.
Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. Come on. What are we doing here?
Purdy's due for one. I think that's going to be the thing that I keep falling back on this week. Is Purdy's due for one of these? He's
Clunkers?
going to be running around for his life with Micah Parsons and company chasing him, and this Cowboys defense will take advantage of him in a way that causes some turnovers. They will get this victory.
Yeah, this is a bleeping true, and if it ends up being a fart, well, story of my life, right? We've dealt with this before.
Yeah.
We'll just move on. We'll go to baseball season.
Yeah, we'll just go to baby dolls again.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Eric. The Giants need to re-sign Mr. Elite, according to Saquon Barkley, Daniel Jones.
They must re-sign him?
It's a must. He's their guy. They got to re-sign Danny Dimes.
No, he is not a must. He is not a must. They just need to make sure they keep Dable happy and he doesn't go all Sean Payton on him because that's the guy that's a super monster right now. Kafka, they might lose Kafka. If you told me right now I could lose my play caller Kafka or I could lose Daniel Jones, I'm going to go ahead and figure out a way to replace Daniel Jones.
Was there a risk that Kafka's gone?
Yeah, I think so. I think Kafka going to be a coach is a real thing right now. Who knows if it happens, but it is a real thing right now. And no,
he's one and done, huh?
Daniel Jones is not a must re-sign. So far.
No, I'm right there with Chiafalo. I think he nailed it. You only pay the upper echelon of quarterbacks unless they're willing to give you some sort of a discount because I'm going to need that money to pay extra linemen and skill players to make up for your lack of skill. So no, maybe maybe I find a bridge quarterback or a veteran, but we got to figure out a way to get high enough in the draft to find a good quarterback, or pluck one off a team that's decided to rebuild. You think of Aaron Rodgers and stuff like that if you're New York, but no way do you pay a guy like Daniel Jones. Even Brian knows that.
I'm gonna say true. You're gonna pay this guy.
But are you going to make him a top 10 paid quarterback?
Even Brian knows that. I'm going to say true, actually.
You say true. No, I mean, the thing about it, I think they figured this thing out with this guy. I think this guy needs skilled players. I think he's proven that he's resilient. He's tough. He's the highest drafted quarterback still left in this tournament.
Yeah, it's interesting.
He's the only first-round guy. I mean, it's going to be on the NFC side of the ledger.
Right. Yeah.
I was going, dang, this AFC. Huh?
No, the AFC has all first-round guys
Yeah.
and 2 guys that were drafted first overall.
Sure.
No, they figured it out with this guy. They figured out that I think they need to get him some skill. They need to get him some wide receiver.
Right.
The way they play offense up there, with him running around and stuff like that, I mean, how long can you do it? But sure, I think that he's gone through bad coordinators, bad head coaches, bad general managers, and look what happens. The 1 year they kind of figure all that out, they get to the playoffs. So, yes, I would sign this guy.
I think they will re-sign him, but I'm going to say fart overall. I think they can do better than him.
What kind of answer is that?
I think he's good because I think that they are going to sign him. Now, if it's me, it's a fart. I wouldn't pay him personally.
By the way, the text is weighing in. Stylists are saying you need to get a quality anti-dandruff shampoo.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
And they're also alleging
Stylists are saying that the Giants don't need to sign this guy.
Yeah. Yeah, they're saying Daniel Jones is head and shoulders, basically. And you want like the Patrick Mahomes of shampoos.
No, that's fine. I want Patrick Mahomes, and I think doesn't he have the endorsement?
He is doing the head and shoulders thing right now. I think Pat Mahomes is. But they're also saying, like in the 585, they're weighing in saying that with all the weight loss, like the weird stuff can happen to your body after something like that. So
I need to ask my soda nutritionist.
Ask your soda nutritionist what shampoo they recommend.
Okay, that's fair. I'll ask Teresa when I get in there on Saturday. Gavin.
Sir.
Brock Purdy.
Wait, there's a guy named Chorizo that's asking you not to
Teresa.
eat. Oh, I thought he said chorizo. Didn't you think he said chorizo? I thought he said I'm going to
all
ask
back
chorizo
those
when I get
sausage
in there.
fingers.
No, there's no
and stuff like
chorizo
that,
there. No.
Running those sausage fingers through his
Diego is
hair.
a
That's the
badass.
problem.
Diego's my guy.
Grease and all that. Diego.
Diego's awesome. Brock Purdy is going to be the 49ers starting quarterback in 2023.
Yes, I think so. Things just aren't coming together for Trey Lance well enough. Brock Purdy is not a perfect or great NFL quarterback, but he works for their system, and I think he'll beat out Trey Lance, if not coming out of training camp by the time we get to the end of September.
Man, I think I'm going to go true here as well, but it's the way I envision this particular game going, where Purdy is going to be a big chunk of the Niners' issues, and Kyle Shanahan's going to know that. And he's going to be like, dang it, I got another one of these Garoppolo guys. Solid, can do some things, but I'm not winning a title with him. And so, but what other options do you have? I would say the only other option is they would pivot off of Purdy if he has a poor game like I'm anticipating, and then Brady's like, hey, I'd love to come to San Francisco. Otherwise, I think it's Purdy's job to lose.
I'd say that's fart. I think they want to see what Trey Lance is, even though, I mean, they continue. Jimmy Garoppolo leads them to the championship game last year, right? And what do? They're talking about getting other guys, playing other guys and all that. They struggle with Garoppolo. They talk about trading him and all that stuff like that. They're going to see what Trey Lance has.
You see the latest? Trey Lance apparently put on his Instagram some cryptic message that his fingers are crossed after the Titans hired the player personnel
Rand
guy.
Carthon.
Yeah, from the Niners.
Yeah.
I guess he's got a good relationship with Carthon, and he's
Rand
hoping
Carthon, yeah.
maybe
Good guy.
Maybe Rand trades for Trey Lance to go to Tennessee.
Maybe so.
It's good to have options.
So we'll see what happens there. Okay, last one real quick. Let's go back to you, Brian. We've seen the last of Lamar Jackson as a Baltimore Raven.
I would say that's true. I think that's true. I think this is going to be a blockbuster type of a trade. Somebody's going to step up there. Now, again, it's going to have to be a team that's willing to do the contracts and stuff like that. But I think you have seen the last. I think that Harbaugh, that's an organization that trusts its ability to go out and find players. They'll go out and find another quarterback is what they'll do. So I say that's true.
Yeah, I mean, they won 2 with Joe Flacco. I believe it is true as well, and I think it's going to be a huge blessing for Lamar Jackson. Maybe he can, get some wide receivers at his next destination.
Yeah, I'm going to go true as well. I think there's just too much going on here. I don't know. It seems like there's plenty of friction. It seems like there is a huge divide between like Lamar Jackson and their training staff. Like Harbaugh's like, I don't really know what the status is of his injuries. Like there's just too much going on. He didn't travel with the team for the playoff game. I don't know how big of a deal that actually is, but people have made it a big deal. I think they're going to move on.
True, and he's going to be a Miami Dolphin.
All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. We have Tracy Sandler, Niners beat reporter, coming up at 4 o'clock. She's going to talk with us about, how San Francisco's feeling coming into this matchup. But Eric Chiafalo has a sports segment or other coming up for us next. Where are we headed with that, sir?
We have a bit of an audio bonanza, and just how disrespectful was this? That's next.
You can wait 24 hours. Or you can find out Cowboys and NFL insider info immediately by listening. Watch the latest videos from your favorite fan hosts and listen to exclusive podcasts at 1053thefan.com.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new road, Joe.
All righty, thank you, Lucius. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we'll have a Niners guest here to get the lowdown, a skinny, on all the challenges for the San Francisco NFL team. Right now, here's Eric Chiafalo with some sports audio.
All right, I do want to start with a little segment called Reading here. We go to the Twitter account of Stan Van Gundy, basketball legend. He tweets out 90s NBA teams had just a trainer and a strength coach. They practiced more often and harder and played more back-to-backs. Teams now have huge medical and quote-unquote performance staffs and value rest over practice, yet injuries and games missed are way up. Something's not working. Kevin Durant responded just by simply saying, Stan spittin', ... Ooh. Stan had no idea what this meant. In fact, he thought it meant that Kevin Durant was disagreeing with him.
Oh, no.
So then Stan responds,
No,
I'm not criticizing players. I'm saying that we are getting something wrong in how we prepare and train players. We can't do anything about injuries like yours. He fell on your leg. But all of these groin, hamstring injuries, etc. shouldn't be happening as much as they are. And Kevin Durant responded, Stan, I agree with you. LOL. Stan simply didn't get it. So somebody went in and helped him and said, hey, Stan, spitting means you're speaking facts. And Stan said, had no idea. That's the whole Twitter.
Had no idea. That's amazing.
Stan learned. Great Twitter interaction, which is the word I was looking for when I potentially unveiled the single worst tease in radio history to start the show at about 2:15 this afternoon. I have since pulled this sound, and we can all try and figure out what is going on in my brain here. Okay. And so here is the sound.
Time now for a sports hodgepodge with Eric Chiafalo. What are we hodging about today, sir?
We have an NBA Twitter interaction. Holy smokes.
What was that? What was that over there?
Greg, what are you doing?
Wolchuk is feeling
Talking
old.
about
There's
bad
lots
stories going on here
just
today.
Figure it out.
See you at Baby Dolls later.
That's the way we went out on a break here. Radio professionals alleged.
Man, Wolchuk was a pro as hell. I think he got 3 punchlines off in about 8 seconds.
He called me Greg. He hit me with a rash situation, and he plugged his Baby Doll spot.
I think so, yeah.
He just really took advantage of that entire moment. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I don't know what was going on there.
Well, let me give what should be a good tease. You know, we told you at the start of the show, Brian has been studying how to score on the 49ers all day, and an NFL coach just called him at the break. So he's indisposed at the moment right now. He's on assignment during this segment right here.
So are we going to get a second Krusty's Corner?
At 4:40, I think we're going to do Krusty's Corner 2.0, post conversation with an NFL coach who had success scoring on the Niners this year.
Hello.
Go.
Oh, this is fantastic.
No wonder he's not scared of this Niners defense. He's getting all the intel.
I feel like his gang of 7 has now multiplied in a way that is just like almost too much
The Baker's dozen.
to be able to even handle right now. It does feel a bit like a Baker's dozen, Wolchuk. Now, let's go ahead and get to some sound here. How disrespectful is Nick Sirianni, head coach of the Eagles, after doing a pizza order not to the standard of the average Philadelphian? Here he is, Nick Sirianni.
Scott Kanicki got us. I was like kind of craving Pizza Hut stuffed crust pizza, which is I haven't had that in a while. That's not something I get to get at home. So we had that. It was in the offensive staff room. I won't get into that, Howard.
Okay, that was Howard Eskin, I believe, that was poking and prodding, probably about, well, what were you drinking? That was just my guess. Of like, okay, you were eating pizza. What was the beverage menu going on there?
Okay,
but people in Philadelphia were a little bit like, really, bro? You're gonna get pizza around these parts, and you're gonna do it with Pizza Hut. People were offended by this in Philadelphia. I would say no one out pizzas the Hut. And if I don't want to live in a world where I can't just on a whim say, yeah, I want some stuffed crust from Pizza Hut. Are you kidding me?
Why can't you?
I mean, it's not my favorite. The stuffed crust is not my favorite, but Pizza Hut, Pizza Hut's
very good.
I can't be shamed for having that, can
Delicious,
I?
right?
What's Philadelphia doing here? Is there like a different like Philly bird turd pizza that they think you should be ordering? Or
Yeah, that's probably there's something to that. Like they take pride in their cheesesteaks and their pizza spots.
You didn't know that from Joe's Bird Turds?
I mean, I don't know if McCarthy got to the podium and was like, man, I had a hankering for name that chain barbecue spot that is not one of our barbecue appreciated spots locally here.
Well, if he said Dickies, you think we'd be? What are you?
Hey, that's
doing?
some good jalapeno sausage.
That's what I'm
I don't
saying.
think it's bad.
I don't want to live in a world where I can't just go to Dickies here in the Metroplex. So every time I go, I got to go to the Kraft barbecue spot.
Yeah.
Loved Kraft barbecue, but sometimes I just want a little fast food or whatever.
Yeah,
and sometimes those chains have some nostalgia built up.
Right.
You know, you went there with your family. You did this, you did that. You know, it's been part of your life, and you have the flavor. And for some reason, it is better than a Kraft spot.
Right. And he's into some. I mean, I'm into the stuffed crust there. I don't mind it. It's good.
And this is coming from a bunch of guys that want to disagree with Nick Sirianni at every turn.
Right.
Right. I mean,
I
punchable face,
don't want to
not
defend
into-
that guy.
Right.
But he's on to something here, and I'm sure they do have good pizza spots in Philly. Brian
Potentially
says,
even great.
Brian says their food's very good, and Brian knows his food. So if he says it, I stand by that, and I'm sure it's very accurate. They've probably got great little pizza joints, but every once in a while, yeah, go ahead and order some Pizza Hut. It's not that big of a deal.
I am surprised by how much anti-Pizza Hut Tolos we have right now chiming in on the truckwreck.com fan text.
No, we got a lot of Pizza Hut hate right now.
Domino's is better. Pizza Hut changed their cheese and it's fake.
Oh, it's been a long time since I've had it.
Sorry, but the Hut is trash. God awful. I mean, come on, people. Are you kidding me?
Oh, and now the Dickies comment is also, I'm getting clobbered over the head.
Oh, well,
I was just thinking chain barbecue spots.
Right, yeah, I wasn't going to name drop any of those. I was just going to keep it general chain barbecue spots.
Trying to vouch for any of these. It just was the first one that came to
Man,
mind.
that
Don't
Dickies
shoot the messenger.
That jalapeno cheddar sausage, though, from Dickies is bringing it strong.
I
Dog.
agree.
There's
Great
no
items.
question about that.
They do.
Okay, we also have another NFC East coach being asked ridiculous questions, if you will. Here's Brian Dable talking about and confirming the fact that he is, in fact, not Jesus.
Yeah, one quickie. Have you tried to walk on water or multiply loaves and fish today?
Have I?
Yes.
Tom, I would sink like a son of a
Yes.
I mean, you did beat Minnesota.
Right. He's like, bro, we just beat Kirk Cousins. There's no water walking going on here.
Yeah, call me in 2 weeks.
Right. So I thought that was a great response there from Dable. And then here is JJ Redick. Are you kidding me, JJ Redick? When you start to wonder, man, how do you become the 1%? How are you doing these things? I just heard Troy Aikman talking about Deion Sanders and the work ethic that he brought, where before kickoff at the locker room, when everybody's in there getting ready for the game, Deion's dressed ready to go, but he's in there. He's looking at film like minutes before they're getting onto the field. He's like we talk about Deion as this supreme athlete, and of course he is all of those things, but there's also another side to him where, yeah, there's been a lot of great athletes out there, a lot of dudes that can run fast, but Deion had a work ethic that allowed him to be one of the legends of all legends. JJ Redick working with a little bit different genetic background, I would say, from an athleticism standpoint. So he had to do all this hard work, but listen to what a JJ Redick offseason looked like, according to JJ himself.
You weren't even around me in the offseason. My offseasons were harder than the season, bro. That's a fact. And that's a big reason I retired, because I couldn't do another offseason. Like, my off seasons were 6 days a week, 2 or 3 workouts a day, Saturdays off, Sundays make 342 shots exactly every Sunday in the off season for the last 13 years.
Why 342?
It's very simple, man. There's 7 spots on the floor, 20 spot 2s, 20 spot 3s, 3 dribbles going right, 3 dribbles going left. That's plus 20 free throws. That's 342.
This is that shit that happened to him when he was
I was
at
like
Duke.
this, dude. I was like this.
happened.
I started cold tubbing, and I'd be like, all right, they want me to cold tub for 12 minutes. So I'd cold tub for 12 minutes. And then I get to the point where I'd be like, if I start my timer a little too early, I'm not getting that full 12 minutes. I don't want to cheat myself. So I started cold tubbing for 12 minutes and 25 seconds, just to give myself a wiggle room, right? Then my routine, like, on a normal day of game, I knew exactly what I was going to eat for breakfast. I knew exactly when I was going to get to the gym. I knew exactly how many minutes I was going to spend in the hot tub before I got on the training table. Then I got my work in the weight room for activation. Then I got my pre-shoot around shooting. Then my post-shoot around shooting. Then my cold tub. Knew exactly what I'm going to eat for lunch. Then I knew exactly when I was going to nap. I had my naps timed out, bro. By the end of my career, if I said I need to fall asleep at 1:05 to wake up at 3:30, I could do it like that.
Your body just wake
He's
up.
making me feel like I could have been better, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't have none of
the
this.
whole day. The whole day.
I
was
know I
fun.
had a routine. Yeah. This is different.
My off seasons, bro. They started the next Monday.
Okay. Yeah, and I think a lot of guys have to be super committed, but that is just regimented on another level.
Absolutely. Yeah, dude. Like we talk about these guys all the time when we ask them on, hey, what is a game day look like for you? What is your routine? What are you eating? What are you listening to? What's the stuff you're doing? And a lot of times it's kind of whatever. But that was like a robot there for JJ Redick. And it's like that's the type of work ethic he needed to have in order to have the type of career that he ended up having. And that came from the Knuckleheads podcast with Quentin Richardson and Darius Miles. But I just found that to be fascinating. The amount of dedication that goes into every day, 6 days a week. His offseason, he's like, I retired not because of the 82-game schedule. It's because of my offseason to get prepared for that schedule. I couldn't even stomach one more.
Yeah, he was done. He was done when he got traded to the Mavs that year, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was like, all right, guys, it's been a good run.
He was putting a lot of work in the podcast studio at that point.
Yeah, it sounds like he could be a pretty good entertainer at that, too. I think he might have a broadcast future ahead of him. Tracy Sandler, Niners beat reporter, host of the Tracy Sandler Show on Believe, and founder and CEO of the Fangirl Sports Network. She's going to tell us what you need to know about the 49ers coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation.
35 minutes of commercial-free fan. Holy mackerel. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. Brian Broaddus is working on a full report that's coming up at 4:40. He's been talking with members of the Gang of Seven, active NFL coaches even, who have played the 49ers this year. And he will have the best info possible coming up at 4:40 from a Cowboys perspective. Right now, we get the best info possible from a 49ers perspective. Tracy Sandler, Niners beat reporter, host of the Tracy Sandler Show on the Believe Network, founder and CEO of the Fangirl Sports Network. Tracy joins us now here on your home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, Tracy. How the hell are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you doing?
We're doing good, thanks. Tell us, what's the tone in Northern California? Are fans at this point convinced that it's the Niners' year again?
I think fans are pretty convinced that it is their year. They think they have good reason to feel that way. The 49ers have been playing at a very high level and have been just obviously on a roll with this 11-game win streak, including the playoffs. So they are feeling that way, and they have good reason to feel that way.
So you agree that would you say the 49ers are the prohibitive favorite in the NFC, or how are you looking at them and their quality, their chances?
I would say they are the prohibitive favorites. I think obviously Dallas is a very, very good football team. The Eagles are a good football team. The Giants looked great the other night. But to be the 49ers, just from a talent perspective and the way that they are playing together and the way they've come together these last couple of months, to me, seem to be the favorite in the NFC. And they have Christian McCaffrey, and that seems to help everything.
Yes, that was a great addition, Tracy. But can't the clock strike midnight on Brock Purdy here at some point pretty quick? It is the postseason.
You know, you would think, and I know that a lot of people feel like that could potentially happen, but the thing with Brock Purdy, the place where I found it so impressive and felt like maybe the clock really will not strike midnight on Brock Purdy is going back to the December 15th game against the Seattle Seahawks. That was the game where the 49ers clinched the division. Brock Purdy was coming in on 4 days rest. He was hurt going into one of the toughest stadiums to play in, and he played very well. They win. They clinched the division, on the road. And that game showed me that I think Brock Purdy's got it. Whatever it is, that X factor, he has it, and you can see it in the way Kyle Shanahan trusts him. You can see it in the way his teammates talk about him and the way that they trust him. And at the end of the day, this doesn't all have to be on Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy just doesn't have to make mistakes. He's got to get the ball to his playmakers. The defense is to play at the level they've been playing at all season. So that's the thing with Brock Purdy, too. He doesn't have to lead them to the Super Bowl. He has to do his job to get them there.
And, of course, you already mentioned McCaffrey, but how different is this Niners team now than the one that the Cowboys played in the playoffs last year?
Well, in some ways a completely different team. I think the defense may actually be better. I think they're certainly better in the secondary, and Christian McCaffrey makes all the difference in the world. Kyle Shanahan hasn't had a player quite like Christian McCaffrey. He hasn't had a running back like Christian McCaffrey in his offense. And you just see what a difference he makes, not only with his play, but with the attention he gets, which leaves other guys open. And without Christian McCaffrey, you have quite a few playmakers on the team. So if everybody's on top of Christian McCaffrey, then that leaves Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, Elijah Mitchell, et cetera, et cetera. The list goes on. So I just think he's made such a difference. And I hate to use this phrase, but he's built different. He is an incredible football player, and he just has an instinct, and he sees the field in a way that I just don't think you can teach. He just has. So speaking of the it factor that I was saying about Brock earlier, Christian most certainly has that it factor.
Talking with Tracy Sandler, 49ers beat writer here with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Now, you mentioned the Niners defense being better than it was a year ago. It seemed like Seattle last week was able to throw on them a little bit. Vegas was able to have some success through the air. Is that their biggest weakness if you had to pinpoint one? Maybe teams can have some success vertically?
Yes, I would say if there is a weakness, that is one. And, they lost Emmanuel Mosley in week 5 at corner, and that was a huge loss for this team. And I felt all season long that was going to be the biggest injury and perhaps the one that caused them the biggest problems and could be the biggest hindrance in them getting to the Super Bowl. Deommodore Lenoir has been up and down, had a much, much better game this past Saturday than he'd had the last few weeks, but certainly had been up and down. Charvarius Ward's been incredible for San Francisco, did not have the best game of his season, or probably had the worst game of his season last Saturday. I don't think it's a huge area of concern, but even against Las Vegas, there were a couple of issues. So I would say if there were a weakness, that's it. And of course, with Dallas, with Dak Prescott and the receivers he has and the tight end, I think, that is the place where they could exploit the 49ers, which makes it even more important for Nick Bosa and that 49ers pass rush to bring pressure to Prescott.
From a 49ers perspective, what is it you guys are talking about this week when it comes to the Cowboys? What's scaring you maybe about this matchup?
Well, the Dallas defense is incredible, and you have an incredible player in Micah Parsons, and the defense is just incredible generally. And then if Dak Prescott plays like Dak Prescott played on Monday night, and you know that Dak Prescott is in there, of course, the Buccaneers are not the 49ers, so it's a little bit hard to judge. But if that Dak Prescott comes out on Sunday, then it's going to be a very, very tough matchup for San Francisco. And I think it could very well come down to who wins the turnover battle, which happens so often in the NFL and especially in the playoffs. And that's the thing. Can they pressure Dak into throwing a few of those interceptions? That becomes, I think, a big question. But I think Dallas is an incredible defense. And, Dak Prescott, Tony Pollard. I mean, these teams match up very well against each other. To me, the upper echelon of the NFC are the 49ers, the Cowboys, and the Eagles. And all three of those teams, in my opinion, match up very well together. So I think that is an area of concern for San Francisco.
49ers reporter Tracy Sandler here with us. So do you expect a close game?
I actually do. I kind of been going back and forth on this, where part of me feels like it could be a really close game. Part of me feels like it could be really close for three quarters and the 49ers will pull away. But I do believe that this is going to be a very tough, physical, close game. And this may be the best team the 49ers have played in a very long time. They're up to the challenge, and I still think that they will win the game. But I do think it will be close, and it's going to be physical. It's going to be a very physical football game.
When things don't go San Francisco's way on offense and they're sputtering, and what's that look like? How do you get the Niners to third and long? What do you got to execute?
You got to bring pressure to Purdy. You got to block Christian McCaffrey. But the thing is with Purdy, and this is the thing that's just been kind of cool to watch, especially as someone who's really been watching him since rookie minicamp, he's kind of unflappable. So even if they're in these third and long situations, he doesn't seem to panic. But I think, bringing pressure to him, covering Debo, covering McCaffrey, making Brock go to his second, third reads. But that's the other thing with Brock Purdy. He has an ability to extend plays. His teammates call him slippery. And, that I think is what's going to be very hard to defend. But I do think it's just going to have to bring pressure to him. And just as I said, the 49ers, we're going to want to pressure Dak Prescott into throwing interceptions. I think the Cowboys are going to want to try to pressure Brock Purdy into making mistakes. He doesn't make a lot of them, but I think that's going to be a key for Dallas for sure.
Yeah, Tracy, I mean, you mentioned the it factor for Brock Purdy, and it seems like, he's really kind of galvanized the locker room as well. Everybody's buying into him. And you went as far as to say, with the Tom Brady rumors, which seem to never end with him being linked to the Niners, that, hey, Niners don't need Tom Brady. They've got Brock Purdy. What was the reception you got after putting that out there, where people are like, no, you're crazy. If Tom Brady wants to come to San Francisco, you bring in Tom Brady.
The reception I've gotten thus far is that people agree with it. I mean, at the end of the day, Tom Brady is Tom Brady. He is the GOAT. There's no doubt about it. But as they said in that video, he's probably got 1 or 2 years left in his career. If the 49ers look at Brock Purdy and what he can do, and especially even if he can't lead them to a Super Bowl, but let's pretend he can get them to the Super Bowl. If you see what he can do at this point in his career, give him an off season of first-team reps or even being in a battle for the QB1 position, I think he probably has done enough to show he deserves it. But let's even pretend there's a battle. You give him that off season, more time in this offense, he's only going to get better and better, and he's the future. So I don't know that you want to rock the apple cart in that way. Is that the right? I don't know if that's even the right phrase, but I know there's something with an apple cart. You don't want to tip it. Tip the apple cart. Let him. You don't want to mess with the future of the team. And then don't forget, they also have Trey Lance, who very well may be the 49ers QB2 next year. So I think you look towards the future, especially if they win a Super Bowl with him, because they've done that. They've won a Super Bowl. They are in their window, and he'll only get better. So that is my opinion on that. And most people seem to agree with me. A year ago, I don't think they would have. 2 years ago, they definitely would have. But I think Brock Purdy has shown that he has it. And I think the big thing with Brock Purdy that I noticed is how much Kyle Shanahan trusts him. That, to me, is a huge, huge endorsement. It's not just how well he's playing. You can see that Kyle Shanahan has complete trust in him, and that, to me, says everything.
What did it seem like the Raiders were doing a few weeks ago? Because they were able to make that quite a game, 34 points they put up. What was it that they were doing that other offenses really hadn't been able to?
Well, Nick Bosa said after that game that he thinks that the 49ers did underestimate Jarrett Stidham a little bit, and I really think that is what it came down to. First of all, of course, they have Devontae Adams, who's one of the very best receivers of the league. They have a tremendous running game. So they have a very high-powered offense. Darren Waller. So they have a very high-powered offense. The question mark was the quarterback, and I think the 49ers did slightly underestimate the quarterback. Jarrett Stidham also was able to run, and that is an area where the 49ers do have problems, is with really mobile quarterbacks. Now, Dak Prescott can run. He's not necessarily the most mobile of quarterbacks, but he certainly can run, and I think that's something that the Cowboys are going to want to utilize, because that is an area where the San Francisco defense has had trouble, not only this year, but in years past. So I think that's going to be a big one. And then it's just not making mistakes. And not to sound like a broken record, but it is going to be, the turnover battle and play calling. And I think the factor we haven't talked about in this game is Kyle Shanahan versus Mike McCarthy. And you have one of the greatest play callers in the league in Kyle Shanahan, and that also could end up making a very big difference. And then for the 49ers defense, D'Amico Ryans has a tremendous ability for second half adjustments to make the defense better and better, even when they're struggling, and to adjust and do what they need to do. So that's what's going to make it difficult for Dallas. But I would say, utilizing Dak as a runner, if they can, would be a big help for the Cowboys offense.
It's Tracy Sandler, 49ers reporter, here with us on 105.3 The Fan. How can you be so sure they're great, Tracy, when they haven't played any of the top 5 teams in the NFL this year?
Well, I think, first of all, you can only play who's on the schedule. But I also think that this is just a very good football team. It just is. It's just a very good football team when you look at the talent and you look at this roster and you look at how they play together and they've come together. And no matter who you're playing, it is not easy to win 11 games in a row. So I really do believe they are the top team in the NFC, certainly in that top 3 that I mentioned, including your Cowboys. But that to me is why I know they're great, just because the way they play and they've executed at such a high level, and they've just gotten better and better. And Kyle Shanahan said last week that he thought the team was even better than that game December 15th, because they have Elijah Mitchell back, they have Deebo Samuel back, Christian McCaffrey's been in this offense for quite some time, and I would agree with that. I mean, this is a very healthy football team right now, and that's a real great place to be going to the divisional round.
What's the future like for Trey Lance then? If Brock Purdy's kind of won this job, what do you think the plan is moving forward for Lance?
Well, I think, it's probably premature. I do think Brock Purdy has shown enough to win the job. It probably is premature for me to make that as like a blanket statement. Obviously,
Sure.
Also it's not my decision, but probably premature to make it a blanket statement. But I think Trey Lance probably does stay here, and he's the backup, or they do have a quarterback competition. But my feeling on that quarterback competition would be that it's Brock Purdy's job to lose more than it's Trey Lance's job to win. But I think he stays here. He counts towards, I think, $10 million towards the salary cap next year. So I don't think he's going anywhere, but he may very well end up as their backup quarterback. And then the 49ers are in a similar position as they were in this year. And you had Trey Lance as QB1 and Jimmy Garoppolo as your backup. You have Brock Purdy as QB1 and Trey Lance as your backup. You're probably in a pretty good spot.
Have you started to have any Micah Parsons nightmares yet?
Myself, no, I actually don't have to play against him, thank God, because nobody wants to see that. If I had to play against him, I would have many a Micah Parsons nightmare, I will tell you that.
No, I'm just saying, just be careful. Wait till Friday. Once you get about 48 hours before kickoff, I mean, we've seen reporters for other teams all year start to get these nightmares about Micah. So it could happen. Just be on your
night
guard.
Sweats,
Okay,
Tracy.
I'll let you guys know. If I have a Micah Parsons nightmare, you guys will be the first ones I tell.
Thank you.
Brock Purdy definitely is.
Thank you so much, Tracy. Appreciate the time. Have a great time covering the game, and we'll catch up with you in the future.
Fantastic. Thanks for having me, guys. Have a great day.
You betcha. There she is, Tracy Sandler, Niners reporter. Nice enough to join us right here on your home of the Cowboys. She came in and faced the nation, and we gave her the tough questions, didn't we?
Goodness.
I appreciate
no
that.
softballs
did a nice
up in
job,
here.
yeah.
A lot of the truckrick.com text line, like, man, what, really confident there with the 49ers. She's loving the Niners
She's
right now.
confident in the 49ers like I am the Cowboys.
Yeah.
But, I mean, when you cover a team, I guess we're going to rep our own.
Little balance there.
Yeah, and maybe leaning Homer just a little bit there.
Yeah.
Tracy and Mr. Broadus.
I'll go with the homerism.
Okay. Well, you're good at it. Okay. And he's prepared Krusty's Corner 2.0 coming up at 4:40 after talking with more NFL coaches
I got
about
some
how to.
stuff for you guys.
Oh, this is going to be good. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 4:20. Where are we going with that, sir?
It is Cowboys-Niners week, one of the best rivalries in the history of the NFL. I've got the top 10 most intense NFL rivalries of all time next on The Fan.
The single best way to get a new vehicle right now is to call. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. That was weird.
Is that a burp? It happened.
No, it was something else. I had something like stuck in my throat. I was eating some sun chips, some salsa sun chips.
Did you shovel those in right before the microphone turned on?
I think there was a little extra chip in there, and it was
yummy.
It was messing with my vocal cords.
Love a sun chip, though, man.
It's time now for the top 10 at 420. Couple of notes. Tristan Vizcaino, Cowboys kicker, signed to the practice squad. We'll see what that means for San Francisco. Merton Hanks with KNC tomorrow at 1:30. 512 off the text says these people in San Francisco are delusional about Purdy. He'll be lucky to last a half with the Cowboys if they play the way that they played against Tampa. That could happen quite easily. I'd be stunned if he's a franchise quarterback. I don't think he's quite that, but I think with Kyle Shanahan, he could have some success over a sustained period of time, and it wouldn't be the worst decision to say, hey, we're going to play out this rookie contract and build the other players on the team because you know it's a formula that works. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see a lot of Brock Purdy here over the next half decade.
Yeah, that's the thing about it is that he's kind of got the similar path of Dak where you don't have that fifth-year option, because of how late he was picked, or he wasn't picked in the first round. So if he's in your plans, you're going to have to make hay the next 3 years with him, and until you can kind of get something done contractually wise. If it turns out to be the type of player, I just feel like that he's a really good fit for
I do too.
how
I think
they play
legit.
offense. With the Iowa State, like I said, everything was underneath, intermediate. He was like a 71% passer doing that. So it's kind of a good fit for him in San Francisco.
That's his lane.
Yep.
Okay, Brian does have a full report on how to score on the Niners coming up at 440. It is time now for Zach Wolchuk's top 10 at 420. Here he is, the Wooly Bully.
Let me know your favorite / most intense rivalry that you think that is in the NFL. 877-881-1053. It is Cowboys-Niners week. Getting set for maybe the best NFL playoff rivalry in the history of the game. We'll get to that in just a moment. I do want to play some audio for you, though. Ed Reed, and I'm sure his Ravens will make an appearance on this top 10 list.
That'd be my number one.
He's now, he is now the new head coach over at Bethune-Cookman. And he's not happy about a certain situation going on there on the campus. And here's Coach Reed taking to, I believe it was initially Instagram, and, Coach, what do you got to say?
Been mutton and showing. I chose not to, but now I'm out here walking with the football team, picking up trash. But I'm mutting us. Man, get out of here, man. I should leave. I'm not even under contract doing this. I'm mutting us? Man, get out of here, man. They mutt me. These motherfuckers ain't even clean my goddamn office when I got here. I'm mutting y'all? Get your ass, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. All this shit here was trash in front of me. Who you think got this shit cleared out? That building right there got trash in it. It's f***ing trash. What are you talking about? I need no goddamn donors to come out and help out, because people just want money. That's why I don't f*** with social network. Out of here, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
He was not happy about this.
Big reaction. He wants Bethune-Cookman to clean up the campus, apparently. He's passionate about litter.
I think he's going to probably get a reaction from the school. I think that mission accomplished, Coach. And we'll see. Perhaps something positive can come from this video for Coach Ed Reed.
Yeah. Got to have some standards, man. Maybe they need a little of that Dak energy. You drop something, pick it up, put it in the garbage.
I mean, hell, they didn't even get his desk and office set up properly.
I'd
be a little bit irritated if I were Coach Reed.
That is disrespectful.
What the hell?
Is there still like framed photos of the family of the coach who was
Hall
there
of Famer.
prior?
Yeah.
Show some bleeping respect.
Yeah, well, it sounds like self-respect. Like, hey, this is our campus. This is our turf. This is our place.
Amen
we gotta
to
respect
that.
this thing.
Amen to that.
Hey, I got some audio right here of Ed Reed. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
we got you.
Yeah, I got some audio of Ed Reed right here.
You hit that button, Lucius.
Somebody hit a button.
Yeah. Well, I say you. It was one of those gators.
How about that?
Oh, yeah, he's back.
Yeah, you sound a little distant there at first.
Yep. All right, here we go. Yeah, Ed Reed. I don't know if you want me to play this.
Oh, play it.
But he was talking about his Baltimore teammates. This is a long time ago.
Oh, perfect.
And he was talking to, who was he talking to? Oh, crap. On Fox. Oh, Joe Buck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was talking to Joe Buck. He's always hated trash.
We're not going to win a championship. Y'all don't want to win a championship. Because we got a bunch of lowlifes in here. And they start laughing like some of y'all, like lowlifes ain't really, you call it lowlifes, And I'm like, yeah, lowlife. because we got volunteer firemen walking around here cleaning up after grown men, right? My locker, your locker, is 2 feet from the garbage can. You come off, cut your tape off your ankles, your wrists, and instead of you throwing it in the garbage can, where you throw it at? On the floor. I'm like, listen, guys, this is the little things, man. Pick up your towel. You walking out, the dirty bin is right there when you walk out. Why you leaving that towel in there for somebody else to come in there and clean up? I did it myself because I didn't want the firemen to have to look at my nasty ass teammates' towels and have to pick them up all the time. That's all the teammates that can vouch for that. And they can vouch for this story because it's true. Super Bowl year. We ain't winning it if y'all don't do the little things.
And did you sense a shift?
Yes, no doubt. We started to come together even more so. I said, we're going to the Super Bowl in New Orleans and we're winning it.
It's unbelievable. I mean, wow.
Oh,
it's great leadership, man.
I think we found out what triggers him. It's trash.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here it is. The Hall of Famer.
Attention to detail guy.
The myth, the legend, the great Ed Reed. All right, let's get into the top 10 most intense NFL rivalries. I tried to put a playoff spin, make sure that there were good playoff rivalries in here as well, and find a list that did echo those sentiments. What are your favorite rivalries? We got a lot of love for Ravens Steelers on here.
That would be my one.
Absolutely. Yeah. Ravens Steelers does deserve to be mentioned. Bears Packers.
Dude, but Ravens Steelers, like Sunday night, it's the only game on. It's a night game. I imagine one of the teams is wearing their all black kits and they just look out there dangerous, and it's just physical football. Some of the hardest hits I've ever seen.
The 2000s.
Are between Ravens and Steelers.
Yep.
I mean, Ryan Clark. I thought Ryan Clark ended Willis McGahee's entire life, not just career at one point.
James Harrison, those defenses, I mean, that was just tough, physical, hard-nosed football. When they played in some conference championship games against each other, those were legendary. All right, we start at number 10. It is Cowboys-Packers. You go back to the history of the NFL with the Ice Bowl. They've had some great regular season matchups as well. And then even lately with the playoffs, 2014, 2016.
A lot of drama.
A lot of drama between Cowboys, Packers, and two historically great franchises. And the Cowboys got the better of them in the 90s, as you know so well, Brian.
Sure did, yeah.
Yeah, there's not a lot of hate there, but, man, there's a lot of history at this point.
Absolutely.
You know, as far as a team that's beaten you in meaningful moments, I think still overall there's pretty good respect for the Packers from a lot of Cowboys fans, although many of you certainly hate them.
Number 9, we've got the Raiders and the Broncos.
It's a good one. That goes back to the old AFL days. You could also maybe the Chargers back in the day, the San Diego Chargers and the Raiders.
All that AFC West
all
stuff
that
was
AFC,
intense.
Kansas City, very, very intense. Buffalo and the Jets back in the AFL days.
I was living in Seattle at the tail end of the AFC West.
Yeah.
And it was like every divisional game there was bad blood, even with the Seahawks.
Yeah. I could see, unfortunately the Raiders haven't been that awesome lately. But, yeah, growing up in some of those games on Monday Night Football when the Raiders were really good in the early 2000s, they made the Super Bowl runs, and you had even a competitive Broncos team. I think it was Greasy who was quarterbacking there, and then you had Jake Plummer for a little bit. Those were fun games. Number 8, we go back to the Cowboys. It's Cowboys-Eagles. Always intense when those teams play. You can throw the records out.
Yeah, there was a time, though, where the Cowboys owned the Eagles. I know growing up as a kid, starting to go to the games in the 1972, the Eagles weren't that good. Roman Gabriel was an old washed-up quarterback from the Rams that was playing with the Eagles. They didn't it wasn't until Dick Vermeil got to Philadelphia that rivalry became really good in the 80s. They beat you in an NFC championship game that took you out of there. But, yeah, the rivalry, I think with Buddy Ryan and stuff, it was really good. Andy just dominated. Andy dominated the division, so it really kind of lost a little luster there. But it's coming back. Coming back.
I'm surprised they have 7 higher.
Yeah, number
Seems
7. Hey, we're gonna get it this weekend. It's Giants-Eagles. A lot of bad blood there.
That goes way, way back too. That's another one. When you go back to when the Eagles went in 1960, and the thing with Chuck Bednarik, and he's like Frank Gifford catches a ball and completely knocks him unconscious, and he's standing over him. That's this thing. But these are two franchises that go back to the 20s. With the way they play.
But the Eagles fans hate us way more than they hate the Giants, and the Giants probably hate the Cowboys and Eagles about the same.
I think there was a time where I know growing up that we hated as I say, we being from Dallas, the Commanders.
Yeah,
sure.
The
80s,
football
90s.
team,
Washington probably was the main
Redskins.
rival.
Yeah, we hated
Joe
the Reds.
Gibbs years were tough.
Yeah, we hated the
Definitely.
Redskins. George Allen was worse in the 70s. Yeah,
Really?
Number
Yeah,
6.
really worse. Yeah,
Oldest rivalry, Packers-Bears.
Packers-Bears. Yeah, there's legitimate hate between, even though George Halas saved the Green Bay Packers back in the day. He gave money to the Packers in order for them to continue to play football.
And it was fun because you got to feel the intensity, because a lot of the time, like, this is one-sided, and it has been recently, but when they played in that NFC Championship game in 2010, both teams were actually really good for once, and you could feel like, oh, this is what the rivalry is actually supposed to be like.
The Chicago Bears to be one of the best jobs in the NFL, and they just haven't been able to get it back to where it once was. And that's a shame. That's a great franchise.
Top 5 here on the top 10 at 420 NFL most intense rivalries. Number 5, Seahawks 49ers. And I think this is more of a recent thing here in the last 15 years or so.
Yeah, last 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think you're right. When it goes back, man, they used to play in some games when Colin Kaepernick and when Harbaugh and those. I think Harbaugh, he kind of set that rivalry. And Harbaugh is a guy that nobody likes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So when he was at San Francisco, everybody hated him in the league. And I think the Seattle fans picked up on that real quick.
Well, and we know Sherman hated Michael Crabtree.
Try me with a sorry receiver like that. Number
Don't
4.
ever disrespect
don't
me
ever.
like that.
Aaron Andrews just stayed stoic there the whole time, though. Mad respect for her. Number 4, how about this is a Super Bowl rivalry, and two teams that will always be
Pittsburgh,
linked.
Dallas.
Giants, Patriots.
Oh,
heck yeah, dude. Well, I mean, it's as you said, it's the Super Bowl games. It just seems like every time they played, it was high stakes, and it was the undefeated season. I mean, even just that regular season game where it's like the undefeated regular season is on the line. That was a huge game. Then weeks later, they meet in the Super Bowl, and then a few years later they do it again. And all
Boston,
those games
New York.
were epic, bro. Yeah, Boston, New York.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, I think it goes back to, though, when you look at Parcells and Belichick going to New England. I think that kind of opened the door for the organization. Really, when Bill and them all left out of New York, all those New York people were like, "Whoa, wait a minute! You're taking our coach? Why are you leaving us?" I think that's when that rivalry really, really started.
I think the Giants are maybe the only franchise that Patriots fans hate as much as the rest of the NFL hates them.
Yeah,
just because how those Super Bowls went. Yeah.
It
leaves a painful mark.
Number 3, we have Cowboys 49ers.
That's a good one. That one goes back. I was on San Francisco radio today, and I was talking all the way back to the 1970s at old Kezar Stadium. And Roger Staubach and those guys, Tony Fritsch onside kick that Ron Sellers catching a ball. Yeah, it goes way back.
It's been fun listening to Baskey on Mike Likes It on KMC, which you can catch during their Expressway from 12:20 to 1. And he's been going back and rewatching those 90s games against the Niners. And today he was talking about the 94 game and just how the Cowboys lost it and how they get down 21 to
absolute
nothing.
Mess.
He
man.
talked about
Crazy.
that was fun to go back and listen to. You can hit that Odyssey rewind. Number 2 is indeed Steelers Ravens.
Yeah, there you go.
Epic. But number 1, and this is all because of the quarterbacks. Now I don't think it is a rivalry, but it certainly was in its prime. Colts Patriots.
Oh, that was greatness. Yeah. Some incredible games back
Every
in the day.
year they played. And then they meet up again in the playoffs. And it seemed like winner of that's going to the Super Bowl.
All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 at 420 every afternoon. Krusty's been on the phone a lot this hour talking with NFL teams how to score against the Niners. He has a full report on that when we return in the G-Back Nation. I want to chat about Window Nation, though, because it is... Welcome back, Nation. Time now for Krusty's Corner 2.0. It features Brian Broaddus. If you're around every afternoon for the 240 segment, the former Cowboy scout delivers his football analysis every afternoon. Well, today after the corner, he took a couple of more phone calls from sources around the league and is prepared to update it. And here he is on Cowboys Niners.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. These are some coaches I know that have played the 49ers this year, offensive coaches, and kind of walk me through some of the things that you need to understand when you're dealing with this 49ers defense. And I did ask him some questions about Joey, the Bosas and stuff like that.
All the Bosas, huh?
All the Bosas.
You wanted to know about it, brother and dad. Did you ask why brother's nose and chin continues to get bigger and bigger on a year-to-year basis?
Can we get under Nick's skin as much as Joey got irritated and started getting fouls and stuff? Penalties, I should say.
Nick's a more handsome guy than Joey, right?
Man, he got all the good looks in that family. He's like a true man dime. Like from head to toe, he is what you would call the like physical perfection. And then Joey has this chin and this schnoz that you just, it's like, do they have the same parents?
He does have the schnoz.
It does look different, yeah.
It might be all the HGH.
Might different. Okay, my coaches.
Everything grows with that.
My coaches were telling me this.
Everything.
They were saying, my coaches were saying that it's harder to play against Todd Bowles than it is to play against DeMeco Ryans.
Simplistic, right?
Very simplistic.
We doing a lot of cover 3, rush 4. Our guys better than yours.
Yeah, it's
like that.
It's very simplistic coverage. You're over there getting it done there, Chief.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Yeah, my guy said, listen, I said, hey, give me the situation. The Cowboys faced Todd Bowles last week. When you see Ryans, what are you thinking? Oh no, it's harder to play against Bowles. Because he says Bowles is always going to have a package ready for you, something you haven't seen. He goes, the thing with DeMeco won't play against a team he could feel like that he could just out-scheme or just outplay because of his players being better. He won't come up with anything new or different.
Let's not complicate it. Let's just go push him down all afternoon.
Exactly. He says with Bowles, you're going to get something kind of different every week. But with DeMeco, you're just – now this –
is that going to backfire on him?
I don't know. The one guy said, he goes, yeah, it's something that you have to be alert for. But he says, I feel like that he's going to have a pressure package ready for you guys in this game. Like I say, but there's some teams he just lines up and he knows he's better than, and he'll just play to whatever it is.
No need to take risks.
Yeah.
We'll be in position. We'll make the tackles.
But he respects the Cowboys then.
Yeah.
If he's going to have a pressure
He's going to have a pressure.
Okay, good to know.
This is a lot of the old Seattle defense is what this is. You're going to get a lot of zone coverage. You're going to get a lot of man on third down is what you're going to do.
Good. Dak will pick that apart.
Now, I had my other coach say, I asked him this question, I said, who are they going to try and take away in this game? Who do you think he said?
CD Ram. Tony Pollard.
Schultz. One guy voted. There's two guys, and they each voted for a different guy.
Did they say Schultz?
One guy said Schultz, and the other guy said they're going to try and take away Pollard in this game.
Okay,
is what they were trying to do.
Don't take away CD. That's fine.
Yeah. Now, to your points about one guy said this about Nick Bosa, and I respect this. This coach told me, he says you can't let this get into a 2-minute game. And when he means a 2-minute game, that all you're doing is rushing the passer.
I say that on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
Like, I think if you're the Niners, that's what you got to be scared about. Okay, the Dallas defense knows that we have to throw the ball. We got 90 seconds to do it, and Brock Purdy's going to be running for his life. Like, that scares me more as a Niners fan than even a Cowboys fan, but it goes both ways for sure.
One of my guys said, though, I'd run the ball right at him, at Nick Bosa. Run right at him. He says, because what you need to do is you need to try and wear him down.
There you go.
Make him have to fight blocks and make him have to get off blocks in order to make tackles.
So it's like what you said when the Cowboys played the Rams. You said run right at Aaron Donald.
Run at Aaron Donald.
The Cowboys did that, and they won that battle.
They did win that battle inside. They sure did.
I love the idea of Tyler Smith getting out and trying to push around Nick all afternoon.
I mean, that's my hope. I know I've been discussing some things with fans and stuff on Twitter. They're 49er guys. I appreciate you guys. I really do. A lot of passion there. But my guy said, don't just run the ball away from him because he will chase that ball. but you got to run the ball at him and don't turn it into a 2-minute game. That will be a problem.
What about their linebackers, though, Brian? Can you handle that?
Okay, the linebackers, what he says, the one guy said about, he was talking about Fred Warner.
Yeah.
And he goes, it's hard to fool him because he tackles well, but he also is not the biggest guy. And he goes, you can also run at him, is what they would try to do. And they did try and run at him. So Fred Warner, again, sideline to sideline player, hard guy to fool, but you can run at him. One of my other coaches said, you need to change the tempo playing against these guys.
Okay. Cowboys will do that.
Yeah.
They'll hit the turbo.
That's why he goes, and he even brought it up. He said, listen, I've seen you guys play on tape.
Yeah.
You guys, you will change, you'll play fast. He goes, play fast against these guys.
And they did it against Tampa, and it worked.
Yeah. Yeah. So he says, don't let them rotate players. Don't let them feel comfortable. Change the tempo on them. Okay. I'm like, cool. My other guy said this. You got to win the middle of the field, especially on third down. He says this is why, he goes, I think they're going to try and take away Schultz.
Okay,
because they feel like that Schultz, they don't feel like we mentioned this about Gibson and Hufanga, the two safeties at play here. This guy said you can win against those two guys. And he said you ought to get as many opportunities as you can to put Schultz on either one of those guys in this football game.
I mean, the young tight ends too.
Yeah.
Get multiple tight ends out there on these guys.
Yeah.
And or Dak runs.
Yeah. Big note was they have a problem at safety. You need to match them up as much as you can. Okay. One guy said check downs to Pollard could be huge in this game. Because what he says is, and again, it goes back to the middle of the field. Find a way, if it's stuff underneath, things like that, throw him the ball, let him. He goes, this team really tackles well, but how many tackles you could break, you could put them in a lot of pressure there. But it's all he says. It's about trying to win the middle of the field. And I talked to you about Ryan says the thing about he doesn't always have the plan. So that's what
simple game plan most of the time.
Simple game plan. So, but the number one thing was that they wanted, both these guys said was, because I asked them a question, they thought it was harder preparing against Todd Bowles.
That's fascinating.
Which was last week, as to what you're about to deal with right now.
All righty. Sounds great. Great stuff from Brian Broaddus. He'll have more tomorrow at 2:40 in Krusty's Corner. Merton Hanks will be on with KNC tomorrow afternoon, 1:30. And if you missed it, the Cowboys did sign a new kicker, Tristan Vizcaino, although at this point they're saying it's just insurance.
Yeah, and I talked to a team that had him, and they said he's a little erratic.
Okay. All righty. Better than a lot erratic.
Yeah.
And I think this year, did he kick? Was he 5 for 5? 3 of 3?
2 for 2 on field goals, 3 for 3 on extra points.
Did you confirm he does not have the yips currently?
Well, he's perfect so far, but my guy said strong leg, a little erratic.
Is it a good thing the Cowboys keep bringing up last year's loss? Michael Irvin answered that question. We'll discuss it next year in the G-Bag Nation. I got to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you, though. I thank him so much, and I've been telling everybody.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the Nation. Coming up at 5:20, we're going to hit the expressway and catch you up on everything that's been breaking in the world of sports. It has been a massive afternoon of news. Okay, but right here we have Michael Irvin audio. And a couple of questions for you about the Cowboys game. You do have Mavs coming up at 6:30, and we'll be talking some basketball with you a little bit later on as we go around the Mavs. LA Live with Lucius is coming up at 5:40. Bobby Belt's coming up at 5:30, our Cowboys insider. Cut 5, Michael Irvin. Is it a good thing that the Cowboys keep bringing up last year's loss?
No, you have to hold on to this. You have to know it. You have to remember it. I want you to let it sit in your gut and feel the pain. You remember a couple of years ago when I think it was Philly rested their starters and the Giants got mad. Oh, Philly, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why you do that?
Yeah.
We had a chance to get in the playoffs. I went off on all those Giant players. How dare you? How dare you try to tell them to stop your pain? You stop your own damn pain by winning the darn games and getting in the playoffs. Right now, since you didn't get in the playoffs, you should feel that pain. Sleep on it, eat on it, boo-boo on it, do what you got to do on it, whatever you got to do, but think on it all season. And so when you go into next year, you'll remember this pain. And that's why it is good for Dallas to remember. When you go into this game, I want them bringing up what happened last year right here. Because the only way you say, man, I don't care what nobody said, I ain't going through that I went through last year after losing that game in San Fran. I got to make sure that doesn't happen. I guarantee you, it'll make you play harder during the game. You don't want to see that pain again. And if you lived in the pain, you'll play hard to make sure you don't see it again.
Yeah, he knows. He knows as good as anybody, and I think it's great because losing is such a tremendous motivator, and coming off of a win, the reminder of that year's game might be able to trick your mind into, I'm playing for pride here just a little bit more.
I just wonder how many players really feel the pain on this Dallas Cowboys roster. You know what I'm saying? I think these players are different. I think they're wired different, you know? I don't think that, to me, when I'm always fascinated by guys like Michael Irvin's and people like that talk about that, because I honestly believe that's the case.
For him, yes.
For him, yes.
That's why leaders are really important.
And I think for Curse, I think that he feels pain. There's guys, you need your team to feel that pain. You do need it, but I really wonder in this day and age of pro football.
I think Dak feels it. I think CeeDee Lamb feels it.
I hope enough guys do.
Zach Martin.
Because there were times on the plane coming home, I didn't feel like that they were feeling pain.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I felt like
don't.
I'm sitting here watching Zach Wolchuk and just die in the studio. We're both dying watching these games, and I'm thinking like, I'm feeling it, but I'm not them. I'm not the players and stuff like that. And so I wonder, and when I hear Michael say that, I appreciate that. And I've been a part of teams, felt the pain. I just wonder in this day and age how many of these guys do. And if it's, when you see like when it's all this season, when it's over, it hits with a thud.
Yeah.
And everybody grabs the green trash bags and goes along their way.
They do. Some people, it really guts them and they can't escape the feeling of disappointment, like Jerry West losing all those finals to the Celtics. Yeah. Even when they finally won a couple after the Boston team had broken apart, it wasn't fulfilling because of how much more damaging the pain was. And I don't know how much it's changed, but I think the money does something to the sports world where everything's going to be fine if we lose.
Yeah.
And certainly that's what you want. If the owners are making billions, the players have to be making millions. But the fact that everything's going to be fine, it puts a bigger emphasis on the guys that are just ultra competitive and hate to lose.
Yeah.
And if you're not that way, you can get put to sleep by all the dough you're making. That's for sure.
I wonder if it really hurts James Harden to lose. I wonder if it really hurts them to lose.
Yeah. Well, the leaders on this Cowboys team feel like the hurt is powerful, and a number of them continue to bring it up. And for the players that it does hurt, it's very important to be vocal throughout the week and communicate to younger guys how big of an opportunity it is. Yeah. You can't rest on your laurels. You think this is good. Imagine how much better it will be if you get to say for the rest of your life you're a Dallas Cowboys champion. You get to set up shop in North Texas and be a freaking legend.
Amen.
Beautiful. And I think it does help that you're playing the team that ended your season last year.
Yeah.
Like it gives you that much. And Jaron Kearse has been a guy that's been outspoken all season long about the idea of getting back at these Niners.
I think Jaron Kearse is the leader in that locker room, to be honest with you. I know on the defensive side of the ball.
Seems like it, right?
He's the one guy. I think that if everybody were to say, if they took a poll of who do you think is the leader in this locker room, the one guy
that people look to say the right thing.
I think, say the right thing, really believe everything that he's saying. I bet you Kearse would get the majority of the defensive votes.
But I think it absolutely does have to ramp things up. The fact that you're going to the Niners, the team that knocked you out last year, and the fact that this offseason was built on how they lost that game.
I hope you're right. Because I think the fan base, I think the fan base, they struggle with it more. The fan base struggles with this, I mean, listen to the people that call on the post-game show and stuff like that struggle. I mean, it's one of those things. I hope the players feel like what Michael Irvin's talking about. I really do, because I do think it can make a difference. I just don't know that right now.
Well, and what role does leadership in the front office and the ownership offices have? If you aren't live and die, let's win a championship, that energy trickles its way down. across the organization.
No question.
I think you're right about the money, though.
Yeah.
I do think you're right about the money because our contracts have been completely paid up. Now we're playing for some guys. Yeah, it means a lot because it's the most. I mean, $317,000 is half of what they're making right now playing these season.
Yeah.
When you're talking about some of these guys that they're on the bottom tier.
I think most men just want to dominate, though, and this is their chosen profession. This is what they're great at, and it's going to bother anybody that's competitive enough to get into pro sports that somebody beat you last year and ended that. And I think I like this story because it's their chance to carry some extra pride, to come up with the extra energy to beat a team that on paper is going to be stronger and in position more frequently than you. That's what it comes down to. The Niners are a better team. So you got to get this message home to your guys to try to get that 110% type of performance that can be the difference Sunday night at 5:30. This is why Michael Jordan made up those stories about people talking trash when they didn't, because he knew how poisonous winning is. This is why Nick Saban chews out reporters that try to compliment his players, because he knows managing success in sports is very difficult, and 99% of the players can't do it. Only Jordan, tricking himself into thinking everybody's doubting me, could make him emotional enough to go out and withstand all the success of being the greatest and winning 3 straight championships twice and still be driven, right? It almost takes like lying to yourself to trick your brain into having the kind of motivation that you would coming off a season-ending loss like the Cowboys suffered against the 49ers. How about this one for Michael Irvin? Should the Eagles be worried about the Giants? Here's the playmaker.
Now, that's a question that I would have to really sit and think, do I answer this with my heart or my head? Because my heart wants to say, oh, yeah. Yeah, boy, you ain't worry about it. You saw what Daniel Jones did. He played a great game. Boy, we got a shot. We got a shot to go take our business in 92, like in San Francisco, like we did in 92. And then if the Giants, Daniel Jones play like that, we can have that game here. NFC Championship game. Oh, my heart says all of that. My heart says all that. But my head says, nah. Stop playing, Michael. Stop playing, Michael. Stop playing. No way Philly's going to lose this game after having that season, But it is 3 times in a row. So let's see and let's hope that maybe New York can try and do what Arizona did to us one time over here and knock Philly.
Don't bring that up. 5-point game with the Giants resting a lot of players in Week 18.
That's your hope right there, that the Giants were playing for absolutely nothing and Philly was trying to win a game. And they came away, I think it was a 6-point victory. It was
6 point,
22-16, I think was the final leg. Maybe I'm sorry. But yeah, the point is, though, I kind of feel like that this New York Giant team is different because of what this head coach is. Because if this thing turns into having to go for 2 to win this game, I could see this guy doing this. Mm-hmm. I could just see, Philadelphia is the team with pressure on it, not the Giants.
Yeah.
Yeah. This guy, Philly, Nick Sirianni had better be ready for a guy that is going to not coach this game in a way that is conventional, that it's going to have some things in it that they are probably not going to be prepared for.
Yeah, 214, Jerry Rice did the same. Always thought the world was against him to stay motivated.
Different era, man, of those guys. Those guys were so great when it came to – I'm not saying it in a way, Gavin, of slamming it. I'm just saying the guys you mentioned, Jerry Rice, Michael Irvin, all these guys. I mean, those guys, when you could write books about those guys' mental toughness.
Yeah.
You could write books about how those guys handled these situations, when the games were online. They weren't making money. I mean, they weren't making a whole lot of money.
Well, the one thing you have in your corner, and you can say what you want about the quarterback, he's mentally tough. That's
never
not something
question.
You got an issue with number 4.
Yeah, you just hope that, like I say, the only thing that could hold this team back is making mistakes. I think the turnover. I think they could beat anybody in the NFL on any given day when they don't turn the football over.
But I think he realizes the importance of this moment. And,
I do too.
I think he's living in this right now, and I think you're going to get the best again out of that guy.
Yeah, he's the one player that can actively do something to change the dynamics, which is run the football. And I hoped on Monday when we were talking about it, we could get 8 runs from Dak. We got 7 runs from Dak. Yeah. He's got to know. Like in the fourth quarter last year when you were desperately trying to get the touchdown and win by 1, you couldn't get first downs barely, but he ran and ended up taking, 40 yards out of them? It's obvious that's the way to victory. You look at the impact that it's had for Jalen Hurts and making him an MVP candidate. And I think Dak has shown, last year, maybe the body wasn't quite right, and there was so much hesitancy.
Agreed.
But over the last 5 games, we've seen him make nifty moves. We've seen him do it with power. We've seen him do it with the dive now. I got to be coming into this game, opening up that collared shirt, and you got a Superman uniform underneath. That's the kind of performance I think he's got to know that his team needs it.
A lot of sense in what you're saying there. I think he's trusting his body, and you're seeing that more. Maybe it took some time for him to get into that. I do have a question for you, Brian, because we got a lot of Twolos that are asking about this. The field conditions there in San Francisco, and maybe that's something you got to ask about, but I don't know if you've heard anything about, how that surface plays there in San Francisco.
I know the only time that we've ever, I know that I made the trips were in the preseason. It's pristine weather. It's always been a great grass field. The thing about it is we used to play at Candlestick. It was an absolute mess. You could go back and look at that. I'll reach out to my equipment guys and see what they feel about the field conditions and stuff like that. Last week I was worried about it. If it was one of those things where it rained the entire game, that maybe you were worried about it getting really chopped up and all that. So we'll see how it plays out.
Back to the Dak running stuff, I wonder if, and I'm confident you're going to see Dak running at every turn where it makes sense for him, like scrambling and if they're doing a lot of third down man defense, then Dak can take advantage. Okay, cool. Everybody's going to turn their back on me. I'll just scamper for 8 yards and steal this first down real quick. But I wonder if there's an element to the offense that could be expounded that you don't really use right now, where you're using a little bit of read option stuff and Dak pulling the ball and putting Joey or Nick Bosa in the same type of bind that the Eagles would do. And I know Dak's not Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that idea.
The same thing that Sirianni and those guys were doing to Parsons in that first matchup with Hurts. Could you mix in just a little bit of that?
Sure. See, and I understand, I watched that Atlanta game. I was just curious. You're right. That there were guys that were missing in that lineup and stuff like that. But that was one of the ways that the Falcons were able to move the football. With Marcus Mariota was pulling the ball, and then all of a sudden there was some edge runs and stuff like that. You don't have to do it every single play, but you have to do it enough to make Nick Bosa and this defensive line freeze for that second. And then you can if you can get him to freeze, then you're affecting his pass rush maybe a little bit later on. Or you're affecting how he's playing the game, defending the run.
Exactly.
It seems like that is the common denominator to teams that have had success against San Francisco. It's your quarterback is running some, whether it was Atlanta, whether you have a Mahomes who has mobility with the Chiefs, whether it was Stidham who did have some success with his legs against Vegas, and then even Geno who can run around a little bit, but that was more so with DK Metcalf. But Dak using his legs is definitely going to be paramount in this game again.
All righty, thank you guys, and thanks to Michael Irvin for jumping on with Sean and RJ and these fun topics that we get to talk about whenever he is on. When we come back, it's time to hit the expressway. Bobby Belt's coming up in 14 minutes. Our Cowboys insider, we'll see what he has to say, and then we'll be into LA Live with Lucius by about 5:45 here in the nation. All right, let's talk Diamonds Direct. Yes, sir. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And we have the Expressway every afternoon at this time. Bobby Belt's coming up here in about 6 minutes, and then Lucius Alexander coming up at about 5:40. Let's take a look at everything that has been developing throughout your broadcast afternoon. And a tease here for you. Greg Olson will be the TV analyst on the call on Fox Sunday evening. He'll be on with Sean and RJ tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., doing a pretty dang good job taking over as the lead analyst for Fox. And he's a guy that's always prepared. You know, he's going to have some interesting things to say, not only in the game, but tomorrow at 8 a.m. He'll give you his thoughts on the Cowboys and the tight ends that they're throwing out there, trying to get the best of the 49ers. Tristan Vizcaino is a kicker that the Cowboys had in the building a couple of years ago in the offseason. They were kind